In the month of August, amidst the sweltering summer heat, dark clouds churned outside the window, and a fierce wind began to rise. Fong Mo gazed blankly at the examination report before him, his eyes filled with confusion. The term female pseudohermaphroditism loomed large, while the gynecologist seated across from him elucidated the meaning of those 7 words. The patient's chromosomes were XX rather than XY, and a complete female internal reproductive system existed within, yet the external genitalia had developed to resemble that of a male. Noticing Fong Mo's continued bewilderment, the doctor rephrased, translating those words into a more accessible explanation. Though he appeared somewhat refined and handsome, he was in fact not a man at all. Initially, Fong Mo thought the doctor was making a jest, but the gentle yet serious demeanor of the physician swiftly extinguished the polite smile that had graced his face. Adorning the walls of the consultation room were banners of commendation, while the sharp scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. These details served as stark reminders to Fong Mo that he was in a hospital, not a comedic venue, and that the individual before him was a doctor, not a performer whose livelihood depended on punchlines. In such a moment, levity was hardly appropriate. It was as if some celestial being had conjured a tempest. The sun had barely peeked out before it was engulfed by ominous clouds, resembling a canvas splattered with black paint. The doctor rose to switch on the light and then resumed his explanation. But Fong Mo found himself staring vacantly at the doctor's moving lips, absorbing none of the words. In his mind, only the sound of thunderous roars and the increasing patter of rain echoed. The rain had not been nearly as torrential when Yiping had asked her father for money. It wasn't until an hour later, around 11 in the morning, that Fong Mo, drenched and dazed, boarded the subway. Finally awakening from his stupor, his soul returning to its rightful place. He struggled to recall how he had departed the hospital and boarded the train, and for a moment he could hardly remember why he had even gone to the hospital in the first place. After an extended period, he managed to piece together the entirety of the events from the previous night to the present morning. He remembered that, late last night, while working a delivery job, he had been caught in a downpour. On his way home, he unwittingly rode his electric bike into a waterlogged pit, resulting in a catastrophic fall that left him in utter disarray, a state of bewilderment that could scarcely be described. Just as he had righted his bike from the puddle, he had scarcely had time to lament the scratched frame when he witnessed a harrowing car accident. An impatient delivery truck had violently struck an oncoming sedan, sending it careening away. The driver of the truck, devoid of conscience, had accelerated away from the scene. As a responsible citizen, Fong Mo had called the police, intending to leave. However, the small car, its front end embedded in a street tree, suddenly erupted in thick black smoke, and its occupants remained conspicuously absent. Feeling conflicted, Fong Mo, compelled by his conscience, braved the searing pain in his abdomen and rushed to drag the unconscious female driver from the wreckage. Yet, no sooner had he pulled her to safety than the vehicle exploded. The force of the blast sending the door crashing against the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital bed with a traffic officer dozing nearby. Fortunately, he had suffered no severe injuries, merely a mild concussion from the impact to his head. After cooperating with the officer to provide a statement, feeling that the misfortunes must surely culminate, Fong Mo breathed a sigh of relief, only to find himself bewilderingly escorted to the gynecology department, where he learned the staggering news that he was, in fact, a woman. Staring blankly at the damp medical record and the thick pile of examination reports in his hands, he flipped to the page containing the results. The glaring phrase female pseudohermaphroditism and the recommendation for medication and corrective surgery stood out starkly before him. In a fit of disbelief, Fong Mo slapped his own face several times, the sting bringing a momentary clarity. Yet, the 2 lines of text remained steadfast, unyielding in their assertion. In an instant, Fong Mo shattered into despair. The girl seated beside him subtly shifted 2 seats away, her gaze fixed on her phone. The young man across from her, resembling a student, quickly averted his eyes, although his curious glances occasionally strayed toward Fong Mo's face and chest. Noticing the young man's gaze, Fong Mo glanced down at his own chest, where his damp t-shirt clung to him. The outline of a modestly pronounced curve barely discernible, enough to catch the eye but not wholly ignorable. Fong Mo could not recollect when this change in his chest had begun, as he had never really paid it any mind. He had always considered it merely a sign of weight gain, or at most attributed it to a localized increase in muscle. After a moment's realization, a profound sense of shame surged from deep within him. But in an instant, that shame transformed into a more intense anger. It felt as though a needle were relentlessly prodding at his heart, a persistent pain that was not fatal, but utterly intolerable. Typically, Fong Mo was a mild-mannered individual, almost to the point of timidity. Regardless of the peculiar or offensive gazes cast upon him, he would simply choose to ignore them. Yet now, an unnameable fury ignited within his chest, and he felt the weight of injustice pressing down upon him. He lived a modest life, earning an honest wage without resorting to theft or deceit, yet misfortune pursued him relentlessly. He had risked his life to save another, striving to be a good person, only to be met with this bizarre affliction as a man, albeit a somewhat atypical one. He was subjected to such scrutiny. The more he pondered, the more he felt suffocated, his eyes growing increasingly misty. Thus, when the young man's gaze wandered back to him, Fong Mo erupted, his voice sharp and accusatory. "What are you staring at? Do you want me to take off my shirt so you can see better?" His voice, deep yet slightly husky, initially struck as androgynous, but bore an unnatural quality, as if he were consciously trying to modulate it. Startled by this sudden outburst, the young man flinched. Hastily pretending to doze off, the girl beside him had not once lifted her gaze, merely distancing herself further from Fong Mo. The subway car fell into a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the clatter of the train and the mechanical announcements of approaching stops alongside the unchanging advertisements for grilled fish. As the subway eased into the station, the doors opened with a series of beeping sounds, and the young man, visibly relieved, hurriedly exited, his head bowed. Almost simultaneously, a murmur drifted into Fong Mo's ears, such a shameless attention seeker. And yet she expects others not to look, just a green tea bitch. Fong Mo froze, his indignation extinguished in an instant. He lifted his gaze to the long, transparent window of the subway, staring blankly at his reflection. Hair damp and dripping, a face pale and devoid of color, eyes wide with confusion and helplessness. The visage before him was one he recognized all too well, yet felt utterly foreign. Amidst the subway's swaying motion, Fong Mo sensed his soul being violently extracted from this altered body, his chaotic thoughts boiling over. Was it true that to others he appeared to be a woman? No, that couldn't be right. It was all wrong. He was Fong Mo, a male, a brother to a sister, a grandson to a solitary elder. But as he looked down at the damp examination report in his hands, the damning 7 words seemed to pierce through, embedding themselves in his mind. This report incessantly reminded him, "You are a being of deformity. You may believe yourself to be a man, yet biologically, you are a woman, a fact rooted in the very fabric of molecular biology. So, what am I? Can I even consider myself a man? Yet, can someone like me truly be regarded as a woman?" Fong Mo began to feel dizzy, the world around him crumbling. The subway continued its thunderous advance, the lights flickering erratically, and with a series of explosive sounds. They abruptly extinguished amidst the shrill screeching of metal twisting and tearing. An external force wrenched the doors open. The floor of the subway car and its very framework appeared corroded, rusting and fracturing rapidly, leaving only an abyss of darkness beneath his feet. From that unfathomable void, a dark demon with horns sprouting from its forehead, a whip-like tail, and wielding a pitchfork emerged, enveloped in a terrifying blaze of infernal flames. The demon brandished its pitchfork before Fong Mo, laughing maniacally, its mouth gaping wide, belching sulphurous flames as it roared in terror. "Aha, greetings, freak! Ha ha!" At that moment, when the word freak detonated in Fong Mo's mind, he felt as though his heart had been pierced by a steel rod, sending waves of agony coursing through him. Clutching his chest, he rose, wanting to scream at the demon before him. "I am not a freak." But the subway doors remained intact, the car brightly lit. Everything as it should be. Where was the demon? Fong Mo felt a wave of breathlessness wash over him. Darkness engulfed his vision. His legs weakened, and he stumbled, collapsing to the floor before losing consciousness. Chapter 2. An unexpected father. Fong Mo found himself plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Emerging before him was a demon, adorned with horns and spewing flames of sulfur from its mouth, brandishing a pitchfork and relentlessly attacking him. Filled with a tumult of indignation and defiance, Fong Yimou engaged in a fierce struggle for survival against the creature. It was only after he had twisted the demon's arm, severed its tail, and seized its throat that he unleashed a furious roar at the grotesque, maniacal visage before him. "I am not a monster." Then he awoke. The first sight that met his eyes was a masked female nurse, who stared back at him in astonishment and fear. Turning his head to survey his surroundings, he noted the pristine ceiling above, realizing he lay upon a hospital bed enclosed by iron bars. Clad in a patient gown, an empty bag hung from the drip stand beside him, its slender tube connected to an intravenous needle embedded in the back of his right hand, which was now tightly gripping the nurse's arm. Fong Mo's mind was clouded, and he took a moment to recollect the events that had transpired. It seemed he had fainted on the subway. Gradually, he grasped his predicament. He had once again been brought to the hospital. As his mind cleared, he recognized that the battle with the demon had merely been a dream, and he exhaled deeply. However, upon noticing the pristine white of the nurse's arm, marred by vivid red scratches, he understood the true identity of his earlier adversary. Quickly releasing his hold on the nurse's arm, he stammered an apology. "I'm so sorry." Struggling to rise from the bed, he found himself devoid of strength. The nurse, observing his intent to get up, gently pressed her hand on his shoulder, soothingly advising, "Please, do not get up. You are already quite weak, and after being caught in the rain, you now have a slight fever. You need rest." Fong Mo shook his head repeatedly, bitterness etched upon his face. "I've already missed half a day of work. I cannot remain here any longer." "What time is it?" Delivering takeout was merely a side job. Fong Yimou was primarily an apprentice mechanic. The apprentice's wages were meager, far less than what he could earn full-time delivering food. However, his master had imparted invaluable knowledge to him, and despite the low earnings, the flexible hours allowed him to pursue additional work. He cherished this opportunity to acquire a skill while having ample time to earn extra money. Each day, he would arrive at the shop early. Yet today, he had not requested a day off and had simply abandoned his post. His master would undoubtedly be furious. His gaze drifted, and suddenly, he spotted a familiar smartphone on the bedside table. Picking it up, he realized it was his long-used second-hand Redmi, albeit with a shattered screen. After last night's accident, where he had fallen and soaked in rainwater, his phone had ceased to function when he awoke in the hospital that morning. He had managed to purchase his subway ticket with a few coins from his pocket. Pressing the power button for an extended moment yielded no response. This relic was now beyond repair. A wave of despair washed over Fong Yimou. His entire contact list was stored within that phone, and even if someone lent him their device, he could not call his master to explain his absence. The urgency of the matter weighed heavily on him. He needed to rush to the factory and explain the situation to his master. He lamented his failure to memorize his master's or the shop's phone number. It was now 7:40. The nurse, efficiently removing the needle from Fong Mo's hand, answered his earlier question. Fong Yimou was taken aback. It was nearly 8 o'clock. He had left the hospital at 11 the previous night. How could it possibly be 8 again? Had time reversed? The nurse tilted her head, casting a glance at Fong Mo.its in the evening. "There's no chance for you to make it to work now. You should focus on resting." Fong Yimou's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the window of his hospital room. The incessant rain of the past few days had kept the lights on in the ward, and in his daze upon waking, he had neglected to observe the outside world. Through the window, he beheld the somber night, where the dim streetlights flickered through the dense foliage, accompanied by the relentless patter of rain. In that moment, Fong Mo was consumed by frustration, tugging at his hair in exasperation. Why had he chosen to work a late shift last night? Had he not ventured out, none of this chaos would have ensued. He would not have crashed, nor encountered the accident, nor been knocked unconscious by a car door. He would not have discovered his strange ailment, fainted on the subway, or missed a day of work. Missing work meant a wage deduction, the phone required repairs, and if it could not be fixed, he would need a replacement. The medical expenses from being brought to the hospital would surely be substantial. The mere thought of these unwarranted expenditures sent pangs of anguish through Fong Yimou, plunging him into a palpable state of despondency. The nurse, having disposed of the empty bag and tubing, noticed Fong Mo's sorrowful disposition and took a seat beside him. Presuming he was still troubled by his absence from work, she gently stroked his back and softly reassured him, "Do not worry about work. Your family has arrived. They will surely assist you in contacting your company. Just relax and focus on recuperating." Fang Yimou raised his head, forcing a smile, but was soon struck by confusion. My family has arrived? With only a grandfather and a younger sister as his family, he had no other relatives or kin. Several years prior, his grandfather had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and before Fang Mo ventured away for work, he had placed the elderly man in a nursing home in their hometown, Yuqing. His sister, Fang Yuan, was still in high school back home and would be entering her final year next month. It was unlikely to be his grandfather. Had the hospital contacted his sister? How had she managed to arrive here? Yuqing was over 3,000 kilometers away from Huading City, where Fang Mo worked. Even by plane, she could not have arrived so swiftly. A myriad of doubts swirled within him as he inquired, "Is it my sister?" "It's an uncle. Seeing that you hadn't awakened, he went to speak with the doctor about your condition. He never mentioned his relation to you, but he seemed quite anxious upon finding you unconscious, almost like a father figure," the nurse replied, her tone resolute. "Why father?" Fang Mo's astonishment deepened. His parents had perished in a devastating earthquake when he was merely 2 years old. Where could this father have suddenly emerged from? Was it possible that he was not the biological child of his parents, and this was a melodramatic reunion with a long-lost kin? No, that was absurd. Fang Yimou shook his head, attempting to dispel the convoluted notions from his mind. At that moment, the sound of the door handle turning broke the silence, and a figure stepped into the room. It was an average-looking middle-aged man, standing just over 5 feet tall, with a dark complexion, a crew cut, and a few strands of gray at his temples. He wore a blue work uniform, and his muscular build was evident through the fabric. With one hand, he was engaged in a phone call while carrying a plastic bag filled with takeout, 5 containers of food, comprising 3 dishes, a soup, and a box of rice. Yes, let Jiang Xiao come to pick up the car tomorrow. And reduce the assembly fee. Anything will do. Just deduct it from my bonus. I'm heading back to the ward now. Let us end it here. Upon hanging up, he noticed Fang Yimou sitting on the hospital bed, staring at him. The man's thick eyebrows raised slightly as he acknowledged, "You're awake. Let us eat first." He lifted the takeout containers, gesturing for Fang Yimou to eat before explaining the gravity of the situation. Faced with the stern demeanor of this middle-aged man, a torrent of grievances surged within Fang Yimou, and his eyes began to well up. He swallowed hard, mustering a sheepish smile as he said, "Master, what brings you here?" Chapter 3. The master revealed, "Should I head back now?" Fang Yimou chuckled helplessly, "Master, that's not what I meant." The man before him was Zhao Wu, Fang Mo's master and a partner at the Zhiga Auto Repair Shop. The very establishment where Fang Mo worked. It was said that the shop was named for the shared character Wu in both the names of Zhao Wu and the shop's owner. Noticing Fang Mo's woeful expression, Zhao Wu grunted. "I figured you weren't implying that," as he spoke. He unfolded the bed tray and arranged the takeout on it before pushing it toward Fang Yimou. "Eat." "Okay." The events of the past day and night had drained Fang Mo's appetite, yet he dutifully accepted the chopsticks offered by his master. Remembering the nurse's earlier assumption that Zhao Wu was his father, he smiled at her, saying, "Nurse, allow me to introduce my master." The nurse chuckled awkwardly and addressed Zhao Wu. "I'm sorry. I mistakenly thought you were Fang Mo's father." Zhao Wu merely nodded politely in response, choosing not to elaborate further as he settled into a chair and began perusing his phone. The ringtone of "Unbelievable" and the sound of applause quickly resonated from the phone, observing his master engrossed in the game of happy elimination. Fang Yimou clasped his hands together in a gesture of apology towards the nurse, silently mouthing his regrets. The female nurse chuckled softly, her eyes still reflecting a hint of confusion, yet she refrained from inquiring further, briefly summarizing her instructions before wheeling the medical cart out of the ward. After watching the nurse depart, Fang Yimou cast his gaze downward at the 3 dishes and soup before him, accompanied by a generously filled box of rice, and his expression transformed into one of dismay. Despite his lack of appetite, he glanced at his master, Zhao Wu, who was leisurely playing the game on the sofa beside him, and began to eat, his thoughts drifting back 3 years ago. Fang Mo's ability to remain in the bustling metropolis of Huading was largely due to his master's support. 3 years prior, he was still in his hometown, Yuqing, having graduated from middle school. With his grandfather suffering from dementia and Parkinson's disease, Fang Mo had to forego his high school education and the opportunity to attend university, entering society early. In a small place like Yuqing, making a living was exceedingly difficult. After 2 years, he read online about how much more lucrative opportunities were in big cities, where factory jobs could yield several times more than what he earned in Yuqing. In pursuit of better care for his increasingly ailing grandfather, and to prevent his academically gifted younger sister from following in his footsteps, Fang Mo boarded a green train to Huading, clutching 3,000 yuan. Little did he anticipate that within the first week of his arrival, he would fall victim to a recruitment scam that would rob him of most of his money. He reported the incident to the police, but the swindlers were long gone, leaving him with nothing but resentment as he accepted his loss. This was the first wake-up call from the ultra-first-tier city. The second challenge soon followed. Before arriving in Huading, Fang Mo had never considered that his age and boyish appearance might pose a problem. Having worked for 2 years in Yuqing, serving dishes at a barbecue joint, working as a convenience store clerk, assisting a renovation crew, and doing cleaning, no one ever cared about his age. However, in Huading, slightly more formal employers dismissed him outright, even when he offered to accept lower wages. At just 17 years old, and having developed later than his peers, he appeared more like a 14 or 15-year-old, an undeniable little bean sprout. Presenting his ID to assert his age was met with skepticism. Although still a minor, being 17 allowed him to undertake certain jobs. Yet, the regulatory environment in Huading was far stricter than in Yuqing. Recruitment firms either lacked the capacity or the willingness to verify whether a young lad was indeed 17. In such a large city, laborers were abundant, and there was no need to expend energy on a mere child. Thus, Fang Mo wandered through the recruitment markets of various districts in Huading for over half a month. Continuously facing rejection, he contemplated buying a train ticket back home, but ultimately could not bear the thought of leaving without even trying. Instead, he took up day labor, donning mascot costumes, distributing flyers on crowded streets, promoting apps offline, and even dressing as a maid to attract customers to a CAF. These day jobs allowed him to escape scrutiny regarding his age. Although the income was meager, he managed to cover his expenses while living in a communal dormitory, where a bed cost only 600 yuan per month, and frugal meals of instant noodles and pickled vegetables required little expense. Just as everything seemed to be stabilizing, life dealt him a third lesson. One weekend, clad in a borrowed frog mascot costume, Fang Mo attempted to sell balloons in the park. No sooner had he arrived than the city management enforcement team appeared. Perhaps to set an example, they seized all of Fang Mo's balloons. Despite his pleas, he inadvertently angered their leader with a misstep in conversation, leading them to deliberately pop each balloon in front of onlookers before tossing them into a trash bin and departing. Trembling with rage and helplessness, Fang Mo swallowed his tears as he contemplated returning the borrowed costume and seeking other work. However, just as he exited the park, he was struck by Zhao Wu, who was passing by on his motorcycle. Fang Mo fell, injuring his knees and hands, and with the weight of recent events crashing down, he felt as though the vast city of Huading was conspiring against him. Overwhelmed, he broke down and wept in the middle of the road. After all, he was still just a young lad. Zhao Wu, equally disheveled from the collision, carried the sobbing Fang Mo to a nearby hospital to treat his injuries. While waiting in line at the hospital, Fang Mo felt the urge to confide in someone, yet he was also concerned about Zhao Wu's motorcycle being damaged. He recounted his recent misfortunes to Zhao Wu, who remained silent throughout. Upon exiting the hospital, Zhao Wu posed a question. "I own a repair shop. Would you like to learn how to fix cars?" Initially apprehensive, Fang Mo looked at Zhao Wu's rugged, sun-kissed face and in that moment, felt as if he were gazing upon his own father. Without hesitation, he bowed thrice at the hospital entrance, pledging himself as Zhao Wu's apprentice. Thus, he joined the Zhigu Auto Repair Shop. Becoming the youngest member of the team, Fang Mo had envisioned his life in Huading unfolding within various factories and workshops, saving enough to eventually return to Yuqing. However, becoming Zhao Wu's apprentice opened up new possibilities. Once he completed his training, he could return to Yuqing and open his own repair shop. Perhaps he could even establish roots in Huading and one day bring his grandfather there for better care. The prospect of this once bright future flickered in his eyes before dimming almost immediately. What would his master think if he learned of his illness? No, Zhao Wu must have spoken with the doctor. Did he already know about his condition? Zhao Wu had always disapproved of women entering the auto repair industry. Would he allow Fang Mo to continue working in the shop? Should he lose this job? What would he do next? The strange illness diagnosed today felt like a stone thrown into the tranquil waters of his life, shattering the vibrant reflections on the surface. The once attainable future was gradually turning into a mere mirage. Chapter 4: Farewell to Part-Time Work. Gazing at Zhao Wu, who was intently focused on his game, and then down at the food before him, Fang Mo found his appetite dwindling as he pondered the myriad of unanswered questions before him. If you can't eat, don't force it. Just drink the soup, Zhao Wu remarked, noticing Fang Mo's diminishing use of chopsticks. Rising, he approached to collect the meal containers. Fang Mo nodded, lifting the bowl of seaweed and egg soup to his lips for a few sips. Then, cradling the warm disposable bowl in his hands, he asked Zhao Wu, "Master, how did you know I was in the hospital?" Zhao Wu glanced at Fang Mo and replied matter-of-factly, "I called the police. They mentioned you might still be in the hospital." He then recounted how he had located Fang Mo earlier that day. Noticing Fang Mo's absence from work and his failure to call in, Zhao Wu had grown concerned and decided to visit his residence. After knocking for a long time without a response, his worry escalated, prompting him to check the community security cameras. He discovered that Fang Mo had left the previous day around 7 o'clock and had not returned since. Alarmed, Zhao Wu sought out a nearby police station to file a report, but was informed that a missing persons case could only be filed after 48 hours. The on-duty officer initially intended to dismiss Zhao Wu, but a community officer suggested that Fang Mo might be involved in a case related to vice operations and had been detained by the police. Given the city's protocol, Zhao Wu was able to look into the system and discovered that Fang Mo had not been arrested for wrongdoing. The officer, after reviewing the case details, exclaimed how impressive Fang Mo was, revealing that he had witnessed a serious hit-and-run incident the previous night. He had even rescued a seriously injured victim from the burning car, only to be caught in the ensuing explosion himself and sent for medical treatment. The report also mentioned Fang Mo's testimony, which reassured Zhao Wu that Fang Mo was not in any serious trouble, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he requested the address and headed directly to the hospital where Fang Mo had been taken. As fate would have it, after fainting on the subway, Fang Mo had been brought back to the same hospital as before. Had it been another place, Zhao Wu might have faced a difficult search. Having clarified the situation, Fang Mo was at a loss for words. Overwhelmed with gratitude, finally, Zhao Wu could not help but scold him lightly, saying, "You really know how to worry people. You encounter such a major incident and don't even think to call." Although Zhao Wu's tone was casual, Fang Mo could sense the deep concern behind it, and he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. This morning, he had intended to go directly to the factory to explain everything to his master. But he never anticipated fainting on the subway and remaining unconscious until 8 o'clock that evening. He regretted not having reached out sooner, causing Zhao Wu to worry for so long. "I'm sorry, Master. It wasn't my intention to not contact you. My phone got wet and broke last night, and I couldn't remember your or the shop's number. I planned to go directly to the factory, but I fainted on the subway due to low blood sugar. I guess I was just too tired and fell asleep." As he spoke, Fang Mo felt a touch embarrassed to continue justifying himself. Upon hearing Fang Mo mention his fainting on the subway, Zhao Wu's expression shifted. He secured the plastic bag containing the meal containers and placed it under the bed, then retrieved several documents from the drawer of the bedside table and handed them to Fang Mo. "Low blood sugar. You fainted due to myocarditis," Zhao Wu stated gravely. Fang Mo was taken aback. "Myocarditis?" He took the documents and glanced at them. Within several documents, there exists an electrocardiogram report and various blood test results, all presumably conducted during the period of unconsciousness to ascertain the reasons behind his fainting spell. Unable to comprehend the intricate details of the test indicators and waveform diagrams, Fang Mo directly turned to the page containing the diagnosis, where he began to read the preliminary assessment provided by the physician. The diagnosis read, "Acute myocarditis, with a recommendation for further examination and treatment upon the patient's awakening. Otherwise, he might face life-threatening dangers." Fang Mo was oblivious to what myocarditis entailed, yet the final words struck a chord of dread within him, plunging him into a state of icy despair. He was so overwhelmed that he could no longer hold the bowl of soup in his hands, causing a large portion of the seaweed and egg drop soup to spill across himself and the bed. Yet he remained utterly unaware. In that fleeting moment, his thoughts spiraled. "Heaven above, you cannot be serious. Just this morning I was diagnosed with a mere ambiguous hermaphroditism, and now you present me with something seemingly far more severe." Almost instantaneously, Another thought emerged. Am I to die now? Does this matter of deformity pale in comparison? Within the blink of an eye, Fang Mo's mind raced with a myriad of thoughts. The concerns of work, which had previously weighed heavily on his mind, now seemed trivial as he considered his grandfather and younger sister. Fang Yuan, if he were to perish, what would become of his grandfather? What fate awaited his sister's education? Would she be forced to abandon her studies to work and support their grandfather? If earlier in the day Fang Mo felt his worldview shatter, now he sensed the very ground beneath him quaking. Observing the soup spilled everywhere, Zhao Wu hurriedly tore off a few tissues to hand to him, his mouth opening as if to scold. However, upon seeing Fang Mo's pallid complexion and trembling hands, alongside the ominous words on the diagnosis sheet, he instinctively slapped his forehead and quickly ruffled Fang Mo's hair, admonishing him in a gruff tone. Don't act as if the sky is falling. The doctor said you were quite fortunate. Zhao Wu's words felt like a lifeline to Fang Mo, who anxiously and eagerly turned to his master, his eyes wide and pleading, waiting for him to continue. Your condition is not particularly severe. Consider yourself lucky. It is not explosive myocarditis, nor has it triggered cardiogenic shock. With proactive treatment and proper rest, there is no imminent threat to your life. The details on the diagnosis sheet pertain to situations of neglect, designed to underscore the importance of taking this seriously. Seeing Zhao Wu's earnest expression, which did not suggest deceit, Fang Mo began to believe him. The weight that had lodged in his throat gradually settled back into his stomach, and he became aware that, in such a short span, he had broken into a cold sweat. His master had just stated that he was fortunate this time, that it was not explosive myocarditis. Had it been, would he have already ceased to exist? A wave of fear washed over Fang Mo. Perhaps he had unknowingly danced close to death's door. He felt a shiver run through him. And it took a while for him to regain his composure, but soon doubt crept in. Why had he developed this myocarditis, when his heart had always seemed fine? Patting his chest, Fang Mo muttered to himself in confusion. Zhao Wu, overhearing him, frowned deeply, his already dark complexion darkening further. And you still dare to ask? In the past year, what time have you gone to bed and risen? Fang Mo's expression stiffened, and he lowered his head to wipe the seaweed and egg from his clothing. 10 o'clock? No, 11 o'clock. Yes, I went to bed at 11. He forced the words out, his voice lacking conviction. Zhao Wu scoffed. You really have the audacity to fabricate. Why not say you sleep at 9 every night? That would be much healthier. Fang Mo's face flushed, and he awkwardly bit his lip, rubbed his nose, and after a lengthy pause, finally admitted the truth. Usually around 12:30, occasionally a bit past that. 12:30 is when he finishes work, and often it's even later by the time he lies down to sleep, Fang Mo thought to himself. Zhao Wu's face darkened at this revelation, and he chastised. I've told you countless times. But you never listen. Look where that has gotten you. The doctor said this condition is entirely self-inflicted. Your heart has never been strong, and yet you maintain such a chaotic schedule. Consider yourself fortunate this time. It's not explosive myocarditis. If you continue like this, I won't be visiting you in the hospital. I'll be preparing for your funeral. At this point, Zhao Wu's tone softened slightly, and he said solemnly, I've spoken with the boss. You should take a break for a while. For the next 2 weeks, you need to go to the factory. Just focus on recovering in the hospital. Fang Mo panicked at the thought of not going to work. Wouldn't that mean no salary? He absolutely could not afford to miss even a single day. His grandfather's nursing home required funds, and Fang Yuan's living expenses were mounting, especially with her nearing her senior year. She might even need a tutor, and they had to prepare for her college expenses. Every day of work was crucial. However, Zhao Wu seemed to read his mind, raising his hand to stop him before he could speak, continuing on, during your time off, your annual leave will be deducted first. Once that's exhausted, it will be your compensatory time off, but your salary will remain intact. Fang Mo pondered this. Although he regretted the loss of his annual leave and compensatory time, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Additionally, you are forbidden from delivering takeout during this time. If I catch you doing so, I will have the boss fire you on the spot. Fang Mo wanted to protest, but upon seeing his master's stern expression, he fell silent, though he did not readily acquiesce. Noticing Fang Mo's silence, Zhao Wu gave him a sharp rap on the back of the head. Did you hear me? Fang Mo pouted, feeling slightly wronged, and replied, I understand, master, I want to go. Although he spoke those words, Fang Mo's mind was spiraling into a whirlpool of thoughts. His master had only mentioned his myocarditis. He had yet to disclose anything about the diagnosis of ambiguous hermaphroditism. Did his master already know about his condition, deciding to gradually push him out? As Fang Mo's mind raced, Zhao Wu pulled out a nearly new smartphone from his pocket and handed it to him. This is what your master's wife just replaced. Use it for now. Fang Mo had intended to directly inquire whether his master was aware of his condition, whether he no longer wished to have him as a disciple, but he found himself at a loss for words. How could he ask? What kind of response was he hoping to receive? If his master provided a reasonable answer but one that did not align with his hopes, what would he do? His master had taken him on as a disciple, wholeheartedly imparting his skills, nurturing him almost as a son. His master's kindness had been so profound. No matter what he chose to do in this circumstance, it was beyond reproach. Yet, when faced with an unwanted answer, could Fang Mo refrain from resentment? Could he suppress his ugly emotions? He lacked the confidence to voice his concerns. Chapter 5. All you need to do is find a partner. Whether male or female is of no consequence, I've replied. Remember what I said. Sleep early. I have to work overtime tomorrow. Your master's wife is coming over. Zhao Wu stood at the door of the hospital room with a trash bag in hand, reiterating his advice against staying up late until Fang Mo nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain. Only then did he close the door behind him. Looking down at the freshly donned hospital gown and the smartphone in his hand, Fang Mo let out a quiet sigh. Still hadn't he managed to directly ask his master those pressing questions. Throughout their conversation, his master had maintained an air of ignorance regarding his condition of ambiguous hermaphroditism. Could it be that the doctor had not mentioned it to him? While waiting for his phone to initialize, Fang Mo stood up to search the hospital room, but he could not find the examination report he had brought with him when he left the hospital earlier that morning. Scratching his head, he recalled that his master had not taken it with him when he left. Could it have been lost during his fainting episode on the subway? Never mind, he thought. Tomorrow he would take the opportunity to ask the doctor directly if they had informed his master about his condition. If his master was unaware for now, it might be best to keep it from him, especially since Fang Mo himself had yet to determine how to proceed. Resolute in his decision, he lay back on the bed and began fiddling with the smartphone his master had just given him. Although his master had claimed it was a device discarded by his wife, its speed was visibly superior to that of his previous low-end model from the factory, both in terms of booting up and app installation. Fang Mo remembered that this model had been the flagship of a certain brand several years back, costing thousands at the time. Now, in the second-hand market, it would likely fetch around 1,000. He couldn't accept his master's generosity without giving something in return. He would have to search for a second-hand phone himself later. Yet the thought of that additional expense made him wince. Sigh. Fang Mo, this is your own doing. Who told you to be so money-minded and go out to take on part-time work yesterday? If you're going to work part-time, fine, but why did you have to play the hero? This is surely the price for being both broke and inexperienced while wanting to be a savior. Shaking his head, Fang Mo logged into the messaging app he had just installed, and as soon as it loaded, a flurry of messages erupted on his screen, leaving him momentarily flustered. Most of the messages were from his master, mistress, and several close colleagues, inquiring about his whereabouts. Fang Mo replied to them one by one, engaging in brief exchanges with his colleagues. There were also notifications from the delivery service reminding him to secure his vehicle and battery, warning that failure to do so would result in a deduction from his deposit. Upon reading this message, Fang Mo felt a twitch in his eyelids. The previous day, prior to his heroic endeavor, he had parked his car by the roadside without locking it, and he was uncertain whether the police had towed it away. His younger sister, Fang Yuan, had also sent him a message, sharing a cheeky image of a grinning minion last night, and later this afternoon around 6, inquired if he was still at work. After contemplating for a moment, Fang Mo decided to voice call Fang Yuan, and the call connected instantly. Hello, brother. Have you finished work? At the sound of his sister's familiar voice through the microphone, Fang Mo felt as though he had regained a sense of anchorage in his life, and the unease within him seemed to dissipate significantly. Yes, I've been quite busy these past few days. I haven't had the chance to check my phone. Fang Mo spoke with his eyes wide open, fabricating a lie. He had no intention of divulging the events of the past 2 days to Fang Yuan, reasoning that it would only serve to increase her worries without any substantial purpose. It's always good news, never bad, was his consistent strategy when conversing with her. Humph, I see you're out on dates with a girlfriend, aren't you? Should I expect to meet a sister-in-law next time you come home? Fang Mo could easily envision the playful smirk on his little sister's face as she teased him, knowing she was reminding him not to focus solely on work, but also to take proper rest and perhaps consider finding a girlfriend and contemplating the larger matters of life. In the past, Fang Mo would have brushed off such comments. However, today he found himself at a loss for words regarding the matter. The thought of saying, "Let's talk about this after you graduate from university," felt almost impossible to utter. His silence, however, led Fang Yuan to misconstrue the situation, and soon her excited squeals erupted through the microphone. "Brother, no way. You can't be serious. Have you really found a girlfriend? Send a photo." "Send a photo." Fang Mo broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly denying, "Don't be ridiculous. There's truly nothing to report." After a moment of skepticism, Fang Yuan probed a few more times, and upon realizing Fang Mo's steadfast denial, she finally succumbed to disappointment. How boring. I thought we would have another person at home." "Brother, why aren't you paying any attention to yourself?" Fang Mo paused for a moment before replying with a smile. "Enough of this idle chatter. Did you visit Grandpa yesterday? How is he doing?" Fang Mo had been working away, while Fang Yuan was set to graduate next month, and she had already begun attending classes over the past 2 weeks. Grandpa had to be placed in a nursing home in Yuqing, where staff members were hired to take care of him, and Fang Yuan would visit him regularly. Grandpa has been quite spirited lately. Though his memory is deteriorating, he often forgets things from the past. He even confuses me with you. Calling Memo heir, Fang Mo felt a lump in his throat as guilt washed over him, making him acutely aware of his perceived inadequacies. If only he were more capable of earning more money, perhaps he could procure better medications for Grandpa and ensure he received treatment at a superior hospital. If he could do that, then Grandpa wouldn't be losing memories of his family. Fang Mo clenched his fists tightly, digging his nails into his palms in an attempt to convert physical pain into emotional relief. Sensing the sudden heaviness of the atmosphere, Fang Yuan quickly shifted the conversation to happier topics, excitedly sharing amusing anecdotes from school, boasting about her high scores on recent tests, and even sending Fang Mo a photo of Grandpa taken a few days prior. As Fang Mo gazed at the smile on Grandpa's face in the photograph, his mood gradually lifted, and recalling his sister's earlier comments, he felt a playful urge to tease her. Yuan, do you really want a sister-in-law that much?" If only. Before Fang Mo could finish his sentence, Fang Yuan interrupted him with a complaint. "It's mainly because you're all alone out there. No one is looking after you, and you're probably skimping on meals to save money. If you had a girlfriend, she could keep an eye on you." After a pause, a series of mischievous giggles erupted from her end. "So, technically, you could find a boyfriend too, as long as he treats you well and you like him. He, brother, you might actually be quite suited to date a guy. A cute little creature like you really shouldn't miss out on a tall, handsome fellow." Fang Mo was left completely speechless, aware that his sister was indulging in whimsical fantasies. How many romantic novels had she devoured without his knowledge? Had she become so infatuated as to push her own brother into the proverbial fire? But then again, he pondered, had he been born without that anomaly? If he were a normal girl, then perhaps dating a man and marrying would indeed be a conventional path for him. The mere thought of holding hands with a male sent shivers down his spine. While Fang Mo respected the diversity of human experiences, he could not accept the idea of dating, marrying, or having children with a man at this moment. "Stop right there. The very thought makes me want to vomit." I won't talk to you anymore, brother. I still have 2 sets of exercises left to complete. You should rest early too. You have work tomorrow. Finish quickly and go to bed. Be careful of myocarditis." Fang Mo advised. "What on earth? I know. I'm hanging up now. Bei mua." After hanging up, Fang Mo felt a significant lift in his spirits. He sat in silence for a while, gradually coming to understand the underlying sentiments in Fang Yuan's words. Even though he, as her brother, possessed an experience that diverged from the majority, Fang Yuan, as his family, would only wish him well. Upon realizing this, it was as if a floodgate had opened, and he suddenly felt enlightened. After being diagnosed with pseudohermaphroditism yesterday, Fang Mo's initial panic and confusion stemmed from concerns about his family's acceptance, fears of being viewed through a lens of peculiarity, and anxiety about the potential impact on his job. Yet, in hindsight, these worries seemed trivial. His only family consisted of Grandpa and Fang Yuan. Grandpa's condition had deteriorated to the point where he could no longer distinguish between Fang Mo and Fang Yuan. As for Fang Yuan's likely attitude, it was already manifest. Why should Fang Yimou concern himself with the opinions of those outside their family? What did it matter to him how others perceived him? Furthermore, as long as he discreetly addressed his health issues before exhibiting any more pronounced female characteristics, who would ever know about his condition? If he had no intention of revealing it to others, why should he fret over their gazes? Regarding his job, if his master were to dismiss him upon learning of his situation, Fang Yimou felt no grievances would be warranted. His master had already been exceptionally kind to him. Losing his current job wouldn't spell disaster. He could always seek employment elsewhere. Now at the age of 21, he was no longer the child who had trouble finding work due to his youthful appearance. Moreover, the worst-case scenario was merely conjecture on Fang Yimou's part. His master opposed women working in automotive repair, but that did not necessarily mean he would summarily dismiss Fang Yimou upon discovering his situation. Indeed, his master might not even be aware of it. As for the emotional struggle to accept his circumstances, upon calming down, Fang Yimou realized this too seemed inconsequential. He had never been in love or developed feelings for anyone. Thus he had no urgent romantic partner to consider. Marriage and procreation had always been abstract concepts to him, mere tasks that must be accomplished at a certain stage in life. It was often said that the costs of marriage were exorbitant. Housing, vehicles, and finances were all essential, and raising children was a daunting prospect. If he were not a man on a DNA level, could he not opt out of marriage and fatherhood? Would that not be a more liberating choice? He could devote his time and resources to caring for Grandpa and nurturing his sister. After Fang Yuan settled down and after Grandpa had passed, he could finally pursue his own desires. With this clarity, Fang Yimou felt an immense lightness wash over him. If to validate Fang Yimou's thoughts, his master, Zhao Wu, sent a timely message accompanied by several chat screenshots. Fang Yimou stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity. Doubting his own eyes, and after confirming he was not mistaken, he leaped from the hospital bed in sheer exhilaration. Chapter 6. Very important person. I spoke with the boss a couple of days ago. Your performance over the years has been commendable, and you're ready to graduate. Starting next month, your salary will increase by 50% from its original base. I initially planned for a 30% raise. But the boss, impressed by your bravery in saving lives, generously added an additional 20%. Remember to find HR to sign a new contract once you're discharged. Fang Yimou reread the message on his phone, his excitement refusing to subside. A salary increase. His master had no intention of casting him aside. He jubilantly bounced around the hospital room, rolling on the bed and feeling as giddy as a child, repeatedly reading the message that had transformed his anxiety into elation. Once his earlier panic had dissipated, and he processed the roller coaster of emotions that had just unfolded, he intended to research the potential treatments he might require and their costs before bed. However, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and despite his efforts to stay awake, he inadvertently drifted off to sleep. This slumber was deep and devoid of nightmares, with the only discomfort stemming from his face having been struck by his phone too many times. Fang Yimou's impeccable biological clock came into play, as he awoke precisely at his usual rising hour, just past 7. After lying in bed for half a minute, gathering his thoughts, he felt invigorated and rose to freshen up. After washing his face, he took a moment to admire his reflection in the mirror. Due to his overwhelming busyness, Fang Yimou had not taken a good look in the mirror for quite some time. Consequently, when he brushed aside his hair, which had grown long enough to obscure his vision, and scrutinized the reflection staring back at him, he found himself somewhat disoriented, as though the visage in the mirror was that of a stranger. Compared to 3 years ago when he first arrived in Huatian, he had become considerably darker and more mature. Yet the area around his chin and lips remained inexplicably smooth, devoid of even the slightest hint of stubble, which rendered him rather lacking in masculinity. Well, it seemed he had finally grasped the reason behind his prolonged inability to grow facial hair. Fang Yimou lifted his arm and performed a makeshift bicep curl. Observing the slightly bulging yet hardly noticeable muscle of his bicep, assessing his physique with a mixture of disappointment and flickering hope. Such a figure on a woman would undoubtedly be described as delicate and slender, evoking envy, yet on a man, it could only be deemed weak and fragile. If he were to undergo treatment, not only might his beard finally sprout, but he could also gradually build up some muscle. Fang Yimou mused as he pinched his chin. After a voice call with his sister Fang Yu on the previous night, he felt an invigorating clarity coursing through him, as if he were walking with newfound lightness. Just as he returned to his hospital room, pondering where to have breakfast, the door creaked open gently. A petite nurse tiptoed into the room, and upon seeing Fang Yimou already awake and seated by the bed, she politely greeted him with a "Good morning, Mr. Fang," before proceeding to the window to draw back the curtains. As the curtains parted, sunlight flooded the room, instantly illuminating it and dispelling the gloom brought by the overcast weather. Fang Yimou stared in astonishment. He had not closely observed the room yesterday, but now he realized that the decor of his hospital room exuded a subtle luxury, complete with a leather sectional sofa, an oversized television embedded in the wall, and exquisitely framed paintings. The overall design was minimalist yet far from shabby, with all items exuding a sense of quality. Were it not for the 4-drip track on the ceiling and the medical equipment by his bedside, one could easily mistake it for a 5-star hotel suite. Gazing out the window revealed not towering buildings or bustling streets, but a verdant landscape of trees and shade, accompanied by a shimmering lake that sparkled under the morning light. Overcome by a sense of tranquility, Fang Yimou impulsively stood and pushed open the window. The summer morning breeze wafted in, carrying the fresh scents of plants and earth, refreshing his spirit. For a moment, he felt as though he were not in a hospital, but rather residing in a lavish hotel room. His mentor had indicated that he would need to stay hospitalized for approximately 2 weeks due to his myocarditis. And if cost were not a concern, such a splendid environment could easily accommodate him for 2 months. However, upon contemplating the expenses, Fang Yimou could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for his finances. "Mr. Fang, breakfast is ready. Would you like to dine now?" The nurse inquired softly from behind him, her polite tone making Fang Yimou feel somewhat uncomfortable. He glanced at her, noting her sky-blue uniform and mask. But unlike the nurse from yesterday, she did not wear a nurse's cap. He thought little of it, focusing instead on the nurse's tone, which carried an air of humility, as if she were addressing someone of far greater status than herself. Being treated in such a manner made Fang Yimou feel exceedingly uneasy. It was as though he were not conversing with a fellow human being. "Please, don't speak to me like that. It feels too peculiar." The nurse glanced at him, hesitating momentarily before bowing slightly. "Understood, Mr. Fang. Would you like to have your meal now? The 4 will commence at 9, and I recommend you eat something to avoid an empty stomach." Although she acknowledged him, her demeanor remained unchanged, still imbued with that same polite humility. Fang Yimou felt resigned but still politely declined. "No, thank you. Just tell me where the hospital cafeteria is, and I will go eat myself." His refusal stemmed from a desire to stretch his legs, but also from the belief that having meals delivered to his room would surely be quite costly. It was far more economical to venture out for some soy milk and fried dough sticks. The decor of the single-occupancy room instilled a sense of financial dread in him. Every little saving counted, especially since he needed to accumulate funds for his treatment. The nurse's expression shifted to one of discomfort as she replied, "Mr. Fang, our VIP ward provides all 3 meals prepared and delivered by professional nutritionists and chefs. There is no open cafeteria in the ward, and I sincerely apologize for that." Fang Yimou's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. He thought to himself how strange it was that this hospital, with its hotel-like decor, did not even have a cafeteria. Just as he was about to inquire whether he could temporarily leave the hospital to have breakfast outside, he suddenly recalled a crucial piece of information from the nurse's earlier statement. "What did you say? VIP ward? What VIP ward?" Fang Yimou stared blankly at the nurse, his mouth agape in confusion. His question left the nurse bewildered, for it was likely that no one had ever inquired about such matters in her experience. After a prolonged pause, she explained, "The VIP ward is a special area established by our hospital to provide high-end medical services and facilities for VIP patients, ensuring a more comfortable and private treatment environment." Fang Yimou buried his head in his hands, his meticulously styled hair from that morning now resembling a chaotic nest. With his limited education, he certainly understood that VIP stood for very important people, and he was well aware of the purpose of a VIP ward. What he genuinely wished to ask was why he had been placed in a VIP room upon arriving at the hospital. His mentor was well off, but not to the extent of frivolously spending money on such luxuries. It was possible that he, like Fang Yimou, was unaware that this was a VIP ward. His intuition hinted that he had unwittingly fallen prey to the hospital's schemes. Just yesterday, he had researched this hospital. While it boasted a top-tier medical team and state-of-the-art facilities, it was a private institution, leading him to concoct a scenario in his mind. Perhaps the hospital had placed him in the VIP ward to extract more money from him. If Fang Yimou remained oblivious to this arrangement, he would inevitably face a staggering medical bill upon discharge. On the other hand, if he became aware, he could simply claim that the hospital had made an error, which would not significantly impact the hospital's finances. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. Society was a treacherous place, and thankfully, he had kept his wits about him. He had yet to realize that his reasoning was riddled with holes, akin to a sieve. Can I request a transfer to a regular ward? I believe there has been some mistake. I do not require VIP services. Fang Yimou stated earnestly, fixing his gaze on the nurse. However, the nurse appeared as though she had just heard something shocking, her expression one of deep dismay, leaving Fang Yimou questioning whether he had misspoken. Mr. Fang, have I not provided adequate service? Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? Fang Yimou felt a pang of compassion, but quickly reminded himself that this was likely the hospital's strategy, even if she looked at him with such an innocent demeanor. He was determined to switch to a regular ward. Yet, he still managed to smile and waved his hand, explaining, "Your service is impeccable, making me feel quite at home, but I genuinely do not need to stay in the VIP ward. Could you please transfer me to a regular ward?" He would need to endure 2 weeks of hospitalization. If he remained in the VIP ward for that duration, his finances would surely be drained. Thus, even if she were to weep on the spot, Fang Yimou was resolute in his decision to relocate to a regular ward. The nurse took a moment to compose herself before politely responding. "Understood, Mr. Fang, but I must apologize as I am merely the caregiver assigned by the hospital. If you truly wish to change wards, I can promptly relay your request to the ward supervisor." The nurse paused briefly, then inquired once more, "But before that, would you like to have breakfast first?" Fang Yimou shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, I'm not hungry. Please go inform your supervisor. There must have been some sort of mistake. I need to be transferred to a regular ward as soon as possible." Seeing Fang Yimou's unwavering determination, the nurse had no choice but to acquiesce. "I will convey your request immediately. Please wait a moment." With that, she offered a slight bow and swiftly exited the room, closing the door gently behind her. Fang Yimou remained seated on his bed, gazing out at the scenery while contemplating recording a message, just in case he needed to clarify things later. Promptly, he retrieved his phone, opened the recording app, and performed a brief rap, then pressed play to listen to the playback. Thank you, I want Disney. Thank you, I want Disney." Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by its opening. The individual entering the room halted mid-step upon hearing the rap. Fang Yimou's face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly turned off the audio. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a white coat and glasses, accompanied by the young nurse in blue, whom he assumed was the supervisor she had mentioned. The man approached Fang Yimou with a warm smile, striding confidently toward him, and grasped his hand enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Mr. Fang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." Fang Yimou found himself in a state of bewilderment. He was not a person of great renown, so what was there to be in awe of? Nevertheless, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, he managed to awkwardly muster a smile. "I am Njiahe, the head of the VIP ward. I am a tad older than you, so you may call me old, and I have received feedback from our nursing staff that you wish to transfer to a general ward. Might I inquire which aspect of our service has failed to meet your expectations? We shall rectify it immediately." Fang Yimou repeatedly waved his hands in denial. "Director, you misunderstand. Your service has been impeccable. It is merely that there seems to be a mix-up. I was supposed to be admitted to the general ward." Njiahe paused for a moment, then waved his hand with a smile. "Mr. Fang, we have not made any mistake. Please rest assured and stay here to recuperate." Fang Yimou sighed in resignation. Given the firm stance of the other party, he felt compelled to be candid. To put it plainly, "I cannot afford the fees for the VIP ward. Do you understand, Director In?" Upon finishing, Fang Yimou fixed his gaze on Njiahe, yet the latter's response only deepened Fang Yimou's confusion. "You need not worry about the expenses. All costs incurred during your hospitalization will be billed separately for reimbursement, and you will not need to pay anything out of pocket. Please rest easy." Njiahe waved his hand with conviction, yet a flurry of question marks appeared over Fang Yimou's head. What?" As if he could hear Fang Yimou's silent inquiry, Njiahe smiled and elucidated. "Because you are a VIP, very important person." Chapter 7. Who is my benefactor? Everyone aspires to live as a very important person, yet regrettably, the vast majority of individuals find themselves relegated to the status of very insignificant person. Both the significant and the insignificant are labeled as VIPs, but the implications of VIP differ vastly among them. Fong Imo, well aware of his impoverished circumstances, felt a stark disconnect from the esteemed clientele of this hospital, likely to remain so for the foreseeable future. After all, he rarely even purchased subscriptions to streaming services and lacked the luxury of special effects when commenting on shows. Thus, when the affable director regarded Fong Imo as a VIP guest, professing to seek no recompense, Fong Imo did not feel he had gained any considerable advantage. Rather, he sensed he might have stumbled into a perilous trap, where one misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. His mind conjured various notions of medical fraud, entangling and coalescing into increasingly outlandish and terrifying narratives. For instance, the VIP ward of this hospital boasted a significant allure of privacy, providing a highly confidential treatment environment for patients of considerable standing. Did this imply that when an ordinary person entered such a space, the hospital could discreetly extract one or two of their vital organs, or even facilitate their disappearance, allowing a select few VIPs to thrive in superior health? Fong Imo was quite flustered, to the extent that when the nurse had attempted to find a vein on his hand for the previous night, his anxiety had escalated. He remained agitated throughout the day until he finally comprehended how he had become a VIP of this hospital. Awakening from his midday rest around 2 o'clock, Fong Imo discovered an unfamiliar woman quietly seated by the window. She was not the nurse from that morning. After all, he had firmly rejected the assistance of that particular caretaker, believing his condition did not warrant such specialized attention. Moreover, the attire of the woman before him starkly contrasted with that of the blue-clad nurse from earlier. The woman was clad in a well-tailored black suit jacket, complemented by a matching knee-length pleated skirt that revealed her shapely calves, and she wore light-colored stiletto heels. Her honey-brown hair was simply gathered with a clip, her right leg elegantly crossed over her left. Exuding an air of relaxed sophistication, sunlight streamed through a crack in the drawn curtains, illuminating the fine particles of dust that danced in the beam, and her exquisitely fair profile appeared to be enveloped in a soft glow. She was quietly perusing a document, and Fong Imo marveled at her beauty while racking his brain to recall if he had ever crossed paths with her. Ultimately, he concluded that he did not recognize her at all. Captivated by the watercolor-like warmth of the scene, he could not help but speak up. "This light is rather harsh on the eyes. Perhaps you could draw the curtains open or turn on the lights." With a decisive snap, the woman closed the folder in her hands and turned to face Fong Imo upon meeting his gaze. She seemed momentarily dazed before offering a faintly apologetic smile. "You're awake? Mr. Fong, I hope I haven't disturbed you," she said, setting down the folder and rising to pull the curtains aside. "Adios, a lovely day. Let us enjoy some sunlight." As she moved, the hem of her skirt swayed gracefully, and the heels of her shoes clicked rhythmically against the floor, producing a delightful sound. Fong Imo pondered how she managed to walk without making a sound earlier. Had she perhaps removed her shoes to avoid disturbing him? With this thought, the slight barrier he felt began to dissipate. Beautiful people naturally evoke a sense of closeness, and this lady certainly qualified as a striking beauty, especially one so attentive that her mere presence made him feel acknowledged without her needing to do anything. The sound of her footsteps was crisp and melodious, as the woman gracefully took a seat by the window, and Fong Imo was enveloped by a faint, refreshing fragrance. She regarded him with a hint of curiosity and confusion. Smiling as she introduced herself, "Hello, Mr. Fong. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Well, for me, it's not entirely a first, as I visited yesterday afternoon, but you were still unconscious at that time." Fong Imo nodded and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Jin Yushi," she replied with a smile, producing a business card from her bag and extending it to Fong Imo with both hands. "This is the business card of my boss, Mr. I am his secretary, here to check on you on his behalf." Fong Imo accepted the card with a slight exclamation. Among those he typically encountered, only real estate agents and insurance salespeople had ever handed him business cards. He examined the card. Prominently featured was the name He Chi, accompanied by the title of Executive President. In the upper right corner lay the name of Xian Phone Group, along with a familiar logo. And at the bottom was a phone number. Executive President? He seems to be a high-ranking figure in some company. Xian Phone Group sounds vaguely familiar, Fong Imo mused, but despite racking his brain, he could not recall any specifics and thus abandoned the thought. Instead, he looked up at Jin Yushi, puzzled. Oh, why does your Mr. He want to see me? I don't believe I have any connection with someone of his stature. Jan Yushi appeared taken aback by Fang Mo's response. Her mouth slightly agape before she managed to utter, "You haven't heard of our Mr. He?" Feeling embarrassed, Fang Mo scratched his nose and chuckled. Perhaps your boss is indeed quite well known in the business world. But as you can see, someone like me, burdened by mundane life matters, has little energy to keep up with such affairs. I'm quite certain that I have no ties to your boss. There must be another Fang Mo you're looking for. It's likely just a case of sharing a name. After Fang Mo earnestly explained, Jin Yushi let out a soft, almost resigned laugh, tinged with surprise. She shook her head and replied earnestly, "Indeed, Mr. Fang, you and our boss have had no prior interactions. However, do you recall the traffic accident on Jianji East Road from the night before last?" Fang Mo nodded. He was not one to forget such events easily. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was the girl he had rescued from the car that night somehow related to this Mr. He? You were injured while rescuing a young girl from the car. Do you remember her? The girl he had saved had been bloodied, the rain pouring down heavily, and the night was dark. Yet she had been of a similar height to him, slender and dressed in a fashionable manner. Indeed, she was quite young. Was she your boss's girlfriend? Fang Mo inquired. Jan Yushi shook her head. His daughter? He asked again, but she continued to shake her head before adding, the girl's name is He Xiaoyan. She is Mr. He's younger sister. Oh, I see. Fang Mo's mouth fell open in realization, and he nodded, a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. So, my admission to this VIP ward is due to your boss. Then, Jan Yushi smiled faintly. She neither confirmed nor denied his statement but continued. Miss He is Mr. He's beloved sister and only sibling. Mr. He is utterly exhausted due to her injuries, and with pressing matters at the group. He is currently unable to visit you in person to express his gratitude. I have brought some tokens of comfort on his behalf. Mr. He said he will come to thank you personally once things settle down. As she spoke, Jin Yushi raised her hand to gesture towards the sofa, which was adorned with a basket of fruits and exquisitely wrapped gift boxes, alongside a large bouquet of yellow tulips. There's no need to trouble Mr. He with another visit. I believe anyone in his position would act similarly, Fang Mo remarked, a twinge of guilt stirring within him, for he had almost left the scene without considering the need to save someone. But it was you who came to the rescue, was it not? Fang Mo did not refute this, prompting Jin Yushi to continue. Director and has mentioned your concerns to me. I understand that your intentions in saving lives are not driven by self-interest. Nonetheless, the fact remains that you saved Miss He's life, and Mr. He regards you as a benefactor to his family. He is a man who believes in repaying kindness, which is why he arranged for you to receive treatment here. Please allow our boss the opportunity to express his gratitude and refrain from bringing up the possibility of changing wards, if you would be so kind. Fang Mo rubbed his nose, realizing his desire to switch to a general ward was not particularly noble. It was simply a matter of convenience. However, since Jin Yushi had expressed herself so, he felt reassured. As long as the hospital wasn't planning to extract his kidneys or swindle him out of money. He nodded in agreement, then, recalling the girl from that day, he inquired, the young lady I saved. What was her name? He Xiaoyan. Is she doing well? Upon hearing this, Jin Yushi fell into a brief silence, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, which made Fang Mo realize he may have asked an inappropriate question. Clearly, the girl's condition was not optimistic, and it was even possible. Xiaoyan remains in a coma and is still in the ICU. The doctors say there is a high probability she won't make it, and even if she survives, she may end up in a vegetative state. The atmosphere in the ward grew heavy with sorrow, and Fang Mo felt a surge of regret, wishing he could slap himself for his insensitivity. I'm sorry, he stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. You need not apologize. If it weren't for you, Xiaoyan would not even have had the chance to receive emergency treatment. Jin Yushi replied, as she spoke. Fang Mo caught sight of the bouquet of tulips resting on the sofa. He approached, picked them up to examine, and then brought the flowers to Jin Yushi, extending them towards her. Mr. Fang, what is this? With a look of deep regret, Fang Mo explained, could you please deliver these flowers to Miss He on my behalf? Consider it a humble offering, I hope, for her swift recovery. And please convey to Mr. He that Miss He will surely overcome this adversity. Jan Yushi widened her eyes slightly, gazing intently at him for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. Mr. Fang, has anyone ever told you that you are a remarkably kind-hearted individual? A good person? That doesn't seem to be a compliment these days, Fang Emo replied, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Anyone who could marry you and share their life with you would undoubtedly be very fortunate, Jian Yushi remarked, glancing at the folder beside her and then returning her gaze to Fang Emo's face. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Emo failed to notice the complex emotions in Jian Yushi's eyes, tinged with regret and a touch of sympathy. Chapter 8. So he is the CEO. Jian Yushi lingered in the ward for a while longer. Engaging in conversation with Fang Emo, though it was framed as a chat, it felt more like an interview. Jian Yushi completely directed the conversation, subtly probing into Fang Emo's condition, his myocarditis, work situation, and family background. Fang Emo, in turn, did not ask a single question about her or the boss behind her. His motive for saving lives stemmed purely from a sense of conscience, with no intention of demanding anything in return. Of course, he did not divulge every detail about himself to Jian Yushi, opting to share only inconsequential information. After all, she was not someone he knew well, and maintaining a modicum of caution was only prudent. After a while of casual conversation, Jian Yushi mentioned that she had to attend to matters at the company and could not stay much longer. With a warm smile, she accepted Fang Emo's escort to the door of the ward and extended her hand. Though somewhat unaccustomed to such gestures, Fang Emo shook her small hand before quickly letting go. Jian Yushi's lips curved into a mysterious smile. We shall meet again soon, Mr. Fang. With that, she picked up her bag and the flowers, gracefully striding towards the elevator. Awaiting her nearby was the department head, and Jia, who greeted her with a beaming smile. She nodded slightly at him before disappearing around the corner, accompanied by Director An. Leaning against the doorframe, Fang Emo pondered Jian Yushi's parting words, suddenly sensing an underlying meaning to her remarks. After contemplating for a moment, he chose to dismiss it, as he had more pressing matters at hand. Time passed amidst infusions, medication, and examinations, swiftly bringing the clock to 5 o'clock that afternoon. Once all treatments for the day concluded, Fang Emo submitted a request to temporarily leave the hospital. He called the traffic police department to inquire about his electric scooter left at the scene of the accident. After a flurry of chaotic exchanges, the officer on the line informed him that it was uncertain. Since his vehicle was not involved in the case, it might still be at the scene. He could check for himself, and if it was not there, he could come to the traffic police station the next day. By that time, the department was already about to close. Fang Emo intended to wait until the next day, but then reconsidered. If his scooter had not been towed and was still at the scene, staying another night would only increase the risk of it being stolen. With this thought, he could no longer remain still. He sought out Director N and insisted he needed to step out for a short while, assuring her that he would not be gone long, only needing to confirm the whereabouts of his scooter from the night of the accident. Finally, after repeatedly promising not to engage in any strenuous activity, to be gone for only an hour and a half, and to wear a wristband that monitored his heart and lung functions, Fang Emo was granted permission to leave temporarily. Upon exiting the hospital, he hurried to the subway station. After transferring through 2 or 3 lines, he arrived at the intersection where the accident had occurred. Finding the spot where he had parked, he was relieved to see his scooter still standing by the roadside. Initially, he had parked it on the street, but it appeared someone had moved it to a sidewalk parking space to avoid obstructing traffic. Fang Emo's spirits lifted. Indeed, the universe was fair, and good deeds were rewarded. Had his scooter been stolen because he had saved a life, he would have cursed his misfortune to the heavens. This scooter was rented from Ryder's Home, where they offered a range of vehicles, both new and old. The newer models were equipped with custom smart locks, which would automatically lock when the key was removed. Although this particular scooter appeared somewhat worn, Fang Emo discovered it was one of the newer models with a smart lock. Even though he hadn't T-locked it that day, simply removing the key ensured it was less likely to be stolen. He realized that even if he left it there for a few days, it would probably be safe. With the scooter intact, his worries were alleviated, and Fang Emo felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Humming a tune as he rode. The deposit for this vehicle was 1,000 yuan. Since it was not lost, it was as though he had saved that amount. Remembering the policy of Ryder's Home, that if he rented for another month, the scooter would become his, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Thinking it prudent to ride the scooter back to his residence rather than leave it outside, he inserted the key, checked the battery level, and felt a pang of frustration. The battery was nearly depleted, making it impossible to ride back home. Thus, he set off to find a nearby battery exchange station. As expected, he hadn't traveled far when the battery completely died. With only about 100 meters left to the exchange station, Fang Yimou decided to leave the scooter parked and securely locked by the roadside. Carrying the removed battery with him on foot, after swapping the battery for a fully charged one, he returned to reattach it to the scooter. The battery weighed over 20 kilograms, and the short walk back and forth exhausted him, leaving him breathless and his heart racing. The medical monitoring wristband vibrated sharply, indicating an abnormal heart rate. He had no choice but to sit on the scooter for a moment to rest until the palpitations subsided and the wristband ceased its alarming notifications. Finally, he rode the electric scooter back to his residence. After securely parking the scooter in the community's storage area, Fang Yimou returned to his rented half-basement room to gather some personal items before heading back to the hospital. Upon his return, while passing the nurse's station, he was caught by the nurse, Hong Jia, who had been responsible for his injections and basic checks over the past couple of days. She reprimanded him with fervor, expressing her concern over his premature return to strenuous activity, likening it to playing with his life. Fang Yimou initially considered brushing her off with a casual excuse, but Hong Jia unexpectedly pulled out a tablet to show him the alarm notifications she had received. It turned out the wristband he wore was connected to the network, equipped with a SIM card. When Fang Yimou had been carrying the heavy battery back and forth, causing his heart rate to spike, the wristband had automatically sent an alert to the nurse's station. Fang Yimou, your actions are not just irresponsible to yourself, but also to others. I only agreed to let you go out because I trusted you. If something were to happen while you were out, both Director N and I would be held accountable according to hospital regulations. As Fang Yimou sheepishly offered his apologies, Hong Jia, having grown somewhat familiar with him over the past few days, now wore a serious expression. Fang Yimou gradually sobered, feeling a touch of embarrassment at her words. At that moment, he merely thought of carrying the battery for a short distance, believing that nothing could go amiss. He had not contemplated that, should any misfortune befall him, he would be the first to suffer, and others would inevitably be affected as well. Upon this realization, Fang Yimou felt a wave of shame wash over him. His face flushing as he bowed deeply to Sister Hong, offering a sincere apology, which prompted her to finally relent. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found that his master's wife had been waiting there for a while. She was an ordinary-looking, somewhat plump middle-aged woman, yet she treated Fang Yimou with the same kindness as his master. Upon learning that he had contracted myocarditis and needed to replenish his strength, she had prepared several delicious dishes for him, including a pot of old duck soup. The moment the thermos was opened, steam wafted out. She urged Fang Yimou to have dinner while she tidied up the room. Noticing the pile of fruit baskets and gift boxes brought by Jin Yushi on the sofa, she casually began to sift through them. Auntie, please take these back with you. Many of these appear to be supplements. You and Master should use them to bolster your health. Just leave me a couple of apples. They provide 3 meals here, and I don't need all this. She fiddled with the gift boxes. She soon clicked her tongue in surprise. Who brought all this? Xiaomo? The packaging looks quite expensive. Thus, Fang Yimou recounted in detail the visit from Jin Yushi that afternoon. When he mentioned that Jin Yushi's boss was the executive president of a company called the Xian Phone Group, named He Qi, his master's wife was immediately taken aback. You mean the person you saved is the sister of someone named He Qi? Fang Yimou, while chewing on his food, looked at her in confusion and nodded. Yes, that's what Secretary Jin said. His master's wife gasped in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. What's the matter, Annie? Let me tell you, Xiaomo, this Mr. He is quite remarkable. His Xian Phone Group was even featured on the news recently. Previously preoccupied with thoughts of the electric bike, Fang Yimou found himself intrigued by her revelation. He promptly opened a search engine. Eating while investigating the Xian Phone Group and HeChi.as, he scanned the extensive range of businesses under Xian Phone Group, from real estate to hotels, from automobile manufacturing to electronic chips, and from shipbuilding to aerospace. He involuntarily set down his chopsticks. This Xian Phone Group truly so expansive? Upon discovering the company's valuation, Fang Yimou was left utterly astounded. The staggering number of zeros made his head spin. The latest news about the company was precisely what his master's wife had just mentioned. Their semiconductor division had developed a lithography machine with completely independent intellectual property rights using a 2 nanometers process, which made headlines on the primetime news. Fang Yimou certainly understood the significance of that, and he let out an exclamation of surprise. He also pulled out the business card given to him by Jin Yushi. verifying the details, and finally recognized where the inexplicable familiarity he felt when seeing the Xian phone group and their logo had originated. This group was indeed a colossal entity, and as the executive president of this enterprise, He Chi naturally had his own Wikipedia entry. Nationally recognized as an outstanding young entrepreneur, a billionaire, the current head of Xian Phone Group, the country's top eligible bachelor, and a paragon of high-quality masculinity. An array of glittering titles dazzled Fang Yimou, leaving him dizzy. Thus, the girl he had saved just days prior turned out to be the sister of such a prominent figure. Fang Yimou felt a bit overwhelmed. Initially, he had assumed that Xian Phone Group was merely a medium-sized company, completely unaware that it was such a behemoth, and that Secretary Jean's boss was a top-tier entrepreneur of such caliber. So, he was indeed a domineering figure. Chapter 9. The domineering figure invites surprise aside. Fang Yimou was indeed shocked for a while. That night, lying in his hospital bed, he continued to search for information on the Xian Phone Group and executive president He Chi. However, this sense of incredulity did not last long. After a night's sleep, he awoke with a tranquil mind, pondering what relevance such a wealthy individual could possibly have in his life. As days passed, this incident gradually faded from Fang Yimou's thoughts. Secretary Jean did not visit again for several days, only inquiring after him twice over the phone, while her illustrious boss, the outstanding young entrepreneur, had yet to make an appearance. It was reasonable to think. For someone of such high status, merely allowing their secretary to visit and check on a minor figure like him was already a significant courtesy. In the following days, Fang Yimou's life settled into a remarkably regular and peaceful rhythm. During the day, he underwent treatment and examinations. When the sun was shining, he would venture outside to stroll in the hospital's gardens, and in the evenings, he would sit by the lake, enjoying the breeze and feeding the mosquitoes. His master or master's wife would make time to visit him daily. Respecting Fang Yimou's wishes, his master's wife refrained from bringing meals, occasionally preparing soup or bringing him his favorite egg pancakes instead. Colleagues from the repair shop also came to visit. During their chats, they often inquired about his heroic act of saving a life. Aside from that one visit from Secretary Jean, neither the girl he saved nor her family had appeared at all. When this topic arose, Fang Yimou's colleagues expressed their discontent, believing it was rather ungrateful of them. Surely they should have come to visit him in person. Fang Yimou had shared with his master and mistress about Secretary Jian, He Chi, and the girl named He Zhaoyan, but he had not mentioned it to his colleagues. He told them that the girl he saved seemed to have sustained severe injuries and was unable to visit. As for her family, perhaps they were simply too preoccupied to consider such matters, thus he felt there was no reason to blame them. Furthermore, all his medical expenses during his hospital stay were covered by the other party, and the luxurious gifts brought by Secretary Jean were valued in the thousands. Fang Yimou had set aside some for his master and mistress and sent the rest back to Fang Yuan. Such generous reciprocation equated to more than half a year's worth of his salary. Fang Yimou already felt undeserving of such kindness, and thus had no grounds for complaint. Hearing him speak this way, his colleagues ceased their inquiries. By the time Fang Yimou had spent a week in the hospital, he began to feel restless. He believed his health had returned to normal, even when engaging in vigorous activities. He no longer experienced any palpitations. His master had advised him to rest for a while, and he was eager to take this opportunity to visit his grandfather and younger sister Fang Yuan. After all he had been through, he missed them dearly. However, the attending physician did not approve Fang Yimou's request for discharge, stating that he had not yet fully recovered and should remain in the hospital for at least another week. Lacking medical knowledge, Fang Yimou noticed the doctor's serious expression and, despite his desire to return home, did not press the issue further. Each day, he would request to go outside, returning to his residence to clean, do laundry, and tend to his plants before heading back to the hospital. On the 10th day, Secretary Jean visited again while Fang Yimou was sitting on a bench by the lake, enjoying the breeze. It had rained the previous day, and the temperature was mild, with fluffy white clouds scattered across the sky. The afternoon sun shone brightly, complemented by the refreshing breeze from the lake, creating an exceedingly pleasant atmosphere. Such weather in summer was a rarity, making it impossible not to take a stroll. Mr. Fang, I hope you are well. Jin Yushi greeted him, and before he could respond, she sat down beside him. Unlike her previous visit in dark attire, today she wore a cream-colored business suit, yet still radiated beauty that captivated the eye. Fang Yimou was quite surprised by her return. He had assumed her earlier remark about seeing him again was merely a polite formality, never expecting her to actually come back. "Long time no see, Secretary Jean," he greeted politely, instinctively lowering his crossed leg and straightening his posture. Although Jin Yushi's smile remained as enchanting as before, knowing her connection to such a high-ranking individual instilled a subconscious sense of distance in Fang Mo, making him less relaxed than during their previous encounter. Sensing his unexpected tension, Secretary Jean regarded him with curiosity for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing over her features before she chuckled softly. "Mr. Fang, you seem a bit anxious." "In truth, Mr. He is quite easygoing and I am merely an ordinary office worker. There's no need for you to feel so restrained. Let us just interact as we did during our first meeting." With a gentle gaze, Secretary Jean looked at Fang Mo, and seeing her warm smile, he managed a slight grin, relaxing his body a bit as he bashfully remarked, "I never imagined I would have the chance to intersect with someone of your stature and Mr. He-S in my lifetime." Secretary Jean laughed and waved her hand repeatedly. "Mr. He is indeed a significant figure, but I am just a secretary." Suddenly recalling the information he had found online, Fang Mo couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "I recently came across a saying online, mentioning that Mr. He Chi, the head of Xian Phone Group." Him. As he began to speak, Fang Mo hesitated, uncertain whether his question might come off as impolite. Noticing his hesitation, Jin Yushi smiled reassuringly, "Feel free to ask." Observing her attentive demeanor, Fang Mo set aside his misgivings and boldly inquired, "I heard that those familiar with Mr. He have given him a nickname, calling him the tyrant of Xian Phone Group. I find it difficult to imagine that a person who is easygoing could also be a tyrant." Jin Yushi perhaps did not anticipate that Fang Mo, with his serious demeanor, would pose such a gossipy question. Taken aback for a moment, she could not help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was particularly infectious, which likely explained why she effortlessly eased Fang Mo's tension. Rumors, after all, tend to be somewhat exaggerated. Mr. He indeed maintained a strict and nearly harsh approach to work, and his personality was rather unique. However, in his personal life, he treated those around him with relative kindness. Nonetheless, whatever I say merely reflects my personal opinion. The true nature of Mr. He can only be discerned through your own experiences with him. As Fang Mo pondered this, Jin Yushi composed herself and earnestly extended an invitation. "Mr. Fang, Mr. He has something important to discuss with you tonight. It pertains to Miss He." Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Oh? A meeting at this time? And concerning Miss He, the young woman I rescued from the car that day?" He recalled that during their last encounter, Jin Yushi mentioned she was still in critical condition. Could it be that the young lady had awakened? Or perhaps, Fang Mo softly inquired, "May I ask about Miss He's current condition?" "She has just passed the critical period, but her situation remains precarious. Her bodily functions have stabilized temporarily, and her vital signs are becoming more stable. However, due to severe brain trauma, she remains in a comatose state. The doctors have indicated that this state of unconsciousness may persist for a considerable time, possibly indefinitely. They are currently engaged in further observation and diagnosis, exploring various treatment options, but the prognosis is quite grim. Mr. He is very grateful for your intervention in saving Miss He, but he is also deeply concerned about her condition. He wishes to speak with you in person and would be immensely appreciative if you could make the trip." Upon hearing this, Fang Mo fell silent, instinctively inclined to decline. Firstly, he felt that the relationship between them was profoundly unequal, and maintaining such a social dynamic had always drained him. Merely sitting in silence would be excruciating. Secondly, he did not believe he could offer any substantial assistance regarding He Xiaoyan's ongoing treatment. He feared that his presence would be futile, wasting both their time. Finally, Mr. He had already compensated him generously, and he did not expect anything further from him. If Mr. He merely wished to express his gratitude, Fang Mo felt it was unnecessary. Just as he prepared to refuse, the thought of his grandfather struck him, stirring something within. When his grandfather was diagnosed with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, he had been utterly devastated at that time. He was still in middle school, and looking back, he recalled feeling both sorrowful and fearful. Although Mr. He was a person of considerable stature, anyone facing such a family crisis likely shared a common emotional experience. He had to manage company affairs, grieve for his sister's injuries, and comfort his family. Perhaps he was seeking someone to talk to, a way to alleviate his inner turmoil. Would it not be too cruel to refuse him? With this realization, Fang Mo found the words of rejection caught in his throat. After grappling with his thoughts for a while, he finally resolved, "Since Mr. He wishes to talk, I shall make the trip. Mr. He must be feeling quite low at the moment, and if a conversation could lift his spirits even slightly, perhaps it would be a small way for him to help. Seeing Fang Yimou wrestle with his decision, Jin Yushi's expression grew complex, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, she softly remarked, Fang Yimou, you could have refused. You always consider what might be best for others without contemplating whether it is truly in your own best interest. This is not a sustainable way to live. Fang Yimou was taken aback by her insight, as if she could see through to his thoughts. However, having made his decision, he smiled at Jin Yushi and replied, You flatter me, I simply think it's just a short trip. A little outing could be refreshing. Jin Yushi hesitated to respond but eventually nodded, Very well. I'll come to pick you up this evening. Chapter 10. A man should be like this with matters to attend to? Jin Yushi departed for the time being. After undergoing a checkup, Fang Yimou returned to his rented accommodation in the afternoon. His residence was a semi-basement room, modest in size and lacking in natural light. But it boasted a private bathroom, and most importantly, the rent was only around 800 yuan a month. Although Fang Mo worked in automotive repair, dealing with gasoline and oil daily, he kept his room impeccably clean and free of any unpleasant odors. However, due to poor ventilation, it could feel a bit stuffy after prolonged stays. When his master first visited, he was surprised by the neatness of the room, initially assuming that Fang Yimou had a girlfriend who had tidied up for him. After learning that Fang Yimou had organized everything himself, he expressed his amazement. Upon returning home, Fang Yimou first watered the few pots of flowers he had planted. All were daisies, a flower he had grown fond of after watching a classic romance film of the same name. He had purchased seeds online and tried his hand at gardening, ultimately succeeding in nurturing a few pots, which he placed on the high windowsill. Though the semi-basement lacked light, the window still allowed enough sun for the flowers to thrive. After watering the flowers and washing his hands, he opened his wardrobe to sift through his clothes. He was to meet Mr. He that evening, a man of distinction, and he wanted to ensure he dressed appropriately to avoid appearing disrespectful. The wardrobe was small, yet Fang Mo's clothes were neatly folded within. After searching for a while, he quickly found an almost brand new outfit, a patterned white t-shirt and a pair of black pencil pants. After confirming there were no stains or loose threads, he changed into them. He then checked his reflection in the bathroom mirror, tidying his hair, which made him look considerably more presentable. Yet, the more he looked, the more dissatisfaction crept in. His hair was a bit long, his large eyes and delicate features blended into a youthful, somewhat feminine appearance. Moreover, since learning about his health issues, he felt increasingly self-conscious about his chest, which seemed more pronounced. Feeling anxious, he hurried back to the wardrobe and pulled out a looser t-shirt, satisfied when the contours of his chest appeared less noticeable. Just wait a bit longer. Once I've saved enough money, I can seek treatment, he reassured himself. Regaining his composure, Fang Yimou returned to the windowsill to check on his daisies. He selected the healthiest pot, carefully trimmed away the wilted leaves, dusted the petals with a spray bottle, and meticulously packed it into a paper bag. He intended to gift this pot of flowers to the unfortunate young woman named He Xiaoyan, thereby conveying his hopes for her swift recovery. Although he had previously sent a bouquet of tulips with Jin Yushi when she visited her, he felt compelled to offer something himself. He considered other gifts, but ultimately decided against them, given the disparity in their social standings and his own financial limitations. Whatever he offered would likely be deemed insignificant. Better to present something he had personally nurtured. Shortly thereafter, Fang Yimou called his master to explain Jin Yushi's invitation and inform him that he would not be at the hospital that evening, advising them not to visit. His master offered a few curt words of caution before hanging up. After completing these tasks, Fang Yimou plugged in his phone to charge. While waiting for it to power up, he lay on his bed and messaged Fang Yuan to inquire about her and their grandfather's recent conditions. Fang Yuan did not reply, and it suddenly dawned on him that today was not the weekend. Classes were in session for the graduating class during the summer break, so it was unlikely she would respond. Consequently, he shifted his focus to the nursing home staff, asking about his grandfather's well-being. The staff promptly sent a video, reassuring him not to worry. Seeing his grandfather in good spirits through the video eased Fang Mo's concerns. Once his phone was fully charged, he unplugged it and tucked it into his pocket, along with the flower bag, before heading out for dinner. Arriving at the hospital just in time for the evening meal, he found shrimp and ribs on the menu. However, after only a few bites, Jin Yushi arrived to pick him up. Regretfully, he set down his chopsticks, grabbed the flower bag, and followed her down to the parking garage, where a waiting Mercedes awaited. The car exited the garage and turned onto the expressway, navigating several bends before merging onto the ring road for about 10 minutes, eventually joining the highway leading to the suburbs. The bustling urban landscape quickly receded, giving way to sparser buildings with increasing greenery, nurseries, and farmland. Initially, Jin Yushi engaged Fang Yimou in conversation as she drove, but it seemed her driving skills were not yet fully developed, causing her to focus intently on the road as the journey progressed. Fang Yimou refrained from distracting her, instead cradling the pot of flowers and resting his head against the car window while glancing at his phone and occasionally admiring the scenery outside. Yet regardless of what he did, he found it impossible to concentrate fully, his heart filled with unease. The car sped along the highway for nearly half an hour before exiting at a toll station with only 5 or 6 booths. Observing the desolate scenery outside, Fang Yimou mused that they had likely left the territory of Huading, his curiosity growing about their destination. At the same time, he couldn't help but internally criticize the extravagance of the wealthy. It was merely a meeting after all, such a simple affair, yet they had ventured so far. Was it really necessary? With a mind full of questions, the car continued for over half an hour until it finally stopped before a towering black iron gate several meters high. A sign hung on the gate, reading Private Residence, Unauthorized Entry Prohibited, Beware of Dogs, Do Not Climb Over. Staring at the imposing gate, Fang Yimou couldn't help but express his astonishment. Jin Yushi flashed the high beams and honked the horn a few times, causing the grand iron gate to slowly swing open. Upon seeing what lay beyond, Fang Yimou found it somewhat amusing that he had been awestruck by a mere door. As the gate opened, it revealed a cobblestone path wide enough for 4 cars to travel side by side. Flanking the path were neatly trimmed shrubs, vibrant flower beds, and various sculptural fountains. The car drove about 10 meters along the cobblestones and entered a parking lot marked with a dozen parking spaces. Adjacent to the lot stood a 3-story building, with security personnel patrolling the area. Each of them was clad in black suits, their imposing physiques making Fang Yimou certain that any one of them could easily overpower him. This must be the private country villa of that prominent businessman. Though the villa's grounds might appear slightly less grand than others, its classic European style was strikingly coherent, the building elegant yet stately. Even the streetlights along the path exuded an air of sophistication, revealing the 3 characters of tasteful when viewed horizontally and immensely wealthy when viewed vertically, coalescing in Fang Yimou's mind into the phrase wealth beyond measure. In comparison, he couldn't help but feel that the aesthetic sense of that notorious local tyrant, who had spent over 100 million on an illegal mansion, was rather lacking. This was what a luxurious residence should look like. With a sigh, Fang Yimou snapped his jaw shut, thinking to himself, a man should aspire to such heights. We've arrived, Jin Yushi announced as she parked the car and turned to Fang Yimou in the back seat, apologetically saying, I truly feel embarrassed to have brought you such a distance. You must be hungry. Let me take you to eat something first. Fang Yimou nodded blankly, following Jin Yushi out of the car. Holding the bouquet of flowers beside her, he occasionally glanced at himself, then at the surroundings, feeling as though he had tumbled down a rabbit hole into a wonderland. Everything appeared so surreal, and he felt utterly out of place. A sense of self-consciousness washed over him, rendering him awkward and stiff, even his gait appearing somewhat rigid. Thus, Jin Yushi led him through the courtyard and around to the front of the 3-story building. Where they entered, they traversed one door after another, finally arriving at a room furnished with a grand dining table, unmistakably the dining room. A foreign woman dressed as a maid hurried over to greet Jin Yushi, who immediately engaged her in fluent English. Fang Yimou, unable to comprehend the conversation, could nevertheless sense her confidence and poise through her tone, gestures, and demeanor. This sparked a flicker of admiration within him, intensifying his feelings of inadequacy. While Jin Yushi spoke, the foreign maid nodded attentively, until Jin Yushi concluded with, You understand? The maid replied, Yes, madam, before hastily departing. Watching her leave, Jin Yushi turned to Fang Yimou and invited him to sit at the grand dining table. Please wait a moment. Dinner is being prepared and will be served shortly. After you finish, I will take you to meet Miss He and Mr. He. Fang Yimou nodded, though he felt perplexed. Was Missy here? Wasn't she supposed to be recovering from her emotional turmoil in the hospital? Before he could voice his curiosity, Jin Yushi's expression shifted. Gently pressing on Fang Yimou's shoulder, she spoke in a calm yet formal tone. Fang Yimou, my boss can be a bit unpredictable at times. Remember, if he makes any seemingly reasonable requests that leave you feeling uncomfortable, you are free to refuse. A large question mark appeared above Fang Mo's head. A tyrant who demands strict adherence in the workplace but is approachable in personal life, yet occasionally loses his composure. Surely, this was not an exemplary young entrepreneur, but rather a potential case of mental instability. Rest assured, your boss can acquire anything he desires. With his wealth, nothing is beyond his reach. Moreover, someone like me likely holds little interest for him, Jin Yushi assured him. Noticing Jin Yushi's hesitance, Fang Mo inquired, "Do you have your own matters to attend to? Please, go ahead. I can wait here." Jin Yushi paused for a moment, then smiled. "All right, I'll go speak with my boss. Please wait here." With that, she hurried out of the room. Left alone, Fang Mo gradually relaxed. This was his first time experiencing such an expansive private dining room in reality. The long dining table was a source of wonder for him, prompting him to rise and explore the room. Feeling like a fool in the eyes of others, his expression betraying a naive innocence. While he played with a silver candlestick, a dull knock echoed through the air, followed by the door being pulled open. The foreign maid re-entered, pushing a dining cart laden with several large plates, each covered with a silver dome. She bowed slightly to Fang Mo and spoke in a rapid stream of unintelligible words. After a moment of confusion, he discerned her question. Was he ready to dine? "Oh, yes, yes," he eagerly replied, nodding vigorously as he returned the candlestick to its place and found a seat at the table. The maid pushed the cart closer, lifting the domes to reveal steaming dishes before him, announcing each one as if reading from a menu. There was steak, a rich soup of indeterminate origin, a fillet of fish, mashed potatoes, pastries, and a small bowl of ice cream. Fang Mo recalled a television drama about a Western restaurant where dishes were served one by one, and indeed, the spread before him was a feast of Western cuisine, all delivered at once. It appeared the host was quite unconventional, he mused, and he wasted no time in picking up the knife and fork, mimicking what he had seen on television as he began to slice into the steak. "Do you need some wine, ma'am?" Perhaps realizing Fang Mo was struggling to keep up with her pace, the foreign maid inquired in a notably slow manner. Initially, he did not comprehend what wine meant, but upon seeing her gesture towards a bottle of red wine nestled in an ice bucket beneath the cart, he quickly shook his head up. No, thank you, but I can't. That I only drink, He struggled to articulate that he did not drink alcohol. Only soft drinks, but the English term eluded him. After a moment of hesitation, a light bulb went off in his head, and he continued in his somewhat regressed, elementary-level English. "Coca-Cola. Yes, I only drink Coca-Cola." The foreign maid's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she said something before leaving. A short while later, she returned with a bottle of Coke, pouring it into a wine glass and placing it before him. So she thought he wanted Coca-Cola? Fang Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, but to ease the awkwardness, he raised the glass and took a sip, adding, "Oh, yes, I like Coca-Cola. It's good to drink." "Thank you. It's my pleasure, ma'am," she smiled in response, and Fang Mo finally understood. "You're welcome, sir." His face flushed with heat as he awkwardly chuckled, quickly lowering his head to focus on his meal, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. After he had eaten his fill, the maid cleared away the dishes and then invited him into a lounge furnished with bookshelves, sofas, and a television, pouring him a cup of hot tea before saying something and departing. Although he did not comprehend her words, he understood that she was asking him to wait there. Holding the teacup, Fang Mo strolled slowly around the room, digesting. Outside, darkness had fallen, and glancing at the wall clock. He wondered if he would make it back to the hospital tonight. Thus, Fang Mo waited for about 10 minutes, during which he received a voice message from Fang Yuan. Primarily, she received several packages today, which were naturally sent by Fang Mo a few days ago. Fang Mo briefly explained the situation before hastily ending the call. Having seen Jin Yushi's reflection in the window, she had already appeared at the door. "Fang Mo, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to take you to meet Mr. He." Fang Mo quickly nodded, setting down his cup and picking up the pot of flowers he had brought, following Jin Yushi out of the lounge. Although the building had only 3 stories, it was equipped with an elevator. Once inside, Fang Mo realized why. From the outside, it appeared to have 3 floors, but underground? There were also 3 levels, totaling 6. What puzzled Fang Mo even more was that Jin Yushi did not press any buttons for the floors. Instead, after the elevator doors closed, she swiped a card, pressed the door open button a few times, followed by the close button. Just as Fang Yimou was contemplating her actions, the elevator began to descend. Noticing Fang Mo's rising tension, Jin Yushi gently patted his arm, softly explaining, "We are heading to level -4, which does not have a corresponding button. The secrecy of this place is due to certain matters that Mr. He prefers to keep from too many people. Do not overthink it." As they spoke, the elevator came to a halt. When the doors opened, they were greeted by a spacious corridor, faintly scented with disinfectant, adorned with comforting wallpaper, and bustling with medical staff, evoking in Fang Yimou a sense of having returned to a hospital. Fang Yimou suddenly recalled Jin Yushi mentioning that they would soon meet Miss He, and it dawned on him. This was a hospital relocated for her sake. Fang Yimou was increasingly astonished. They had actually constructed a hospital beneath their villa. Moreover, judging by the number of medical personnel passing by and the floor plans hanging on the walls, it was quite expansive. This must have cost an exorbitant sum, indeed befitting a top-tier billionaire. The phrase wealth beyond measure was hardly an exaggeration. Fang Yimou was left speechless, reflecting on his modest monthly salary, feeling an unexpected sense of discomfort. How do these wealthy individuals amass their fortunes? The stark contrast was almost unbearable. Just a moment ago, he had admired the villa, thinking it befitting of a true gentleman. Yet now such thoughts seemed utterly unfounded. Some things simply cannot be attained through mere effort. As Fang Yimou pondered these thoughts, he followed Jin Yushi to a door, just as it swung open from the inside. A group of middle-aged individuals clad in white coats hurriedly exited, their silence palpable, as if fleeing, creating an atmosphere of indescribable tension. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing tables, smashing chairs, and scattered documents erupted from within the room. Every day they prattle on about a medical revolution, yet they can't even handle a brain injury. Utterly useless. Collaborating with this rabble on biological sciences is a farce. The room echoed with furious exclamations. The explosive outburst struck Fang Yimou like a thunderclap, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back. A tyrant. There was no more fitting term to describe him. Observing Fang Mo's reaction, Jin Yushi offered a wry smile, yet still spoke soothingly. The treatment team has considered many methods, but Miss He has shown no signs of awakening, and Mr. He is understandably upset. However, you are a distinguished guest. He will not treat you in that manner. Rest assured. Fang Yimou suddenly sensed an ominous premonition. This visit was undoubtedly a poor decision. From the earlier outburst, his instincts warned him that Mr. He was precisely the type he most despised encountering. In a daze, he recalled Jin Yushi's words earlier in the day, suggesting he could refuse. Was she subtly cautioning him against coming, yet unable to say so outright due to the task assigned by her boss? Sighing inwardly, Fang Yimou lamented, "Fang Yimou, you truly are hopelessly naive." As Fang Yimou indulged in his self-pity, Jin Yushi had already knocked on the door. "Come in," a muffled voice beckoned from within. Upon hearing this, Jin Yushi opened the door, leading Fang Yimou inside. The office was surprisingly spacious, furnished with desks, chairs, bookshelves, a projector, and a whiteboard, yet it was in disarray, papers strewn across the floor. A tall man sat languidly at the desk, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, with shoes polished to a shine. The top 2 buttons of his collar were undone, and his sleeves were rolled up, exuding an air of exhaustion and despondency. In his hands, he held a picture frame, his features obscured by shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. As Fang Yimou observed the imposing figure, an involuntary sense of trepidation welled within him, yet the longer he looked, the more he felt an overwhelming sadness emanating from the man, stirring a sense of sympathy within him. Mr. Fang Yimou has arrived," Jin Yushi announced calmly. After what felt like an eternity, the man slowly lifted his head, revealing a chiseled, masculine face reminiscent of the Spanish football star Ariel González from over a decade ago, handsome in a rugged way. Fang Yimou had seen this face while researching He-Chi online. Yet the man before him, unkempt and weary, was nearly unrecognizable. Upon seeing Jin Yushi and Fang Yimou, the man paused momentarily, setting down the picture frame and approaching them. He stood before Fang Yimou, scrutinizing him from above, casting a shadow that made Fang Yimou acutely aware of the man's towering height. The aura he exuded compelled Fang Yimou to instinctively retreat, yet he steeled himself to maintain eye contact. "Fang Yimou, this is merely a brother of one person standing before another. Do not show any signs of weakness, he reassured himself. Gathering his courage, Fang Yimou forced a stiff smile. Good day, Mr. He. I am Fang Yimou. The man, however, remained silent, appraising Fang Yimou from head to toe, even circling around him, making Fang Yimou feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Yet, as he observed Fang Yimou, the weariness in his bloodshot eyes began to diminish, gradually igniting a spark of interest. After a prolonged silence, he finally stood before Fang Yimou again, extending his hand with a smile. Hello? Fang Yimou, I am He Qi. I greatly appreciate your efforts in saving Zhao Yin and for coming here. Confronted with He Qi's suddenly warm demeanor and the outstretched hand, Fang Mo felt momentarily bewildered. Could it be that this man was merely strict with his employees in the workplace? Chapter 12. Such striking similarities? As Fang Yimou stared at the large hand before him, he hesitated briefly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. After a moment, he inhaled deeply, nervously wiping his palm on his trousers before slowly extending his hand. Hello, Mr. He, it is an honor to meet you. Yes, I know, He Qi replied, grasping Fang Mo's hand. Fang Yimou was taken aback by his response, while Jin Yushi beside him covered her forehead in disbelief. That moment, Fang Yimou found himself at a loss for words, yet the tension in his heart dissipated significantly due to He Qi's seemingly boastful declaration. Could there truly be someone so unabashedly lacking in humility? Shouldn't he have offered some modesty, such as downplaying his own contributions? However, considering the man's status and wealth, it seemed he was merely stating a fact, which was not problematic. Mr. He, you truly have a sense of humor. Fang Yimou remarked awkwardly. Mr. He, Fang Yimou has brought a gift for Miss He. Jin Yushi interjected at an opportune moment. Fang Yimou felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly withdrawing his hand. He opened the paper bag and retrieved a potted daisy. Having taken great care in wrapping it earlier in the day and ensuring it remained unharmed during his journey, he was relieved to find the leaves lush and vibrant, the flowers charming and unblemished. After checking it once more to confirm its pristine condition, he carefully presented the pot of flowers to He Qi, saying, Mr. He, I do not possess anything of significant value. But this pot of daisies is something I cultivated myself. Its symbolism is beautiful, and I wish to gift it to Miss He, hoping for her swift recovery. He anxiously awaited the response. He Qi gazed down at the flowers in Fang Mo's hands, yet did not immediately take them. As time passed, Fang Yimou began to feel increasingly awkward, his hands frozen in the air, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Was his gift too mundane for Mr. He's taste? He lamented that it would have been better to arrive empty-handed. Then He Qi's next words made Fang Mo's face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Oh, thank you. However, Zhao Yin prefers camellias. At this moment, unable to bear the tension any longer, Jin Yushi stepped forward, snatching the potted plant from Fang Mo's hands, shooting He Qi a glare, and stating, Mr. He, Zhao Yin also enjoys daisies, and her room could use some floral decoration. This pot is just perfect. Fang Yimou looked gratefully at Jin Yushi, who had come to his rescue. Meanwhile, He Qi's expression darkened. No one knows Zhao Yin better than I do. She clearly prefers camellias. Jin Yushi responded with a smile. No girl would dislike daisies, not even Zhao Yin. Yet, within their exchange lay an unmistakable undertone of barely concealed animosity. He Qi raised his hands in exasperation, choosing not to pursue the argument further, and instead turned to Fang Yimou, saying, Honestly, I have no preference regarding what you send. I can buy anything. At this, Fang Yimou began to doubt whether this person was simply incapable of holding a conversation or was deliberately targeting him. Anger bubbled within him. Had he been summoned just to be humiliated? But then he reconsidered. After all, this was a billionaire businessman, and perhaps he had inadvertently offended him. Yet throughout their exchange, he had scarcely uttered more than 2 sentences. Could it truly be that he had transgressed by stepping into the room with his left foot? Meanwhile, He Qi seemed unfazed by Fang Mo's shifting expressions and continued. However, the sentiment behind it is significant. Fang Yimou, I wish to repay you properly, not only for this but also for your previous act of saving my sister. Moreover, I have a matter that requires your assistance. I was uncertain before, but upon seeing you, I am now completely convinced that you are the only one who can help. Fang Yimou forced a smile, bemused. If you require something, just let me know. As long as I can assist, I will not refuse. As for any notion of repayment, please, Your continued kindness in communicating with me is more than sufficient. He swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Calm down, Fong Imo. You cannot allow yourself to mirror the carefree manner of a wealthy tycoon. Remember, your circumstances are far less privileged. Curiosity crept in. What could this matter be that only he could resolve? He waved a hand dismissively. Hold off on your refusal for now. First, let me take you to see Zhao Yin. Once you meet her, everything will become clear. Rest assured, I have ample resources and will ensure you are well compensated. With that, He led Fong Imo out of the office, with Jin Yushi silently trailing behind. As they walked, He began to recount his family background. There are 5 of us in my family: myself, my sister, my father, my mother, and my grandfather. My father is He Hongjun, and my mother is Su Xiaoyun. Fong Imo nodded, recalling that while researching he had also come across information about his parents. Both were well-known, respected figures in the business world, though Su Xiaoyun had faded from the scene over a decade ago for reasons unknown, devoting herself instead to philanthropy, particularly in the realm of children's welfare. The new Peak Group, which He now helmed, was the very enterprise they had built together. As for my grandfather, well, he's not particularly noteworthy. You'll meet him eventually. There are also some distant relatives, but they are inconsequential, mere vultures eager to tear away at your flesh. Mr. He, is that appropriate to say to a stranger? Fong Imo chuckled awkwardly. Pretending not to hear, he had come to understand that this He likely bore him no ill will. He simply possessed a forthrightness common among the wealthy, yet in the workplace, such candor might be deemed navet. My grandfather is aging and not in good health. He cannot handle stress. My mother has a heart condition and is expected to undergo surgery in late September. With Zhao Yin's current situation, our family is already strained. As they spoke, the trio arrived outside a room guarded by 2 imposing men in suits. Through the large tempered glass door, a specialized ICU room became visible, furnished with a hospital bed and an array of medical devices connected to a frail girl lying motionless. Hello, Mr. He, the suited men greeted, nodding at Jin Yushi before their expressions shifted to surprise upon seeing Fong Imo. He acknowledged them with a grunt and gestured, prompting one man to swiftly produce a card and swipe it through the access panel. With a beep, the glass door slid open, and a nurse clad in a blue disposable gown quickly approached. Mr. He, how is my sister? Miss He's vital signs are stable, the nurse replied, but she remains unresponsive. I see. Thank you. Please step outside. We need to discuss some matters. With a furrowed brow, He waved the nurse away and walked directly to the bedside. All right, Mr. He, she acquiesced and promptly exited the room. Standing by the bed, He gently caressed the girl's forehead and beckoned Fong Imo and Jin Yushi over. Fong Imo hesitated, glancing at the pristine room and his own shoes, but seeing He motioning, he hurriedly approached. Standing beside He, Fong Imo gazed down at Zhao Yin, who lay still on the bed. Once a vibrant girl adorned in fashionable attire, she now lay with her eyes shut. Her once lustrous hair shorn, revealing a scalp dotted with electrodes. During their last encounter, obscured by darkness and rain, Fong Imo had not truly seen her face. Now, upon shifting his gaze to hers, a wave of shock washed over him. As her features mirrored his in that moment, Fong Imo felt a disorienting sense of déjà vu. It was as if he were gazing into a mirror, and the girl before him was a reflection of himself. Was it possible that he still lay in a state of unconsciousness? Were the events of the past few days merely a dream, or worse, had he crossed into the realm of the deceased? The figures of Zhao Yin, and Jin Yushi loomed like phantoms from a distant reality. He grasped Fong Imo's shoulder with a grip that threatened to shatter bone. The pain jolting Fong Imo back to clarity, he stared helplessly at the girl on the bed and then at He, opening his mouth yet finding no words. Goodness, how can it be that 2 complete strangers could resemble each other so closely? Oblivious to Fong Imo's astonishment, He tightened his hold and spoke earnestly. My sister is in this condition. Fong Imo, you must help me. You are the only one who can. Chapter 13. Please become my sister while watching television dramas. Fong Imo had often pondered the notion of 2 individuals with no blood relation yet bearing identical appearances. If such an encounter were to occur, what would it feel like? As the reality of his situation sank in, his initial astonishment began to fade, replaced by a sense of predestined fate. Perhaps it had been fate that summoned the torrential rain that day, the very same fate that led to his accident. and ultimately allowed him to save this girl, who was his mirror image. In a way, I saved myself? He Yin. The name resonated with him. Perhaps due to their shared appearance, he found it profoundly beautiful. You must awaken, for I wish for you to see that we are alike, and I long to witness your surprise and bewilderment reflected in your eyes. Fang Yimou thought to himself, his gaze fixed on He Qi. Though his mind wandered far beyond, Mr. He, what did you just say? He Qi promptly reiterated his previous request. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yimou nodded vigorously. How may I assist you? At that moment, He Qi's phone vibrated insistently in his pocket. One moment, he exclaimed, retrieving the device, only to grimace upon seeing the caller ID. It's my mother. She's likely inquiring about Zhao Yin again. Jane Yushi, please handle this. Jane Yushi accepted the phone, her expression equally pained, and nodded as she pressed the answer button, swiftly exiting the room while speaking into the receiver. Hello, Aunt Sue. The glass door slid shut, isolating Jane Yushi's voice from the room. He Qi patted Fang Mo's shoulder, his demeanor serious. The matter I need your help with is quite straightforward. I require you to impersonate my sister. Fang Yimou blinked in bewilderment, and as realization dawned that he had heard correctly, he became even more perplexed. What do you mean? People are born of their parents. Even if I wished to, I could not possibly do that. Simple, you say? This is far from simple. He Qi waved a dismissive hand. What I mean is, I need you to act as Zhao Yin, attend school, date, and spend time with my family. Do you comprehend? Fang Yimou was momentarily speechless, yet as he gazed at the girl lying motionless in her hospital bed, staring at the face that was uncannily like his own, he began to consider the feasibility of He Qi's proposal. But why must it be this way? He couldn't help but ask, given her current state. You will eventually have to inform your family. Why go through this charade? It seems my earlier explanations were wasted on you. He Qi rolled his eyes. Think critically. If you don't, you will be mired in mediocrity for a lifetime. He did not agree with He Qi's last remark. Is repairing cars truly that simple? It requires intellect, does it not? Moreover, what is wrong with spending a lifetime repairing vehicles? It is certainly preferable to delivering takeout for eternity. Fang Yimou felt a twinge of awkwardness as He Qi had casually mentioned numerous family matters, including his grandfather's poor health, his mother's heart condition requiring surgery next month, and a group of despicable relatives that resembled a pack of wolves. He had not pondered why He Qi chose to share such personal details, assuming the other was merely engaging in idle chatter. However, Fang Yimou was not foolish. He quickly grasped the underlying reason behind He Qi's words. Was his own concern that MSU in the elderly he might be unable to withstand the emotional blow upon discovering the truth about Miss He? He Qi nodded and remarked, the intelligence you are currently exhibiting barely qualifies you to be a low-level business manager. Fang Mo. This person could elevate one's blood pressure with mere words. How did he manage to avoid being throttled by his partners at work? Thus, Fang Mo, I require a year from you. I need you to impersonate my sister, He Zhaoyan, for the upcoming year. Fang Yimou responded, if, within the next year, Missy awakens, it would merely feel like a brief nap for her, and for your family? It would be as if nothing ever transpired. Even informing them would not pose an issue. He Qi nodded in approval. As for a year from now, my mother's condition would have stabilized. If my sister has yet to awaken by then, informing them would not inflict as severe a blow, at least not one that would lead to immediate demise. Revealing the truth now could potentially jeopardize my mother's health. Fang Yimou contemplated this. Indeed, He Qi's reasoning seemed a rather feasible plan to protect his family. However, this well-intentioned deception relied heavily on two foundations: financial capability and a face identical to He Zhaoyan's. Lacking either would render the plan impossible. Observing Fang Yimou nodding thoughtfully, He Qi smiled. I shall not request your assistance for free. I offer you 500,000. No, 1,000,000. Fang Yimou hastily waved his hands, apologetically stating, Mr. He, if you only require me to impersonate her for a few days, that is manageable. However, for a year, it is out of the question. He Qi looked perplexed. Oh? Why is that? Is the compensation insufficient? Very well, that I shall provide you with 2,000,000 net of taxes. Fang Yimou interrupted him. This is not a matter of money. Taking on the role of Miss He in school and in romantic pursuits is beyond my capacity. I am a man, and you want me to act as her substitute? It is nearly impossible to avoid detection. He-Chi stared intently at Fang Emo, puzzled. You are a man? I thought you were a woman? Have you not considered addressing your physical condition? He-Chi's blandly delivered remark detonated in Fang Emo's ears like a bomb, leaving him utterly bewildered. Fang Emo felt a surge of confusion. How could he know such details when he had disclosed them to no one? The secret he wished to conceal forever was casually mentioned by this stranger, leaving him feeling an unprecedented humiliation. He felt akin to the emperor in new clothes. Standing before He-Chi, exposed and oblivious to the scrutiny in that moment, Fang Emo wished for death. He stared blankly at He-Chi and stammered. How do you know this? He-Chi chuckled dismissively. The hospital where you reside is invested by Xinfeng. The examination report of my benefactor landed on my desk. I assented that quite natural. Ah, but such matters are trivial. The issues mentioned earlier would cease to exist should you undergo surgery. He-Chi waved his hand. Continuing, yes, you must have the operation. Only then can you live normally, significantly reducing the risk of exposure. Even if your identity is revealed, there will be no harmful rumors regarding my sister, although such matters can be silenced with money. His words pierced Fang Mo's heart like a dagger. Observing the self-absorbed man before him, Fang Mo suddenly felt a chill, his anger igniting into a conflagration that threatened to consume his reason. He realized he had lost all patience and wished to strike He-Chi's relatively handsome face with a solid punch. Yet, he restrained this impulse and coldly declared, First, I will not undergo surgery. This is my own concern. Second, I do not perceive my current life as abnormal. I am doing quite well. Third, I am a man, and I cannot serve as Miss He's substitute. I suggest you seek someone more suitable. With that, he turned to leave, only to be seized by He-Chi's grip on his arm. What is the matter? We were having a perfectly fine conversation. Fang Emo found it absurd. Were we truly conversing well? Are you inherently incapable of reading the room, or is your vision impaired? He gestured to his face, where his anger was now unmistakable. You must still think the money is inadequate. Thus, I shall offer you 5,000,000, and I will cover the surgery expenses. All your expenditures for the year will be on me. Go ask around and see who would pass up 5 million for a mere piece of flesh. Fang Emo merely regarded He-Chi coldly, realizing this was the man's misguided way of extending his hospitality. He struggled to free himself from He-Chi's grasp, but the latter's grip was like iron, rendering Fang Emo unable to escape, which stung his pride. Let go. Fang Emo glared at He-Chi's perplexed expression, growling in anger. He-Chi, still bewildered, seemed to ponder how the atmosphere had suddenly turned hostile. Yet he did not ease his grip. You set the terms. If 5 million is insufficient, you may ask for more. This foolish creature still believed the issue was merely financial. Fang Emo took a deep breath. Sneering, Mr. He, you are wealthy. I shan't mention 5,000,000. Let me ask you this. If someone offered you 5 billion to become a woman, would you accept? Under Fang Mo's icy gaze, He-Chi actually contemplated the question before shaking his head. I would not. 5 billion is too little. It would require at least 500 billion. Fang Mo's expression froze. Did this man truly believe that nothing was beyond the realm of commerce? If 5 billion would not suffice, then simply raise the price? Fang Emo trembled with rage, feeling as though he were trying to explain to a sloth why it could not accelerate, or to a grandfather who watched the same show repeatedly why a Uzi was divine. His efforts felt utterly ludicrous. He endeavored to calm himself and replied coolly, Mr. He, I now understand that in your eyes, everything is for sale. However, my dignity is not a commodity. Perhaps you would be willing to trade your manhood for 500 billion. But I cannot. He-Chi regarded Fang Emo as if he were a simpleton, incredulous. Why are you so immature? What additional dignity does a man possess over a woman? In this society, which man does not live like a dog? Except for someone like me? Your DNA dictates your identity. You believe that by altering your voice, you can redefine your gender. Fang Emo instinctively touched his throat, feeling a tightening sensation and mounting frustration. Frustration at being exposed. I cannot fathom why you would choose to be a man when you could simply embrace being a woman. You possess such favorable conditions. Undergo the surgery, and you could find someone to marry and lead a normal life. As He-Chi spoke, Fang Emo could no longer contain himself. He had no desire to endure any further of He-Chi's nonsensical drivel, regardless of whether the man was among the world's elite wealthy. "I curse you," he shouted, his voice rising in pitch, the sound resonating melodiously. A stark contrast to his previous tone, now unmistakably that of a woman. Upon hearing this outburst, He-Chi gazed at Fang Mo in disbelief, surprise and delight flickering in his eyes. However, Fang Mo was oblivious to his reaction. He opened his mouth and bit down fiercely on the hand that held his arm. Chapter 14. A shocking turn of events until Fang Mo tasted the salty, metallic fluid flowing into his mouth. He finally heard He-Chi's muffled groan of pain, and the grip on his arm slackened. Fang Mo released his bite, stepping back several paces to create distance. Wiping the blood from his lips with an agitated hand, glaring at the towering man before him. Like a small cat puffing up in defiance against a large dog, He-Chi stared at Fang Mo, still astonished by the unexpected pitch of Fang Mo's voice. After a moment of stunned silence, He-Chi grimaced, looking at his bleeding hand and gasped. "You actually bit me," Fang Mo rubbed his throat. And when he spoke again, his voice had reverted to a lower, more masculine tone. "Mr. He, we have indeed met today. Though the encounter was far from pleasant, I appreciate your hospitality. I cannot assist you. But with your wealth, you will undoubtedly find someone more fitting. I hope you will no longer disturb me. Let this be our last encounter." With that, he turned and swiftly made his way out of the ward. "Hey, you will regret this. You will definitely come looking for me. You have my business card. Call me when you've figured things out," He-Chi shouted from behind. "I tell you, unless you break free from your self-imposed limitations and abandon your so-called pride, you'll spend your life repairing cars. Regret? If I were to regret it, I would take your surname." Fang Mo coldly scoffed internally, not wishing to utter a single word in response, and strode out of the ward. Outside, Fang Mo collided with Jin Yushi, who had just finished a phone call. Upon seeing Fang Mo's grim expression and the blood at the corner of his mouth as he emerged from the ward, she hurried over, her voice gentle with concern. "Fang Mo, what happened? Are you all right?" The sight of Jin Yushi's tender face instantly eased Fang Mo's tension, yet he recalled how he had just acted like a rabid dog, viciously biting her boss, and hesitated. "No, I'm fine." Jin Yushi's brows shot up in alarm as she took a deep breath, a flicker of anger in her eyes. "You refused his demands, and he struck you?" Fang Mo nodded slightly, then shook his head, a nonverbal response. "Secretary Jin, I wish to return home," he stated. "It's nearly 10 o'clock. It would be late to go back now. Why not stay here for the night and leave tomorrow instead?" Jin Yushi glanced at her watch, speaking soothingly. "Rest assured, with me here, no one will harm you." Fang Mo vigorously shook his head. He merely wished to leave this place, this luxurious mansion, which felt like a den of demons, offering him no sense of security. "If it is too inconvenient for you, just tell me where I can catch a ride, and I will return on my own." Jin Yushi hesitated briefly but then nodded. "All right. I will escort you home. However, let me first tend to your wound." As she spoke, she naturally took Fang Mo's hand, leading him toward the elevator. The warmth and softness of her touch momentarily stunned Fang Mo, but he quickly regained his composure, hastily pulling his hand away. Jin Yushi paused, then seemed to realize something, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry." Fang Mo tucked his hand behind his back, shaking his head. "I am uninjured. There's no need for treatment, but the blood on your lips." Jin Yushi pointed at the corner of Fang Mo's mouth, a look of confusion on her face. Fang Mo raised his hand to wipe his mouth, noticing the blood stain, and felt his face flush with embarrassment. Earlier, Mr. He grabbed me and wouldn't he let me leave. He was too strong for me to break free in a moment of excitement. I bit him. I apologize for my impulsiveness." Jin Yushi couldn't help but laugh. "If you ask me, that was not impulsive at all. You did well to bite him." Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback. "But he is your boss." Jin Yushi scoffed coldly. "Even if he is my boss, he is not infallible." With a smile, she added, "Come, let me take you to the restroom. Rinse your mouth and wash your face. Lest you catch a virus." "A virus?" Fang Mo queried, puzzled. Jin Yushi replied earnestly, "The silly virus that." She burst into laughter, prompting Fang Mo to chuckle in return. Indeed, while that man might be handsome and exude masculinity, he was, in many respects, simply a fool. How unfortunate to waste such a face and a well-off background, Fang Mo mused. Jin Yushi led Fang Mo back to the first floor of the villa. found a restroom, and after he rinsed his mouth and washed his face, they hurriedly got into Secretary Jin's car. Throughout the journey, Jian Yushi did not inquire about what transpired between Fang Yimou and He Qi. Instead, she took the initiative to apologize. "I'm sorry, Fang Yimou, I shouldn't have answered that call at that moment. I knew what kind of person he was and still let you be alone with him." Her tone reflected a deep sense of guilt. Fang Yimou merely shook his head, and after a moment, he quietly asked a question that had been lingering in his mind since getting into the car. "Secretary Jin, you are aware of my physical condition, aren't you? After all, you are Mr. He's secretary. He knows about me, so you must know too." Jian Yushi, gripping the steering wheel, fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. "I'm sorry, Fang Yimou, I didn't anticipate that leaving for just a little while would lead to this. Aunt Sue is a wonderful person. I truly could not refuse his requests. I never intended to harm you." "There is no need for you to apologize," Fang Yimou sighed, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "In truth, from a pragmatic standpoint, Mr. He is right. Even if I were to be a man, I am not a true man, incapable of having a family or children." Jian Yushi turned to glance at Fang Yimou in the passenger seat, speaking earnestly. "Fang Yimou, in my eyes as a man, you surpass the vast majority of men in this world, including He Qi. Thank you, Secretary Jin, for consistently upholding what little dignity I possess." The two shared a silence as the car came to a stop in front of the inpatient department around 11 o'clock. Fang Yimou got out of the car, and through the open window, he bid farewell to Jian Yushi. "Thank you today, Secretary Jin. I expect to be discharged in the next couple of days, and it is likely we won't have the chance to meet again. I wish you success in your future endeavors." "Fang Yimou, please wait a moment," Jian Yushi said, rummaging through her bag for a business card holder and a pen. She took out a card, crossed out the name in the middle, and wrote her own name and a series of phone numbers on the back. Jian Yushi handed the card to Fang Yimou, smiling. "This is my personal number. You can reach me via WeChat with this number as well. If you need anything, don't hesitate to contact me. From now on, just call me Yushi. I'm a few years older than you, so you can also call me Xiao Yu Jiadatha." Jian Yushi shot Fang Yimou a playful glare, leaned halfway out of the window, and pressed the card into Fang Yimou's hand before retracting back into the car. "I like you. From now on, we are friends." As she said this, Jian Yushi winked at Fang Yimou, adding that they would stay in touch. With that, Jian Yushi waved goodbye to the still-standing Fang Yimou, then started the car. Watching the taillights fade into the distance, Fang Yimou glanced at the card in his hand. Originally, it belonged to He Qi, but his name had been crossed out by Jian Yushi, who had also drawn a silly little figure beside the crossed-out name. The previously blank back now bore her name and phone number, accompanied by a playful smiley face sticking out its tongue. Fang Yimou chuckled at the whimsical smiley, feeling a sudden lift in his spirits, which had been thoroughly dampened by He Qi's earlier antics. Let He Qi go to hell. It was none of his business what kind of person Fang Yimou wanted to be, whether he wished to be a man or a woman. Reflecting on the fact that he had bitten that infamous big boss, drawing blood in the process, Fang Yimou suddenly felt a twinge of fear. Would he retaliate? Given his wealth? Yet, considering that the man had let him go without taking any action, he felt perhaps he was overthinking it. Fang Yimou shook his head, stowed Jian Yushi's card away, and turned toward the lobby of the inpatient building. Just as he stood waiting for the elevator, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently, the urgent ring cutting through the air. Fang Yimou pulled out his phone, his brow furrowing in confusion. Was it the nursing home calling? Why would they contact him so late? An uneasy feeling crept into his heart as he pressed the answer button. "Hello, this is Fang Yimou. Fang Yimou, can you come to XXXX hospital right now? Your grandfather has had an accident. An accident involving his grandfather? Wasn't he fine just this afternoon?" Fang Yimou felt as if struck by lightning. Upon regaining his senses, he turned and sprinted out of the inpatient building. Chapter 15. The midnight return. Fang Yimou returned to his rented accommodation in the dead of night, but lingered only briefly, hastily packing a few articles of clothing into his backpack before departing once more. Upon exiting the community, he didn't even take the time to call for a ride, but instead hailed a taxi on the street. "Driver, to Tingdong International Airport." As soon as he got in, he urgently informed the driver, "I'm in a hurry. Please drive faster." After leaving the hospital, Fang Yimou remained in constant communication with the nursing home, learning about his grandfather's condition from them. Late at night, the night shift staff at the nursing home discovered his grandfather lying in the stairwell, bloodied and seemingly having fallen down the stairs. The staff was taken aback and immediately called an ambulance to rush the elderly man to the hospital. The hospital reported that several ribs were broken, the scapula fractured, and most concerningly, there were signs of a head injury with potential internal bleeding. He was currently in a critical condition, and it was uncertain whether he would pull through. Upon hearing this news, Fang Amo felt as if his heart was being wrenched apart, and simultaneously, he was at a loss for what to do. Once he calmed himself, the first thought that crossed his mind was that he needed to return to his hometown immediately, to be by his grandfather's side. Concerns about how to save money on the journey or whether his own health had fully recovered paled in comparison. The driver, assessing Fang Mo's urgent demeanor, flipped the vacant light off and, speaking in a thick Beijing accent, said, "All right then, just watch." Before he could finish speaking, he deftly shifted gears and pressed the accelerator, causing the car to lurch forward with a loud screech. Akin to a rocket taking off, however, Fang Amo was oblivious to these details. Instead, he focused intently on his phone, searching for flight tickets. There was indeed a train that could take him directly from Huading to his hometown of Yuqing at midnight. Yet it was an old-fashioned green train, making numerous stops and taking nearly 2 days to reach its destination. Under normal circumstances, Fang Amo would have unhesitatingly opted for the cheapest ticket on the green train. But at this moment, he was in desperate need of time. Fortunately, fate smiled upon him, as there was still a flight departing in 2 hours that had tickets available. Although the flight was to Ganqing, a city adjacent to Yuqing, there were night buses from Ganqing's airport to the city center of Yuqing. If necessary, he could also take a taxi, which would only take an hour or two. At this point, monetary concerns faded into the background. All that mattered was his urgent desire to return home. After purchasing his ticket, he received a message from the nursing home through WeChat, detailing the situation along with 3 video clips. Eagerly, Fang Amo opened the videos, which were all captured from a fixed camera, showing low-resolution black and white night vision footage evidently recorded by the nursing home's surveillance system. The first video depicted his grandfather's room, showing the elderly man, who had been sleeping soundly, stirring awake. Perhaps due to an urgent need, he slowly sat up, donned his clothing, and sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, calling out towards the camera multiple times, yet receiving no response. Subsequently, he used his cane to rise unsteadily and exited the room. As Fang Amo finished watching, his expression darkened significantly. Below the camera positioned in his grandfather's room was a bed, designated for the caregiver. Given his grandfather's unique circumstances, Fang Amo had paid extra for one-on-one attentive care, meaning that even at night, the caregiver was supposed to be available to respond at all times. Yet, in the video, despite his grandfather's repeated calls, there was no reaction from the caregiver who shared the room. Fang Amo's hands trembled with rage, yet he forced himself to click on the second video. This clip showcased the corridor of the nursing home, capturing the elderly man as he stepped out of his room, scanned the hallway, and then, seemingly in a daze, ambled toward the restroom. After 6 or 7 minutes, he reappeared from the restroom. However, the subsequent footage tightened Fang Mo's heart, compelling him to cover his mouth in shock. His grandfather stood at the restroom door, lost and bewildered, as if he had suddenly forgotten where he was. He glanced left and right, growing increasingly agitated, and after a moment of pacing, he began to walk slowly towards the camera. The microphone captured his voice. "This isn't my home. This isn't my home. How did I end up here? I want to go home. Yuan. Hearing his grandfather's desperate calls, Fang Amo felt a sharp pain in his heart, tears streaming down his face like pearls rolling off a broken string. His grandfather's Alzheimer's disease would occasionally flare up, and sometimes, even in Fang Amo's presence, he would fail to recognize him. Clearly, his grandfather had once again forgotten that he lived in a nursing home. The elderly man continued to pace anxiously in the corridor, eventually pushing open the emergency exit door and pausing briefly at the stairs before slowly making his way down. The third video was brief, showing the stairwell. Upon entering the stairwell, the elderly man attempted to descend the stairs, murmuring about wanting to go home while calling out for Fang Amo and his sister's names. However, after only 2 steps, he lost his footing and tumbled down the stairs, striking his head against the ground with a heavy thud. Initially, he let out a pained groan, but soon, all sound ceased. Moments later, a night patrol staff member from the nursing home appeared in the frame, and the video concluded as Fang Amo reached the end of the footage, his heart shattered. He raised his hand to cover his face, tears gushing forth uncontrollably, A sharp pain gripped his chest, as if a hand were tearing him apart from within. This elderly man who had fallen was not a stranger seen on the news, but his own grandfather, the one who had devoted his life to raising him and his sister. Years ago, when he was still too young to remember, their entire family perished in a devastating earthquake, leaving only him, his sister Fang Yuan, and their grandfather as survivors. After the earthquake, with no job to sustain him, their grandfather opened a community clinic, treating minor ailments while single-handedly raising the two children. The struggle of an elderly man caring for two young ones was immense, yet despite their challenging circumstances, their grandfather had ensured that they never felt deprived before his illness took hold. Reflecting on the countless memories from his childhood and witnessing the elderly man in the video, Fang Mo's heart ached even more, engulfed by guilt for his perceived unfilial behavior. Gradually, his silent tears transformed into soft sobs. A man may not easily shed tears, but only because he has yet to encounter true sorrow. From the rearview mirror, the driver noticed Fang Mo crying and, with an air of familiarity, began to offer comfort. Mistakenly perceiving Fang Mo as a young girl, "Hey, lass, what's the matter? Why are you crying? If something's bothering you, feel free to share with the driver." He rummaged through the glove compartment and handed a pack of tissues to Fang Mo in the back seat. Fang Mo accepted the tissues, wiped his tears, and muttered a soft thanks. However, he had no inclination to engage in idle chatter at that moment. He didn't even feel like correcting the driver's misidentification. Under normal circumstances, he would have clearly stated that he was a male. With a choked voice, Fang Mo addressed the driver, "I'm so sorry, but there's been an incident with my family, and I need to rush back to handle things. I truly can't chat right now. I apologize for the trouble." "All right, no problem, lass, if you don't want to talk, that's perfectly fine," the driver replied, as he accelerated the taxi noticeably faster. Fang Mo leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, allowing himself a brief moment of solitude. Once his emotions settled somewhat, he began contemplating the tasks that awaited him upon his return home. He opened his phone's notes app and began jotting down all the important matters that came to mind. After his bout of crying, his mind became unexpectedly clear. His health, work-related issues, his grandfather's treatment, the delineation of responsibilities with the nursing home, ensuring that his sister's education remained unaffected, and so forth. Each thought meticulously categorized in his notes. By the time he had organized his thoughts, the taxi, under the driver's skilled maneuvering, sped along the expressway and airport ring road, arriving at the airport in no time. After settling the fare, Fang Mo grabbed his bag and, before the car had even come to a complete stop, urgently opened the door. Just as he was about to close the door, the driver turned to him and called out, "Lass, remember, no mountain is insurmountable. Your family will be just fine." Fang Mo attempted to muster a smile, but the furrowed brow reflected an inescapable sorrow. "Thank you," he replied as he shut the door, hoisted his bag onto his shoulder, and hurried towards the entrance of the departure hall. Chapter 16. Misfortune seeks out the destined. Though it was his first time flying, the process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Checking in, passing through security, and boarding occurred without a hitch as the aircraft soared from the runway. The initial sensation of strong thrust followed by a series of jolts made Fang Mo tense up involuntarily. He gripped the armrests tightly, relaxing only once the plane reached cruising altitude and leveled out. Given that it was a night flight, the cabin was dimly lit with soft yellow lights. Despite his overwhelming concern for his grandfather's condition, Fang Mo succumbed to slumber, albeit in a half-awake state, plagued by the incessant buzzing in his ears, the occasional turbulence, and the distant roar of the engines that prevented him from truly sleeping. Yet, even in this state, he found himself ensnared in a nightmare. He dreamt of his grandfather being wheeled into the emergency room, of doctors and nurses emerging silently to inform him, "We did our best. Please accept our condolences." He dreamed of his sister cradling their grandfather's lifeless body, weeping until she fainted, and he dreamt of his grandfather's spirit joining their departed relatives, with the figures of his long-lost parents and grandmother standing behind him, casting reproachful glances without uttering a single word. Fang Mo could not discern whether he was dreaming or awake, trapped in a struggle from which he could not escape. It was only when a sharp pain pierced his abdomen that he was jolted back to reality, where he found a flight attendant crouched beside him, concern etched on her face. "Excuse me, are you feeling unwell?" she inquired gently. Fang Mo pressed a hand against his stomach, stifling the pain as he waved his other hand dismissively. I am fine, really. No need to bother yourselves. Indeed, he was not in serious trouble. This abdominal pain had begun 2 years after graduating from junior high and starting work. Since it came and went unpredictably, he had merely assumed it was chronic gastritis. Over the years, it had not caused significant issues, though he always carried ibuprofen capsules with him, uncertain when the discomfort might strike again. Now, he understood that this pain was likely what he had occasionally heard girls refer to as menstrual cramps. Fong Imo felt a bitter smile emerge from the depths of his heart as he reflected on the chronic gastritis that had tormented him for several years. The cause of his suffering became clear, and while he experienced a moment of enlightenment, an unsettling sensation washed over him. No matter how steadfastly he believed himself to be a man, the fundamental structure and function of his body were undeniably feminine. Although he understood the reason behind his abdominal pain, Fong Imo found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Noticing the fine beads of sweat dotting Fong Mo's pale visage, the flight attendant did not take his reassurance of being fine at face value. Instead, she kindly reiterated her concern. Are you truly all right? Please don't hesitate to reach out if you need assistance. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Could you kindly fetch me a cup of hot water? I need to take my medicine, Fong Imo replied, shaking his head while rummaging through his bag. The flight attendant nodded, acknowledging his request and promising to return shortly. However, as Fong Imo searched through his bag, he suddenly remembered that in his haste to leave, he had forgotten to bring ibuprofen. Frustrated with himself, he lightly thumped his forehead. Foolish, forgetful. Realizing that there might be a first aid kit on the plane containing some common medications for emergencies, he quickly called out to the flight attendant, who had not yet gone far, and weakly asked, "Excuse me, miss, do you happen to have any ibuprofen capsules on board? Could you spare me a few? I forgot to bring some in my rush." The flight attendant smiled and nodded, hastening toward the rear of the aircraft. Before long, she returned with a cup of water, the requested medication, and even a blanket for Fong Imo. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and she gently instructed him to call for her if he felt worse before departing. After taking the medication and sipping the hot water, Fong Imo gradually felt the pain in his abdomen begin to subside. Yet, after such a tumultuous ordeal and with thoughts of his grandfather's condition weighing heavily on him, sleep was elusive. His phone remained in airplane mode, preventing him from contacting the hospital or the nursing home, leaving him to sit in silence, lost in thought. Approximately 2 hours later, the airplane landed at Gon City Airport, and after a lengthy taxiing period, it finally docked at the jet bridge. Time seemed to drag for Fong Imo as he hurried off the plane, spending nearly 20 minutes navigating the airport before finally boarding a night bus directly to U-City. At last, as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced the horizon, Fong Imo arrived at the hospital where his grandfather was being treated. Outside the emergency room, he spotted a small gathering of individuals from the nursing home waiting anxiously. Though not a large crowd, it included the director, the deputy director, the head of nursing, and the caregiver responsible for looking after Fong Mo's grandfather, alongside a security guard whom Fong Imo did not recognize, but who resembled the night staff seen in the video footage of his grandfather's discovery point. 4 of them sat in a row on the benches outside the emergency room, their expressions grim, while a middle-aged woman paced restlessly. Fong Imo recognized her as the caregiver, surnamed Zhou, whom he affectionately called Aunt Zhou. Typically cheerful, her face now bore the pallor of despair. When Aunt Zhou spotted Fong Imo, she hurried toward him, her face filled with remorse. "Fong Imo, I'm so sorry. I failed to take care of your grandfather. I let you down. I let the old man down," she lamented, grasping his arm as tears streamed down her cheeks. Fong Imo, weary and pale, simply shook his head. His recent exertion had caused discomfort in his chest, but he was too consumed with concern for his grandfather to dwell on his own condition. Anger surged within him as he faced the group, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. He resented their negligence towards his grandfather. In the video, the old man had clearly been calling out for help after regaining consciousness. Yet Aunt Zhou had exhibited no response. Furthermore, after his grandfather had emerged from the restroom, he had called out from the corridor for an extended period, yet no one had come to his aid in a timely manner. Fong Imo felt betrayed by their failure to uphold the trust he had placed in them, believing they would provide the best care for his grandfather. Now, the old man lay in the emergency room, his life hanging in the balance. On the other hand, they had acted quickly to transport the elder to the hospital upon discovering him and had even covered some initial expenses. They had not concealed the situation but had promptly informed Fang Emo, sharing the surveillance footage with him. Albeit primarily to demonstrate that the old man had not been harmed due to neglect, this could also serve as indirect evidence of their own shortcomings. Conflicting emotions tangled within Fang Emo, culminating in a profound sense of guilt and regret. If only he could earn more money. If only he had been by his grandfather's side. He gazed at Aunt Zoe, who was weeping uncontrollably. He struggled to suppress his fury. She had been diligent in caring for his grandfather over the past few years, always ensuring he wore a smile. Fang Emo had spent enough time with her to recognize her meticulousness and dedication. Yet now, with such a calamity befalling them, she could not escape culpability. Impatiently, Fang Emo waved his hand to interrupt Aunt Zoe's torrent of apologies. Despite their ongoing communication during his journey, he had received little substantial information regarding his grandfather's condition. Compounded by the interruptions of flying and traveling by bus, he resolved to ascertain the current situation before discussing anything else. Aunt Zoe, I do not wish to hear any more apologies. Please, detail my grandfather's condition for me. His voice trembled, devoid of emotion, even his anger barely discernible. This only served to darken Aunt Zoe's expression further. She wiped her tears and nodded. The old man was taken into surgery around 2 o'clock. We discovered he had fallen around 11 and rushed him to the hospital, she explained, her narration disjointed. However, Fang Emo managed to piece together the circumstances. His grandfather had sustained several broken bones, but more critically, he had suffered a head injury, revealing signs of skull fracture and intracranial bleeding during examination, necessitating a craniotomy. By around 2 o'clock, a neurosurgeon had returned to the hospital in haste to commence the operation. There had been 2 critical alerts during the procedure, with the last one occurring just an hour ago. Aunt Zoe continued to recount the frantic scene with nurses and doctors bustling in and out of the emergency room. Fang Emo unconsciously clenched his fists tightly. Just as Aunt Zoe was still speaking, the door to the emergency room swung open with a loud bang, and 2 nurses hurriedly wheeled out a gurney, accompanied by another nurse pushing an enforced stand. Grandfather! Fang Emo's spirits lifted, and he rushed forward. The old man lay on the gurney, unresponsive, a breathing apparatus covering his face and bandages wrapped around his head, from which crimson blood seeped. Witnessing this scene, Fang Emo, who had been forcing himself to remain strong, could no longer contain his emotions and tears streamed down his face. He yearned to grasp his grandfather's hand. But a nurse intercepted him, holding him back. Family member, please remain calm. The elder has not yet passed the critical phase. He must be immediately transported to the ICU, the nurse instructed. Fang Emo watched helplessly as his grandfather was wheeled away. His mind swirling in confusion, a short man in green scrubs emerged from the operating room, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached Fang Emo, who was still being restrained by the nurse. Are you a family member of the patient? He asked. Fang Emo nodded repeatedly, wiping away his tears as he anxiously inquired, Are you the doctor? What is my grandfather's condition? The doctor placed a reassuring hand on Fang Emo's shoulder. Exhaling deeply, we have temporarily stabilized the elder's condition, but there are some critical matters I must discuss with you. Hearing this, Fang Emo, who had felt a flicker of relief upon seeing his grandfather emerge from surgery, suddenly felt his heart race with dread. Please tell me. I can handle it. The elder has suffered from severe cranial trauma resulting in diffuse cerebral swelling. Given our hospital's capabilities, we cannot manage this situation effectively. After a moment of silence, the doctor continued, If treatment is desired, we must urgently transfer him to a facility in the province equipped to handle such cases. However, the elder also suffers from Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Both conditions involve brain and neurological degeneration. Given his current state, even if he were to undergo surgery at a provincial hospital, the success rate would only be around 20%. Even in the event of a successful operation, there is a significant risk of various complications, including neurological dysfunction and seizures. As Fang Emo absorbed this information, his legs buckled beneath him, and despite the nurse's quick support, he collapsed onto the floor, gazing up at the harsh fluorescent lights of the corridor. Despair consumed him. Chapter 17. Shifting blame, Aunt Zoe and the nurse hurriedly assisted Fang Emo to his feet, guiding him to a nearby chair. Aunt Zoe gently patted his back while the doctor knelt beside him, saying, Please, do not panic. As long as you do not give up, we will do everything in our power to help. Upon hearing the doctor's words, A glimmer of hope ignited within Fang Yimou. He grasped the doctor's arm tightly, rising from his seat before suddenly kneeling before him. "Doctor, my sister and I have only our grandfather left. We have yet to repay him for his kindness. I implore you, please save him. Good deeds will be rewarded. I will bow to you." As Fang Yimou began to genuinely bow, the doctor, taken aback, rushed to intervene. Yet Fang Yimou refused to rise. "Family member, please do not do this. It will not help your grandfather's condition." The doctor urged, "Please, stand up, and I will explain everything to you." The doctors and nurses continuously offered their reassurances, and after a considerable while, Fang Yimou gradually calmed down and was gently seated back in the chair. At that moment, the doctor softly placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Given your grandfather's condition, our hospital's medical resources are, regrettably, insufficient. However, do not despair. If you are unwilling to forego treatment, I shall reach out to provincial and even larger hospitals in other regions with extensive experience in this area. I firmly believe that if we can coordinate a transfer to a facility with adequate capabilities, and with the possibility of remote consultations, inviting top-tier specialists to participate will significantly enhance the chances of a successful surgery." Pausing briefly, the doctor continued, "As for your grandfather's injuries, please refrain from worrying too much. I will take charge of coordinating the medical resources, all right? Meanwhile, you should arrange to gather some funds, as the estimated cost for your grandfather's situation will not be less than 300,000. 300,000? Fang Yimou clenched his teeth, but seemed resolute as he nodded. Given his family's current circumstances, 300,000 was undoubtedly unattainable. Let alone 300,000, even 30,000 might be a stretch. Yet, even if he had to seek loans, he would not relent. He was determined to ensure his grandfather emerged from this ordeal unscathed. After exchanging a few more words with Fang Yimou, the doctor provided his contact number before hastily departing with the nurse. Fang Yimou stood dazed in front of the operating room door for a moment, observing the weary medical staff seated nearby, then glancing at several individuals from the nursing home, including the director, deputy director, and head nurse, who were huddled together in hushed conversation. A security guard, dressed as an uncle, anxiously watched Fang Yimou from the side, while Aunt Zhou wiped her tears. Witnessing the three nursing home administrators whispering amongst themselves ignited a surge of anger within Fang Yimou. As he approached, the trio quickly fell silent, their gazes fixated on him. However, upon seeing Fang Yimou's reddened eyes and frostbitten expression, the deputy director and head nurse instinctively averted their eyes. The director, wearing a pained expression, stepped forward and reached for Fang Yimou's arm, only to be sharply brushed aside by Fang Yimou. The director momentarily froze, but quickly regained composure and emotionally remarked, "Fang Yimou, I share your sorrow regarding your grandfather's situation. Please try not to be too distressed. Director, something so grave has occurred to my grandfather in your nursing home. Won't you provide me with an explanation?" Fang Yimou's voice trembled slightly, yet his gaze remained steadfast as he interrupted. The director's face reflected discomfort as he stammered, "Fang Yimou, no one wishes for such an incident to occur. However, we have always adhered to the prescribed procedures in caring for the elderly, as you have seen in the video. This was indeed an unfortunate accident. Your grandfather fell on his own." Fang Yimou's countenance visibly darkened, and though the director did not explicitly state it, he could discern the insinuation that they were attempting to evade responsibility. Anger flared within Fang Yimou. "Before I entrusted my grandfather to your care, you assured me that there would be specialized attention for patients with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. Where is that specialized care? I chose your facility because I trusted you to care for him, and what has resulted?" Fang Yimou's voice rose in indignation as he pointed at the dejected security guard standing nearby. Demanding loudly, such a large nursing home, and only one person on night duty? Furthermore, the surveillance footage clearly shows my grandfather getting up at night. Where were the caregivers? What were those in the monitoring room doing? Are they all merely temporary workers? As Fang Yimou's agitation grew, his voice became increasingly high-pitched, shifting from a neutral tone to a distinctly feminine pitch, leaving those around him perplexed, while he remained oblivious. "Fang Yimou, please calm down," the deputy director interjected. "Upon discovering the incident, we promptly transported him to the hospital and covered a portion of the expenses. We have fulfilled our responsibility." The security guard, who had been quietly listening to their exchange, stepped forward timidly, interjecting, "But the medical fees were covered by me and Aunt Zhou. We each contributed 10,000. The director shot an impatient glare at the security guard. "Old Sue, for heaven's sake, do not complicate matters. I already stated we would reimburse you later. The security guard, chastened by the glare, fell silent and stepped back. Fang Emo, the primary responsibility lies with the personnel in the monitoring room, and the director glanced at Aunt Zo, who was still wiping her tears. Out of humanitarian concern, the facility is willing to offer an additional 50,000 for the aftermath. How does that sound? 50,000. Fang Mo's fury turned to bitter laughter. His smile tinged with profound sorrow. Go save my grandfather. At least 300,000 is required, and you offer merely 50,000? The director sighed deeply, pulling Fang Emo aside and speaking in hushed tones. Fang Emo, you are aware that the operational costs of a nursing home are inherently high. We are not making a profit. This incident will undoubtedly lead to significant losses for us. Yes, you are correct. We acknowledge that there may have been minor shortcomings in our management. However, to expect us to bear the full costs is beyond our capacity. If we were to allocate all our funds for your grandfather's treatment, would the nursing home still be able to operate? There are numerous elderly individuals relying on us for their daily needs, and countless staff members awaiting their wages. At this point, the director looked earnestly at Fang Emo and added, Child, every heart is made of flesh. One cannot be overly selfish. The deputy director chimed in, Indeed, you wish for continued treatment, yet you heard the doctor state that even if the elderly gentleman is saved, serious sequelae may remain. Consider this, even if he recovers, what will it mean for him? Before he could finish, the director discreetly nudged him, prompting him to fall silent as Fang Emo listened to their back and forth. A sense of confusion and disbelief washed over him. So in the end, it seems I am the one at fault. After a moment of disorientation, Fang Emo suddenly grasped a sliver of clarity. These individuals were clearly stalling. While they could afford to delay, his grandfather did not have that luxury. His grandfather's injuries could not withstand the passage of time. Taking a deep breath, Fang Emo calmly addressed the director. 15,000. Give me 15,000, and I will cease to pursue your responsibility. The director and deputy director exchanged glances, their expressions troubled. Fang Emo, the nursing home truly does not have that much money available. Can you accept 10,000 instead? Fang Mo's heart grew colder. He was filled with an overwhelming desire to confront them, yet he recognized the urgency of the moment. Neither he nor his grandfather had time to waste. Fine, 10,000 it is. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and pulled up his bank card, presenting it to the director. Transfer the money to me now. All right, however. The deputy director produced a sheet of A4 paper from his bag and handed it to Fang Emo. You must sign this document first. Fang Emo merely glanced at it. His anger boiling over. It was a pre-printed statement, promising to relinquish any right to pursue further accountability from the nursing home upon receiving the funds. Such blatant exploitation. These individuals had obviously plotted this scheme in advance. While his grandfather lay in critical condition, they were preoccupied with drafting this document. Suppressing his fury, Fang Emo snatched the pen and ink pad from the deputy director. Swiftly signing his name and pressing his thumbprint, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the director's face as he reached for the paper, but Fang Emo held onto it tightly. First, transfer the funds to me. The director signaled to the deputy director, who immediately took out his phone to initiate the transfer. Only when the notification confirming the transaction appeared did Fang Emo release his grip. The director swiftly pulled the paper away, examining it several times before handing it to the deputy director to keep. For now, let us proceed as such. Since you are here, we must return. Such a large nursing home cannot afford to be unattended for long. Aunt Zo, please assist Fang Emo in handling his grandfather's affairs. You will be compensated as usual. With that, the director, appearing relieved, extended his hand toward Fang Emo, who completely ignored him, prompting the director to awkwardly turn and depart with the deputy director and head nurse. The security guard, witnessing their exit, greeted Fang Emo before hastily pursuing the director. Director, could you transfer the money to me now? I am in urgent need of these funds. Watching the retreating figures of these individuals, Fang Emo clenched his fists, a profound sense of helplessness welling up from within. Chapter 18. 80. Fang Mo's eyes blazed with fury as he gazed at the departing backs of the director and others. Aunt Zo quietly approached, her eyes red as she reached for Fang Mo's arm. He glanced at her, silently withdrawing his arm, disappointment evident in his gaze. Aunt Zo was his grandfather's caregiver, specifically tasked with one-on-one support, for which Fang Emo had compensated her in the nursing home. However, in this incident, she had egregiously failed in her duties. She had been asleep in his grandfather's room when the elderly man called out during the night. She had not responded, leading him to rise on his own to go to the restroom. Fang Mo's withdrawal elicited fresh tears from Aunt Zhou. Fang Mo, I am truly sorry. I owe you and the old gentleman an apology. Yet, Auntie has her own struggles. Your uncle has been diagnosed with cancer, leaving Auntie with no choice but to take on 2 more jobs at the hospital. She is utterly exhausted and did not hear. Truly, I am deeply sorry for you all. Hearing Auntie Zhou speak of her husband's cancer diagnosis, I gazed upon the tear-streaked face of this weary woman as she repeatedly apologized. Even though disappointment and anger surged within Fang Mo, he gradually softened. This woman has indeed erred, yet she bears her own burdens. After all, we are all similarly afflicted by the cruel hand of fate. Fang Mo, Auntie has indeed made mistakes, but she is a woman of dignity who will not shy away from responsibility. Auntie Zhou sobbed as she retrieved a thick envelope from her bag and handed it over, revealing that she had sold her house to fund medical treatment. This is 20,000 yuan. It is all I have left. As the envelope was presented before him, Fang Mo felt a wave of disorientation. This money could very well be the life-saving funds for Auntie Zhou's husband. She had sold her home for her family's health, and perhaps even borrowed some of it. Indeed, he truly needed to find a way to gather the medical expenses for his grandfather. But is it right to use someone else's life-saving money to save his own kin? Reflecting on Auntie Zhou's assertion of her dignity, Fang Mo was reminded of the previous night, when he had stormed out from He Qi's presence, recalling the words spoken by that man. What additional dignity do men possess over women? If one clings to such so-called pride, one will spend a lifetime repairing cars. He Qi's words were, in fact, rather diplomatic. He had not directly mocked Fang Mo by asking, Fang Mo, how much do you believe your dignity and pride are worth? Fang Mo gazed up at the ceiling, unable to suppress a long sigh, his eyes brimming with unspeakable sorrow. After exhaling, he lowered his gaze to Auntie Zhou, coldly stating, Auntie, if I accept this money, my grandfather will scold me when he wakes. His voice, tinged with chill, bore a slight hoarseness, yet overall remained a bright feminine tone, starkly contrasting his usual deeper, more masculine timbre. He had lost the inclination to disguise his voice. At that moment, Fang Mo's words left Auntie Zhou momentarily bewildered. She stared at the delicate, refined face before her, then glanced at the subtle contours of Fang Mo's chest, unable to resist a thorough appraisal. If paired with his previous voice, Fang Mo would appear as a slender, delicate youth. Yet with his current tone, he could easily be mistaken for a young woman masquerading as a boy. For a fleeting moment, the lines of gender blurred. Auntie Zhou found herself confounded. Fang Mo? You? What exactly are you? Please leave. I do not wish to see you any longer. Fang Mo interrupted her inquiry, turning away from the middle-aged woman, his tone growing even colder. Let us each accept our fate. With that, he turned and walked toward the ICU, leaving Auntie Zhou with only a slender, fragile silhouette. For someone who shared a similarly tumultuous fate, refraining from holding her accountable was the greatest kindness Fang Mo could offer. Upon reaching the ICU entrance, he peered through the large glass window at his grandfather, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, connected to a chaotic array of medical devices that clung to his frail body like withered branches. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Fang Mo felt as if this were all a surreal dream. Just yesterday, he had visited He Qi's comatose sister, only to find his own family member in the ICU today. Truly, fate is a cruel jester. Fang Mo lingered outside the ICU for a while until his phone vibrated. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Fang Mo spoke in his natural voice. His voice was inherently bright and feminine, and as a man, he felt embarrassed by his unusual tone. In the past, he had deliberately lowered his voice to avoid curious stares, but now, feeling utterly fatigued, physically and emotionally, and faced with an unknown caller, he chose to abandon his pretense. After a moment of silence, a woman softly murmured on the other end, Zhao Yin? Fang Mo furrowed his brow, puzzled by the coincidence of encountering someone resembling him, and now hearing another voice akin to his own. Instinctively, he considered hanging up, but realizing how unlikely such coincidences could be, he decided to engage further. I am not Zhao Yin. Whom are you seeking? Right, I am looking for Fang Imo. Is this not Fang Imo's number? I am Fang Imo. May I ask who you are? Fang Imo replied, his head bowed as he rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat drained. You are Fang Imo? This is your real voice. Yes, it's me, Jin Yushi. Fang Imo had a moment of realization, slapping his forehead in annoyance. Indeed, it was Jin Yushi's voice. They had spoken over the phone before. But that time she had called from the office landline of the Xian phone group. This number must be the one Jin Yushi had given him yesterday. She mistook her voice for Zhao Yin's? It seems he was not only physically similar to Zhao Yin, but his voice also bore a striking resemblance. No wonder He Qi had reacted as he did upon hearing his true voice. In this light, could it be that he truly was the perfect substitute for Zhao Yin? Fang Imo swallowed hard, clearing his throat to revert to a deeper, more masculine tone. Secretary Jean, I apologize. I had an unexpected urgent matter yesterday and did not have the chance to save your number. I will do so after our conversation. Call me Yushi. Jin Yushi corrected him playfully, then, in a concerned tone, inquired, the hospital called me, saying you had to return to Yuqing due to an emergency. What has happened at home? Fang Imo fell silent for a moment before quietly responding. My grandfather fell down the stairs and is now hospitalized. Ah? Jin Yushi gasped in shock. How is he now? He injured his head and is currently in the ICU. There is swelling in the brain, which is rather troubling. Fang Imo, do you need any assistance? Fang Imo shook his head. The doctors are helping me contact a suitable hospital. I also need to raise funds. Upon mentioning money, Fang Imo hesitated. Including the 20,000 already paid for admission, the 100,000 from the nursing home's compensation, and his savings of nearly 30,000, he now had approximately 150,000 on hand, yet still faced a shortfall of at least 150,000. He pondered whether to borrow money from He Qi or Jin Yushi, but recalling his conflict with He Qi the previous night, he felt no desire to engage with that bothersome individual again. Even if he were to borrow money, it would ultimately need to be repaid in a fleeting moment. Fang Imo resolved that although the family's old house was situated in a less desirable area, selling it for 200,000 to 300,000 should not pose a problem. A house can be rebuilt, but a life lost is irretrievable. With this thought, he replied calmly, Yushi, please rest assured. I do not require your assistance at the moment. I must go withdraw some money now. I will speak to you later. After a brief silence, Jin Yushi's voice came through the phone, tinged with hesitation. All right, do not hesitate to call if you need anything. Fang Imo responded before hanging up. Following his call with Jin Yushi, he reached out to the nurses' station at the hospital in Huading. Prior to his journey to Yuqing, he had briefly communicated his situation over the phone, and now he needed to provide further details and request a prescription. He needed to take his medication regularly to prevent any deterioration of his myocarditis. Given his grandfather's current condition, he could not afford to fall ill himself. Once he received the prescription from Huading, Fang Imo purchased the necessary medications at the hospital pharmacy, also picking up some ibuprofen, which he swallowed with mineral water before boarding the bus home. He needed to retrieve the property deed and find a real estate agent to list the house. While 300,000 may not be an immediate requirement, it was best to gather the funds as quickly as possible. Fang Imo preferred to have ample resources in place to secure medical services rather than risk delays in treatment due to financial constraints. On the bus, Fang Imo called his master to request a few more days off, explaining that he had some family matters to handle and that he might need to stay longer, assuring him not to worry and that there was no need to visit him at the hospital again. Fang Imo did not elaborate on the specifics of his family situation, yet his master seemed to detect something amiss from the slight hoarseness in his voice. However, he did not press further, merely responding in his typical somewhat detached tone. All right, I acknowledge your leave. Take care of yourself out there. If you need money, let me know. Do not resort to borrowing from dubious sources. His master had surmised that he was in trouble, and warmth surged within Fang Imo as his eyes grew misty. He nodded, adopting a light-hearted tone as he replied, I understand, master. You can rest assured, I will manage. Though his master had offered financial assistance, Fang Imo had never considered asking him for money, knowing that despite being a partner in the current factory, his master's life was not easy. Although he had never spoken of it publicly, Fang Imo had heard from colleagues that his master had previously faced significant losses in his business, with much of his monthly income directed toward repaying debts, leaving little savings at home. Until he had exhausted all other options, Fang Imo did not wish to burden his master with this request. The master merely grunted in response over the phone before abruptly hanging up. As for Fang Yuan, Fang Emo had not informed her about their grandfather's condition. On one hand, Fang Yuan had already ascended to her final year of studies, and Fang Emo feared that revealing such distressing news might distract her and necessitate his efforts to comfort her. On the other hand, he was profoundly apprehensive that if their grandfather were to pass away, the failure to notify her in a timely manner would rob his sister of the chance to bid farewell to their grandfather. Leaving her with a lifelong regret as the bus jolted along its route, Fang Emo gradually solidified his resolve. He would refrain from disclosing this matter to his sister for the time being. Their grandfather would undoubtedly pull through this crisis. He was certain, absolutely certain. There was no logical basis for his conviction. He simply held fast to this belief. Upon disembarking from the bus, Fang Emo stopped by a small store near his home to purchase a loaf of bread and a pack of milk. Nibbling on the bread as he made his way home, he traversed the dilapidated neighborhood, entered the shabby corridor, and unlocked the peeling, rusted security door. Returning to the equally worn abode, it was nearly 10 in the morning. Despite having passed less than 12 hours since his previous ordeal, Fang Emo felt as if several years had elapsed, his surroundings appearing somewhat surreal. The two-bedroom apartment, measuring a mere 40 square meters, exuded an oppressive gloom due to its poor layout and lack of natural light. Fang Emo flicked on the lights, illuminating the space under the dim glow of the fluorescent bulbs. He worked outside while their grandfather resided in a nursing home, and Fang Yuan predominantly stayed at school, returning only occasionally. Thus, the home bore little trace of their former life. With the family absent, Fang Emo felt as if he were separated from the home by a delicate veil. Stepping inside, he surveyed the familiar furniture, the table, chairs, pots, and pans, and touched the aging refrigerator that had served them for over a decade, gradually regaining a sense of homecoming. There was no time for sentimentality. Shaking his head, he hurried into his grandfather's room to search for important documents. Soon, he discovered the property deed tucked away in the cabinet. Holding the aged red booklet, he felt its weight. This document now represented his grandfather's hope for survival. Casting a glance around the familiar little room, a place where he could navigate even with his eyes closed, Fang Emo was filled with an indescribable sense of reluctance. This space was imbued with precious memories of their family of 3. Just then, the phone rang with an urgent tone. Fang Emo quickly retrieved his phone, noting the caller ID displayed the neurosurgeon from the hospital in Yuqing. He promptly answered. "Hello, is this Fang Emo?" The moment the call connected, an excited voice erupted from the speaker. "I have good news. I've contacted a hospital that can address your grandfather's injuries. After reviewing his condition, they inform me that if their team performs the surgery using their facilities, there is an 80% chance of success." Fang Emo was momentarily stunned, fearing he had misheard, and tremblingly asked, "What did you say the success rate is?" 80%? The minimum success rate is 80%. The doctor's tone was notably cheerful. "I contacted numerous hospitals, and given your grandfather's current condition, only they are willing to assert a surgical success rate of no less than 80%. Other hospitals only offer about a 40% chance. When they first approached me, I was skeptical, but after consulting my mentor and several experts in neurosurgery, their proposal indeed shows a high success rate." Fang Emo stood in shock for a moment before leaping with joy, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Grandfather is going to be saved." Though an 80% success rate was not a guarantee, it was far superior to the 20% chance he had feared. He had never imagined that hope would arrive so swiftly. However, soon the doctor's tone shifted, and he continued, "But there are 2 important matters to discuss." Fang Emo nodded vigorously, nearly speechless with excitement, finally managing to croak out, "Please, go on." "The first is that this hospital is in Huading, and you are aware of the distance from Yuqing to Huading. We must arrange for a transfer as quickly as possible. That part is manageable. We can expedite the process for you. The second issue is that the neurosurgery resources at this hospital are quite limited, and surgeries are scheduled 3 days out. However, given your grandfather's urgent condition, the longer we delay, the lower the chances of success. I will do my best to coordinate, but you must prepare for the possibility that we may not be able to expedite the surgery before 3 days have passed. Is that understood?" This statement cast a faint shadow over Fang Emo's heart, yet the glimmer of hope had significantly increased, invigorating his spirits. "Thank you, doctor. I truly..." Fang Emo choked on his words, unsure of how to express his gratitude. "Ah, Fang Emo, please don't mention it. I feel quite guilty towards your grandfather." The doctor's voice trailed off, laden with emotion. "If only I could." Fang Emo shook his head vigorously. Please, don't say that, doctor. You have already done so much for my grandfather. By the way, could you tell me the name of that hospital? I would like to look into it and see if there is any way I can assist. After the doctor provided the name of the hospital, the call ended. Upon hearing the name, Fang Emo paused. Wasn't that the very hospital where he had recently been admitted? It turned out that this institution was so remarkable. He swiftly opened his phone's contacts and dialed the number of the nurse, Hong Jia, from the inpatient department, inquiring about the neurosurgery department situation. As a nurse, Hong Jia was not privy to extensive information but promised to investigate and asked Fang Emo to hold on for a moment. After hanging up, Fang Emo noticed the gift boxes he had previously sent back home and, with a firm resolve, grabbed them as he headed out. Upon arriving at a nearby real estate agency, the agent welcomed him warmly upon hearing he intended to sell his property, offering him a glass of water and assisting him with the registration process. After verifying the property deed and completing the registration, Fang Emo hurriedly exited the agency. He then found a consignment shop nearby and sold all the gift boxes. These were health supplements he had intended for his grandfather and sister, but nothing was more important than his grandfather's life at that moment. Due to his urgency to convert the items to cash, the shopkeeper recognized Fang Mo's desperation and offered a significantly reduced price. Nevertheless, Fang Emo gritted his teeth and accepted the deal. The shopkeeper, all smiles, processed the transaction, and Fang Emo left the consignment shop in silence, making his way straight home. Upon returning, he received a call from Hong Jia. Fang Emo answered eagerly, "Hello, Hong Jia. How did it go?" "Fang Emo, I've inquired. The neurosurgery department is indeed fully booked, with surgeries scheduled 3 days out, and unfortunately, they cannot accommodate any urgent cases. Could you ask again?" "I'm willing to pay extra," Fang Emo stated without hesitation. On the other end, Hong Jia sighed. "Fang Emo, this isn't merely a matter of money." "Well, don't you have connections? Perhaps you should ask that friend of yours." Fang Emo was momentarily taken aback. "My friend? Are you referring to my master?" "He's just a mechanic. No, I mean that beautiful woman who visited you twice. Isn't she your relative? I noticed director and seems to have a soft spot for her. Perhaps she could help." "Jan Yushi?" "She wouldn't be able to assist." But then, Fang Emo suddenly recalled another individual. He remembered Chi's words. "The hospital you are in has investments from Xinfeng. Isn't it only natural for the reports of the benefactor's examinations to end up on my desk?" He could still envision Chi's nonchalant smile when he said that. Just the thought of Chi made Fang Mo's teeth clench, his heart brimming with resentment. Yet, at this moment, Chi had become Fang Mo's lifeline. The hospital had his company's investment, and he could access patients' privacy, possibly facilitating a way to bypass the queue for surgery. Fang Emo quickly scrolled through his call history, locating the number for the president's office at Xinfeng Group, the same number Jan Yushi had used to call him previously. However, as he stared at the digits, his hand hesitated, hovering in midair, unable to press the call button. Doubts flooded his mind. Are you really going to seek help from that scoundrel? Just yesterday, you had rebuffed him, leaving him bloodied. Will he even be inclined to assist you now? You had spoken with such conviction, asserting that you would never submit to being a woman. After rejecting his overtures, how will he perceive your sudden change of heart? What if he uses this as leverage, demanding that you undergo surgery and serve as a stand-in for his sister? Would you comply? Fang Emo recalled the furious words he had hurled at Chi the day before. My dignity is not for sale. The fervor of his declaration felt deafening in retrospect, yet today it appeared utterly naive and absurd. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Fang Emo ultimately steeled himself and pressed the dial button. He remembered the doctor's words. His grandfather's condition was critical, and this was the only hospital with a significant chance of saving him. If Fang Emo had anything of value to trade for his grandfather's life, he would do so. Temporarily living as a woman for a year seemed a small price to pay compared to the prospect of losing one of his 2 remaining family members forever. After several rings, the call connected, and Jan Yushi's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Yushi Jia. It's Fang Emo. Fang Emo endeavored to keep her tone as calm as possible, yet her voice trembled faintly. Is Mr. He there? I wish to speak with him. Fang Emo? What do you need to discuss with Mr. He? He. Jan Yushi's words were abruptly cut off by a sharp exclamation, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds. A moment later, Jan Yushi's piercing scream echoed through the phone. Chi, you despicable scoundrel. I won't allow you to bully him. Listen here, Jan Yushi. Must you always be so childish? Goodness. How old are you to be scratching at people? This was He Chi's voice. After a brief pause, the line fell silent, only to be interrupted by He Chi's breathless voice. Hello, Fang Mo. This is He Chi. That moment, Fang Mo's expression was one of icy composure. Although the knuckles gripping the phone were turning white from exertion, and her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. Fang Mo, you must strike a deal with this scoundrel. This is your only recourse. Fang Mo fervently encouraged herself until He Chi impatiently prompted her to speak again. Finally overcoming her mental barriers, she spoke up. Mr. He, regarding the matter you requested my assistance with yesterday, I can agree to it. I can. As she uttered these words, her voice quivered noticeably, yet she fought to maintain a tranquil tone, clinging to the shreds of her dignity. I can assume the role of your sister as a woman. Prior to that, I will undergo the surgery as per your requirements, ensuring that no adverse effects are left on your sister. He Chi responded languidly. At this juncture, you ought to present your conditions. Go ahead and say, but my grandfather has sustained a severe head injury. Only your hospital can perform the surgery. Fang Mo stated unequivocally, I require that once my grandfather is admitted to your hospital, he be immediately taken to the operating table for surgery. That is my sole demand. He Chi let out a nonchalant "oh," and after a brief pause, replied, negative. Fang Mo was bewildered. Though you agree. He Chi clicked his tongue in annoyance. I said I want to do it. How dense can you be? Fang Mo felt a surge of frustration, nearly tempted to slam down the phone, yet she refrained, knowing it was a borrowed device, and that she was the one in need. Why? Fang Mo forced herself to inquire in an icy tone. You previously promised me 5 million. I merely wish to exchange that for my grandfather's life. 0.5 million is but a trivial sum to me. A simple call to the hospital to arrange a surgery is merely a matter of words. He Chi's tone was languid, and Fang Mo could easily envision him reclining in his office chair, feet propped on the desk, wearing a smug expression. Then why? Fang Mo struggled to suppress the anger ignited by his words, repeatedly reminding herself, Fang Mo, you must remain calm. You are the one seeking his assistance. Fang Mo, I am the CEO of Xinfeng Group after all. Consider who I am. If you expect me to do as you say, it would be quite humiliating for me to disclose that. You still have not grasped the situation. You are the one asking for my help now, not the other way around. Do you believe the terms of our exchange can remain as they were? At that moment, He Chi's mercantile nature became apparent, and Fang Mo's fists clenched tightly. Then what does Mr. He desire? Well, have you always been so indignant towards everyone since childhood? Your current demeanor hardly reflects someone in need of my assistance. Fang Mo paused, realizing that before their meeting, she had viewed He Chi through a lens of celebrity admiration. However, after encountering him in person last night, his self-importance and cutting remarks had shattered that illusion in her eyes. He Chi commanded no respect, and she felt no inclination toward amiability, her tone reflecting this discomfort. Fang Mo understood He Chi's implication. When one seeks assistance, they must adopt an appropriate demeanor. Despite He Chi's unpleasant manner, she recognized that her own attitude had been excessively rigid. If it were another businessman, he might not have entertained her call at all. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, gritting her teeth, and with utmost sincerity. She implored, Mr. He, I beseech you, save my grandfather. I am willing to sacrifice everything to ensure his safety. Upon uttering these words, silence lingered on the line from He Chi, before he abruptly queried, including your own virtue? Virtue? Fang Mo was momentarily taken aback, and upon grasping the implication, revulsion washed over her, quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. She had already consented to undergo surgery for his sake. Did he truly expect that wealth could grant him the right to trample upon others? Fang Mo found herself momentarily unsteady, collapsing onto her bed as He Chi's question obliterated her mental defenses, tears streaming uncontrollably. She bit her lip until it bled but nodded nonetheless. Her voice now laced with sobs, I am willing as long as you can save my grandfather. I am prepared to do anything. After making that declaration, she felt utterly drained, collapsing beside her bed, feeling as though she had sullied herself completely. Fang Mo's weeping elicited a series of exclamations from He Chi. Is this how you cry? Before he could finish, a clatter of noise erupted on the line, interspersed with chaotic dialogue. He Chi. You beast! Are you out of your mind? Jin Yushi screamed, To take advantage of someone in need is one thing, but with Zhao Yin lying there, how dare you speak such words? I'll kill you. You perverted fiend, goodness, I retract my earlier words. Jian Yushi, you are just like Fang Yimou, a dog that barks, barking away. He Qi's loud protest quickly devolved into pleas for mercy. I'm merely trying to educate this high-spirited little one. This is sexual harassment. Fang Yimou is perfectly fine. I do not require your distorted values. All right. I am the one who is distorted, and you are the one who is noble. I cannot afford to provoke you. That ashtray is not meant to be used like that. I apologize. Is that not enough? Another round of clattering ensued, and finally, the line quieted down. Hello, Fang Yimou. He Qi's voice, still shaky, broke the silence. Are you still there? I am. Fang Yimou replied hoarsely, feeling akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting her fate. I was merely jesting. I am not some desperate devil. With your resemblance to Zhao Yin, if I were to harbor inappropriate thoughts, that would be quite shameful. I swear by heaven, if I truly had such intentions, I would suffer 1,000 cuts and face divine retribution. After waiting for a response from Fang Yimou, He Qi rambled on. I was only joking. Why does it feel like the sky is falling on you? Did you not claim to be a man? Come on, do your buddies not share risky jokes? Let me put it this way. If it were me, and you could make Zhao Yin wake up right now, I would gladly do anything, even if you asked me to become a woman or a prostitute. I would do so willingly. Still not speaking properly? Are we? Jian Yushi's discontented voice faintly echoed through the phone. All right, I will speak properly. Just put the ashtray down. I told you, it is not to be used that way. He Qi's voice returned to the receiver. Fang Yimou, regarding your demands for the transaction, I cannot acquiesce, for I find it unfair, and because you look down on me. These words rendered Fang Mou's face ashen. Despite her current state, he had still declined. That makes sense. With such a poor attitude, why should he not refuse? Fang Yimou sat on the edge of her bed, contemplating her actions and words from the previous day, filled with regret. If only she had been more composed and amiable. Perhaps she would not have offended He Qi if she had declined him more appropriately, without causing offense. Would there have been room for negotiation today? Fang Yimou, it is your own recklessness yesterday that has severed your grandfather's chances of survival. Just as Fang Yimou was about to hang up in despair, He Qi continued, his tone growing serious. Fang Yimou, let us be clear. Saving my sister is one matter. My request for your help is another. They cannot be conflated. Assisting your grandfather is, for me, merely a matter of words, perhaps with some additional costs. Aiding you will only offset the debt I owe for saving my sister. Wait, Fang Yimou, already crestfallen and tear-streaked, was suddenly taken aback. She hastily wiped her tears, switched the call to speaker mode, and cranked the volume to maximum, fearing she might miss a single word. Listen, He Qi barked, exasperated. I require your assistance in deceiving my family, and I will pay you as agreed. You help me for a year, and I will give you 5 million. Along with other expenses, I will not take a single cent from you. If I were to cheat you out of this money, what would I become? Furthermore, when our collaboration comes to an end, if you still wish to retain your masculinity, I shall provide the funds to restore the disassembled components. After all, when renting a house, one must return it to its original state, right? Or perhaps, let us consider this last statement as my apology for having made you cry earlier. After a pause, He Qi remarked, how about this? This way, we are even. The words escaping He Qi's lips carried a somewhat haughty tone, yet at that moment, Fang Yimou felt not an ounce of disdain. Rather, he could hardly believe. Did He Qi just agree? Why must this person speak in such a breathless manner, unable to articulate clearly in one go? He zoned. I am already immensely grateful for your assistance. Fang Yimou stammered, regarding the financial matter. Hey, you little rascal. Are you insulting me? At this juncture, He Qi, on the other end of the line, evidently grew impatient. Do you still not comprehend? I have ample funds. The time spent conversing with you is but a fraction of my earnings, which arrive in increments of 10,000. Do you think I lack 5 million? Who do you look down upon? Let me make this clear. Whether you want the money or not, you are receiving it. Jian Yushi, you shall take charge of the subsequent matters. This little girl had some spirit yesterday, yet today she crumbles with a single sentence, weeping. How tiresome. Here, take the phone. You like her, so go whisper sweet nothings. I have a meeting to attend. After a short while, Jin Yushi's voice resonated, imbued with genuine concern. Hello, Fang Emo, where are you now? I am on my way to find you. Upon hearing Jin Yushi's voice, Fang Emo could not help but burst into tears. His grandfather truly had hope. Chapter 21. The longest day of my life, just past 2 in the afternoon. Fang Emo encountered Jin Yushi outside the ICU. Today, Jin Yushi donned a lady's suit, and her makeup appeared significantly lighter, giving her a seemingly natural look, yet she still radiated brilliance. Upon seeing Fang Emo, she grasped his hand tightly in the presence of this gentle older sister. The facade of strength Fang Emo had painstakingly constructed crumbled in an instant. Sister Yushi. Fang Emo called out in his pure, clear voice, choking back tears that threatened to spill. It's all right. I'm here. Jin Yushi's eyes sparkled. But upon noticing Fang Mo's lip, which he had bitten in distress, she instinctively raised her hand to gently caress it, her touch as tender as a mother comforting her child. Come now, don't cry. You big boy. When Jin Yushi uttered those words, a teasing smile involuntarily graced her face. Fang Emo felt his cheeks flush, a hint of embarrassment washing over him. It seemed as though Jin Yushi could read his thoughts. She spoke soothingly. He once said, for family, selling oneself is not shameful. Though he may not tell you directly, he confided in me that he respects you as a man. This fellow may have a foul mouth, yet I believe that your willingness to go to such lengths for your grandfather truly demonstrates your steadfastness, does it not? Fang Emo felt a wave of shyness at Jin Yushi's words. All the bravado he had previously displayed regarding manly pride and dignity had been shattered by He-Chi's bluntness and the reality of the situation. It seemed he would never again dare to mention those words in front of anyone. Sister Yushi, please refrain from speaking of this in the future. Fang Emo murmured softly, his head hanging low in dejection. Jin Yushi promptly patted his back, smiling as she said, Oh, there's no need to be so downcast. Come now, stand tall. Let this handsome young man take a year off to recuperate. For now, you must endure being a beautiful girl for a spell. However, before that, as she spoke, Jin Yushi's expression turned serious, her gaze shifting towards the ICU, landing on Fang Mo's grandfather. We must first resolve the immediate issue. With that, Jin Yushi turned to beckon a group of men and women in formal attire waiting at a distance. These individuals had accompanied her, and upon noticing her gesture, they hurried forward. Secretary Jin, they greeted in unison. Jin Yushi nodded and addressed them. Colleagues, our time is of the essence. The elderly gentleman's condition is critical. Every minute of delay could diminish the success rate of the surgery. We must transfer the patient to the operating table at Huading within 4 hours without failure. Observing the group nodding in agreement, Jin Yushi proceeded to assign tasks to each member. Her instructions were methodical, yet her rapid speech, laced with unfamiliar terms such as the GR team and ICP equipment, left Fang Emo struggling to keep pace with her thoughts. Meanwhile, the others appeared to grasp everything effortlessly, leaving Fang Emo feeling inadequate and self-conscious about his own education. He was aware that his appearance was passable, yet beyond that, he possessed little else of merit. Even his skills in car repair were subpar. Should he ever become a woman, he would merely exist as a superficial ornament, unable to measure up to someone as formidable as Sister Yushi. What he witnessed only reinforced Fang Mo's determination to ensure his sister attended a reputable university. Otherwise, she would end up like him, destined for mediocrity. While he could accept a lifetime of car repairs, he yearned for his sister to avoid a similar fate. Yuan must study diligently, striving to become a remarkable woman like Sister Yushi. Resolute, Fang Emo decided to withhold news of their grandfather's condition from Yuan until after the surgery was successfully completed. As Fang Emo contemplated his sister's future, Jin Yushi had already orchestrated the necessary arrangements. With a clap of her hands, she expressed gratitude to everyone, and they dispersed to fulfill their duties. Fang Emo stepped forward. Sister Yushi, is there anything I can do? Jin Yushi smiled. Just stay with your grandfather. Besides, you have yet to fully recover. You haven't had a moment's rest since last night, have you? You, too, will be undergoing surgery in a few days. So your priority now is to be there for your grandfather and take care of yourself. The mention of surgery filled Fang Emo with trepidation, yet he resolved not to dwell on it. Jin Yushi had arranged everything, and after considering his own limitations in contributing, he nodded. Sister Yushi, I will follow your lead. Under Jin Yushi's adept coordination, The transfer proceeded swiftly, and by just before 3 o'clock, the ambulance carrying Fang Yimou, his grandfather, and Jin Yushi arrived at Ganqing Airport, driving directly to a private jet that had been prepped with aviation fuel. Jin Yushi, leveraging the formidable resources of Xinfeng Group, had secured a green channel. Once the elderly gentleman was aboard, the plane rolled onto the runway and ascended into the sky. This specially modified jet was equipped with extensive medical apparatus designed for the long-distance transport of critically ill patients. Naturally, this aircraft was an asset of a subsidiary of Xinfeng Group. Generally speaking, for someone like Fang Mo's grandfather, who was suffering from severe brain damage, flying at high altitude posed significant risks. However, given the impossibility of a 10-hour overland journey, air transport was the sole viable option. Thankfully, with top-notch life support equipment ensuring a smooth trip. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Tingdong International Airport, and they seamlessly boarded the hospital's waiting vehicle. With police escort, they traveled unobstructed. As the grandfather was wheeled into the operating room at Huading Hospital, the daylight still shone brightly outside. Fang Yimou sank onto a chair outside the surgical suite, and noticing his haggard appearance and bloodshot eyes, Jin Yushi urged him to rest. Fang Yimou resolutely refused, declaring that he would wait outside for his grandfather to emerge from the operating room. Jin Yushi, unable to dissuade him, remained by his side, ordering a meal for him, yet he felt no appetite and did not touch a bite. "Sister Yushi, you should attend to your own matters. I can manage alone," Fang Yimou insisted. Jin Yushi smiled gently, replying, "Ensuring your safety is my task now." Seeing Fang Mo's lips pout, Jin Yushi quickly pressed her finger against the corners of his mouth, lifting them with a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Oh dear. He was right. Why have you become so emotional today?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yimou found himself puzzled. Indeed, he had not been one to shed tears easily, even in the face of tremendous grievances. He would rarely weep. Yet, from his journey back to Yuqing to his return to Huading, tears had flowed incessantly throughout the day. Perhaps he was inherently a soft-hearted individual, never as strong as he had imagined. As the protective facade of masculinity began to falter, his true delicate nature was laid bare. Each second of anxious waiting felt interminable, and when the clock struck midnight and the operating room door swung open, Fang Yimou felt as if a century had passed. His vision blurred momentarily before refocusing, and his mind remained sluggish as he watched the nurse push open the door and nod towards them. Grandpa was wheeled out, and Fang Yimou finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly rising to greet him. Jin Yushi, who had been resting with her eyes closed beside Fang Yimou, was startled awake by his sudden movement, and upon seeing Fang Yimou stand up, she quickly followed suit. The lead surgeon removed his gloves and mask as he stepped out of the operating room, his gaze flitting between Jin Yushi and Fang Yimou, ultimately settling on the more haggard face of Fang Yimou. "Doctor, how is my grandfather doing now?" Fang Yimou asked anxiously, gripping his grandfather's hand tightly. The doctor took the towel handed to him by the nurse, wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, and replied with a reassuring smile, "Don't worry, young lady. The surgery was a resounding success. While I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty, the likelihood of any severe complications is quite low." At these words, tears of joy welled up in Fang Mo's eyes, but overwhelmed with emotion, he could scarcely utter a word, instead bowing deeply in gratitude to the doctor. The doctor gave his arm a gentle pat and, without further comment, turned and returned to the operating room. Fang Yimou knelt by his grandfather's side, listening to the steady yet faint rhythm of his breathing, which, though slightly weak, brought him immense relief. He himself could no longer hold on. As darkness began to swirl before his eyes, surely, this must be due to low blood sugar, he mused just before losing consciousness. Thus, the longest day of his life finally came to an end, and he harbored no doubt that many more days with his grandfather and sister awaited him. Chapter 22. Becoming He Zhaoyan. Fang Yimou, tying his hair back, stood before the bathroom mirror, meticulously applying eyeliner while a beauty tutorial video played on a nearby tablet. Despite following the video's steps with utmost care, his hand trembled, resulting in his fifth failure of the day. Gazing at the botched eyeliner in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile wryly, feeling a strong urge to snap the eyeliner pencil in frustration. After several days of patient practice, he still struggled to master the art of makeup. Watching the girl in the tutorial, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, flawlessly showcase her completed look with her innocent expression and sparkling eyes, he felt a pang of envy. Glancing back at his own clumsy attempt, his heart sank further. If I cannot even apply makeup properly, can I truly embody her? He questioned himself, his apprehension mounting. That's enough for today. I'm giving up, Fong Yimou declared, losing the confidence to continue. He tossed aside the eyeliner pencil and began the familiar process of removing his makeup. By now, he had become quite adept at it, having repeated the removal countless times during practice. With the layers of makeup washed away, his face emerged, pale and seemingly luminous. Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar visage in the mirror, he found himself momentarily entranced. His complexion had once been somewhat tanned and rough from exposure to the elements, and his boyish attire only accentuated that impression. However, following an intensive beauty regimen, during which He had even resorted to some costly experimental treatments, his skin had visibly transformed, becoming fairer and smoother. While he had yet to reach the porcelain-like perfection of He Xiaoyan, his skin bore no scars or blemishes, and with a little lightening, he could closely resemble the unadorned beauty showcased in the video. Additionally, having recently begun hormone therapy, his previously chaotic hormone levels had finally stabilized, resulting in notable changes to his physique. From an aesthetic standpoint, he now appeared unequivocally like a charming young woman. He gazed into the mirror. A flicker of confidence ignited within him. At a glance, it was indeed difficult to tell him apart. Just then, the melodious chime of his phone broke the silence, filling the air with a nostalgic tune. Wild doves soar through the kaleidoscope of my childhood, reminding me of my elder brother and his beloved slingshot. The azure courtyard walls of my life, where my mother's love forever lingers. Fong Yimou quickly tidied up the array of cosmetics in front of the mirror before returning to the hospital room. Grabbing his phone, he moved to the window, where the afternoon sun bathed him in warmth, casting a delicate veil over his fair complexion. The caller ID displayed a call from his master, and he pressed the answer button. "Hello, master." The clear, resonant voice that escaped his lips revealed his transformation. Since his master was already aware of his situation, there was no need for pretense. The day after his grandfather's successful surgery, Fong Yimou had sought out his master, Zhao Wu, and candidly shared his health issues and the impending surgery. Recognizing that he would be working for He, he understood he could no longer balance his duties at the repair shop. His master had treated him well, and he wished to maintain their bond rather than sever ties over a resignation. So he chose honesty. His master's response, however, took Fong Yimou by surprise. Cradling a thermos, Zhao Wu calmly sipped his tea, his voice tinged with a hint of pride. "I see. I'm glad you chose to confide in me." Recalling how his master had previously mentioned the possibility of a formal position and a raise, Fong Yimou couldn't help but inquire, "If you know, why still encourage me to transition to a formal position? Haven't you always disapproved of girls in this line of work?" Zhao Wu scoffed softly, a hint of irritation in his tone. "Do you really see me as so antiquated? Your silence indicates a desire to maintain your current lifestyle. Even if you wish to embrace a feminine identity, what of it? I may not approve of women in our field due to concerns for their health and the challenging environment, but I have never doubted their capabilities. You've been doing well, and if you wish to pursue this, why should I force you out?" At his master's words, Fong Yimou found the resignation he had prepared to voice lodged in his throat. Yet, Zhao Wu, wise from experience, quickly sensed his hesitation and, after a brief silence, asked if he intended to quit. Fong Mo took a deep breath and recounted his grandfather's situation in detail, explaining that he wished to work for He for a year in gratitude for the help he had received. While He had offered him money, Fong Mo perceived this as a debt he needed to repay. Feeling guilty for accepting financial aid, he refrained from disclosing the specifics of the work he would be undertaking. As He had explicitly instructed him to keep the matter of the impersonation and He Xiaoyan confidential. "So, you are undergoing surgery to become a girl because of this?" Zhao Wu asked, unfazed, as if he had anticipated this development. "Yes," Fong Yimou nodded. "Is it necessary to be a girl for this? Surely, it isn't anything too outlandish," Zhao Wu cautioned, reminding him not to stray from the right path. Fong Yimou shook his head vigorously but felt unable to explain further, lowering his gaze to avoid the disappointment he feared might be reflected on his master's face. To his surprise, however, Zhao Wu merely ruffled his hair and acquiesced to his request to resign, saying, "If I were in your shoes, I'd find a way to repay the kindness shown to me. You should go." Fong Mo looked up in astonishment, emotions swelling within him. "Master, you? since you have the opportunity to work with the big boss. Dedicate yourself wholeheartedly, no matter the job. Should you choose to leave, you are welcome to return. As long as I am still here, there will always be a place for you in the shop. Suddenly, the familiar voice of Zhao Wu broke through Fang Amo's reverie. Why haven't you been responding to messages? His tone remained as gruff as ever, as though he were perpetually displeased. Snapping back to reality, Fang Amo hastily opened the messaging app and was met with a flurry of messages from his master and mistress, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Upon hearing of Fang Mo's impending resignation and his new position at Xinfeng Group, his mistress was elated, insisting on preparing a celebratory meal for him, with Fang Amo having devoted his attention to his grandfather. The dinner was scheduled for today, just 2 days before the surgery. I'm sorry, Master, I was just in the restroom. He quickly typed back, I need to get ready and head out. All right then, see you soon, came the reply. Hanging up, Fang Amo approached the wardrobe, surveying the array of clothing within. Jian Yushi had provided him with a tablet and makeup supplies, as well as several outfits favored by He Zhaoyan, suggesting he wear them to adapt. While he had managed to don ordinary women's attire, the delicate dresses and colorful lingerie still made him blush uncontrollably, running his fingers over the exquisite fabrics of the dresses. Fang Amo chose not to disturb them and instead rummaged through his own clothes to assemble a masculine outfit. Today was a dinner invitation from his master and mistress, and he intended to dress appropriately. After undoing the small bun atop his head, he let his hair down, tidying it before selecting a hat from the assortment that He had sent over with Jian Yushi. After checking his reflection in the bathroom mirror, he donned a mask and stepped out of the hospital room. Passing the nurse's station, the on-duty nurse, Hong Jie, called out to him. Out for a bit? Yes, Fang Amo replied. I'm going to my master's house for dinner. Don't eat too much and avoid spicy food. Hong Jie began to caution. Seeing her prepare to reiterate his dietary restrictions, Fang Amo quickly interjected, and no greasy food, no rich dishes, no salty items, no seafood, no mangoes, and absolutely no alcohol. Fang Amo recited the names of dishes as effortlessly as if he were reciting poetry. Only when he noticed Hong Jie nodding in satisfaction did he dash into the elevator. He rode it to the floor where his grandfather was recuperating. Currently, the two of them resided in the same building, with his grandfather healing from an injury while Fang Amo prepared for surgery. His grandfather regained consciousness the day after the operation. Though still somewhat dazed, he immediately recognized Fang Amo, who was standing by his bedside. When he called out the name Amo Air, Fang Amo was overwhelmed with joy. Finally able to relax his anxieties, however, his grandfather remained resolutely convinced that the Mo Air he spoke of was his eldest granddaughter. Since the surgery was already imminent, Fang Amo chose not to correct him. Deciding that they could address it later at that moment, his grandfather was still asleep. Ever since his injury, the old man had been sleeping excessively. Often, when Fang Amo spoke to him, he would quickly nod off. Fang Amo stood outside the hospital room for a while, observing his grandfather's peaceful slumber, and chose not to disturb him. He informed the nurse that he would return in the evening before departing. At 6:30, Fang Amo arrived punctually at his master's door, knocking softly. Before long, the anti-theft door swung open, revealing his master's wife holding a cooking spatula. She paused in surprise upon seeing Fang Amo. After he removed his mask and hat, her exclamation of Fang Amo was followed by her hurriedly pulling him into the house. It's really you, Fang Amo? It's only been a few days. Yet you seem like a completely different person. His master's wife twirled around him, examining him closely, causing Fang Amo to feel a flush of embarrassment spread across his fair cheeks. Master, mistress, it's been a long time. He stammered, unable to maintain eye contact with her. Can you believe such a thing exists in this world? She marveled, gently touching Fang Amo's face, her laughter warm and inviting. I initially thought you were just a handsome young lad. But it turns out you are actually a young lady. When Lao Zhao mentioned it, I found it hard to believe. But being a girl has its advantages too, she sighed wistfully, expressing her wish for her daughter, Zhao Jinjian, to return soon so she could introduce them and see if a connection might blossom. Zhao Jinjian, the only daughter of Fang Amo's master and mistress, had not been seen in years, as she was racing abroad and only occasionally called home. Whenever this topic arose, Fang Amo's master would fall silent, scoffing at their misfortune and reluctant to elaborate. However, if his wife caught wind of this conversation, they would inevitably bicker, Upon realizing that he was nearly considered the potential son-in-law of his master, Fang Emo was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle enough of this chatter. The food is going to burn. His master complained from the kitchen, his tone tinged with exasperation as he mentioned his daughter. Despite Fang Emo being a boy, Zhao Jinjian was several years older than him. Didn't this create an absurd matchmaking scenario? Ah, look at me, Fang Emo. Go sit in the living room. Drinks and snacks are ready for you. Make yourself at home, his master's wife exclaimed before rushing back to tend to the smoking pot, playfully bickering with her husband. What does age matter? A girl older by 3 years is still a treasure. Besides, I'm 2 years older than you, all right. Enough already. Let us get to cooking. The family feast lasted over 3 hours, primarily because Fang Emo's master had indulged in an abundance of alcohol, something Fang Emo had never witnessed before. With his low tolerance for alcohol and having abstained entirely in recent days, he opted to accompany his master with water instead. By the end of the evening, his master had consumed half a case of beer and half a bottle of liquor, while Fang Emo barely touched his food. Feeling full from the water alone, the two of them took turns visiting the restroom, which left his master's wife both amused and exasperated as she scolded her husband. Eventually, his master truly had overindulged. Typically reserved, tonight he rambled incessantly. He earnestly advised Fang Emo to take care of himself while alone in the world, warning him of the unsavory characters he might encounter. Fang Emo found this amusing. Just 2 weeks prior, his master had scolded him for being a little rascal, and now he was cautioned about the very same rascals. How quickly things changed after dinner, while assisting his master's wife with the cleanup. Fang Emo suggested before his master and wife, "Master, mistress, how about we take a group photo?" Having observed his master's wife's reaction upon seeing him, Fang Emo felt less awkward than before. Although still shy and anxious, he had made great strides in overcoming the overwhelming embarrassment he once felt. Perhaps with more experiences like this, he would gradually adapt to the gaze of others seeing him as a woman. Over the coming year, he might grow accustomed to his identity as a female and the lifestyle that accompanied it. Would his desire to continue living as a man remain as resolute then? This train of thought filled Fang Emo with trepidation. He feared time would transform him into a stranger, erasing the resolve he held in this moment. He feared losing the part of himself that was still a boy. Thus, he wished to capture this moment through a photograph, a tangible reminder of his existence as he was, to ensure he would never forget. Upon hearing the plan for a photo, his master, who was reclining on the sofa, suddenly sat up straight, his posture rigid. "Come now, let us take a picture. I love taking photos." This sight elicited a chuckle from his wife. "Oh, this drunken fool Fang Emo. Wait here. I'll fetch the neighbor to help us take the picture." Moments later, his wife returned with an elderly neighbor in TOW. As the neighbor spotted Zhao Wu, he burst into laughter. "Oh, Lao Zhao, you've really had a few too many." Already intoxicated, Zhao Wu swayed as he gestured with a finger. "Today 10 dishes, wow, what a feast. Is there a celebration?" Zhao Wu proudly pointed at Fang Emo, his tone filled with pride. "Look, this is my daughter has come to see me. She is amazing. Racing abroad and even won a rally championship, you know, Bayanbuluk?" The neighbor's gaze shifted to Fang Emo's face, eyes lighting up with recognition. "Oh, Jinjian is back? It's been years, and she has really grown up. I must say, she is quite impressive." "Don't listen to this drunken fool," his wife chided, casting a disapproving glance at her husband. She handed her phone to the neighbor. "Here, please take a few pictures of us three. Come on, Fang Emo, you sit in the middle and support your master." "All right." Confused by the revelation that the charming young lady was not named Zhao Jinjian, yet Zhao Wu claimed her as his daughter. The neighbor was momentarily baffled by their relationships, but chose not to inquire further. Instead, he helped them take photos, adjusting the lighting and angles, occasionally asking them to change poses. Once the photos were taken, Fang Emo and his wife couldn't help but commend the neighbor's professionalism, and they bid him farewell. After the photo shoot, Fang Emo's master collapsed onto the sofa, soon snoring thunderously. On the bus back to the hospital, Fang Emo scrolled through the photos his master's wife had sent him. The three of them together looked like a family. Fang Emo smiled, resting his head against the bus window, gently closing his eyes. Outside, the twinkling lights of countless homes sparkled like stars. 2 days later, the sky was a brilliant blue, crisp and clear, with cicadas singing incessantly. Fang Emo lay on a transport bed, and as he was wheeled to the operating room, he suddenly waved at the nurses. "Nurse, wait." The nurses halted immediately, helping the patient in the hospital gown sit up. Jin Yushi, standing beside him, grasped his hand tightly and said softly, "Fang Imo, it's all right. If you have any second thoughts, we can stop at any time." Fang Imo shook his head, struggling to rise from the transport bed, his bare feet touching the cold floor. "Can I walk in by myself?" he inquired. "Of course," the nurse replied with a smile. Fang Imo glanced back at the gentle smile of Jin Yushi, then at his master and mistress standing hand in hand beside him, and finally at his grandfather, who was dozing in a wheelchair. He approached each person, embracing them one by one. Taking a deep breath, Fang Imo walked slowly yet resolutely toward the open operating room. "Go on," he whispered to himself. "Go become He Zhao Yin, but always remember who you are." The heavy door slammed shut behind him. Outside, the cicadas fell silent. Chapter 23. There was a girl in September. Autumn arrived and the lingering heat dissipated. The sky was as blue as a transparent sapphire, with only a few wispy clouds scattered across the horizon. The weather in Huading remained sweltering, the ground radiating waves of heat after being scorched by the sun all day. And the cicadas continued their relentless serenade, lamenting the departure of summer. On a street outside the hospital, a fruit shop owned by a man in his 30s was busy tallying the day's sales at the cash register. "Welcome!" The doorbell chimed as a young woman with a slender figure entered the shop. She stood just over 5 feet tall, clad in a white t-shirt and loose-fitting hip-hop style jeans, with sun protection sleeves on her slender arms and simple white sneakers on her feet. Upon entering, she folded her sun umbrella and removed her sun hat, revealing her medium-length hair. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's warm welcome, she glanced over and met his gaze. The young lady, her face obscured by a mask, caused the shopkeeper to pause in recognition. She was, after all, a familiar face. It had been nearly 2 weeks since this young woman first graced his establishment, and since then, she had made a habit of visiting every 2 to 3 days to purchase fresh fruit. Though many female patrons frequented the shop daily, few left an indelible impression merely by their countenance. Yet, each encounter with her, masked as she was, allowed him to envision the extraordinary beauty concealed beneath. Each time she appeared, her eyes sparkled with clarity, and through those luminous orbs, he could almost conjure her exquisite features. As she entered the shop, her gaze swept the surroundings until it settled upon the black plums that had just arrived that morning. With a delicate motion, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then bent down to select her fruit with quiet concentration. The shopkeeper found himself entranced. This seemingly mundane scene transformed into a breathtaking tableau, rendering him unable to avert his eyes. How could someone possess such beauty? He marveled inwardly, imagining a future where he and this enchanting lady aged together. Before long, she completed her selection, carrying a bag filled with plums and a box of fresh fruit slices to the counter for weighing and payment. The shopkeeper, lost in thought, stared at her, and when she noticed his lingering gaze, a hint of nervousness crossed her features. Yet, she cautiously prompted him, boss, time to check out." Her voice, as it reached his ears, resembled the melodious chime of pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Snapping back to reality, the shopkeeper registered her anxious expression and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, leading him to blurt out, "I apologize, I was just pondering what to cook for my wife this evening. Why apologies?" He quickly calculated the total. "That'll be 46 yuan and 8 jiao, but I'll round it down for you. Let's call it 45. Noticing the unease that flickered across her face, he regretted his previous impulsiveness and resolved to make amends. He glanced around the shop to ensure that the staff and other customers were oblivious to their interaction, then gestured for her to wait a moment. He hurriedly retrieved another box of fresh fruit slices, placing it into the bag with a calm demeanor, whispering, "Today, we have a buy one get one free promotion." "Is that so?" she replied, her voice tinged with confusion and a hint of nervousness. But her eyes soon brightened into crescent moons. "Thank you, boss. I hadn't noticed." Feigning nonchalance, he waved his hand dismissively. "In business, one must uphold integrity. I cannot take advantage of you. If you enjoy our fruits, please do come by our little shop more often." After she completed her payment, donned her hat, and gratefully thanked him once more, she exited, clutching her purchases. The shopkeeper's gaze lingered on her retreating figure, illuminated by the sun as she stepped away with a small, graceful stride, leaving him in a reverie. "Boss, time to check out." A somewhat brusque voice jolted him back to reality. A middle-aged woman in a floral dress stood at the counter, placing 6 boxes of fresh fruit slices before him. He quickly assessed the situation, immediately stating, 30 for one, 6 in total. That makes 180. You can scan to pay.as. He resumed, searching for the charming silhouette outside. The woman exclaimed, "What? 180? Isn't this buy one get one free?" "Apologies, ma'am, but we do not have that promotion today." Meanwhile, Fang Imo hurriedly exited the fruit shop, her heart racing as she stepped into the hospital. Just a month prior, she had still been in a male body, and although she had now undergone surgery and aligned her exterior with her DNA, she still struggled to embrace her identity as a woman. She was acutely aware of how little she truly knew about femininity, especially considering that a single, solitary man had already begun to ponder names for their future child after just a handful of brief encounters. Fang Imo had noticed the shopkeeper's unwavering gaze upon her and felt an unsettling mix of anxiety and awkwardness, convinced that her mannerisms betrayed her true nature. Once inside the hospital, she navigated the winding paths until she found solitude. Only then did she allow herself to examine her appearance. The straps of her undergarments were uncomfortably tight, but she had been diligent in ensuring no visible outlines betrayed her chest. Her outfit adhered to the guidelines outlined in her little red book, appearing unremarkable. Even a discreet check of her trousers revealed no signs of leakage. With a sigh of relief, she exhaled slowly. If her attire was acceptable, then perhaps her demeanor was the source of her disquiet. She still bore the marks of her previous identity, and the distinction between herself and a true woman remained glaringly evident. She resolved to study the subtleties of feminine behavior, recognizing that mastering such nuances was indeed a profound undertaking. "Fang Imo, you are still far from embodying a true woman," she chided herself. Despite not perceiving any faults in her presentation, she condemned the fruit shop for its role in her discomfort. While the shopkeeper was undoubtedly a straightforward businessman, she vowed never to return, lest she encounter the source of her embarrassment again. Putting today's awkwardness behind her, the thought of having procured fresh, affordable fruit lightened her steps, even as she remained mindful of her stride, avoiding any exaggerated movements. 2 weeks had passed since her surgery, with her stitches removed just a week ago, and she felt little discomfort. However, she adhered to medical advice, steering clear of vigorous activity. Having long suffered from myocarditis, she had taken the considerable risk of undergoing gender confirmation surgery while still healing, and she was determined to avoid a second round of such excruciating pain in the near future. She believed that even the most stoic of figures would shed tears from the agony of such an experience, a pain that lingered relentlessly, making even the simplest of tasks feel torturous. In the days following the surgery, while the anesthetic dulled her senses, she had managed to comfort Jin Yushi, but once the effects wore off, she found herself unable to maintain composure. Each moment of impending despair prompted her to reflect, "Fang Imo, perhaps it's best to simply accept this new identity. There's no need to put myself through another surgery." After all, she had no intention of marrying a man and lacked any fervent desire to find a woman to share her life with. Yet, as the most challenging days passed, her resolve strengthened. The male identity within her surged forth once more. A steadfast young man stood in her mind, hands on hips, reproaching her for her wavering spirit. "Fang Imo, although you currently reside in a woman's body, your soul remains that of a man. You cannot so easily forget who you are, nor betray your past." Though the conviction of being a strong man remained, Fang Imo did not forget the reason behind her surgery. She aimed to embody He Xiaoyan, to learn, live, and love as that unfortunate girl, all the while crafting a facade of normalcy for her family. "You are not merely to pretend to be my sister. You are to become her. For this year, you must continuously embrace the essence of He Xiaoyan from the depths of your being. Only then will you leave no traces of deception." Despite her confusion over He Qi's demanding expectations and his insistence on leaving no room for error, Fang Imo understood that even if she were to inquire about his deeper intentions, the disparity in their identities would prevent her from receiving an honest answer. Thus, she resolved to refrain from unnecessary questions, diligently immersing herself in her new role. Chapter 24. The beautiful and kind-hearted He Xiaoyan carrying her freshly purchased fruit, Fang Imo traversed the shaded path back to the hospital. Discarding her disposable mask into the medical waste bin, she passed by the nurse's station and casually inquired of Sister Hong. "Sister Hong, Has Grandpa Fong gone out? Sister Hong, engrossed in her phone, looked up and smiled upon seeing Fong Imo. Zhao Yin, you're back? Grandpa Fong is playing chess. Oh, you've brought back so many delicious treats. I saw the fruit was fresh, so I picked up some for the sisters as well. Fong Imo replied, placing her bag on the nurse station counter, only taking a box of fresh fruit slices for herself before preparing to leave. That's far too much, Sister Hong exclaimed, momentarily flustered by the abundance of fruit laid out before her. No, it's nothing. The crowd was dense, leaving only a few to share at this point. Fong Imo pointed to the box of fresh fruit cuts, her smile radiant as she said, by the way, this shop is having a promotion. Buy one get one free on fruit cuts. If you have the time, you should definitely check it out again. Sister Hong responded with an "oh," her curiosity piqued by the small receipt left in the bag, wondering which store it belonged to. However, the name of the shop at the top of the receipt filled her with doubt. As far as she knew, this establishment had not offered discounts in ages, primarily due to their robust ingredients and remarkably fresh produce, which sold effortlessly. Even if they were to discount unsold items, it certainly wouldn't be at this hour. After all, it was still quite early. Yet, when she noticed that the receipt indicated only one portion of fruit cuts, a light bulb went off in her mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle. It must have been some foolish lad from that shop, smitten by Zhao Yan's beauty, borrowing from the boss's stock to curry favor with her. She wondered if the boss would discover it and possibly give him the boot. Sister Hong gazed at the figure humming a tune and striding away, contemplating the unknown young man who sought to impress this girl. What expression would he wear if he knew about her past? Sister Hong vividly recalled that when this child first moved in, he was still called Fong Imo, a boy. After a while, that young man transformed into a girl named He Zhao Yin. Although her current demeanor, speech patterns, and personality had diverged dramatically from the previous Fong Imo. Previously, he merely addressed her politely as Sister Hong, speaking courteously yet with a hint of distance. Now, He Zhao Yin sweetly called her Sister Hong and intimately linked arms with her. These changes were numerous and apparent. Yet, Sister Hong remained convinced that this incredibly beautiful and lively girl was indeed the same delicate young man from before. She suspected that the peculiar personnel changes in the inpatient department were intricately tied to this girl who had transitioned from Fong Imo to He Zhao Yin. As Fong Imo returned in the guise of He Zhao Yin, the entire VIP ward underwent an almost seamless rotation of staff, with all but herself and director and remaining in the VIP building. As the rest were shifted to the main inpatient building, the hospital claimed that the ordinary wards had received numerous complaints regarding the nurses' proficiency, thus implementing a rotation system to enhance overall service quality. However, through the sporadic visits from hospital leaders and the unusual attention from director and towards He Zhao Yin, Sister Hong keenly discerned that this so-called enhancement of service quality was merely a facade, and the true reason lay with the girl named He Zhao Yin. Yet, Sister Hong kept her observations to herself, never voicing her thoughts to anyone. Her astuteness was soon rewarded. Just days ago, Director brought her two pieces of excellent news. Her long-pending application for head nurse had been approved, and due to her outstanding performance over the past 2 years, her salary would increase by 50%. This month, she was also recognized as an outstanding employee, earning a bonus of 10,000 yuan. When she exited Director An's office in excitement, he playfully probed, "Qing Hong, do you recall a patient named Fong Imo from our inpatient department?" Sister Hong, ever clever, feigned confusion, responding, "Fong Imo? Director An, was that recent? My memory's a bit hazy. I've been so busy lately, I can't recall at all." Director An replied, "Is that so? Perhaps I misremembered. Oh, I recall now. It seems it was the elderly Mr. Fong who was admitted last month. His granddaughter is named Fong Imo? So, she isn't our patient then," she offered. "I don't interact much with Mr. Fong. Perhaps I could inquire with the nurse attending to him?" Director An dismissed the idea. "No need. If she's not here, then forget it. I was merely asking out of curiosity." As she left, Sister Hong noted the satisfied smile on Director An's face. From that moment on, Sister Hong resolved to remain oblivious to the transformation of Fong Imo into He Zhao Yin. The change from male to female, or the metamorphosis from handsome youth to stunning beauty, she had heard nothing of it. Her focus was solely on the fact that a girl named He Zhao Yin had been admitted to the VIP ward due to a concussion and fractures from a car accident. This young lady, upon seeing the elderly Mr. Fong, who was alone in his treatment, had voluntarily cared for him, offering companionship to the elderly gentleman. Truly, she was a good girl, both beautiful and kind-hearted. When Fang Yimou returned to her grandfather's hospital room, he was engaged in a chess match with a fellow patient. The two elderly gentlemen, both of similar age to her grandfather, were wealthy individuals sent here by anxious families due to minor health issues. They had arrived a few days after Fang Yimou and her grandfather, initially clamoring to leave. However, upon discovering that her grandfather made for a congenial chess partner and that Fang Yimou was a delightful young person willing to chat with them, they ceased their complaints about returning home. At that moment, two of the old men were engaged in a game, while one watched. When Fang Yimou entered, her grandfather was embroiled in a heated argument with the white-haired gentleman across from him. But it was the observing elder who first noticed her return, beaming as he waved. "Little he is back. Hello, Grandpa Guan." Fang Yimou greeted the watching elder. Grandpa Guan was the surname of the observing elder. Fang Yimou usually called him Grandpa Guan, while the other white-haired gentleman, of course, was surnamed Yi, and she referred to him as Grandpa Yi. "Grandpas, have some fruit." Fang Yimou placed the box of fruit cuts beside the chessboard, distributing plastic forks to the two elderly men before sampling a piece of jackfruit herself. The crisp sweetness was delightful, prompting her to offer a piece to her grandfather. "Grandpa, try the jackfruit." However, her grandfather merely waved his hand dismissively, continuing his quarrel with Grandpa Yi. "You can't take back a move that's already been made. It's utterly unreasonable." Her grandfather's words were somewhat garbled, his head still bandaged, yet his spirit was undeniably vigorous. "My hand hasn't even left the piece. I merely gestured. How can that be considered a move?" Grandpa Yi retorted, his face flushed. "Once it's placed, it stands. Who cares whether your hand was lifted or not?" Her grandfather's eyes bulged like saucers. It seemed the two could argue over this matter for another half-hour. So Grandpa Guan, taking matters into his own hands, disrupted the chessboard, chuckling, "In this game, whether you have that piece or not, it's a dead end. I propose we all cease the dispute and enjoy the fruit instead. Afterward, let me play a match with old Fang." Witnessing the chessboard being thrown into disarray, both Grandpa Yi and Fang Mo's grandfather exchanged incredulous glances. While Fang Mo chimed in, "Grandpa Guan is right. There's no point in arguing. Let us eat the fruit. It's so fresh." Having often accompanied her grandfather for chess games in her childhood and occasionally playing with her master while working in Huading, she grasped the situation well enough, despite her average skills. Grandpa Yi controlled a rook, which would be captured by her grandfather's knight. Yet, whether or not that rook was present made little difference. The game remained a stalemate. Yet the two elderly men, like children, stubbornly argued over that singular piece, prompting Fang Yimou to stifle her laughter. Ultimately, it was Grandpa Yi who conceded, tossing down his piece in frustration, declaring, "I'm done. No more." With that, he irritatedly speared a piece of fruit, taking a bite. After swallowing a slice of cantaloupe, his expression softened. He glanced at Fang Mo's grandfather, who appeared quite pleased, and then at the girl carefully feeding him fruit. His eyes brimming with fondness, he had heard that the girl named He Zhaoyan had no actual relation to Fang Mo's grandfather. The elderly man suffered from Alzheimer's and had injured his head, rendering him somewhat confused, mistaking the similarly aged He Zhaoyan for his granddaughter. To his surprise, this 19-year-old girl possessed a heart of gold, taking exceptional care of the old man, feeding him, keeping him company, helping wash his face and wipe his sweat, even pushing him out for walks, as if she were a granddaughter tending to her dear grandfather, never uttering a word of complaint. Grandpa Yi had once asked the young lady why she treated Fang Mo's grandfather so kindly, considering her own family background was likely not lacking. What was her motivation? She simply smiled and said softly, "I feel a connection with Grandpa Fang. Nothing more." This sentiment only fueled Grandpa Yi's jealousy towards Grandpa Fang. Though he too had a prosperous family and many descendants, none compared to the care this girl offered. Only his eldest son was somewhat attentive, checking in with a phone call daily. The more he observed, the more he liked her. Grandpa Yi set aside his plastic fork and said to Fang Yimou, "Little He, what do you think about what I mentioned last time? My eldest grandson is single and a senior executive at a large company. Would you like me to arrange a meeting for you two? If you find him appealing, perhaps you could consider being my granddaughter-in-law." "Huh?" Fang Mo's expression froze instantly. Hey, what are you talking about, old Yi?" Hearing Grandpa Ye's words, her grandfather immediately puffed out his cheeks in indignation, stammering, "What are you doing? Still thinking about my Yimou?" In his haste, he choked slightly, prompting Fang Emo to gently pat his back. Soothingly laughing, "Grandpa, why are you in such a rush? Grandpa Yi is just joking with us." Grandfather firmly grasped Fang Mo's hand, casting a sharp glance at old Yi, and remarked, "Emoer, do be cautious of that old rascal Yi. He plays chess without adhering to the rules, and I dare say his grandson is bound to be a scoundrel as well. You old fool Fang, what manner of speech is this?" Old Ye's expression shifted to one of irritation. Yet upon observing the hearty laughter of old Guan and the barely contained chuckle of Fang Emo, he momentarily paused, only to soon join in the boisterous laughter himself. After a spell, Fang Emo stifled her mirth and addressed old Yi, saying, "Thank you, Grandpa Yi, however, I wish to encounter that fated person on my own." While maintaining a light-hearted tone, her heart was in turmoil. Old Yi had previously alluded to this matter, which she had dismissed as mere jest at the time. And now, with his renewed seriousness, she found herself both flattered and apprehensive. Could it be that Grandpa Yi was genuinely invested in this? "What is it that you find appealing about me, Grandpa Yi? Surely, I can change." She felt a strong aversion to wearing skirts, let alone accepting a man into her life. Furthermore, even if she were to pretend to date He Xiaoyan, she would still have to follow He Qi's arrangements. For he was the employer, acting as a substitute for He Xiaoyan. She had no freedom in matters of romance. Although Fang Emo lamented internally, she kept a sweet smile on her face, yet the intensity of old Ye's gaze made her cheeks flush more deeply, causing her smile to gradually grow stiff in old Ye's eyes. The mingling of embarrassment, awkwardness, and rigidity on Fang Mo's face only appeared as youthful shyness. He smiled warmly and nodded. "Oh, no need to force it. After all, this girl is just 19, with dreams of romantic encounters and unforgettable love." The thought. Old Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pondered. To seek out her true love, that should be quite feasible. The eldest son of the Lao family isn't lacking in charm, if only. With that thought, Old Ye discreetly nodded, enthusiasm radiating from his eyes. "Old Fang, just look at the glint in Old Ye's eyes. He must be concocting some wicked scheme," Old Guan remarked, giving grandfather a gentle pat on the arm. "Away with you, Old Guan. What business is it of yours?" Old Ye waved dismissively at Old Guan. Then, with a thud of his thigh, he stood up, reminded of the ungrateful offspring back home, which incited a flare of anger within him. "Enough of this. I'm leaving with that." Old Ye strode toward the door of the ward, pulling out his phone as he walked to the nurse's station. Several nurses were joyfully indulging in a box of fresh fruit, animatedly discussing recent gossip from the internet. Just then, an elderly gentleman with white hair passed by, talking on the phone, causing the nurses to instinctively hush. "I don't care. You handle your company affairs yourself. Starting tomorrow, you must visit me at the hospital every evening for 3 days. And no excuses. You claim you're always busy with that trivial company of yours. Yet when will your grandfather get to hold his precious grandson? Enough of your nonsense. Dress properly. Don't embarrass your grandfather." Sister Hong, witnessing the old man angrily hang up the phone, greeted him with a smile. "Old Ye, not playing chess anymore? What would you like for dinner? We can arrange something for you." Having just finished his call, Old Ye glanced back at Sister Hong. His gaze, as piercing as a sunset, made her tense up. Upon realizing it was Sister Hong, Old Ye's previously taut expression softened. He responded with a casual grunt and a wave of his hand. "Same as usual, just prepare something. I'm easy to please." With that, the elderly gentleman walked back toward his ward, leaving Sister Hong and the nurses exchanging relieved glances after he had moved out of earshot. Meanwhile, in Grandpa Fang's ward, Old Guan continued to play chess with Grandpa Fang. Fang Emo leaned gently against her grandfather's shoulder, occasionally feeding him fruits and eagerly signaling her own clever moves. Naturally, this earned her a chorus of disapproval from the two elderly men. Silence while observing the game. Initially swift and lively, the two seniors gradually slowed their pace, contemplating each move for a considerable time, resulting in a game that lasted over an hour, as the sun began to set, painting the clouds in fiery hues. The game concluded with Grandpa's victory. After exchanging a few more words and reviewing where he had gone wrong, Old Guan retreated to his own ward, leaving only the grandfather and granddaughter. Grandpa, having won, was elated, unable to contain his smile. However, after several intense matches, the strain began to show on his face, and soon he found himself dozing off. Fang Emo gazed at her grandfather's profile bathed in the orange glow of the sunset, momentarily lost in thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. Since her grandfather's awakening, these past few days had been the most carefree and joyful of her years. It had been ages since she had spent such time with him without worry. The last time being before he fell ill, when he had borne the weight of their family's burdens. Although she still could not openly declare, "I am Fang Emo, and this is my grandfather," merely being by his side filled her with immense happiness. Just a little longer, Fang Emo. Once you handle the matters concerning He Chi, you can enjoy the life you and your family have always desired. With that thought, Fang Emo felt a surge of determination. She quietly rose, adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting to prevent her grandfather from catching a chill, then hurried back to her own room to fetch her PAD. Donning her headphones, she settled beside her grandfather, opening a video to diligently review her performance studies. Outside, the sun sank lower, the rustling leaves blending with the sounds of cicadas. The golden rays illuminated the pair, as if they could remain forever in this fleeting yet tranquil moment. Chapter 26. Is that girl Fang Emo? At 8 o'clock that evening, after sharing dinner with her grandfather, Fang Emo strolled with him through the courtyard. "Grandpa," she mused, "how about you stay in Huading for a year? What do you think?" Supporting her grandfather's arm, she gently urged him forward, her voice soft. The elderly man, already afflicted with Parkinson's, had yet to regain his pre-surgery mobility. "Why?" he inquired, puzzled. "Aren't we returning to Yuqing? What about Yuanyuan? Grandpa, your injury was quite severe, and the medical facilities here in Huading are superior. Besides, I cannot leave Huading just yet.as for Yuanyuan. I plan to visit Yuqing in a while to see if she would like to come here for a year of study. I envision that when you have fully recovered and Yuanyuan gains admission to university, if you wish to return to Yuqing, I will accompany you.at that time. I will remain by your side to care for you." Fang Emo instinctively caressed her grandfather's arm, mimicking the gentle way he used to soothe her to sleep in her childhood. Listening to her words, the old man nodded repeatedly, but upon hearing her declaration of lifelong companionship, he furrowed his brow, displeased. "No, that won't do. How can you always be with me? I can take care of myself. You need to marry and live your life." Fang Emo couldn't help but chuckle at his insistence. Marry? She had hoped to wait a year before returning to her former self. She simply could not accept that notion. However, what the old man said next caused her heart to skip a beat. "Even if you must care for me, you have your brother, right? I will live with your brother and sister-in-law." Suddenly, he appeared perplexed, lifting his gaze to Fang Emo and pondering, "Hey, what is your brother's name? My mind has gone blank. What is the name of my eldest grandson?" Seeing the pain etched on her grandfather's face as he struggled to remember, Fang Emo felt a pang in her heart, her eyes growing misty. She longed to tell him that she was indeed the eldest grandson he spoke of, but doing so would necessitate explaining how the eldest grandson had become a granddaughter. Fang Emo feared that her grandfather would not be able to accept such a far-fetched reality, and she worried that the jumbled information would further complicate his already muddled memories, since her grandfather had long begun to think of the eldest grandson as a granddaughter. Perhaps it was best to let that misperception continue for now. As long as he could enjoy each day with happiness, what did it matter if it was truth or fiction? As for her returning to her male form, that was a concern for another day. Fang Emo took hold of her grandfather's hand, preventing him from tapping his head, and with a gentle smile, she chided, "Grandpa, you see, you've mixed things up again. Where would your grandson come from? Is it that because Amoer is a girl, you no longer like me? If that's the case, I might as well undergo surgery and become a boy." Looking at Fang Mo's face, the confusion in the old man's eyes faded, and his expression turned resolute as he shook his head. "That won't do. It is what it is. The way you are now is simply the best. Grandfather is truly wonderful." Fang Emo tightly wrapped her arms around her grandfather's, and seeing that no one was around, she gleefully planted a kiss on the old man's cheek. Being a girl has its advantages. When it comes to her grandfather, she can freely express her emotions without restraint. The old man beamed with joy upon receiving the kiss from his granddaughter. "Moer, why do Lao Guan and Lao Yi always refer to you as Xiao He?" "Oh, Grandpa, I have a nickname at work, Xiao He Hua. So everyone calls me Xiao He." Recently, Fang Emo has been spinning fanciful tales with remarkable ease. "What kind of company is that? Xiao He Hua, Xiaolian Hua. How does that sound like a respectable place?" "If you don't like it, Should I call myself Xiao Tao? Xiao Mei? Xiao Ju? Xiao Bai He? What a cacophony of names. Utterly tacky. Moer is the best name of all. All right, you decide which name I should use? And that shall be it. Grandpa, please stay still. Let me record a video of you to show you on in front of the emergency building. A young man stood smoking near a trash bin by a flower bed. He had sharp brows and starry eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and a handsome, albeit stern, countenance. Clad in a deep red t-shirt and black motorcycle pants, with motorcycle boots on his feet and a black leather jacket draped over his shoulders. His dark red-dyed hair made him appear from a distance like a blazing inferno, black and red, yet icy cold. Passers-by, meeting his piercing gaze, instinctively averted their eyes, recognizing his attire as that of a societal delinquent. After a few puffs of smoke, two battered punk youths emerged from the emergency building, supporting a third person between them. The individual in the middle bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yao. Dressed in a leather jacket and motorcycle pants, also sporting bruises, but his condition was worse as his right leg was in a splint. The group surveyed the area, and upon spotting the red-haired youth leaning against the door smoking, they hurried towards him, calling out, "Yao Gu!" Clearly, they were all part of Jiang Yao's entourage. The red-haired youth assessed the injured man, his gaze finally resting on the splint. His brows furrowed slightly, and his expression sharpened. "How are you?" he queried, his voice a rough rasp tinged with fatigue. "I won't die," the injured man replied, his face contorted with suppressed anger. "Jiang Yao Gu, when are we going to retaliate?" Jiang Yao raised a hand to ruffle his hair, a colder smile creeping onto his already stern face. "In a rush. Let them frolic for a couple of days while you recover. Don't worry, I'll make sure they regret it." With that, he extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray of the trash bin. Turning towards the hospital entrance, the three exchanged glances and quickened their pace to keep up with Jiang Yao. They hadn't walked far when a young woman appeared, assisting an elderly man along the winding tree-lined path. The darkness enveloped them, and the dim streetlights barely illuminated their way. The girl was so engrossed in conversation with the elderly man, laughing exuberantly, that she failed to notice Jiang Yao, colliding with him unexpectedly. Her melodious laughter abruptly ceased. "Watch where you're going. Are you blind?" One of Jiang Yao's subordinates instinctively began to scold her, but Jiang Yao raised a hand to silence him. Lowering his gaze to the girl, whose height barely reached his chest, he scrutinized her face, a trace of confusion emerging in his eyes. Upon noticing his vibrant red hair and then focusing on his features, the girl's expression shifted to one of alarm. She subtly pulled her mask up to cover the lower half of her face, revealing only her gentle brows and eyes. "I am sorry." Despite her evident fear, she instinctively shielded the elderly man behind her. "It's nothing," Jiang Yao replied in his deep, raspy voice. "Be careful in the dark." The girl nodded, hastily assisting the elderly man and quickly departing with her head bowed. Observing her timid retreat, Jiang Yao's companions began to murmur among themselves. "Hey, Erwan, isn't that Zhao foolish apprentice? What was that fool's name again? His name is Fang Imo. Hey, Wu Tiao, are your eyes deceiving you? You should be more mindful. You saw a girl? And Fang Imo is a boy. How could a girl possibly be a boy? How do you know Fang Imo is definitely male? Have you seen him undressed, or has he ever?" "Shut your filthy mouth. I may be a face enthusiast, but I'm not a pervert." "Ugh, you two idiots, slow down. I've broken my leg." "Hey, sorry, Nangu. But really, that kid looks so delicate. A gust of wind could sweep him away. He might just be a Mulan. By the way, do you know where that kid went? Haven't seen him in ages. Wherever he likes, it's none of my business. I just want to get back at them." As his subordinates bickered, Jiang Yao frowned at the cacophony of vulgarities. Yet, he remained silent, merely glancing at the retreating figures of the grandfather and granddaughter. They were like two lines that crossed at a single point, only to hasten away from each other, never to meet again, unless fate intervened. Chapter 27. Brother, why do you look so disheveled? Fang Imo never expected to encounter Jiang Yao here. Jiang Yao was a frequent visitor to the auto repair shop, often accompanied by a raucous gang of bikers. Rumor had it that he was involved in the underworld, commanding a group of delinquents. Each time he arrived at the shop, customers would scatter in fear. Although Fang Imo recognized Jiang Yao, they were not well acquainted. Whenever he came for motorcycle maintenance, Fang Imo would feel uneasy under Jiang Yao's intimidating gaze, and his master always made an effort to keep Fang Imo at a distance from Jiang Yao and his crew. Thus, their interactions were limited to distant encounters, and Fang Mo's understanding of Jiang Yao was largely shaped by hearsay. As they crossed paths, Fang Mo felt a flicker of anxiety, wondering if Jiang Yao would recognize her. However, she quickly reassured herself that their paths rarely crossed, so even if he did recognize her, it wouldn't matter much. Gradually calming down, she heard her grandfather mumbling beside her. You must remember, Moer, to keep your distance from those street toughs, never associate with them. Fang Mo couldn't help but smile wryly. Grandpa, you can rest assured. Your granddaughter will definitely steer clear of people like that in the future. With that, she linked her arm with her grandfather's, leisurely strolling back to the hospital room. It was nearly 9 o'clock when Fang Mo called for a male nurse to help her grandfather bathe, though she wouldn't mind doing it herself. She was currently embodying the identity of He Xiaoyan, and given her appearance as a genuine girl, it would be rather inappropriate. After thoroughly briefing the nurse, Fang Mo returned to her room. She organized the photos and videos she had taken of her grandfather, deleting any blurry or repetitive images, and sent the remaining ones to her sister, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan responded almost instantly, Brother, did you spend the whole day with Grandpa? You must be tired. Fang Mo quickly typed a reply. You're the one who's really working hard. I got to spend time with Grandpa, so it wasn't tiring at all. Fang Yuan replied with a frown. Sorry, brother, I'll study hard right now. Seeing that she hadn't even needed to scold her sister, Fang Mo couldn't help but feel a smile creeping onto her lips. In truth, she didn't mind whether her sister was slacking off in her studies. She knew how diligent Fang Yuan usually was. If the girl didn't learn to balance work and play, that would genuinely concern her. Fang Mo replied, It's nothing. As the saying goes, all work and no play makes Fang Yuan a dull girl. Fang Yuan retorted, Brother, which country did that saying come from? Fang Mo dismissed, It's not important. Fang Yuan continued, Brother, are you available for a video call? You always send videos and photos of Grandpa. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages, and I miss you. Fang Mo paused. Huh? Her first instinct was to find an excuse to refuse Fang Yuan, but they hadn't video called each other in over a month. Previously, they would at least have 2 or 3 video calls a week, yet in the past month, they hadn't had a single one. Finally, Fang Yuan had brought it up. For a moment, Fang Mo felt caught off guard. After her grandfather regained consciousness, Fang Mo had conveyed the situation to Fang Yuan over the phone, including details about the injury, the transfer to Huading for surgery, and even the period when his life hung in the balance. She hadn't hidden anything, but she had presented it in a light, understated manner. Fang Mo's primary aim was to reassure her sister that their grandfather was doing well and that there was no need for her to worry. She also informed her sister that she had found a lucrative new job, alleviating any concerns about the high cost of living in Huading. Although Fang Yuan had shown some worry at one point, it seemed the situation with their grandfather hadn't adversely affected her too much. Before school resumed at the end of August, she had scored second in her grade on the preliminary exams, which had thrilled Fang Mo for quite some time. However, she had yet to reveal to Fang Yuan that she had undergone surgery. On one hand, she found it incredibly difficult to broach the subject. On the other hand, she was concerned about her sister's academic performance. Their grandfather's cognitive abilities had waned, and he had mistakenly remembered her as his granddaughter. With a little deception, the elderly man would find solace in his own narrative. Yet, Yuan Yuan's situation was different. Fang Mo primarily worried that Yuan Yuan would suddenly learn that her older brother was, in fact, her older sister, which would undoubtedly leave her in shock for a month or two, severely impacting her studies. Ever since Yuan Yuan had returned home with the second highest score in her grade, Fang Mo had refrained from making any impulsive decisions. Fang Yuan excelled academically and even had the potential to aim for prestigious institutions like Jindan University. If this revelation caused her significant distress and hindered her educational pursuits, leading her to miss out on better opportunities, Fang Mo would find it unbearable. She even contemplated withholding this information from Fang Yuan until after the college entrance examination, at which point she could fulfill He Qi's request and undergo surgery to revert to being male. However, after careful consideration, she felt that maintaining such a long-term secret alone would be too challenging. It would be best to choose an appropriate moment to discuss it face-to-face with Fang Yuan. This way, even if her situation caused undue psychological turmoil for Yuan Yuan, she could promptly detect any abnormalities and intervene to soften the impact on the child. She had always intended to speak with He Qi, pondering whether she could return to Yuqing in mid to late September, to address this issue while also discussing with Yuan whether she would be willing to transfer schools, reuniting the three of them in Huadings. Yet, Fang Emo found herself unable to voice this thought. He had already paid a deposit of 1 million, which had been sitting in her account accumulating interest for 2 months. While their grandfather's condition seemed to deteriorate daily, meanwhile, her progress never seemed to meet He-Chi's expectations. After agreeing to take on the role of He Xiaoyan, He-Chi had compiled a dossier on He Xiaoyan for her, enabling her to better understand the character she was to portray. Additionally, He-Chi had engaged numerous instructors for her, covering makeup, physical training, vocal lessons, piano, art, and calligraphy. He even arranged for the renowned actor Zhang Qiqiang to provide one-on-one guidance to Fang Emo, who had become He Xiaoyan, for several days, citing that the He family's daughter had a budding interest in the entertainment industry. He Xiaoyan was a remarkably talented young woman, with a plethora of interests and skills that astonished everyone. Yet this burdened Fang Emo, who felt akin to a hapless duck being stuffed with a multitude of ingredients by a master chef, awaiting her turn in the oven. Fortunately, He-Chi did not genuinely expect her to master these diverse skills in such a short time. His primary aim was to help Fang Emo develop a foundational understanding and awareness of the differences between herself and He Xiaoyan, lest she inadvertently reveal her true self in unnecessary situations. He-Chi approached this endeavor as a significant project, sparing no expense, and naturally, Fang Emo dared not slacken her efforts. During each online or in-person lesson, she remained utterly focused, often rewatching recordings in her spare time. Fang Emo's work ethic was commendable, yet it still fell short of convincing He-Chi that she was ready to navigate his family's presence without arousing suspicion, leaving Mr. He quite displeased at this juncture. Seeking leave from her demanding workplace to return home felt like courting misfortune. Yet, some issues could not be perpetually sidestepped. Constantly making excuses might lead Fang Yuan to feel that her older brother was neglecting her. Perhaps it would be better to take a gamble today and see if the time spent studying performance and honing her acting skills bore fruit. While she might not fully embody He Xiaoyan, portraying her authentic self should suffice. If she could not even convincingly present her former self to her own sister, how could she expect to play He Xiaoyan before the He family without revealing any flaws? Fang Emo mused, if she succeeded in deceiving Yuan today, she could later return to Yuqing to gradually address this matter. However, if Yuan sensed something amiss, she would immediately seek leave from He-Chi the following day. She would endure any reprimands that came her way. The bottom line was that this issue could not be allowed to linger indefinitely. Resolute in her decision, Fang Emo sent Fang Yuan a message. Wait a moment, something urgent has come up. I will send you a video call shortly. She then tossed her phone onto the bed and rushed to her wardrobe. She rummaged through it until she found clothing from her days as a boy. Selecting a loose long-sleeve t-shirt to wear, standing before the mirror, she couldn't help but grimace. Her chest had developed considerably, and even in the loosest shirt, the difference was apparent. Oh dear. There's no choice but to adapt as the situation unfolds. Perhaps I can use a pillow for cover, that should suffice. Fang Emo then retrieved her makeup kit from beneath the bed, sitting cross-legged on the bed as she hurriedly applied her makeup using a mirror. As she dabbed foundation with a sponge, she found the situation somewhat absurd. Having dedicated herself to enhancing her cuteness and beauty over the past period, this was her first attempt at reverse engineering her appearance. With the guidance of a professional makeup artist, she had diligently practiced, and while she could not yet rival the beauty blogger He Xiaoyan, she had made notable progress. Before long, she had completed her makeup. But upon glancing in the mirror, she still noticed discrepancies. The most glaring flaw lay in her skin. Despite using a relatively dark foundation, it merely gave her a tanned appearance. The natural, somewhat coarse texture of her skin was impossible to replicate. There was no remedy for her lack of skill. So she could only hope Fang Yuan would not notice and trust in her ability to think on her feet. With her makeup set, Fang Emo swiftly tidied up her cosmetics, kicking the kit beneath the bed, then disheveling her previously neat hairstyle into a chaotic mess. The more disheveled and careless, the better. After completing these preparations, she examined herself in the mirror once more, confident that she would go undetected. Finally, she lay on her side on the bed, clutching a pillow, and initiated a video call to Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Yuan did not answer immediately. Instead, there was a pause of about 3 to 4 seconds, which made Fang Mo's heart race with anxiety. It seemed Fang Yuan was in the midst of solving problems when she answered the call. She held her phone closer, the screen shook, and suddenly, Fang Yuan's cherubic face filled the entire display. Fang Yuan glanced at the phone and momentarily displayed a look of surprise, which quickly morphed into suspicion. Bro, it's been a month since I last saw you. But why do I feel like you're acting a bit flamboyant today? But she quickly corrected herself. No, I should say delicate? Fang Mo's eyelid twitched. She instantly considered ending the video call. Were girls really this sensitive? Indeed, there was an air of delicate charm about her, reminiscent of the class beauty, exuding a rather refined aura. This was not a good sign at all. Chapter 28. The consequences arrived too swiftly. Fang Mo suppressed the urge to terminate the call, lowering her voice as she replied with feigned exasperation. Where on earth did you learn such words? Is this how you speak to your own brother? I genuinely suspect that one of us was adopted. We can't be biological siblings. Taken aback by this remark, Fang Yuan paused. In truth, she and Fang Mo bore little resemblance to one another. Fang Mo had an oval face, a pointed chin, delicate features, large eyes, and stood just over 1.60 meters, whereas Fang Yuan had a round face, soft features, and stood nearly 1.70 meters, towering over Fang Mo. Before Fang Mo could finish her thought, Fang Yuan erupted into a hearty laugh. Bro, your new job must be much easier than before, huh? Fang Mo felt a surge of delight and secretly exhaled in relief. She had been fretting about how to divert Fang Yuan's attention if she continued on her previous line of questioning. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had changed the subject on her own. Fang Mo nodded. Yes, it is. How did you know? Although she was currently occupied with a multitude of tasks, compared to working on cars during the day and delivering takeout at night, it was indeed far less taxing. Your complexion looks great. You used to have prominent dark circles under your eyes, but they're gone now. Your skin looks so much better than before. It's funny. I never noticed it before. But now I feel like you're even more attractive than our class beauty. Fang Yuan scratched her head. Did you overdo the beauty filter? Fang Mo's heart skipped a beat. Her unnecessary follow-up question had inadvertently led Fang Yuan back to the previous topic. What a miscalculation. Maybe so. This phone used to belong to my teacher's wife. Fang Mo replied dismissively, sounding quite casual. I didn't change anything. I just couldn't be bothered. Your teacher and his wife are really good to you. Did he not give you a hard time when you quit? Not at all. Mentioning her teacher's favoritism filled Fang Mo with a sense of pride. He even said that if I ever want to leave my current job, I can return anytime. Really? Why would I lie to you? And there's more. When I had dinner at my teacher's house the other day, his wife mentioned that she wanted to introduce me to their daughter. Hoping I could be their son-in-law. Hemph. Looks like your brother is quite well liked. Fang Yuan laughed, seemingly pleased for Fang Mo's fortunate encounters. What a great opportunity. Did you quit your job because of that? How could that be? My teacher's wife treats me so well. Reflecting on the kindness of her teacher and his wife made Fang Mo unconsciously smile, but she abruptly halted mid-sentence, feeling a chill run down her spine. She had just let slip a thought, nearly revealing that I am, in fact, a woman. No, this is too relaxed. I must gather my composure. For what exactly am I? Huang Qiu. Fang Yuan, puzzled, pressed on. Why have you stopped speaking? Fang Mo cleared her throat gently, mustered her courage, and laughed awkwardly. That's because I am, after all, a fool. Fang Yuan tilted her head, furrowed her brows in contemplation, and after a moment, her expression softened into one of bemusement as she stared at Fang Mo. After a while, she could no longer contain her laughter. Brother, just listen to what you've said. Does it even make sense? Fang Mo, stubbornly defending her words, insisted. How can it lack logic? I resigned from such a promising job in auto repair. Do you not consider that foolish? Fang Yuan shook her head and suddenly seemed to recall something, saying, by the way, brother, did you know that the nursing home where grandfather stayed is about to close down? Upon hearing about the nursing home, Fang Mo's expression darkened immediately. Her previous interactions with the management had not been pleasant, and she felt a lingering resentment. Has it really come to closure so swiftly? Truly, this seems like poetic justice. Fang Mo felt an exhilarating sense of relief as her frustrations dissipated entirely, yet her curiosity about the situation remained piqued. Noticing the confusion on Fang Mo's face, Fang Yuan recounted the entire sequence of events. It turned out that ever since grandfather's fall, a series of incidents had unfolded at the nursing home. The relatives of other elderly residents, upon hearing about the incident involving Fang's grandfather, became alarmed and hurriedly relocated their loved ones to other facilities. Subsequently, the nursing home dismissed Aunt Zoe, citing her as primarily responsible for the accident. Dismissing her was one thing. They also failed to pay her the wages owed, and they reneged on reimbursing the medical expenses amounting to 10,000 yuan that she had temporarily covered. When Aunt Zoe confronted them, the director angrily accused her, claiming that had it not been for her negligence, none of this would have occurred, and they were being magnanimous by not demanding full compensation from her. Naturally, they laid all the blame squarely on Aunt Zoe's shoulders. Days later, Aunt Zoe's husband suddenly succumbed to his illness, and she, holding his portrait, staged a protest outside the nursing home, leading to her being taken away for disturbing the public order. After her release, one day, for reasons unknown, Aunt Zoe ascended to the top floor of the nursing home and jumped before a gathering crowd. With someone recording the incident and posting it online, it caused quite a stir in the local community. This prompted several former employees of the nursing home to expose the management's malpractices, including the misappropriation of funds meant for residents' meals, financial fraud, and various pretexts used to undercut employees' wages, escalating the situation further and trending on social media for 2 days. The fallout was so severe that local authorities quickly intervened. However, the key figures, the director, deputy director, and head nurse, had vanished without a trace, leaving the investigation team with nothing. Fortunately, the accountant was apprehended at home. The subsequent handling of the situation remains unknown, but with the management gone, the temporary replacements were overwhelmed, and the remaining residents were left with only those without family or a home. Gradually, employees began to leave, and only a few remained. Hearing all this, Fang Emo couldn't help but sigh. Aunt Zoe's husband had indeed passed away. Grandfather's condition was improving day by day, and Fang Mo's resentment towards Aunt Zoe had lessened considerably. Reflecting on Aunt Zoe's grief over her husband's death, a twinge of compassion stirred within her. Aunt Zoe had taken on multiple jobs out of desperation to support her family, leading to her exhaustion and carelessness that fateful night. Unlike the management, who acted out of greed, Aunt Zoe's actions were born of necessity. They were all victims of circumstance. Fang Emo lamented internally, her final remnants of resentment towards Aunt Zoe evaporating. The most pitiable were those lonely and destitute elderly individuals who had entrusted all their savings to the nursing home, hoping to spend their remaining days there. They were the most innocent, yet they suffered the consequences unjustly. Fang Emo felt both perplexed and heartbroken, questioning how things had spiraled so out of control. Why did those in charge feel compelled to drive others to the brink? It had been the same with Aunt Zoe when she sought compensation. Those still holding on to hope might accept their misfortunes, but those utterly despairing might resort to anything. After a lengthy discussion with Yuan Yuan, Fang Emo concluded, money is crucial. Without it, one cannot thrive, yet money can also be a poison, awakening the greed that resides within hearts. And greed can lead to short-sightedness and moral decay. Fang Emo contemplated the year ahead when she would embody He Zhao Yin, living the life of a wealthy heiress, inevitably encountering a world of excess and materialism. Fang Emo, dear Fang Emo, you must tread carefully and avoid becoming a slave to wealth, ruled by avarice. The siblings shared their sentiments regarding the nursing home situation, and Fang Emo then turned to Fang Yuan to express her thoughts. Yuan Yuan, I have an idea. With her gaze lowered, she appeared contemplative. Brother, my current monthly income is decent. I wish for grandfather to stay in Huading for a year. The medical facilities here are superior, and I can take better care of him, providing peace of mind. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Fang Yuan's face before transforming into a bright smile. That sounds wonderful. Let grandfather experience the big city. He has spent most of his life in a small place like you cited. A change of environment, combined with better medical care, might even improve his Alzheimer's. After a pause, she asked with a hint of concern, but brother, are you sure you can manage? Living expenses in Huading are quite high. Can your salary sustain it? Fang Emo immediately responded with confidence, rest assured, my salary is quite substantial now. You know that I would never live beyond my means. Having calculated her finances, she felt assured. Not to mention He-Chi's promised 5 million, even the 1 million already transferred to his account would suffice to cover grandfather's stay for a year and regular medical checkups, provided they did not entertain thoughts of purchasing a home in Huading. Fang Emo also intended to keep her financial situation from her sister. First, the amount was too large to explain. Second, He-Chi had instructed her to keep it confidential. Third, she feared that if her sister knew about the money, she might become complacent in her studies. What kind of job pays so well? I might as well drop out and join you. Fang Yuan inquired curiously. You would need to look as stunning as He Xiaoyan to do that? Fang Yimou thought to herself. Focus on your studies. This job is well-paying precisely because I am irreplaceable. Do you understand? Fang Yimou lectured playfully. My circumstances are a perfect storm of opportunity, not easily replicated. Therefore, you must strive to learn and develop your skills, ensuring you become equally irreplaceable in the future. You certainly have a way with words, Fang Yuan teased. I hope it's not something illegal or a scam where someone tricks you into selling a kidney. Do you think your brother is that easily deceived? All right, you're clever and astute. No one can fool you. Grandfather will stay in Huading. I will manage just fine. Fang Yimou nodded and continued, there is one more matter. But I am uncertain and wish to consult you. I worry you might feel lonely there alone. Previously, grandfather was there, but now it would just be you. I was thinking, how about you transfer schools to Huading? Our family could reunite here to tea this. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, her eyes lighting up as she nodded eagerly, yet she refrained from interrupting, waiting for her brother to finish speaking. Since Fang Yimou had stated her indecision, it was clear she had some concerns to express. However, I'm also worried that if the teaching methods differ between the two places, the change in environment might affect your studies, so I'm not sure about this. Take your time to think it over. After Fang Yimou spoke, Fang Yuan's expression gradually shifted to a more neutral one, deep in thought. After a while, she nodded slowly, stating earnestly, Brother, you make a valid point. I need to consider this carefully. Yes, soon you will be an adult. I respect your wishes. Fang Yimou nodded and continued, in the coming period, I will be quite busy and may not be able to video chat. But I will call occasionally. When I return, I will see if I can take some time off to discuss your thoughts in person. Fang Yuan nodded vigorously, understood, brother. After discussing their serious matters, the siblings exchanged casual conversation before ending the video call. Setting her phone down, Fang Yimou let out a long sigh, lying back on the hospital bed, feeling a sense of emptiness. Excellent. Although Fang Yuan had noticed some oddities, she did not pry further. For now, this hurdle had been cleared. However, as she thought of He Qi, Fang Mo's expression clouded once more. How could she ensure He Qi would be satisfied with her performance? After lamenting for a while, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. Chapter 29. He Xiaoyan awakes. At the top floor of the new Peak Group headquarters, in the president's office, He Qi stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Holding a cup of milk, sipping it slowly while gazing into the distance. The office boasted a breathtaking view, perched at one of the highest points in Huading City. The entire urban landscape seemed to be framed within a grand painting. As I gaze into the distance, the urban landscape unfolds before me like an enormous chessboard, stretching across my field of vision. Even the bustling Tingdong port and the shimmering Tingdong Bay lie within sight. He Qi sips his hot milk, while behind him, on the expansive wooden office desk, a mobile phone incessantly emits the voice of AMA and IT is now almost certain that this is not merely an accident. We deeply regret this incident. No matter, after all, Zhao Yin is currently unharmed. Without turning back, He Qi speaks casually. He leans back against the office desk, continuing to gaze dreamily at the cityscape of Huading. After a brief pause, the man's voice on the other end resumes. Based on the information we have gathered, that does not seem to be the case. Although the current counterterrorism situation is severe, we can still spare some resources to assist you. If you do no need for that, this is my affair. He Qi interrupts firmly, his tone resolute. I have plenty of money. Is this trivial matter beyond my means? Very well. Should you require assistance, you know how to contact our field agents. This conversation ends here. Take care. The man on the other end concludes without any hesitation, hanging up the phone. Once the call ends, He Qi stands for a moment longer, until his cup is empty. Then he places it down and returns to his office chair. Picking up the large blue folder sprawled open on his polished wooden desk, He Qi flips through a few pages but soon finds himself unable to concentrate, resulting in a vexed closure of the folder, which he tosses back onto the desk, rubbing his temples with a silent sigh. A flicker of pain finally crosses He Qi's composed visage, morphing into a grimace moments later. The collision that occurred while Zhao Yin was waiting for the red light was purely a traffic accident. Yet the explosion that followed the car catching fire was not. Traces of a makeshift explosive device had been discovered in Zhao Yin's vehicle. Police analysis of the explosive indicated that if detonated, it would produce a significant amount of smoke and emit frightening sparks, but ultimately, its destructive capability was rather limited. Had that car accident not transpired, Even if the explosive had detonated, it would not have harmed Zhao Yin in the slightest. The individual who installed the explosive likely never intended to take Zhao Yin's life. Merely seeking to intimidate her, He easily deduces the motives of the unseen puppet master, whose aim is to disrupt his decision-making through such petty tactics, thereby interfering with the operations of the Xian Feng Group. However, during the accident, Zhao Yin's fuel tank ruptured, and by unfortunate coincidence, the makeshift explosive detonated, igniting the fuel tank and triggering a subsequent, far more powerful explosion. Ironically, the thick smoke produced by the explosive drew Feng Mo's attention, allowing him to rush in and save Zhao Yin from her vehicle. Had it not been for the smoke, the ensuing explosion and the raging inferno would have surely claimed Zhao Yin's life. He surmises who might be behind the scheming. Yet, each time he contemplates the fact that the adversary has targeted his sister, he feels an intense rage bubbling within him, mingled with a sense of absurdity. Who is He? To be shaken by such underhanded tactics? Since these individuals wish to see him flustered and seek to exploit opportunities to carve away at Xian Feng, he shall not yield to their desires. Upon glimpsing Feng Mo's photograph while Zhao Yin lay unconscious, He resolved upon this plan. Should his sister remain in a comatose state, he would employ this girl, who bears an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Yin, to stand in for her temporarily, if those who had extended their nefarious hands towards Zhao Yin settled down. He would treat the matter as a mere accident. Should they harbor further malicious intentions, he could use Feng Mo as bait. Anyone daring to threaten his family, regardless of who they are, must not allow him to catch them. If he does, he will ensure they meet a fate befitting their transgressions. However, Feng Mo, in an unexpected turn of naivety, outright refused his request at their first meeting. He had never anticipated she would decline 500,000 for the sake of some man's pride. She would be hard-pressed to save that much even if she toiled in an auto repair shop for a lifetime. Truly, a severe case of folly. Of course, upon discovering her astonishing foolishness and innocence, He felt a wave of unexpected delight. Such a person is precisely what he needs. Someone easy to manipulate, less likely to lose control, and manageable in the future. While he pondered how to bend Feng Mo to his will, fate intervened, causing her grandfather in the nursing home to take a tumble. Upon hearing the news, He employed some underhanded tactics, leading Feng Mo to believe she was her grandfather's sole salvation. Thus, without a second thought, she rushed over to plead for his assistance. After all, she was a Na'vi woman, accepting whatever the doctor said without question. How easily she could be deceived. As He contemplated this, he instinctively touched his forehead, where the bruises and lumps from being struck by an ashtray had faded. Yet the memory still elicited phantom pains. It was a trivial price to pay, hardly worth mentioning. Damn it, he must ensure Jin Yushi remains oblivious to certain matters. She has become as close to Feng Mo as sisters, and one cannot guarantee she won't divulge everything he has orchestrated to Feng Mo. Just the thought of the current developments leaves He quite dissatisfied. To transform Feng Mo into a convincing stand-in for Zhao Yin, he has invested some capital, which is inconsequential, but he has also expended considerable effort, organizing Zhao Yin's growth records, mapping her social networks, and reviewing videos from her childhood. These tasks cannot be entrusted to others. He, the prominent boss, must handle them personally. Yet, despite his substantial assistance, that foolish woman still falls short when attempting to imitate Zhao Yin, leaving obvious flaws that He readily perceives. He is now utterly vexed. His mother's surgery is imminent, but Feng Mo still does not meet his expectations. At this rate, he fears he might miss the opportunity. For such a significant matter concerning his mother, it is unacceptable for his precious sister to not be present. Given his mother's nature, she would either become overly concerned or sense something amiss. Regular video calls can be managed with AI, and thus far, they have been satisfactory, but his parents have begun inquiring about when Zhao Yin intends to visit. His mother's heart surgery is the family's top priority, and as the current pillar of the family, He cannot afford to leave the group unattended. Yet it is simply unacceptable for his sister to be absent. However, that foolish Feng Mo, if it comes to it. Should he simply force the issue? Or should he stubbornly decide to postpone altogether? Weighing the lesser of two evils, as He contemplates, the office phone rings. He quickly presses the speakerphone button. Speak? Mr. He, there are several documents that require your review. It is Xiao Chao from the secretary team. Bring them in, He replies before promptly hanging up. Shortly thereafter, A soft knock is heard, and a slender figure edges through the door. Tisk, observing Xiao Chao's hesitance and her shy demeanor, only heightens He-Chi's impatience. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up. The girl freezes momentarily before hastily entering, respectfully handing the documents to He-Chi. Mr. He, please review these. He-Chi accepts the documents and swiftly flips through them, only to furrow his brow upon seeing half of the contents. What? Zhang Qiqiang's contract termination, the acquisition of a dilapidated nursing home in Yucheng. Do I need to sign for such trivial matters? Did I not instruct that these could be signed by Jin Yushi instead? Where is she? Xiao Chao, intimidated by He-Chi's fierce demeanor, timidly replies, Sister Yushi is not here. The collaboration with Zhang Qiqiang and the nursing home acquisition were matters you arranged previously. I thought since Sister Yushi is absent, it would still. She is not here. So she wants to wait for her return to sign them. I still have to deal with such trifles. He-Chi interrupts, irritably snatching up a pen and carelessly scrawling a haphazard signature before tossing the documents back to Xiao Chao. Call Jin Yushi and ask her what she has been up to. It's been half a day without a sight of her. Xiao Chao quickly takes the documents, responding affirmatively, and timidly prepares to leave. Only to be called back by He-Chi. Change your outfit, refresh your look, and revert to your original makeup style. This appearance makes you look like you are cosplaying Jin Yushi. Why mimic her? What are her qualifications that you would emulate her? Are you not aware of your own worth? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chao's face flushes crimson, her eyes brimming with tears as she glances down at her attire and brushes her hair. Momentarily at a loss. Why are you standing there? Go on, hurry up and get to work. He-Chi waves his hand impatiently. Understood, Mr. He. The young girl wipes her tears and hurriedly exits He-Chi's office. Watching the door slam shut, He-Chi snorts in annoyance. One Jin Yushi is already exasperating enough. Now everyone is scrambling to imitate her, as if summoned by his complaints. The phone on his desk rings, displaying the name of the annoying woman, Jin. He-Chi picks up the phone and answers directly, his tone sharp. Jin Yushi, where are you fooling around? I'll tell you, if it weren't for my dad. Before he could finish, Jin Yushi interrupts anxiously from the other end. He-Chi, Zhao Yin has woken up. Hurry to Xiuan. He-Chi pauses for a moment, abruptly hanging up the phone, snatching the coat from the rack, and dashing out of the office. Chapter 30. How dare you? Hurry, faster. He-Chi incessantly urged the driver. They want to deduct points from your license or fine you. So what are you being so stingy about? Despite the navigation system continually warning him of speeding, he wished he could equip this dilapidated Maybach with a nitrous engine. The driver, grimacing, complied and pressed the accelerator to the floor, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He-Chi's phone vibrated with a flurry of messages. Jin Yushi had sent him several pictures and a video via WeChat. He hastily opened them. Zhao Yin was attempting to sit up with the nurse's assistance. Lost in thought as she perched on the edge of the bed, staring out the glass window. Her face, flushed with anger, she gestured animatedly at her head while conversing with the nurse. The video showed the nurse attempting to massage Zhao Yin's legs, then trying to help her get off the bed, only to ultimately fail, leaving Zhao Yin to resign herself back to lying down in frustration. Jin Yushi, just out of frame, recorded the scene while cheerfully assuring her, "It's all right, take your time, no rush." Seeing his sister awake brought He-Chi immense relief, accompanied by a wave of joy. There was no need for that foolish woman, Fang Emo, to intervene anymore, although he had squandered nearly 20 million in the process. As long as his sister was conscious, he could dismiss the loss as mere folly. With wealth at his disposal, he could indulge as he pleased. However, the image of the nurse struggling to assist Zhao Yin irritated He-Chi, causing his brow to furrow. These nurses were utterly unprofessional, allowing Zhao Yin, the willful girl, to act recklessly. Did they not understand that a patient who had been in a coma for nearly a month should not be hastily coaxed into moving? He initially contemplated sending a video message but hesitated, considering that Zhao Yin might be undergoing examinations. Instead, he sent a voice note. Jin Yushi, tell Zhao Yin to lie still and not to move around. What if she falls? Jin Yushi responded with an OK emoji but did not send any further messages, likely caught up in her own tasks. This thought. He-Chi couldn't suppress his smile. He felt an overwhelming urge to share his joy with someone. His parents? No, they must not know about this yet. Relatives? Humph, they were even more unworthy of sharing in his happiness. After contemplating, The only person who came to mind was that foolish woman, Fang Yimou, who bore a striking resemblance to his sister. Upon recalling that woman with her peculiar mindset, He raised an eyebrow. You still refuse to be my family's beloved surrogate? You clueless fool. You have no idea what kind of life you're missing out on. Now look, the limited time experience of being a wealthy heiress has slipped away, and there's no place left to lament. In high spirits, He scrolled through his contacts until he found Fang Mo's number and dialed it with a sense of triumph. Beep. Only one tone sounded before the call was abruptly cut off. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please call again later. His expression of triumph froze for a moment, replaced by a cold glare. Still, he promptly redialed. Beep. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please call again later. His mood darkened instantly, fury igniting within him. Damn it, you ungrateful girl. How rare it is for me to reach out, and you hang up on me? Twice. Aside from my 4 family members and Jin Yushi, you are the first to dare hang up on me. You re something else. Yet the crescent-shaped scars on his hand reminded him that it was not surprising for that impolite wild girl to act this way. Fine, fine, fine. He suppressed his anger, telling himself that today he was in a good mood and wouldn't stoop to her level. Copying Fang Mo's number, he opened WeChat and searched for her account, username, Yebentingyu. Previously, Jin Yushi had been in contact with Fang Yimou, so he only saved her phone number and had never added her on WeChat. Gazing at the dimly lit avatar and the name Yebentingyu, He gritted his teeth and sent a friend request. As the esteemed he, people typically sought his approval. Today, he would grant this girl a moment of grace. After a while, the notification arrived. Your friend request has been denied. He felt a surge of indignation, his forehead veins bulging. He sent another request with an added note. Look at my name and approve it. Immediately, after what felt like an eternity, the notification finally arrived that his friend request had been accepted. Almost instantly, a new message popped up. Yebentingyu. Mr. He, I apologize. Seeing it was you made me a bit nervous. And I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Please forgive me, Mr. He. You just hung up on me twice, clearly on purpose, Yebentingyu. I was accompanying my grandfather at the Bund and couldn't take the call. Is there something you need? Recalling the matter at hand, He's spirits lifted, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Mr. He, I have good news and bad news for you. Yebentingyu, why don't you start with the bad news? I prefer to savor the sweetness after a bitter taste. He smirked. I won't cater to your wishes. He, the good news is my sister has woken up after sending this message. He swiftly forwarded the photos and videos of Zhaoyan awakening that Jin Yushi had sent him. Fang Yimou's reply took a minute to arrive as she seemingly watched the video and scrolled through the images. Yebentingyu, is it true, Mr. He? Surprised, happy, Mr. He. I'm on my way to Shiyuan, Yebentingyu. Then please send my regards to Miss He. I'm so relieved she has awakened. I apologize for the lack of words. I am at a loss for how to express my current emotions. Mr. He, aren't you curious about the bad news? Yebentingyu, please hold on. I want to ask, since Missy has awakened, does that mean I can stop being her surrogate? Excited. If that is the case, could you send me a bank account number? I'll return that 100,000 to you. Hands clasped, also. I do appreciate your assistance in arranging the upcoming surgery. Being a girl is truly challenging, and I don't want to continue for another day. At this point, He nearly choked on his own saliva. Just as he was about to relay the bad news, he was taken aback that Fang Yimou was so cheerfully inquiring herself. Did she not feel even a hint of regret? Mr. He? Yebentingyu. Mr. He? Mr. He, are you out of your mind? Yebentingyu. The other party is speaking. Moments later, Fang Yimou sent a voice message. He opened it to hear her voice trembling with suppressed anger. Mr. He, you have helped me and saved my grandfather's life, for which I am very grateful. However, that does not give you the right to continually insult me. Our relationship is one of employer and employee, not master and servant. Please show some respect, Mr. He. I respect you, but do you respect me? Constantly belittling me with money. Is that your idea of strength? I truly see that your brain is muddled. After sending this message, there was a notable silence from Fang Yimou. He waited for a moment, and upon seeing that she remained unresponsive, he sent her another message. Mr. He, speak up. The other party has enabled friend verification. You are not yet friends with them. Please send a friend verification request. Once the other party has accepted, you may chat. Seeing this notification accompanied by a red exclamation mark, He-Chi was momentarily stunned. And when he regained his composure, he nearly threw his phone out of frustration. You hang up on me twice, deny my friend request, and now block me? Fine. You've really caught my attention, woman. The driver in the front seat sensed the palpable tension in the back and swallowed hard. After receiving Jin Yushi's message, more than 40 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at He-Chi's family villa in the western suburbs of Huading City. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, He-Chi eagerly opened the door and jumped out, rushing into the house. Where is my sister? Where is Jin Yushi? He anxiously asked a security guard who approached him. The guard, looking puzzled, nevertheless answered dutifully. The young ladies are all in the medical area. Good. He-Chi thought little of it and headed straight to the elevator, descending to the basement level. Upon stepping out, he had no time to greet the medical staff and hurried directly to the special care ward where his sister, He Xiaoyan, was located. Outside the ward, He-Chi involuntarily slowed his pace. He spotted a frail figure sitting on the edge of the bed, clad in loose hospital attire, cradling a mirror in her hands as she gazed down at her bald head and the few healing incision marks atop it. Appearing dazed and despondent, exuding an aura of utter despair. Jin Yushi sat nearby, gently offering words of comfort, while two nurses were assisting with leg massages. Observing that familiar little face from the doorway, He-Chi felt a mix of joy and heartbreak. His sister had always cherished her beauty. Seeing her lovely long hair shorn due to multiple surgeries must surely be devastating for her. With that thought, He-Chi quickened his steps, striding toward the girl by the bedside. The sound of his footsteps drew the attention of everyone in the room, and the bald girl looked up, momentarily startled to see He-Chi enter in just a second. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her expression crumpling as if she were about to burst into sobs and leap into her brother's embrace. However, she soon came to a realization, letting out a shriek as she dove into her blanket, wrapping herself up like an ostrich, her upper body concealed beneath the covers. With a muffled voice, she whimpered, "Brother, you mustn't come over. I look utterly hideous right now, woo-woo." Upon hearing this, a smile that was difficult to suppress appeared on He-Chi's face. Even after waking from a month-long coma, the first thing on his mind was the absence of his hair. Who else could be so concerned about their appearance other than his own younger sister, He Xiaoyan, who valued her image above all else? He-Chi approached the hospital bed, leaned down, and gently patted He Xiaoyan's back through the blanket, deliberately raising his voice. "Oh dear, am I blind? I can't see anything at all. What's going on? Who turned off the lights?" Nearby, Jin Yushi stifled a laugh, while the two nurses who were massaging He Xiaoyan's legs also lowered their heads, seemingly struggling to contain their amusement. Chapter 31. The fragrance of apples in the hospital room. He-Chi sat at the edge of the bed, his lips curved into an uncontainable grin. He instructed the two nurses to step out for a moment and then casually addressed his sister. "Your well-being is far more important than anything else right now. It's just a few strands of hair. They'll grow back in a few days. Besides, what does your appearance have to do with your hair?" Suddenly, the little girl emerged from the blanket, wrapping herself in it like a meme, revealing only her slightly indignant face. He Xiaoyan glared at He-Chi like a disgruntled cat, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears, which added a touch of pity to her fierce expression. Moments later, she pouted and lunged into Jin Yushi's embrace. "Sister-in-law, look at my brother. He's teasing me again." He Xiaoyan whined softly to Jin Yushi. Upon hearing this, Jin Yushi's ears turned crimson, and she playfully pushed He Xiaoyan away, scolding, "Who wants to be your sister-in-law? You're just a little girl. You shouldn't say such things." Left out of the conversation, He-Chi let his arms drop in exasperation. Watching his sister snuggle into Jin Yushi's embrace and hearing her words, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Whoever marries you is in for a rough time. Some people pretend to be clueless, not realizing who pursued whom back in the day, and who wrote a 1,000-word essay begging for forgiveness when they were dumped. Jin Yushi retorted sharply, her smile not quite reaching her eyes as she shot back at him. He-Chi's expression darkened, and after a moment of hesitation, he grumbled, "There are some people I wouldn't even look at now. We have plenty of money. What kind of woman can't we find?" Far away yet near at hand, Jin Yushi scoffed. Watching He-Chi's expression sour further, He Xiaoyan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. He-Chi immediately adopted a stern demeanor, scolding, "You little brat, what are you laughing at? You've been lying here for a month, and you think it's all been easy for me. Mom, Dad, and Grandpa have no idea how serious this situation has been. I've been carrying the burden alone for an entire month. Just look at how many gray hairs I've gotten because of you. Now you're standing with someone else against your own brother. Have you grown wings, you heartless little girl? But Sister Yushi isn't an outsider. She's my future sister-in-law. He Xiaoyan tilted her head, blinking innocently. Yet, she quickly adopted a dejected expression, her voice dropping as she murmured. And brother, your hair hasn't gone gray at all. Even if it did turn white, at least you still have hair. Seeing his sister on the brink of tears again, Hichi hurriedly comforted her. Oh, Yin Yin, how about this? I'll get you the most realistic wig available. Once you put it on, no one will even notice you're temporarily bald. You're the bald one. He Xiaoyan retreated back under the blanket, and soon the room was filled with her heart-wrenching sobs. She cried with such intensity that it caught Hichi off guard, who had initially been jesting. He glanced at Jin Yushi, who, upon meeting his gaze, rolled her eyes, conveying that this was a mess of his own making. Understanding the implication in Jin Yushi's expression, Hichi had no choice but to find a way to distract his sister. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he excitedly patted He Xiaoyan's shoulder. Hey, Yin Yin, don't cry just yet. Let me tell you something really interesting. The girl in the blanket remained unmoved, her cries gradually diminishing. Noticing this was effective, Hichi continued with enthusiasm. This month, I came across someone who looks just like you. If you two stood together right now, it would be like looking into a mirror. She is now one of our employees. Should I bring her over for you to see? He Xiaoyan's sobs began to subside as she peeked out from the blanket, her tear-streaked face revealing a hint of curiosity. Sister Yushi just said someone looks like me. How could you say the same, brother? Is it really possible for someone to look exactly alike but not be related? Oh, what is there to deceive you about? Think of Feng Qingyang and Fan Shaoqin. The odds may be slim, but look at the good fortune you've had to be born as my precious younger sister. What are the chances of that? Hichi gestured to a potted plant in the room, saying, See that pot of greenery? That is the silly girl who brought it over. Out of gratitude for her saving your life, I didn't let them throw it away. The pot of daisies sent by Feng Emo had already bloomed, and from a distance, it did look like a pot of grass. He Xiaoyan only took a glance and responded with exasperation. Brother, that is a daisy, not grass. I heard from Sister Yushi that she got hurt while saving me. He Xiaoyan inquired with curiosity, How did you repay her? Hichi patted his chest proudly. Her grandfather was severely injured. And I arranged for a private jet to bring him from their hometown to Huading, pulling him back from the brink of death. Plus, I offered her a high-paying job with an annual salary of 5 million. How about that? Is that sufficient? Of course, Hichi wouldn't mentioned that Feng Emo had already brought up the topic of contract termination and intended to refund the money he had given her. He Xiaoyan pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. That's good. Grandpa and Dad always say that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain. As long as we didn't mistreat her. That's fine. Jin Yushi shot a glance at Hichi, silently mouthing 3 words. Shameless. Hichi pretended not to see. By the way, brother. How is Mommy's surgery going? He Xiaoyan grasped Hichi's hand, her expression filled with concern. Seeing the depth of her worry, Hichi gently patted her hand. The surgery hasn't begun yet, but it will soon. Once you recover a bit, I'll take you along with you by her side. Mom will feel much more at ease. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyan froze, her expression turning frantic. I doubt I have to go too. What kind of question is that? If you don't go, who will? Who is going to keep an eye on such a big company? Do you want Grandpa, at his age, to make the trip? You're about to enter your 2nd year of college, and you still don't understand? Hichi admonished. But He Xiaoyan broke into a light sweat, her gaze darting around. Her face flushed as she stammered for a while before finally saying, But how can I go out looking like this? Come on, don't worry about such trivial matters. I'll get you a wig made of glue. I want to see who can tell that my sister is currently a little bald. Hichi chuckled, playfully tapping her forehead. Oh, before you go to Mom and Dad's, you need to meet the old man first. He has been asking about you for ages, saying you never come to see him during summer break. He keeps grumbling about how girls grow up and leave home. And I've been making excuses for you, telling him you're teaching in the mountains. He Xiaoyan forced herself to nod at oh, and before that, you should meet Feng Emo. She is your lifesaver. Even though we've settled things, it's best if you thank her in person. Plus, since you two look so alike, you could become a pair of half-sisters who look like twins. Or we could do it now. I'll check if she's back at the hospital. That silly girl said she took her grandfather to the Bund and isn't answering my calls. He mumbled, pulling out his phone to find Fang Mo's number. He dialed while walking towards the hospital door. With He Xiaoyan and Jin Yushi exchanging quick glances, He Xiaoyan blinked, and upon seeing Jin Yushi smile and give a thumbs up, the tension on her face gradually faded, replaced by a relieved smile. He Chi stood not far away, and as the dialing tone echoed in his ear, the room was suddenly filled with a melodious tune, I in the kaleidoscope of my childhood, while doves soar. This reminds me of my second brother and his beloved slingshot. The turquoise courtyard walls are a part of my life, where my mother's love is something I will never forget. He Chi frowned, halting in his tracks as he followed the sound. Then, he was perplexed to see He Xiaoyan lifting the blanket, removing something from her head. She shook her head, letting a few strands of hair fall gently. Jan Yushi stood by, pointing at the stunned He Chi. Laughing so hard she doubled over, even pulling out her phone to snap pictures. Xiaoyan's brows hung low, her lips curving slightly upward. She lifted her hand to tuck the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Her demeanor devoid of any trace of playfulness or vivacity. Her face bore no hints of anguish. It was as if some essence had been drawn away from her, leaving her composed and gentle. A stark contrast to her previous disposition. He Chi watched, his gaze transfixed, as Xiaoyan slowly retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow, pressed a button, and raised it to her ear, smiling as she addressed him. Boss He, have I passed your test? Her voice, slightly hoarse from recent tears, resonated with an unexpected calmness. When the sound emanated from both her and the phone simultaneously, He Chi was utterly stunned in his eyes. The best actress of next year's Oscars stood before him, without a shadow of a doubt. Chapter 32. The new He Xiaoyan. He Chi stared blankly at Fang Mo, still somewhat dazed, as if he were relishing the warmth of the earlier playful exchange among the group. Observing He Chi's bewildered expression, mouth agape, Fang Mo could hardly suppress a smile. She ended the call, tossing the flesh-colored silicone mask to He Chi, and grinned at him. He Chi took the soft, limp object in hand, staring at it in disbelief for a while. Xiaoyan had worn this disguise to avoid being recognized up close, hence her hiding beneath the covers with only her face visible. No, wait, this isn't Xiaoyan. Gradually, He Chi regained his composure. You are Fang Mo? The false He Xiaoyan, true Fang Mo, nodded. It had merely been an act. He Chi's expression fell. Despite the disbelief in his eyes, he began to accept reality. Xiaoyan had never awakened. You all conspired together to deceive me. Fang Mo, initially feeling triumphant, recalled how He Chi had repeatedly called her foolish and scolded her for being a dimwit in their chat just moments ago, reveling in having outwitted him. Ha, who is the fool now? However, upon witnessing He Chi's sudden shift in mood, her elation dissipated, and her smile faded. Indeed, He Xiaoyan had yet to awaken, and she had exploited He Chi's affection for his sister to trick him. Although she had successfully masked her identity from He Chi's discerning eyes, she had also inadvertently wounded a brother's heart. What was there to feel proud about? I'm sorry, Mr. He, Fang Mo said, her tone laced with genuine regret. I misled you when you messaged me. I never intended to deceive you. Please don't be disheartened about Xiaoyan. Your family is affluent, and there are many esteemed experts working tirelessly. Rest assured, she will surely awaken. Through her earlier portrayal of He Xiaoyan and the interaction with He Chi, Fang Mo found her resistance and aversion towards him significantly lessened. This fellow, it turned out, behaved similarly in front of anyone, even in the presence of his younger sister, with an insufferably brash demeanor. While he often spoke in a manner that made one wish to silence him, he was not truly a bad person. Especially after stepping into He Xiaoyan's shoes, listening to the comforting words of this seemingly unyielding brother, she felt a warmth she had never anticipated. So this is what it feels like to be cherished by an elder brother. In that moment, a tinge of jealousy towards the unconscious Xiaoyan surged within Fang Mo, yet she quickly cast aside this unseemly thought and recalled Fang Yuan. She found herself questioning, as an elder brother, had she done enough? Had she made Yuan feel loved and cared for? Meanwhile, upon hearing Fang Mo's apology, He Chi exhaled deeply, as if letting go of a burden. He waved a hand dismissively and muttered, "What nonsense is this apology? We had an agreement. You needed to meet my expectations to fool me, or else you'd have to compensate." He Chi rubbed his face vigorously, mumbling to himself, "What a clever tactic." People are more inclined to believe what they wish to believe. Although the medical team has informed me repeatedly that the likelihood of Zhao Yin waking up soon is minimal, I still want to believe she has awakened. This comforting lie fills the gaps in my mind, allowing my brain to seek justification for those inconsistencies. I should have been suspicious from the beginning. I assembled the most elite medical team, yet I instinctively chose to embrace a more hopeful lie. He Qi sighed. I already knew Zhao Yin's condition, so when I assessed her progress, no matter how convincingly you portrayed her, any flaws would be magnified in my eyes. However, those flaws were ultimately inconsequential. People are inherently mutable, and others do not share my knowledge of Zhao Yin's condition. As long as they accepted you as He Zhao Yin, they would overlook any minor discrepancies. At this point, He Qi looked up at Fang Yimou. Did you devise today's arrangements all on your own? Fang Yimou opened her mouth to respond, but Jin Yushi interjected, wrapping an arm around Fang Mo's shoulder. Of course, you keep calling her a foolish woman, but how does it feel to be outsmarted by one? Does it sting? Her tone was laced with a pride reminiscent of a young mother bragging about her child's academic achievements to the neighbors. He Qi disregarded Jin Yushi, focusing intently on Fang Yimou. I admit, I was too harsh before. Congratulations, you have passed my test. Upon hearing He Qi's unexpected acknowledgement, Fang Yimou was taken aback, surprised that he could be so objective when it mattered. A true leader, he not only faced his mistakes but also engaged in profound reflection, analyzing the situation with remarkable clarity. His words made Fang Yimou feel somewhat embarrassed, as she had not contemplated these intricacies. Last night, while video chatting with Fang Yuan, she had realized that Fang Yuan had not noticed the subtle differences in her appearance. At that moment, she pondered whether He Qi's insistence that she did not resemble He Zhao Yin stemmed from his fundamental disbelief in her identity. If that were the case, without first convincing He Qi she was indeed He Zhao Yin, she would never earn his recognition. Thus, she contacted Jin Yushi, who was equally intrigued by the idea of pranking He Qi. They brainstormed ideas, crafted a script, and fine-tuned the details. Jin Yushi even coordinated with the nurses and security personnel, ensuring everything was in place for today's ruse. Fang Yimou glanced at Jin Yushi and, feeling a touch sheepish, admitted, I couldn't have done it without Sister Yushi. She shared some secrets only you two knew, including details from your past relationship. Ahem. He Qi coughed hastily, shooting a disapproving glare at Jin Yushi. Is this something you should be discussing with her? Girl helps girl, Jin Yushi replied nonchalantly, unconcerned. If Mo is to impersonate Zhao Yin, she needs to know these things. What's the point of hiding trivial matters? It was precisely because she was aware of their past that Fang Yimou could incorporate subtle designs into her interactions with Jin Yushi, allowing He Qi to harbor no suspicions about the girl before him. You truly are my loyal secretary, helping me fool myself. Oh, now I'm one of your own. Jin Yushi rolled her eyes, maintaining an air of elegance even as she teased He Qi. After exchanging barbs, she beamed at Fang Yimou and extended her hand. Come on, Imo, let us celebrate our successful performance. As Fang Yimou watched the former couple, now boss and employee, engage in their playful banter, a smile crept onto her face. This drama was quite delightful. May they soon find their way back to each other. Yet, upon hearing Jin Yushi refer to her as sister, she couldn't help but grimace inwardly. The term still felt foreign and unwelcome. Observing the two women congratulating each other, He Qi called out to Fang Yimou in a serious tone. She promptly acknowledged him, turning to meet his gaze, which bore an earnest intensity. As she met his eyes, she sensed the gravity of the moment. From now until my sister awakens, you are to be my sister, He Zhao Yin, the genuine He Zhao Yin. He Qi declared, bowing deeply to Fang Yimou. Our family's well-being relies on you. Fang Yimou was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing. After being told she was unfit time and again, she had harbored a determination to earn He Qi's respect. Yet now, with his genuine acknowledgement, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety wash over her. Was she truly prepared to embark on this new life as another person? Her heart raced with anticipation. Currently, He Zhao Yin was studying at the prestigious Zhenduan University, and as her stand-in, Fang Yimou would have the opportunity to step into the ivory tower and experience a different world, albeit for a year. Yet it was enough to ignite a fervent excitement within her. Meanwhile, Fang Yimou harbored some concerns. What if her inadequacies led to the failure of He Qi's plans? He Qi and Jin Yushi had invested so much time and energy into her. Would she ultimately disappoint them? Could she bear the weight of such failure? Fear whispered that it was not too late to flee, yet the anticipation of the future urged her to press onward with courage. Just as Fang Yimou found herself lost in thought, Jin Yushi gently reached out and took her hand. Coming to her senses, Fang Yimou turned to Jin Yushi, who nodded encouragingly at her. Then she glanced at He Qi standing before her, who also inclined his head. Don't fret, you are not alone. Fang Yimou grasped the meaning in their gazes, and her worries were instantly dispelled. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled slowly. Her heart was still racing. Yet her mind was free of any doubts, filled only with a surge of resolute bravery. She nodded at the two of them, adopting a serious demeanor. Mr. He, Sister Yushi, I will give it my all. He Qi and Jin Yushi exchanged a glance. Then He Qi retrieved a smartphone from his pocket and handed it to Fang Yimou. This is Zhao Yan's. For the next year, it belongs to you. Fang Yimou accepted the latest foldable flagship phone from Ju Factory, its jade white back cool to the touch. Although it was a slender device, it felt burdened with an unusual weight. This weight did not stem from the phone itself but from the life of another person. Accepting this phone meant embracing that individual's existence. By the way, He Qi interjected, breaking Fang Yimou's reverie, there's something I need to mention. Fang Yimou turned her attention back to He Qi, awaiting his words. The ringtone, caller tune, and WeChat ringtone on this phone must not be altered. No matter how fond you are of it, you are absolutely, unequivocally forbidden from changing it to Apple fragrance. Do you understand? Fang Yimou? Chapter 33. Yi Lao's longest grandson before returning to the hospital in the afternoon. Fang Yimou was compelled by He Qi to video call He Dad and He Mom, who were far away in Europe. Since the incident with He Zhaoyan, He Qi had been relying on AI for phone calls and video chats, managing to keep up until now, but he could not maintain this FAAD indefinitely. It was only a matter of time before cracks appeared. Now that Fang Yimou had reached a level where she could deceive him, He Qi decided on a whim to temporarily relieve the AI of its duties, formally assigning future calls and video chats with He Dad and He Mom to Fang Yimou. This sudden decision left Fang Yimou flustered. Yet she quickly adapted. The pampered He Zhaoyan was a lively girl who adored being spoiled in front of her family. The moment Fang Yimou entered character, it was as if something invigorating surged through her, transforming her from the calm and gentle Fang Yimou into the vivacious and charming He Zhaoyan in the blink of an eye. Seemed that teacher Zhang Qiqiang's lessons were indeed worthwhile. Though it was unfortunate that teacher Zhang had already fallen from grace, after all, a person's abilities and character are not always directly correlated. Fang Yimou had already perused a wealth of information about He Dad and He Mom. Preparing herself thoroughly, however, when faced with them in a video call, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. Nevertheless, He Dad and He Mom were oblivious to the subtle unease in her expression, as they both fixated on her hair. When He Zhaoyan began her freshman year, she had eagerly dyed her long hair to a chestnut color, which displeased He Dad for several days. Now, seeing Fang Yimou's military-style short black hair, he refrained from questioning why his daughter had returned to her natural color and opted for a shorter cut, instead expressing his satisfaction with her new hairstyle. Descendants of the dragon, with black hair and black eyes. Look how spirited you appear. Don't dye it in all sorts of colors again. He Mom shot a playful glare at He Dad, gently inquiring. Yin Yin, did something unpleasant happen that made you cut your hair? If you have anything on your mind, do share with Mommy. He Mom's words were laden with genuine concern. Rather than fretting over her daughter's haircut or dye, she prioritized understanding the reasons behind such actions, even as her own health was failing and surgery loomed. Fang Yimou thought to herself that He Dad and He Mom were indeed as the materials provided by He Qi and Jin Yushi described, and she gradually relaxed, responding with her prepared explanation. It's simply a matter of changing moods, she said, pairing her words with a reluctant expression, allowing them to speculate, as long as they were preoccupied with pondering what might be troubling their daughter. They would not suspect that the girl before them was not He Zhaoyan. Even if they noticed minor discrepancies in her behavior, they would simply attribute it to their daughter's worries. After exchanging pleasantries about each other's well-being, He Dad reminded her to arrange a trip to Europe to visit them soon, and the video call concluded hastily. After hanging up, Fang Yimou felt increasingly confident, despite the possibility that He Zhaoyan might never awaken, and that He Qi would require her to continue as a substitute. She now believed she could maintain this charade indefinitely without revealing her true identity. Yet, she was immediately startled by her own thoughts. No, that would be cursing her. He Qi only needed her assistance for a year. He Zhaoyan would surely awaken, and after a year, she would inevitably return the identity of He Xiaoyan. In the evening, Jin Yushi escorted Fang Yimou back to the hospital. Passing the nurses' station, Fang Yimou noticed several young nurses gathered together, animatedly discussing something, with exclamations of "so handsome. My heart is melting," floating through the air. Apparently, they were discussing some male celebrity. Fang Yimou had no interest in such matters and chose not to interrupt them, heading straight to her ward. After placing her bag down, hanging up her hat, and changing into slippers, Hong Jie arrived with a meal cart to deliver her dinner. "You must be starving. Time to eat." The aroma of food wafted through the air, instantly brightening Fang Mo's eyes, and her stomach let out a soft growl. Noticing Hong Jie stifling a laugh, Fang Yimou felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried to assist her, inquiring about her grandfather's condition. "He didn't lose his temper while I was away, did he?" Hong Jie smiled, saying, "This afternoon, Yi Lao's grandson came by to keep him company, and the old folks were all quite pleased. They should still be in Grandpa Fang's ward. You might catch them if you finish your meal. Take your time eating. Just ring the bell when you're done, and I'll come to collect." "Thank you." Hong Jie.as she watched Hong Jie depart. Fang Yimou furrowed her brow, pondering. Yi Lao's grandson had arrived? The old man had mentioned wanting to introduce her to his eldest grandson on 2 occasions previously, and Fang Yimou had skillfully evaded each time. Had the old man not given up yet and brought him over? A bitter smile crept onto her lips, quickly followed by a shake of her head. "Fang Yimou, don't get ahead of yourself. Perhaps he was merely there to visit his grandfather. There was no need to overthink it." Resolving to dismiss her thoughts, Fang Yimou picked at her meal, leaving the staple untouched. She felt somewhat sated but not excessively so, and she promptly set down her chopsticks. She weighed slightly more than He Xiaoyan. And while she was not overly concerned about her figure, she needed to ensure her weight did not deviate too much from that of He Xiaoyan. Summoning Hong Jie to take away her unfinished meal and utensils, Fang Yimou proceeded to the restroom to remove her makeup. Having foregone cosmetics for the performance earlier, she still needed to wash off her sunscreen. After cleansing her face, she took a shower and meticulously followed her skincare routine. Noticing that it was nearly 8 o'clock, glancing at her phone, she thought Yi Lao's grandson must have taken his leave by now, so she changed into a fresh outfit and headed to see her grandfather. From a distance, she could hear Yi Lao's hearty laughter emanating from the hospital room. Grandpa, afflicted with Parkinson's, was usually visited by Yi Lao and Guan Lao, who helped him with his mobility. They often came to his ward to engage him in conversation or play chess. Standing outside the door for a moment, Fang Yimou only heard the older gentlemen's voices, with no trace of a younger man's presence. It seemed that Yi Lao's grandson had indeed departed. With this thought, she knocked softly and pushed the door open with a sense of ease. The 3 elderly men had forego chess today and were seated on the sofa, engaged in lively conversation. At tea that moment, Yi Lao was animatedly recounting tales from his past to the 2 fellow patients, while Grandpa Fang and Guan Lao listened intently as she discerned that Yi Lao was sharing his youthful exploits on the battlefield. Fang Yimou couldn't help but pout, thinking that men remained boys at heart until death, still fascinated by tales of valor even with heads crowned in white. However, she quickly shook her head. Pa, I'm also a man, and I'm not interested in such tales of combat." As her gaze shifted from the elderly men, Fang Yimou was momentarily taken aback to see a tall, slender young man in a polo shirt and jeans seated beside Yi Lao, engrossed in his phone. Though his back was turned, it was evident from his attire and physique that he appeared to be in his 30s, so this must be Yi Lao's grandson, who hadn't yet left. Fang Yimou felt a pang of regret. Had she misjudged the situation? She should have inquired at the nurse's station first. The elderly men, alerted by the sound of the door opening, turned their heads in unison to look at Fang Yimou, and even if she wished to retreat now, it was too late. "Xiao He is back. Come, sit down." Yi Lao beckoned warmly to Fang Yimou, discreetly nudging the young man seated beside him. The young man appeared blissfully unaware, his head bowed as he hastily typed, seemingly responding to messages. Fang Yimou withdrew her gaze from the young man and sweetly greeted the elderly gentleman. "Hello? Grandpa Yi, Grandpa Fang." Whether he stayed or left was inconsequential. Obstacles would present themselves as they came, and challenges would be met head-on. With this thought, Fang Yimou allowed herself to relax and approached her grandfather. Softly inquiring, "Grandpa, have you felt lonely today with him or not by your side?" Her grandfather waved his hands repeatedly, chuckling as he gestured towards the young man seated across from him, mumbling, "Emoer, this is Elder Ye's eldest grandson. Yirong, he is a bit older than you. Be sure to greet him." Fang Emo acknowledged with a sound, lifting her gaze to appraise Yirong, who had just finished sending his message and was now observing her in return. Yirong had a slender appearance, donned spectacles, and possessed soft, gentle features that exuded a cultured air. He appeared remarkably refined. However, Fang Emo sensed an odd look in his eyes as they met hers. Despite feeling uneasy under his scrutiny, she managed to present a radiant smile, cheerfully addressing him. "Brother Yirong." Yirong paused, taken aback, but merely nodded in acknowledgement before diverting his gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. Grandpa Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he kicked the young man lightly, exclaiming, "What is the matter with you? The young lady is greeting you. You ought to introduce yourself properly." The young man offered a wry smile, his voice clear and melodious. "Grandpa, please, we are already acquainted." Fang Emo was momentarily stunned. "Acquainted? How could that be?" Grandpa Yi, perplexed, inquired. "Xiao He, you knew our Yirong prior to this?" Fang Mo's social circle was quite limited, easily counted on two hands. The only possibility was that she had met He Xiaoyan. But as she strained to recall any connection to Yirong, she could conjure no memory of him. Perhaps they had merely crossed paths without becoming particularly familiar. She doubted He Qi and Jin Yushi would mislead her. And since there was no mention of him in the material she had received, it was likely that Yirong belonged to the periphery of He Xiaoyan's social network. Although she still felt a nagging sense of unease, Fang Emo was unable to dwell on it as she found herself at the center of attention. With a bright smile and genuine delight in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Yes, Grandpa Yi. Brother Yirong and I have indeed crossed paths before. I never expected he was related to you. It's truly astonishing." Grandpa Yi beamed with joy, his laughter infectious. "Look at that. What do we call this? This is destiny. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Yirong did not refute, but merely raised a hand to cover his forehead, seemingly letting out a silent sigh as that peculiar gaze returned to Fang Emo. Observing Yirong's reaction, Fang Emo felt increasingly uneasy. What did his gaze signify? It seemed a mixture of astonishment, frustration, and perhaps a hint of guilt and awkwardness. What was the connection between He Xiaoyan and him that warranted such a complex expression directed at her? As the clock neared 9, Yirong announced he had matters to attend to at the company, excusing himself from the elderly gentleman and preparing to leave. At this, Fang Emo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she had maintained a facade of calmness, every encounter with Yirong's gaze left her feeling unsettled. Yet, he continued to regard her with that enigmatic look without uttering a word, even when Grandpa Yi curiously inquired about their acquaintance. He simply stated it was a coincidence and cast a sidelong glance at Fang Emo before lapsing into silence. Grandpa Yi, unable to press further with Yirong's reticence, resumed recounting tales of his illustrious past, while Fang Emo silently hoped for an expedient departure from the hospital. When Yirong expressed his intention to leave, she felt as though a great weight had been lifted, internally urging him to hurry along without any farewells. Grandpa Yi, noting the time, refrained from detaining him further and instead turned to Fang Emo with a gentle smile, saying, "How about it, Xiao He? Could you accompany our Yirong for a bit? After all, you are already acquainted, and you can catch up on the way." Though reluctant, Fang Emo could find no suitable excuse to decline, so she mustered a smile and acquiesced. Leading Yirong out of the hospital room, they traversed the corridor, where several female nurses gazed dreamily at Yirong, revealing that they had been discussing him animatedly just moments before. Fang Emo quickly understood. Yirong was indeed striking, though slender. He had a tall stature and a gentle countenance, exuding an intellectual charm that was undeniably appealing. If her younger sister Fang Yuan were present, she would likely be in the same state of adoration. As the nurses observed the duo walking together, they exchanged envious glances towards Fang Emo, to which she responded with a silent, wry smile. The two maintained silence throughout the journey, even in the elevator. Yirong's long legs took large strides, yet Fang Emo sensed he was consciously adjusting his pace to ensure she could keep up without undue strain. With Yirong remaining taciturn, Fang Emo refrained from initiating conversation, opting instead to navigate this encounter with minimal engagement, planning to later consult He Qi regarding any discrepancies in the background information she had received. Upon exiting the hospital building and passing through the tranquil garden, Yirong abruptly halted, turning to face her just as Fang Emo pondered how to phrase their farewell. Lost in thought, she inadvertently collided with Yirong, who exuded a faint scent of fur. Realizing her blunder, she quickly stepped back but stumbled, nearly falling, only to have Yirong grasp her wrist to steady her. "I'm so sorry." Fang Emo stammered, flustered. Yirong merely acknowledged her apology with a soft his gaze penetrating behind his glasses, still filled with that same complex expression. "He Xiaoyan," he murmured. Fang Emo felt a wave of unease wash over her once more, involuntarily swallowing hard. Brother Yirong. Previously, when she had addressed the nurses as sister, she felt no discomfort. In fact, she found it rather amusing, however. Calling a male peer brother was an entirely different matter, one that made her feel slightly ill at ease. Nevertheless, she suppressed her discomfort, glancing at her wrist still held in Yirong's grip before raising her gaze to meet his. "While conversation is one thing, could you please let go of my hand?" Upon hearing this, Yirong quickly released her, yet his eyes remained fixed on her. "Today is quite the coincidence, isn't it?" he remarked, his tone clear but tinged with an awkwardness that suggested something unsaid. Recalling Grandpa Ye's earlier intentions to introduce them, Fang Emo managed a wry smile as she replied candidly, "I supposed, not really. Grandpa Ye has mentioned wanting to matchmake us a couple of times." Wai Yirong inhaled deeply. "I meant the fact that you met my grandfather." This question implied that perhaps it wasn't merely a coincidence, but something more deliberate. Fang Emo shook her head vigorously. "No, it truly was a coincidence. I had no idea Grandpa Ye was related to you. Nor did I know who you were." "Really?" Doubt still lingered in Yirong's eyes. Fang Emo met his gaze with sincerity, nodding earnestly, "Absolutely." She proceeded to recount the circumstances leading to her hospitalization, or rather, the reasons behind He Xiaoyan's hospitalization, as she herself had already been discharged while the real He Xiaoyan remained in the underground monitoring ward at the Shiyuan Villa. The tale of a car accident resulting in minor injuries was one she had recounted numerous times, making it easy to articulate. Having listened, Yirong eventually searched for news regarding the car accident on Jianji Dong Road from a month prior. And he finally seemed to accept her explanation. As he looked at Fang Emo again, the complexity in his gaze dissipated, leaving only a sense of guilt and awkwardness. Wai Yirong regarded her with candor. Apologizing, "I'm sorry for overthinking things. Thank you for keeping my grandfather company. He has been quite happy during this time." Fang Emo smiled and shook her head. "It's nothing really. Grandpa Yi is a wonderful person, as are Grandpa Guan and Grandpa Fong. They have all taken great care of me." While she was genuinely curious about what he had overthought, she feared prolonging the conversation, so she opted not to pursue it. Yirong nodded. "That's good to hear." Fang Emo found herself at a loss for words, and an awkward silence enveloped them. After a moment, Yirong cleared his throat, glancing at her before looking away. "So, you don't have anything you want to say to me?" Finally, an opportunity to escape this awkward atmosphere presented itself to Fang Emo. "Oh, I do," she chimed in, her tone brightening. "I wanted to mention that it's getting late, and you should head home to rest, Brother Yirong. We can catch up more thoroughly another time." Yirong stared at her, seemingly bewildered, as if she were a stranger. Just as Fang Emo began to worry she may have misspoken, he broke into a relaxed and genuine smile that momentarily disarmed her. "You're right. I have things to attend to as well. Let us meet again," he said, waving as a farewell before turning to walk towards the hospital entrance. Not having taken more than a few steps, Yirong suddenly turned back, calling out to Fang Emo, who was about to pivot away. "Yin Yin." Having just exhaled a sigh of relief, Fang Emo felt a surge of anxiety return. "Brother Yirong, your new hairstyle suits you very well. I'm happy for you," he remarked, and with that, he strode away with purpose. As he gazed at the receding, slender silhouette of Yirong, Fang Emo could not help but run a hand through his hair. What a nonsensical situation this is. Why did it seem as though this elder brother suddenly found peace? What was it that he had come to terms with? After all, it was merely a hairstyle. What joy could he possibly derive from it? What was the relationship between He Xiaoyan and this Yirong? Ugh, the headache. On the way back to the ward, Fang Emo contemplated for a moment before picking up He Xiaoyan's phone to send a message to He Qi, inquiring about Yirong's condition. "Hua? Who is Yirong?" Moments later, his phone buzzed with He Qi's reply. "Gij, Hua, Gij. Ah, just an inconsequential person. Ignore him, treat him as if he doesn't exist." Just like you would with air, Fang Yimou thought to himself that He Qi's description was utterly inappropriate. Is air inconsequential? Without air, one would perish after all. Hua, I just met him. Why does he not seem like an inconsequential person to me? Gidge, such bad luck? No, wait. You two are never meant to meet again. What is going on? Hua, his grandfather is in your hospital and he came to visit him. Gidge, West 8, I'll have someone chase his grandfather away. Fang Yimou immediately broke into a cold sweat. This gentleman was far too capricious, and no matter how wealthy one may be, one should not offend a client so brazenly. Hua, there's no need for that. Boss he paid for the service and old Master Yi is quite a nice man. He is a retired soldier. Having him around makes my grandfather's stay a little livelier. Gidge, fine then. I'll give you some face in any case. You don't need to concern yourself with him. If you see him in the future, treat him as AI or .es for who he is and what he does. You need not bother yourself with any of it. Do you understand? Hua. All right, since you're the boss, I'll certainly listen to you. Just as Fang Yimou was about to end the conversation, He Qi sent over another barrage of messages. Gidge, here's your work schedule for the next 2 weeks. Take a look, and I've sent you the materials as well. If you have any questions, ask Jin Yushi. If she doesn't know, then come back to me. Hua, got it. Thank you for your hard work. Boss he, Gidge. What boss? I've told you countless times at work, call me brother, Hua. All right, thank you, Gigi. The materials sent by He Qi included a schedule detailing the tasks Fang Yimou must attend to over the next 2 weeks, which included but were not limited to regularly calling or video chatting with family, He Xiaoyans, updating her social media, creating vlogs or beauty videos, checking out of the hospital, visiting old Master He, traveling to Europe to accompany Hima until her surgery was complete, attending various classes, visiting the beauty salon, chatting with close friends, and going out with pals. For He Xiaoyan, these might be mere mundane activities, a lifestyle she cherished. However, for Fang Yimou, they were undeniably job responsibilities, and just seeing the packed schedule plunged her into darkness. Just as one's love may fade, so too may the light in her eyes. Both He Rong and Fang Yimou experienced their own revelations that night. Chapter 35, The Three Sisters. Staring at the densely packed schedule, Fang Yimou gritted her teeth, resolving to seize the opportunity to request a leave from boss He Qi had thrown so much work at her. Surely, it wasn't unreasonable to request a day off during a public holiday? After contemplating for quite a while, Fang Yimou carefully composed a message. Hua, brother, Yin Yin has something she wishes to ask of you. Yin Yin wants to spend a few days in U City during the 11th holiday. Is that all right? With teary eyes, Gidge, can you please refrain from mimicking my sister's way of speaking? Hua, but, He Zong, you just said to call you brother during work. Gidge, go on, go wherever you like. I have no say in it. Just make sure you complete your tasks. Hua, wow brother, you're so nice, thank you, heart. Gidge. He Qi's reaction made Fang Yimou burst into laughter. Although the heavy workload had darkened her spirits, having secured the 11th holiday to visit family, she felt her steps lighten considerably as she hummed a tune and returned to her grandfather's ward. Yiguan and the elder had already retreated to their respective rooms. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom and the caregiver chatting, Fang Yimou decided to return to her own room first. She flopped onto her bed and began reviewing the materials He Qi had just sent. He Qi had marked the more critical tasks in red, while the others could be approached with indifference. Yet 2 items required her utmost diligence. The first was that this weekend, Fang Yimou would visit old Master He for the first time under the identity of He Xiaoyan, accompanied by He Qi and Jin Yushi. The second was her journey to Europe next Monday to meet with He father and He mother, accompanying them for a few days until He mother's surgery was completed. When He Qi had mentioned the need for her to travel abroad during the day, Fang Yimou had been left speechless, repeatedly confirming with him, and upon receiving his affirmation, she had felt as though she were in a dream for a while. Fang Yimou had never imagined she would have the opportunity to travel abroad, let alone to such a distant place as Europe. She felt both anxious and excited. She feared that her true identity would be exposed in front of He Xiaoyan's biological parents. Yet she was filled with a longing for the foreign land. The location where He mother would undergo surgery was a renowned medical center, nestled at the foot of the Alps. Fang Yimou was lost in boundless daydreams, envisioning the azure sky, the snow-capped mountains, the glacial forests, and the sapphire lakes nestled among the foothills. She must remember to take plenty of photos and buy some souvenirs for her grandfather and Yuan Yuan. Thinking of this, Fang Mo couldn't help but smile. However, she quickly slapped her own face. No, Fang Mo, you're not going there for leisure, but for work. Completing the tasks assigned by He Qi must come first. Thus, she resumed her review of the materials He Qi had provided. Previously, He Qi had given her a rough outline, but this time it was far more detailed, likely the result of considerable effort from both him and Jin Yushi. Fang Mo skimmed through the materials, estimating that her grandfather had finished his bath, and so she set the documents aside for the moment and made her way to her grandfather's ward. Sure enough, the elder had already changed into his clothes and was lying in bed with the caregiver's assistance. Fang Mo settled beside her grandfather, engaging him in conversation. She prepared to leave the hospital as He Xiaoyan in a couple of days. The thought of not being able to visit her grandfather daily filled her with reluctance, and she appeared rather glum. However, the elder was quite understanding and encouraged her to prioritize her work. Once her grandfather fell asleep, Fang Mo returned to her own room. She had lingered outside a bit longer while sending off Yurong and unknowingly had broken into a sweat, prompting her to take a shower before bed. After bathing, she changed into her pajamas, returned to her bed, and continued her nighttime skincare routine while reviewing the information about the He family. She diligently etched the highlighted points from He Qi into her memory: the appearance, age, interests, dietary preferences of Old Master He, and the layout of the He family home. Like a true actress, she strived to memorize these key pieces of information while also unraveling the familial relationships, contemplating He Xiaoyan's mindset when interacting with her relatives, and pondering the appropriate reactions she should exhibit in various situations while embodying He Xiaoyan. As the clock approached 10:30, Fang Mo felt her eyelids growing heavy. However, since her face mask had not yet been on long enough, she could only persist. After being struck in the face by her phone for the third time, He Xiaoyan's phone vibrated continuously, and when Fang Mo picked it up, she saw a group message, noting the somewhat absurd group name, the Harem of Fireflies, which instantly dispelled her drowsiness. Work was calling. The social connections of He Xiaoyan were complex yet simple. They were complex because there were indeed numerous contacts in her WeChat, comprising various relatives, classmates, and acquaintances from diverse circles. Yet, it was simple in that the vast majority of these people were inconsequential. They held no profound understanding of He Xiaoyan, and before them, Fang Mo could rely solely on her identical visage to evade suspicion. For the messages sent by these individuals, Fang Mo merely needed to reference the previous chat patterns with He Xiaoyan and handle them accordingly, even choosing to selectively ignore some. The few individuals who required careful handling included He Xiaoyan's South two close friends, one named Chu Caixia, who was currently Fang Mo's roommate, and the other named Ye Xiaoying, who had not continued her studies after high school. These two girls were He Xiaoyan's bosom friends, akin to sisters. They understood He Xiaoyan exceptionally well, so she had to be particularly cautious in their presence. The WeChat group named the Harem of Fireflies was their little trio. He Xiaoyan's WeChat name was Hua, and her nickname in this group was Yin Fei. Chu Caixa's WeChat name was Xia Mumu, and her group nickname was Xia Fei. Nye Xiaoying's WeChat name and group nickname were both Ying. Upon seeing messages from her sisterhood, Fang Mo quickly scrolled through their previous conversations and recalled the details about Chu Caixia and Ye Xiaoying before reading the latest messages they had sent. Xia Fei, crying, Yin, when are you coming back? It's so lonely in the dormitory with just me. Come back and warm the bed. Although He Xiaoyan and Chu Caixia were undergraduates, they lived with two graduate students. Thanks to He Qi's financial prowess, they could have easily chosen to reside in a better two-bedroom apartment, but the two young ladies found that rather dull. It didn't feel like living in a dormitory at all. Ying, smirking, what bed is there to warm in this scorching weather? Xia Fei, without Yin here, summer feels as cold as winter. The empty bed feels like ice. Looking pitiful, Yin Fei is unwell. Xia Fei, why not come find me, sister? May warmth envelop you. Following that is a selfie of Nye Xiaoying at a nightclub. Although Nye Xiaoying is merely a year older than He Xiaoyan and Chu Caixia, having just turned 20, she appears significantly more mature in the photograph. Her attire is a stark departure from theirs, featuring shaved eyebrows, dreadlocks, smoky eye makeup, a strapless top, hot pants, and fishnet stockings. Her gaze is intensely assertive, presenting an overall image of a cool and alluring girl that makes one feel flushed just by looking at the picture. Xia Fei, surprised, there are so many people here. The business must be thriving. Ying, shrugging, It's just so-so. These days, it's merely about throwing money around to draw attention. Talent is indeed an unpredictable matter. Nie Xiaoying despises studying, yet consistently scores 100 on exams across all subjects. However, she has been exceptionally adept at music since childhood. By the 4th grade, she had achieved a level 8 in piano, performed with college students at music festivals during her middle school years, and developed a passion for rap in high school. Coming from a wealthy family, she was allowed to indulge in her interests after graduating high school and recently opened a sizable nightclub to satisfy her DJ aspirations. Interestingly, Xiaoying's nightclub is somewhat related to Fang Mo. He Xiaoyan had an accident on the way back from Nie Xiaoying's establishment that day. Upon discovering details about this girl, Fang Mo was taken aback and couldn't help but reflect on the disparities of the world. While she was tirelessly working to support her family, a girl from a wealthy background was opening a nightclub to pursue her dreams. Xiafei, Yin Yin, when shall we visit Xiaoying's nightclub together? I've yet to experience her establishment. Eagerly, Ing, hurry. With 2 esteemed princesses visiting, my humble abode's revenue will triple, and we might just break even. Fang Mo reminisced about the way He Xiaoyan conversed with them and began to type. Yin Fei, playfully, alrighty, but you must wait until I return from Europe. Xiafei, Yin Yin, aren't you still hospitalized? And now you're in Europe? Yin Fei, not yet, I'll be discharged the day after tomorrow. I'll be with Grandpa over the weekend, and Sunday I'll fly to Bern. Mum will return only after her surgery. Ing, no rush. Once Aunt Sue's surgery is successful, let us raise a toast to celebrate together. Speaking of which, Yin Yin, weren't you the one who fractured a bone? How can you be discharged so soon? Yin Fei, truth be told, it's not a big deal anymore. But, as you know my brother, he worries excessively over minor injuries, laughing through tears. He makes a mountain out of a molehill. Yin Fei, however, you all should steer clear of large vehicles when out. I'm still a bit on edge. Xiafei, I was terrified when I saw the accident photos online. I'm so relieved you're okay. Anxiously, Ying. Why dwell on the past? Let us set a date to have fun. My dearest princesses, I've been missing your sweet kisses every day. Recently, I met a handsome guy, and I'm eager for you to see him in person. Grinning, when Nie Xiaoying suddenly mentioned the handsome guy, Fang Mo thought of the striking and peculiar man, Yirong, she had encountered that evening. Considering He Xiaoyan and Chu Caixin's close relationship with Nie Xiaoying, they might very well be aware of Yirong's circumstances. Since He Qi was reluctant to divulge information, her curiosity about Yirong's connection with He Xiaoyan intensified. Why not probe a little in their sisterhood? Without hesitation, Fang Mo began typing, Yin Fei, I saw Yirong at the hospital today. She refrained from mentioning anything else, sending that message and then awaiting responses from Ing and Xiafei, keen to observe their reactions before deciding how to proceed. Strangely, however, an eerie silence enveloped the group chat for a full minute or two, with Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying remaining uncommunicative. Their reactions confirmed to Fang Mo that they indeed knew Yirong, or at least were aware of his existence, and likely understood his connection with He Xiaoyan. Just as Fang Mo contemplated whether to say something to steer the conversation, Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying simultaneously sent messages. Xiafei, frowning, what does he want from you this time? Ing, angrily, he rejected your confession, yet now he is visiting you in the hospital. What does he mean? Knowing your family background, is he regretting it and trying to pursue you again? Bah, a good horse doesn't graze on its former pasture. Yin Yin, let us not entertain him. Observing the messages from Xiafei and Ing in quick succession, Fang Mo, after a brief period of confusion, suddenly grasped the situation. Yirong's demeanor and words during their earlier encounter now made sense. She understood why He Qi had advised treating him as if he were invisible, why Yirong was the object of He Xiaoyan's affections, yet he had turned down her confession. For He Xiaoyan? This man was indeed like air, significant, yet eternally elusive. Fang Mo had merely intended to subtly uncover the truth, but found herself presented with it in its entirety. Chapter 36. The He family's heiress is discharged. No wonder Yirong had looked at her with such a particular gaze earlier. Now, Fang Mo finally comprehended. Following that, Chu Caixia and Nie Xiaoying began to bicker about Yirong, and through their exchanges, coupled with information she found online, Fang Mo pieced together the entire story concerning Yirong. Why Yirong's grandfather, Elder Yi, was a revered veteran who had served in the military during his youth, participating in border conflicts in the northeast and 2 self-defense battles in the southwest. After the reform and opening up, his descendants leveraged his connections to venture into business, establishing the nationally renowned real estate company. Mage Fei Group. Yi Yirong is the eldest grandson of Elder Yi, currently pursuing a doctorate at Zhen University while also working for the Mage Fei Group. He Xiaoyan and Yirong became acquainted in their first year of high school when He Xiaoyan enrolled at Zhen University's affiliated school. Coinciding with Yirong's graduate studies at Zhen University, the school, true to its name, has a close relationship with Zhen University. Each year, they invite outstanding alumni to lecture the new first-year students. While termed lectures, they primarily serve as opportunities for these alumni to share insights on academics and life planning. As the student council president of his cohort, Yirong was naturally assigned to He Xiaoyan's class. At just 15, He Xiaoyan was at the tender age of budding affection, while Yirong, with his gentle demeanor and refined appearance, was the quintessential heartthrob, leaving her utterly captivated by the end of the class. She not only sought Yirong's words of encouragement and signature, but also requested his contact information, setting her sights on being his classmate at Zhen University as her primary goal for the next 3 years of high school. He Xiaoyan possessed a determined spirit. Once she set her sights on something, she pursued it with unwavering resolve. She toiled tirelessly throughout high school, eventually gaining admission to Zhen University's fashion design program, influencing her academically average friend Chu Caixia to do the same. After gaining admission, He Xiaoyan made every effort to be near Yirong, enrolling in courses he taught as a teaching assistant, joining student organizations he participated in, even volunteering simply because he would be there. At the end of her first semester, encouraged by her close friends Chu Caixia and Ye Xiaoying, He Xiaoyan confessed her feelings to Yirong. The outcome was unexpectedly disastrous. Undeterred, she persisted and arranged to meet Yirong on a weekend during her second semester, only to be met with another crushing rejection. This time, Yirong's refusal was even more resolute. Delivered in front of a crowd of onlookers, he candidly expressed his discomfort with her persistent advances, urging her to cease. Though he spoke with considerable tact, a rejection was a rejection, and no matter how passionately she loved. He Xiaoyan was still a pampered heiress. With her family background and beauty, she had always been the one to initiate romantic pursuits, never having been turned down before. Moreover, being rejected not once but twice by the same person was a bitter pill for her to swallow. Faced with the disdainful gazes of onlookers, He Xiaoyan was overwhelmed with humiliation and anger, ultimately being dragged home by her loyal friends, Chu Caixia and Ye Xiaoying. This incident profoundly affected He Xiaoyan. She fell into a depression that lasted over 2 months, struggling to eat or sleep properly. During this time, she was engulfed in self-doubt, leading to several failures in her end-of-semester exams. Once she emerged from her heartbreak, she deleted every trace of Yirong from her phone, discarding his contact information and even incinerating the heartfelt note he had written her in their first year, which he had cherished for 4 years. This was why Fang Yimou had found no information related to Yirong. Not even a hint of him appeared in the materials provided by He Qi. If Fang Yimou were in He Xiaoyan's shoes, she would have felt similarly to He Qi, wishing for that person to vanish from her sister's life forever. With the situation clarified, Fang Yimou breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite satisfied. This was for the best. She no longer needed to worry about Elder Yi attempting to matchmake her with his grandson. Yi Yirong had never held any feelings for He Xiaoyan, and even if Elder Yi had such intentions later, he would first need to persuade Yirong, an endeavor that was clearly impossible, given Yirong's 2 rejections of He Xiaoyan. Moreover, from Yirong's demeanor before parting ways with Fang Yimou that evening, it seemed he was quite pleased that He Xiaoyan had moved on from her feelings for him. Setting aside Yinyan's family background, just considering her beauty, Yirong is truly a fool for not recognizing her worth. It makes me so angry just thinking about it. Do you think he might actually be gay? Xiafei, laughing through tears, please, if you keep this up, I feel like his whole persona will shift. Xiafei, but it seems Yin has genuinely moved on now happily. A few months ago, I wouldn't even dare to mention Yirong for fear of upsetting her. Yanfei, if he doesn't like me, why should I keep thinking about him? Once is enough. I have my dignity. Ying. Do you not find it particularly amusing? Yirong, blind to the value around him, and yet his grandfather wishes to pair him with Yin Yan. Haha, it's utterly laughable. I wonder what this fellow feels right now. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Xiafei, haha, what you say does sound quite entertaining. Yin Yan, if Yirong is indeed coerced by his grandfather to pursue you, what do you plan to do? Yanfei, I'll just keep it casual in any case. I have resolved never to seek a man. Instead, I shall spend my life with you all, adorably. Xia Fei, surprised, lifelong good sisters, Yin Yin, come here, let us hugging. I recently met a handsome guy. May I savor the taste of a man before, blushing, Yin Fei. Speechless, Xia Fei. Astonished, Xiao Ying. You traitor! Ying has been removed from the group chat by Hua. Hua has renamed the group chat to the two empresses. Xia Fei, haha. Yin Yin, truly fierce with few words Yin Empress. A firm hand is required to deal with traitors, smirking. Da. Xia Fei, I'm dying of laughter. Shouting is begging me to bring her back. Haha. Yin Empress, bring her back. Smirking, Natsum invited Ying to join the group chat. Hua renamed the group chat to the two empresses Little Ying. Ying, Yin Empress, giggling, Natsum Empress, smirking Ying, terrified. Has my status fallen so swiftly? Fang Emo chatted with the two girls late into the night. From the initial tension, where every word was carefully chosen, to later comfortably embodying He Xiaoyan's character, she gradually began to find amusement in it. Fang Emo had seldom conversed with girls before. The factory was predominantly male, and there were hardly any peers her age, making it impossible to connect. Previously, her exchanges with colleagues were strictly business, devoid of any superfluous chatter. Initially, chatting with Chu Kaixia and Ye Xiaoying felt like merely a work obligation, but after spending the evening with the two delightful girls, genuinely concerned for He Xiaoyan, she began to feel a sincere joy. This the way girls interact with one another. Having such good friends seems rather pleasant. Fang Emo thought drowsily, clutching He Xiaoyan's phone. He Xiaoyan was to be discharged today. The discharge of a patient is an entirely ordinary affair. No one lives in a hospital for a lifetime, nor would anyone wish to. Patients enter hospitals amidst the desperate cries of family, only to leave joyfully surrounded by loved ones. After years as a nurse, Sister Hong had grown accustomed to the comings and goings of patients, yet today's scene was something she had never witnessed before. For He Xiaoyan's discharge was an event of great magnitude. Sister Hong watched in disbelief as He Qi, surrounded by hospital leaders and medical staff, resembled a renowned young entrepreneur, the nation's most eligible bachelor, whose mere complaints on social media could cause stock market plummets, and also the largest investor in the very hospital where she worked. Sister Hong had never imagined she would see such a figure in her lifetime. It wasn't until she saw him in the inpatient building, alongside a charming young woman, that she realized the current identity of this girl. He Xiaoyan was clad in an ankle-length creamy white camisole dress. Paired with flat shoes, it was the first time Sister Hong had seen the girl in a dress for quite some time. Although she had always thought that the girl would look stunning in a dress, witnessing it firsthand made her previous imaginings seem rather inadequate. Today, with a natural look that seemed devoid of makeup, the girl radiated an ethereal quality that uplifted anyone who gazed upon her, brightening their spirits for days. Notably, several young male nurses seemed utterly transfixed by her presence, unable to tear their eyes away. He Xiaoyan, entwined with He Qi's arm, spotted Sister Hong standing at the back of the crowd. Her eyes lit up, and she tugged at the arm of the young man beside her, smiling as she said something, while also pointing in Sister Hong's direction. Sister Hong saw the young man's gaze follow He Xiaoyan's finger towards her. After exchanging a glance with Sister Hong, he stepped forward, closing the distance between them. As Sister Hong remained in a daze, the robust young man stood before her, extending his hand. You must be Qing Hong. I am He Qi, he said. Sister Hong stared at He Qi's face, then looked at the hand extended toward her. After a brief moment, she finally came to her senses and quickly grasped his hand. Mr. He, hello, I am your. Sister Hong stammered, her face turning crimson as she found herself at a loss for words. Fan. He Qi regarded Sister Hong with an air of indifference. I can tell as he spoke. He turned to He Xiaoyan and the radiant young secretary beside him, eliciting a wave of good-natured laughter from those surrounding them. He Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at her brother, then approached Sister Hong, embracing her. Sister Hong, thank you for taking care of me during this time. I will come to visit again. The girl's voice was as sweet as candy, making even a woman like Sister Hong feel as if electricity coursed through her ears. Seeing that the girl remained her usual self, Sister Hong relaxed, smiling as she held the girl's hand, advising, you must stay healthy. I hope you will never need to come to the hospital again at that moment. He Qi interjected, his smile fading slightly as he said with gravity, Qing Hong, Xian Feng is preparing to enter the silver-haired economy this year and needs experienced professionals like you. Would you be willing to join us? As for the salary, I can guarantee it will be at least double your current one. He said this while raising his right hand, fingers spread wide. In an instant, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Their eyes filled with envy or jealousy. Sister Hong was left speechless, gazing at the serious expression on the young man's face, unable to suppress her urge to cover her mouth in disbelief. Momentarily forgetting to respond, nearby, and Jian director and chuckled, Ching Hong, you seem to have lost your wits. Are you that happy? Director and added, Mr. He is waiting for your reply. Director Un, I hope you won't mind if I poach your employee? He said, looking at Director and smiled warmly, waving his hands. Mr. He, no need for such words. We are your employees now. Wherever we go, we are working for you, right? He nodded in satisfaction. You make a fair point. With that, He turned his gaze back to Sister Hong, awaiting her response. Having regained her composure, Sister Hong met He-Chi's gaze and eagerly nodded, her voice trembling. Mr. He, I am willing. Excellent. Wonderful. He laughed heartily, turning to the beautiful secretary beside him, instructing, Jean, please handle this matter. Certainly, Mr. He, Secretary Jean replied, smiling at Sister Hong and nodding. However, no one noticed that when she glanced at He-Chi, her lips seemed to twitch slightly. From that day forth, Sister Hong felt as though she were in a dream. While accompanying his sister for her discharge, He took the opportunity to assess the hospital environment and engaged in conversation with the elderly gentleman surnamed Fong alongside his sister. Zhao Yin had formed a bond with the elderly gentleman, visiting him daily to chat. The man suffered from Alzheimer's and had previously sustained a head injury, causing confusion. He mistook Zhao Yin for his granddaughter. Thus, He, going along with the ruse, referred to his sister by the elderly man's granddaughter's name and deceived him into thinking he was her boss. This act earned the admiration of the hospital staff, who praised the big boss's high-mindedness, noting that the He family's upbringing was indeed exceptional. Before leaving, He distributed red envelopes and small gifts to every medical staff member in the building, with the nurses who had cared for Zhao Yin receiving special tokens of gratitude. However, compared to what Sister Hong received, these seemed trivial, as they watched the He siblings depart the hospital in a Maybach. Accompanied by the beautiful secretary surnamed Jean, Sister Hong gradually regained her sense of reality. Her smile was nearly frozen. Every colleague she encountered congratulated her with envious glances. Upon returning to the nurse's station, Sister Hong gazed at her gift, her excitement overwhelming, and at that moment, she longed to share her joy with someone. Thus, she retrieved her phone, found her husband's number, and dialed. Moments later, the call connected. Hello, my dear. What is up? Why are you calling at this hour? Hello, darling. I have something to tell you. We encountered a benefactor today. Chapter 37. A world growing increasingly disparate. When did we decide to venture into the silver-haired industry? Jane Yushi inquired, her expression dark as she sat in the passenger seat, questioning He, who was behind the wheel. He did not turn to face her, just now. Jane Yushi was at a loss for words. After a moment, she clenched her teeth and delivered a few playful punches to He-Chi's arm. Could you refrain from such impulsive decisions? They make no sense. He, displeased, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean they make no sense? The number of elderly couples is steadily increasing, indicating a burgeoning market. As he spoke, he glanced in the rearview mirror at Fong Mo, who sat awkwardly in the back seat. You see, individuals like her, who are unlikely to marry in the future, will probably become more prevalent. Just think about it. Unlike me, she isn't wealthy, and with no children to support her, who will take care of her in her old age? Ultimately, she will end up in a nursing home. Fong Mo, preoccupied with adjusting her dress, heard He reference her and managed a polite smile. Mr. He, I do feel quite sorry for being poor. But can you please refrain from bringing me into your quarrel with Sister Yushi? My financial situation is already a source of distress for me. You seem to be quite cheerful despite your poverty. I haven't seen you overly distressed, He remarked as he observed her fiddling with her dress, unable to resist teasing. Could you please stop tugging at your dress? The design is delicate enough as it is, and you might ruin the seams. Just so you know, if you damage it, you'll be liable for the cost. Consider it a tool of production. Even if it breaks, it's merely a reflection of poor quality from your purchase. Fong Mo retorted defiantly, yet her hands obediently ceased their fidgeting. This was the first time she had worn a dress for such an extended period. It was a sleeveless, spaghetti-strap design, leaving her arms, shoulders, and collarbone almost entirely exposed. with no fabric under her arms, and the hem of the dress felt almost weightless, creating an uncomfortable chill that left her feeling vulnerable. What nonsense, if you don't understand? Just look it up. Just a piece of fabric sold for a fortune. How many chips must I sell to recoup that loss? He winced at the thought, when suddenly an idea struck him. Hey, why don't we simply acquire a trendy brand? We could thrive in the fashion industry, slapping labels on cheap fabric and selling it for thousands. The profit would come in so swiftly, far more gratifying than the laborious process of manufacturing lithography machines. Cars, rockets, or chips. Tisk, teske. It's much easier to deceive women out of their money. Jane Yushi rolled her eyes skyward, turning her head to gaze out the window, clearly uninterested in his musings. Mr. He, is what you told Sister Hong truly factual? Fang Emo interjected from the back, recalling how He had offered Sister Hong a 5-fold salary to entice her away. He scoffed. Why would I, such a significant employer, deceive her? Jane Yushi couldn't help but press further. Then tell me, where do you intend to place her? Xian Feng has no business related to the elderly care sector whatsoever. Do you expect her to dive into the elderly care market and recoup her 5-fold salary for us? The decrepit nursing home just acquired by Yucheng. Jane Yushi's words piqued Fang Mo's curiosity. Yucheng? A nursing home? Had they truly purchased one back in their hometown? Exactly. Just send her there. It's merely a 5-fold salary. Do you think I am incapable of covering that? He grumbled in dissatisfaction, stealing a glance at Fang Emo through the rearview mirror, finally clarifying his true intentions. I must raise her salary a bit. After all, she has been so attentive to you, my faux sister, and besides, failing to do so wouldn't align with my domineering persona, would it? Fang Emo tilted her head, utterly perplexed. Was the 5-fold salary for enticing Sister Hong really due to her? TSK, what are you tilting your head for, you little brat? I'm talking about you. It's all for your sake. He shot a glare at Fang Emo through the mirror, muttering to himself that if it weren't for the fact that he knew she was both Fang Emo and He Xiaoyan, he would never have spent so much money to lure her away, especially considering the current high costs of hiring. Who told you to place me in that VIP ward back then? Fang Emo couldn't help but retort softly, wasn't it your meddling? He was momentarily rendered speechless by her rebuttal, only to see Jane Yushi sigh beside him, prompting him to turn and joke, Jan? Don't be so glum. You're so capable and Xian Feng is brimming with talent. With a bit of packaging and some impressive concepts, rest assured, we will definitely see returns. It's merely a question of the speed of recovery. He wouldn't he choose a project that could lead to losses? As he spoke, He reached out to pat Jane Yushi's shoulder, only to have her swat his hand away. Unfazed, he continued his monologue. Even if the nursing home doesn't turn a profit in the short term, with my influence as the Iron Man of the East, we could create a seemingly legitimate PPT, feigning an internal leak from an employee, spin it around the cancer stocks for a couple of days, and rake in a few small targets quickly. Wouldn't that be sufficient to keep her salary funded until the end of time? Isn't that right? Hichi's increasingly wild ideas prompted a cold huff from Jin Yushi, who shot him a sideways glance. Then why don't you go ahead and do that? I'm genuinely curious if you attempt it, whether your parents will first strip your skin or pull your tendons. Ladies and gentlemen, before you continue squabbling, may I ask where we are headed? Fang Emo couldn't resist interjecting from the back seat. TOA's safe house. Hichi and Jin Yushi replied in unison. Hichi glanced at Jin Yushi, who was glaring at him, and shrugged dismissively. All right, you tell me. Observing the two, Fang Emo couldn't help but smile, a pair who often appeared to disdain each other yet, at times, moved in perfect synchrony, resembling an elderly couple who had spent decades together. Hichi obediently fell silent, while Jin Yushi, seated in the front passenger seat, turned around to patiently explain to Fang Emo. Fang Emo, during the upcoming year, you cannot solely masquerade as Zhao Yan. You must also carve out time for your identity as Fang Emo. Jin Yushi always spoke to Fang Emo in a gentle tone, as if unloading all her negative emotions onto Hichi. Thus, you require a place for identity transformation, akin to a safe house in a spy film. Fang Emo grasped the concept instantly but still found herself momentarily taken aback. Wait, do I actually have time for myself? Do you intend to live your life perpetually as He Xiaoyan? Jin Yushi countered. Fang Emo shook her head vigorously. She certainly didn't want that. She longed for the day when this ordeal concluded, allowing her to undergo surgery to revert to being a man. Though even post-surgery, she would never truly be a complete man. You wouldn't wish to emerge from this experience without understanding who you are. Would you? Jin Yushi paused, her beautiful eyes fixated on Fang Yimou, speaking earnestly. Therefore, you need time for yourself. It will serve as your anchor, reminding you to distinguish between your roles in and out of character. Immersing oneself deeply in a role can be beneficial, but losing oneself in that immersion can lead to unfortunate consequences. You are aware of the tales of Leslie Chung and Heath Ledger, aren't you? Fang Yimou blinked, nodding seriously. Thank you, Sister Yushi and Mr. He. Jan Yushi was correct. Fang Yimou understood that her circumstances might be even more perilous than those faced by actors. Actors can clearly discern that everything around them is merely scenery, props, and fellow performers, but Fang Yimou had stepped into a genuine world of wealth. The scene earlier in the hospital, where she was treated like royalty, might repeat itself throughout the year ahead. Fang Yimou recognized that today's attention stemmed from He Xiaoyan's identity, her family's stature, and the presence of He Qi beside her, rather than her own merits. Those luxurious garments, extravagant jewelry, designer handbags, opulent cars and mansions, all that glitzy social sphere, with the throngs of admirers surrounding her, were all real for He Xiaoyan but merely transient shadows for Fang Yimou. She must always remember to discern which aspects of her current reality were illuminated by He Xiaoyan's family aura, so that upon returning to her identity as Fang Yimou, she would not fail to recognize herself. Ultimately resenting her original life. Losing sight of oneself can lead to misfortune. Fang Yimou understood that Jin Yushi wished to spare her from such a fate, hence her sincere gratitude, and no need for thanks. Please don't. Before Jin Yushi could respond, He Qi hastily interjected. From my perspective as your employer, I wouldn't grant you even a single day off. Frankly, I would prefer you to embody Xiaoyan around the clock. Switching back and forth is cumbersome and increases the risk of exposure. It's Jin who fears you might become so engrossed in your role that you lose your sanity, hence this excessive measure. Jin Yushi finally reached her limit, pinching He Qi's arm. Jin, you've called me that all day. I've been tolerating you for far too long. Hey, are you trying to get us killed? We're on the highway. Watching the two bicker, Fang Yimou felt her heart leap into her throat. Perhaps it would be best not to ride with them again. It felt far too dangerous, she mused. Suddenly, she felt the cold air from the air conditioning vent blowing onto her calves, causing her legs to feel uncomfortably chilly. She found herself resisting the urge to tug the hem of her dress down further, but recalling He Qi's remark about the exorbitant price of that fabric, she quickly suppressed the impulse. Half an hour later, as Fang Yimou followed He Qi to the safe house and employee dormitory prepared for her, her jaw dropped in astonishment. The luxurious penthouse of Sigma Residences, with its three-sided panoramic views, spanning over 140 square meters and featuring 4 to 5 rooms. Is employee welfare truly this generous? Fang Yimou quietly opened the app for real estate, checking the listing price for this building's second-hand units, and upon seeing the staggering number of zeros, she promptly closed the app, reflecting on He Qi's current investment in the personal hospital for He Xiaoyan at the Shiyuan Villa. Fang Yimou felt that He Qi's provision of such a small apartment as both a safe house and her personal employee dormitory was hardly surprising. In Fang Yimou's eyes, the world appeared increasingly disordered. Chapter 38. One cannot conceal the desire to take a blade to one's heart. The Sigma Tower is situated in the prime location at the heart of Huading City. This building possesses notable characteristics. Slender as a pencil, soaring over 300 meters high, with an unobstructed view from the top floor. This naturally affords an exceptional vista. Gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, one can see Jiang Park and the Bund Plaza align in a single line, while the emerald waters of the Qing Shui River meander through the city, merging into the surging Yangtze River before flowing into the sea. Such a scene is truly unparalleled in Huading. Fang Yimou stood by the window, momentarily lost in the view, and with a wry smile said to He Qi, "Could you possibly arrange for me to relocate? I fear that moving elsewhere might leave me feeling a profound sense of loss." As she spoke, she glanced around the vast expanse of the house and added, "Moreover, with such a large area, I find it utterly unnecessary for just myself." The size of the living room alone nearly matched that of her two-bedroom apartment back in U City. Fang Yimou struggled to fathom what one could possibly do with such an extensive space. Poverty is indeed a dreadful thing, capable of shackling one's imagination. He Qi raised his hand and playfully tapped her forehead. "Do you think this place was just haphazardly chosen?" Fang Yimou winced and covered her head, but before she could respond, He-Chi stepped into the coat room directly opposite the entrance. "Come in," He-Chi called from within the coat room, and Fang Emo hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering, she found He-Chi standing before a tall wardrobe. Upon seeing her, he pointed to the wardrobe and instructed, "Remember, it's this cabinet." As he spoke, he opened the wardrobe door, revealing a hidden door within, complete with a numeric keypad lock. "The password is 2887944, He-Chi stated, as he entered the code on the keypad, and with a click, the secret door swung open. He-Chi pushed the shiny door ajar and stepped through, turning back to find Fang Emo still standing in astonishment before the concealed door in the wardrobe, and he urged her impatiently. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." "Oh, right." Fang Emo quickly followed. And upon stepping inside, she was astonished to discover yet another coat room, identical in layout to the previous one. The difference lay in the fact that this wardrobe featured glass doors. Through the glass, she could see each cabinet neatly filled with an array of clothing, shoes, and hats. A glance revealed that most of the garments were various styles of dresses, creating the impression of a storeroom for a women's clothing boutique. As she regained her composure from the overwhelming sight of the sea of dresses, Fang Emo saw that He-Chi had already opened another door and moved on. She promptly followed, only to be greeted by a familiar entrance and grand living room. Though the decor was entirely different, the previous living room had been styled in a minimalist fashion, with pristine white walls and simple furnishings exuding a sense of emotional detachment, in stark contrast. The current grand living room boasted walls adorned in sweet, candy-colored hues, with furniture and chandeliers leaning towards a whimsical, dreamy style, altogether resembling a charming young girl's boudoir. While Fang Emo mentally sketched the layout of this apartment, the entrance door emitted a sound, followed by a click as it swung open, revealing Jin Yushi. Noticing Fang Emo's puzzled expression, Jin Yushi smiled and said, "Your belongings have just been delivered. I placed them in the adjacent room. Later, you can check to see if anything is missing, and your few pots of flowers are arranged in the bedroom." Fang Emo quickly expressed her gratitude, while keenly picking up on the key term in Jin Yushi's words, adjacent. She instantly comprehended the layout of this residence. Technically, it should not be considered a single apartment, but rather a pair of mirror image units, connected by a secret door in the wall between the two coat rooms, thus creating two identical entries. Living rooms and coat rooms. It stood to reason that the layouts of the other rooms would be similarly aligned. He-Chi retrieved a picture frame from the television cabinet opposite the sofa, examined it briefly, then returned it to its place. Turning to Fang Emo, he casually remarked, "This apartment is typically utilized by Zhao Yinyin as a coat room. She occasionally stays here for a few days and sometimes brings friends over." Fang Emo felt a barrage of question marks floating above her head. Is the boss even aware of etiquette? A multi-million-dollar coat room? While I am contemplating selling my home to cover my grandfather's medical expenses, your family treats multi-million-dollar mansions as mere coat rooms? At this moment, she desperately wished to hang the person who spoke such words up on a lamppost. He-Chi disregarded Fang Emo's incredulous expression and pointed to the entrance. Transitioning to serious matters, from now on, only He Zhaoyan is permitted to enter and exit through this door. He then pointed to the adjacent unit, and only Fang Emo may enter and exit through the door over there. Do you understand my meaning? Looking at He-Chi, then at the entrance and coat room, Fang Emo contemplated for a moment before grasping his intent. The two apartments were interconnected, thus allowing her to enter as He Zhaoyan from this side and exit as herself from the other, effectively facilitating an identity switch. The reverse held true as well. Fang Emo articulated her understanding, and He-Chi nodded in approval. Today is acceptable. I thought it might take you 3 to 5 minutes to comprehend my meaning given your intellect. Fang Emo bristled. Am I to apologize for my low IQ? You, with your cunning plan to achieve this identity switch, went through the trouble of purchasing the adjacent apartment, spending several million, indeed are much smarter than I. He-Chi regarded Fang Emo with a sympathetic gaze. What did I say about you being both poor and foolish? Fang Emo felt a dark cloud shadow her face. Mr. He, stating that I am poor is merely a factual observation. But calling me foolish constitutes a personal attack. Furthermore, this has nothing to do with my financial status, He-Chi retorted. Who said the adjacent unit was specifically acquired for you to switch identities? Look at how your poverty has left you bereft of imagination regarding the world of the wealthy. Fang Emo queried. If not, then why the stark contrast in decor between these two apartments? This entire floor is under Zhao Yan's name. I prepared it as her dowry, He-Chi replied nonchalantly. I stayed in the adjacent unit for 2 days when it was first handed over. But since the view was no different from my office, and my parents and grandfather were paranoid about earthquakes, fearing the building might collapse one day, I moved out. Fang Emo was left utterly speechless, feeling a strong urge to hang this person up on a lamppost, genuinely sensing that he was belittling her as a simple laborer. You bought a multi-million-dollar property, went through the hassle of renovating it, and yet only stayed for 2 days? He-Chi looked at Fang Emo as if she were a fool. Why would I spend several million on such a thing for myself? Humph. This entire building was constructed by my family's real estate company, He-Chi boasted with pride, adding, this idea was actually mine. Oh, dear sister, would you like to know how much I profited from trading this building, along with selling nearby commercial properties? I don't want to know, Fang Emo exclaimed, playfully covering her ears. I refused to listen. Constantly provoked by He-Chi, Fang Emo felt that one day she would grow to resent this world. She did not wish to live in a state of perpetual grievance against fate. He-Chi circled around her, eager to share his business accomplishments. Fang Emo squealed and dodged in circles. Observing this, Jin Yushi sighed and seated herself on the sofa. He-Chi, can you please stop this childish behavior? We are adults now. Her tone and demeanor resembled that of a weary mother. Fang Emo, noticing Jin Yushi, quickly moved to sit beside her. He-Chi, recognizing the stern gaze from Jin Yushi, finally threw up his hands in surrender. Look how entertaining it is to tease her. It's even more amusing than teasing Zhao Yan. I fail to see the amusement. Jin Yushi replied coolly. What you are doing is merely flaunting your wealth for a sense of superiority. Merely? Just? He-Chi exclaimed in shock. I worked hard to earn this money precisely to flaunt it. And you dare to say merely? Boss, you lack vision. Fang Mo chimed in, clutching Jin Yushi's arm and hiding beside her to critique. With your wealth, shouldn't you be proclaiming, I have never liked money, I am disinterested in wealth? He-Chi scoffed, deeply gazing at Fang Emo, and earnestly lectured her. From my observations, those who claim not to love money or express disinterest are either pretending or, like yourself, simply foolish. Before He-Chi could finish his last word, a cushion suddenly struck his face, interrupting him. One cannot conceal the desire to take a blade to one's heart, Fang Emo mused. Observing Jin Yushi's darkened expression. Chapter 39. Guidelines, Pig Trotters, Young Girls, and the setting sun lying on a 2-meter-wide bed, Fang Emo perused a document He-Chi had sent her before departing. The document was titled Fang Mo's Code of Conduct, outlining He-Chi's requirements for her activities under her own identity. Regulate the time during which Fang Emo may step outside in her assumed identity. In principle, it must not exceed 5 hours on any given day. When venturing out as Fang Emo, she is required to carry He Xiaoyan's mobile phone at all times to ensure she can promptly address any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, while in the guise of Fang Emo, she must refrain from revealing her face and must undertake certain measures to disguise herself, thereby establishing a clear distinction from He Xiaoyan's appearance. The activity logs of He Xiaoyan must remain coherent and uninterrupted. Thus, any identity switches and costume changes must, in principle, occur within this safe house. Should there be an urgent need to exchange identities outside the safe house, permission must be sought from He-Chi. When engaging with acquaintances of Fang Emo while assuming He Xiaoyan's identity, she must feign ignorance, and vice versa. For a year, it is prohibited to take recognizable photographs with strangers while in the identity of Fang Emo. One must utilize the appropriate identification corresponding to the identity being employed, with no mixing permitted. No information regarding current work may be disclosed to anyone. Furthermore, one is not permitted to open bank accounts, obtain loans, sell property, or engage in stock trading activities while in the identity of He Xiaoyan. Fang Emo is free to use He Xiaoyan's clothing, with the exception of those items in He Xiaoyan's wardrobe. All information pertaining to the He family's affairs that Fang Emo is privy to is deemed a commercial secret and must not be disclosed to anyone in any form without prior authorization. All interpretative rights of this code are reserved for He-Chi upon reading these numerous regulations, particularly the stipulation against opening bank accounts, obtaining loans, selling property, or engaging in stock trading activities under He Xiaoyan's identity. Fang Emo found herself both amused and baffled. She had never contemplated using He Xiaoyan's identity for illicit activities. Had it not been for He-Chi's explicit instructions in the document, such an idea would not have crossed her mind. The boss truly is meticulous, yet she wondered why he would entrust her with He Xiaoyan's identification, fully aware of the potential for misuse. With this thought in mind, Fang Yimou set her phone down and examined He Xiaoyan's ID card, an item given to her by He Qi before his departure, along with He Xiaoyan's passport and European visa. Gazing at the smiling girl on the ID, she couldn't help but retrieve her own ID from behind her phone case for comparison. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance. Even in their childhoods, there appeared to be little difference. He Xiaoyan's ID was issued when she was 16, at which time she was likely still in her first year of high school. Yet her appearance remained unchanged. Fang Mo's ID, on the other hand, depicted her as a boy, yet her features were fundamentally similar to He Xiaoyan's, save for her shorter hair and slightly darker complexion, complemented by the remnants of baby fat on her face. Though both IDs were issued at the age of 16, one could easily mistake Fang Mo's for a representation of He Xiaoyan at 13 or 14. It was truly remarkable how such extraordinary coincidences existed in the world. After marveling at the curious wonders of life, Fang Yimou stood up, carefully storing He Xiaoyan's ID along with the passport and visa before moving to the window to admire the view. As she gazed at the unique scenery outside, she mused that it would be delightful if her grandfather and Yuan could also experience living here, if only He Qi would permit it. While feeling a sense of loss, she also empathized with the He family. 3 out of 5 members harbored a fear of heights and thus refrained from residing in high-rise buildings. Despite their wealth, they were deprived of the joys of such a beautiful home and picturesque surroundings. The elders' fear of high-rise buildings could, in fact, be traced back to a traumatic event involving Fang Yimou 19 years ago. An 8.0 magnitude earthquake struck Ganqing, neighboring Yuqing. While Yuqing also experienced structural collapses, Ganqing became a veritable hell on earth. He Xiaoyan's parents were present during that earthquake. He Xiaoyan's mother had just given birth to her the day before the calamity struck, and the traumatic aftermath left a lasting impact on the family, particularly on the grandparents who developed an aversion to high-rise living. The devastation witnessed by He Xiaoyan's mother profoundly affected her, leading to a prolonged period of postpartum depression during which she wept daily while cradling her infant. Consequently, she gradually withdrew from her role in Xinfeng Group to devote herself entirely to caring for He Xiaoyan. As He Xiaoyan grew older, her mother turned to philanthropy, tirelessly advocating for children's welfare, transforming from a career-driven woman into a renowned philanthropist, in contrast to the nationally recognized young entrepreneur He Qi. Fang Yimou held a deep-seated admiration for He Xiaoyan's mother, feeling a stronger sense of empathy towards her. Fang Yimou, having also experienced the earthquake that claimed her own family members while leaving only her grandfather and Yuan unharmed, felt a palpable connection. Although she was just 2 years old at the time and possessed no memories of that fateful day, she often found herself troubled by the accounts of the disaster, which had irrevocably altered countless lives, including her own. Having savored the view from the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows, Fang Yimou returned to her bedroom, pulling her suitcase along as she began to pack her belongings. She had already vacated the semi-basement apartment she had previously rented, entrusting her possessions to Jin Yushi for collection. After years of working and hooting, she found herself with little to show for it. Her suitcase was hardly full. Fang Yimou had always approached her time in hooting as a means to earn a living rather than a place to settle, adhering to a minimalist philosophy. Her frequent relocations meant that moving with just a suitcase was convenient. One simply needed to hop on the subway and transport their home with ease. As she rummaged through her suitcase for clothing, she selected a t-shirt and a pair of long pants, quickly changing behind the drawn curtains. Despite her significant physical changes this month, the oversized male t-shirt still fit comfortably, allowing her to retain a sense of familiarity. Reflecting on the myriad of dresses in the neighboring room's wardrobe, she struggled to comprehend He Xiaoyan's fondness for such attire. They seemed so airy and revealing, offering little sense of security. Shaking her head, Fang Yimou organized her belongings from the suitcase, categorizing them neatly. Tossing the suitcase into the empty wardrobe, she noted that it was nearly 5 o'clock, time for dinner. Entering the kitchen, she opened the spacious 4-door refrigerator, her eyes lighting up as she surveyed its contents. After inspecting the kitchen cabinets, her smile widened further. The refrigerator was stocked with ingredients, while the cabinets held pots, pans, cooking utensils, and an array of seasonings, all meticulously prepared by Yushi. Excellent! With everything at hand and today marking her discharge from the hospital, a day worthy of celebration, she decided to whip up something delicious to reward herself. Peering into the freezer, she spotted a frozen pig trotter and resolved that it would be the centerpiece of her dinner. Although she was mindful of her figure, today she would indulge. After all, He was none the wiser. Moreover, she was soon to meet the elderly patriarch of the He family, and one could hardly embark on significant endeavors with an empty stomach. With her mind made up, Fang Mo donned an apron, tied her hair up, and set to work. Before long, the sound of knife against cutting board resonated in the kitchen, akin to a symphony in the hands of her delicate fingers. The high-pressure cooker on the gas stove hissed, releasing a plume of steam while the pressure valve spun in circles. The vibrant sunset lingered, casting its final rays of light upon the kitchen, illuminating the youthful girl's fair profile in a warm glow. In that golden red light, the beads of sweat on her brows sparkled, reflecting her earnestness in life. Chapter 40. A cat, a dog, and a separate residence. The Maybach cruised smoothly along the expressway of the Fourth Ring Road, with He in the passenger seat engaged in a rapid-fire QA with Fang Mo, who occupied the back seat. He, what does your grandfather do? Fang Mo. He is a retired professor of international relations at Yin University. He, what is your father's name? Fang Mo. He Hong Jun. He, how many children does Yin Ma have? Fang Mo. 4. My brother Xiao Wu. My sister Xiao Wen, you, and me. He, what is Yin Ma's specialty dish? Fang Mo. Yin Ma is skilled in all types of cuisine, but my grandfather's favorite is her Westlake vinegar fish. He, how old is Xiao Wu? Fang Mo. He is half a year younger than you. Brother. He, how old is Xiao Wen? Fang Mo. She is 1 month older than me. He, why do we call her Yin Ma? Fang Mo. Because we all drank Yin Ma's milk. He, why does grandfather call Asta Big Yellow? Fang Mo. Because he is yellow, of course. He, why can't Asta defeat Beelzebub? Fang Mo. Asta is only 2 years old this year, so he cannot compete with the 5-year-old Beelzebub. He, what dish do you excel at cooking? Fang Mo. Soy sauce ribs. She reflexively began to answer, but suddenly realized it was incorrect, quickly correcting herself. No, I never have to cook at home. I just need to eat. He shot her a disapproving glance, and upon seeing Fang Mo's sheepish expression, continued with his questions. He, how do you address your grandfather? Fang Mo. Also Yi. He, why? Fang Mo. Because of Chibi Maruko-chan. He, who named Zhao Yin? Fang Mo. It was, of course, grandfather. He, what is your favorite dish? Fang Mo. Oil-exploded river shrimp. He, if Yin Ma were to prepare some oil-exploded river shrimp, what would you do? Fang Mo. 2 for Yin Mama, 2 for Grandpa, and the rest are all mine. He, why? Fang Mo. Because this dish is made for me. He, on what grounds do you say that? Fang Mo, growing increasingly animated, even proudly crossed her arms. Hemph. Because I am the most adorable in the whole family, and Grandpa loves me the most. He casually asked, what did you have for dinner last night? Fang Mo quickly replied, pig trotter soup. He, curious, inquired, which takeout did you order from? Fang Mo hurriedly retorted, what takeout? Of course, it was homemade. He frowned in confusion. Can something so greasy be delicious? Fang Mo's eyes sparkled. With dipping sauce, it's incredibly delicious. I even had 2 bowls of rice. He glared. Have you forgotten that you shouldn't consume so much fat and carbs at night? Anyway, you weren't around as she spoke. Fang Mo quickly covered her mouth, realizing her slip of the tongue. Seeing He's angry expression, she pouted and blinked, feigning innocence. Brother, Yin knows she was wrong. Please don't be mad at Yin. Okay. He Zhao Yin, you shouldn't always try to gloss over your mistakes. He's emotionally charged reprimand was abruptly halted as he stared in horror at Fang Mo, who had unknowingly embodied He Zhao Yin. Her acting prowess was truly formidable, as he had almost mistaken this impostor for his real sister. The sleek black Maybach came to a halt outside a quaint countryside courtyard by the clear water lake, far removed from the urban bustle of Huading. This area was undeniably rural. The courtyard before him bore little distinction from the other nearby farmhouses, featuring brick walls and a spiked black iron gate. In the yard, a persimmon tree flourished, laden with heavy fruit, while clumps of lush bamboo thrived vibrantly, and a modest 2-story white house peeked through the foliage. The car honked at the gate, prompting a chorus of barking from inside the courtyard. Soon, the barking subsided, and a kind-faced, curly-haired middle-aged woman appeared at the gate. Squinting her eyes, she scrutinized the vehicle parked at the entrance. Upon recognizing the Maybach's emblem and license plate, a smile broke across her face, and she hastily opened the gate, allowing the car to enter the yard. After the car parked and shut off its engine, the rear door swung open, and a figure joyfully leapt from the vehicle. As the woman caught sight of the individual, her smile widened. Yin Mama! With a bright and melodious call, He Zhao Yin dashed into her embrace like a fledgling returning to its nest. Yin Mama reached out to stroke the girl's hair, marveling at how, despite being 19, she still loved to act like a child, seemingly exerting all her effort to resist growing up. Let me see, after several months apart, what new hairstyle our Yin Yin has. Yin Mama said with a warm smile, gently holding the girl's shoulders and scrutinizing her as though she were still her little darling. How do I look? He Zhao Yan's eyes sparkled, her expression a blend of nervousness and excitement. As she spoke, she wriggled free from Yin Mama's grasp and twirled in place. Today she wore a black spaghetti-strap tulle dress, highlighting her porcelain skin that glowed ethereally. The knee-length, layered tulle skirt swayed gracefully with her movements. Blooming like a flower, beautiful, Yin Mama replied without hesitation, her voice laced with affection. Whatever hairstyle our little fairy chooses, she looks stunning. Hee hee. The little fairy giggled, allowing Yin Mama to gently pinch her cheek. Suddenly, a whimper at her feet startled the girl. Their watchdog, De Huang, had unknowingly approached them, circling around before stopping a few steps away, emitting a series of ambiguous whines. De Huang's behavior was unusual today. Typically, upon seeing Zhao Yin, it would excitedly rush over to sniff her and joyfully nuzzle against her. Yet today, it seemed somewhat distant. Yin Mama, understanding people but not dogs, observed De Huang's hesitance and thought it simply didn't recognize its little owner after not seeing her for a while. Kneeling down, He Zhao Yin eagerly waved at the dog, softly calling, Asta, come here to your sister. Silly dog, forgetting who it knows. Just as He Chi approached, pretending to kick the dog, De Huang quickly darted to He Zhao Yan's side. Barking at He Chi after a few barks, it sniffed the girl and then began wagging its tail merrily, as if confirming she was indeed a familiar friend. Jin Yushi, who had just retrieved items from the trunk, witnessed this scene and walked over to He Chi, teasing him softly. Look at them, and then look at you. You really are a dog hater. Saying this, she stuffed all the items into He Chi's arms before turning to close the trunk. Meanwhile, He Zhao Yin was being playfully nuzzled by De Huang, who was licking her face excitedly, exclaiming, Brother, look, Asta remembers me. Seeing this spectacle, He Chi wore an expression of both surprise and irritation, muttering under his breath, What's this? Even the dog he sighed, shaking his head. However, he soon visibly relaxed, turning to Yin Mama, who was smiling at the playful scene between the dog and the little girl. Yin Mama, where's the old man? He Chi casually inquired. Oh, Grandpa is upstairs practicing calligraphy, Yin Mama replied. Glancing at He Chi upon noticing the pile of items in his arms, she hurried over to take them from him, muttering, Why bring so many things? The old man will just scold you again. Let him say what he wants, he's old enough to be easily placated. He Chi shrugged, unconcerned, already planning to bring more next time. What are you saying? You brat? The old man may be old, but his ears are still sharp. A deep voice boomed from the second-floor balcony. He Chi quickly looked up to see, standing there, an elderly man in a gray traditional shirt. His hair gray, one hand adjusting his glasses, and the other holding a large brush. Glaring down at He Chi, taken aback by his grandfather's sudden appearance, He Chi feigned ignorance and grinned. Oh, practicing calligraphy. Are we? Practicing, the old man retorted, displeased. Your noisy horn could be heard miles away, and you call that practicing? Disturbing the peace. Grandpa, you misunderstand. Today, it's Jin Yushi driving, and she was the one honking, He Chi explained, pointing at Jin Yushi, who had just emerged from the car with bags in hand. Jin Yushi, spotting the elderly man on the balcony, smiled warmly and greeted him. He Lao, it's good to see you. How have you been lately? Upon seeing Jin Yushi, the old man's expression softened immediately. Very well, very well. I've told you many times, don't keep calling me He Lao. It sounds so formal. Just call me Grandpa. After that, his gaze shifted back to the little girl, who was laughing joyfully while being licked by De Huang. His eyes grew even gentler, and he couldn't help but smile. Yin Yin, come up and see the calligraphy I've just written. Hearing her name, the girl pushed aside the dog's head, looked up to see her grandfather, who stood tall and sprightly, beaming at her. She hesitated for a moment, then her face lit up with a radiant smile. Yes, Grandpa, I'm coming. Ha ha ha, Asta, Stop it. I need to go see Grandpa now. We can play later. On the courtyard wall, a black cat sprawled lazily in the sun, startled awake by the girl's melodious laughter. Its sleek black fur shimmered in the sunlight, and its eyes were a deep blue. Spotting the group walking into the house, the cat yawned widely. It stretched, raised its tail, and after shaking off its fur, licked its paws before darting off toward a persimmon tree whose branches just reached over the wall. A breeze rustled through the lush leaves, creating a gentle sound, while the heavy green persimmons swayed on the branches. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful, dappled patterns on the ground. Chapter 41. This girl truly is a clever little thing. This was Fang Mo's first visit to the old man He's residence, yet she brimmed with confidence. Even with her eyes closed, she could find her way to Grandpa He's study. This was not only due to Fang Mo's own dedication and thorough preparation, but also thanks to He Chi. He had meticulously organized detailed graphic materials and even created a 3D model of the house and its surroundings to help Fang Mo become more familiar with the place. Insisting she allocate time each day to study it, while he could be somewhat annoying, with a mouth that seemed to be coated in red paint when it came to getting things done, he was undeniably reliable, truly a big boss. Despite his chatter, he was serious when it came to his work. With such ample preparation, even though he had never been here before and there was no one to guide him, Fang Mo truly felt as if he had arrived home. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the staircase leading to the second floor, effortlessly locating Grandpa He's study. The old man was at that moment immersed in his calligraphy, his brush dancing across the paper with remarkable speed. As Fang Mo quietly approached him from behind, the elder completed his final stroke. Rising on tiptoe, he playfully covered the old man's eyes with his hands and exclaimed, "Guess who I am?" This playful interaction was an essential ritual between He Xiaoyan and her grandfather during her visits, an unmissable tradition regardless of the circumstances. Even though it was clear that Grandpa was aware of her arrival, He Xiaoyan would still cover his eyes and mimic a silly voice, prompting him to guess her identity. It was not truly about the guessing. It was a declaration of her presence. "Tada? Grandpa, your beloved granddaughter, Yin Yin, is here." The old man's reaction was as anticipated. He smiled, pretended to ponder for a moment, and chuckled. "Ah, is it my little crybaby who has come to visit?" Fang Mo let out a small laugh. Releasing her hands from the old man's eyes, feigning indignation, "Grandpa, Yin Yin is no longer a crybaby." The old man's smile broadened. "Oh, a haircut, and the crybaby no longer cries." He gestured towards the freshly written characters on the desk, his pride evident. "Come, Yin Yin, take a look at Grandpa's calligraphy." Fang Mo blinked, embracing Grandpa He and resting her chin on his shoulder as she gazed at the desk before her. From the old man's reaction, it was clear he had not recognized that she was not his true granddaughter, and Fang Mo's initial nervousness began to dissipate. The large desk in Grandpa He's study was cluttered with old newspapers and Xian paper, each covered in brush strokes, clearly remnants of the elder's practice sessions. Atop this chaotic scene lay a pristine sheet of Xian paper, neatly divided into two lines displaying four prominent characters, Qianxi above and Zhao Yin below. The ink of the latter still wet, indicating they had been pinned after he noticed their arrival. Grandpa, he was originally a professor of international relations at Yanda University in the capital, and after retirement, he had devoted himself to the art of calligraphy. He Xiaoyan had studied for a few years, prompting Fang Mo to undertake a crash course in calligraphy herself. Although her skills were far from proficient, she could at least discern a semblance of artistry now. The four characters before her were all written in running script, with hints of the Zhao style, exuding a gentle elegance that was more refined than the typical Zhao calligraphy, decidedly reflecting a strong personal style. "Chun Shi, Zhao Yin." Fang Mo murmured the characters softly, then smiled. "You've improved since the last time I saw your writing." Fang Mo's compliment was not misplaced. She was not merely flattering. The old man's calligraphy was indeed impressive, far surpassing her current abilities. The old man relished the praise, stroking his not-so-long beard with a satisfied grin, and then thrust the brush into Fang Mo's hands. "Come, Yin Yin, write a few characters for me to see what level our grandpa-granddaughter duo is at." Grandpa, he seemed eager to engage in a friendly contest with his granddaughter, which caused Fang Mo to break into a cold sweat. While she could mimic He Xiaoyan's mannerisms perfectly, her calligraphic skills were still lacking. Given the extensive time Grandpa he had spent with He Xiaoyan, It was plausible he might notice the disparity in their writing abilities. Gazing at the brush now in her hand, and then at the old man's expectant expression, Fang Emo found herself at a loss for a good excuse to decline. After all, Zhao Yan, with her spirited nature, would undoubtedly leap at the chance to compete with her grandfather. That moment, Fang Emo regretted not bringing He along. At least he could have helped diffuse the situation. She mentally scolded herself for not considering this sooner. Think fast, Fang Emo. You need a clever way to get out of this, she hesitated, soaking the brush in ink and preparing to write under Grandpa He's watchful gaze. She faintly heard Mama Yin calling from downstairs, urging them to come down for watermelon, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Fang Emo steeled her resolve. Deciding to take a gamble, she focused her energy, and after deliberating for a while, she boldly began to write. With a flourish, she inscribed the character Yong perfectly beneath Zhao Yan. Recently, she had practiced writing this character repeatedly, so it appeared commendable, albeit it was the only character she could confidently showcase. Observing her work, Grandpa He raised an eyebrow but remained silent, patiently awaiting her next stroke. After completing Yong, Fang Mo feigned contemplation of her writing's quality. But in reality, she was straining to hear the approaching footsteps. Just as the footsteps reached the study's threshold, she quickly pretended to continue writing, silently praying that events would unfold as she anticipated. Otherwise, she would have to feign a cramp and resort to a pitiful display to escape. As she had hoped, just before her brush touched the paper, Hichi's voice resonated from outside. Grandpa, Yin Yin, it's time for watermelon. This announcement was like a lifeline to Fang Emo. She exhaled deeply, masking her relief with a look of astonishment. Watermelon? How wonderful, she exclaimed, suddenly feigning a loss of interest in writing. With swift strokes, she carelessly scribbled a few lines on the paper, tossed the brush aside, and pulled Grandpa He away from the study, heading downstairs for watermelon. Grandpa, I want to eat watermelon. Fang Emo clung to Grandpa He's arm as they descended. Playfully complaining, writing isn't fun. It's been ages since I wrote, and suddenly you want me to write. My hand is cramping, humph. I can see it clearly. You took ages to write just one Yong. Be honest with Grandpa. Have you not practiced writing seriously for a long time? Oh dear, you've caught me. School is so demanding. There is hardly any time to practice. Fang Emo responded, I'll diligently practice when I get back to regain my touch. And once my skills are up to par, I'll challenge you again, He. Overhearing the conversation between his grandfather and the imposter sister, quickly entered Grandpa He's study. He soon spotted the sheet of paper where the old man and Fang Emo had been writing. The characters Chen Shi and Zhao Yin flowed elegantly, showcasing considerable skill. Below them, the character Yong stood neatly inscribed, though the brushwork was somewhat lacking in strength. Following Yong, a few haphazard scrawls resembling childish doodles formed a sentence. Zhao Yin forever with a heart pierced by an arrow in the center. Gazing at the still wet ink of that phrase, He paused. Then couldn't he help but chuckle. This clever girl was certainly a little rascal, sharing an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Yin in her wit. However, his gaze fell upon the characters Chen Shi, and he was puzzled. While Zhao Yin was easily understood as his sister's name, what could Chen Shi possibly signify? Had Grandpa arisen early to witness the sunrise? He pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Chapter 42. Lies wrapped in lies. In the living room on the first floor, a low wooden coffee table was adorned with a platter of sliced watermelon, while the large yellow dog, Asta, lay beside it, its tail wagging like a fan. Asta gazed longingly at the platter, yet it was a well-mannered dog. Even without supervision, it remained obediently lying there, drooling profusely. Fang Emo, linking arms with Grandpa He as they descended the stairs, couldn't he help but laugh at the sight. Look, Grandpa, the big yellow dog is so well behaved. Even though it's craving the watermelon, it can still hold back. Asta was the guard dog He had purchased for Grandpa He, having heard that the old man's home had been burglarized 2 years prior. The thief, lacking discernment, had left behind valuable items but had destroyed a few of the elder's prized calligraphic works. This infuriated Grandpa He, who lamented that the thief clearly had no appreciation for art. He would have preferred the thief to steal his works, at least that would signify their recognition. He, more concerned about the break-in than the stolen items, resolved to upgrade the security system and even considered hiring 2 guards to watch over the old man. only to be rebuffed by Grandpa He. Not wanting to leave his grandfather vulnerable, He-Chi had gifted him a dog for companionship and protection. The dog, with its golden fur, had initially appeared imposing, and He-Chi had dubbed it Asta, a name that resonated with grandeur. However, once the dog arrived at Grandpa He's home, the old man dismissed the name entirely, calling it simply Big Yellow. He-Chi found this name too mundane. Given the dog's earthy color, a more dignified name was necessary to prevent it from losing face among its peers in the village. Thus, He-Chi continued to refer to it as Asta. This discrepancy in names was why the same dog bore two identities. Ha, little girl, you should consider who has been raising Big Yellow. Hearing Fang Mo praise the dog for its good behavior, Grandpa He beamed with pride. The dog was indeed his well-trained companion. In his granddaughter's eyes, it was not merely a compliment to the dog, but a testament to his skill in training it. The elderly gentleman spoke, seemingly with a desire to show off, as he approached the tea table and picked up a slice of watermelon, waving it in front of De Huang. The dog instantly perked up, its tail wagging with even greater enthusiasm. Mr. He tossed the watermelon slice towards the open door of the main hall. Although the dog was eager to leap forward, it remained obediently in place, gazing at Mr. He until he called out, at which point the dog let out a whimper and darted outside in a whirlwind. The dog devoured the juicy red flesh of the watermelon and surprisingly picked up the rind, tossing it into the trash bin in the courtyard. Fang Mo had long heard of Mr. He's remarkable skills in dog training, but witnessing a dog that not only understood that watermelon rind was inedible, but also had the initiative to dispose of it properly left her utterly astonished. Previously, she had come across videos of a clever retired police dog that could open doors, retrieve packages, and even assist children in deceiving their parents. If De Huang were to receive a few more years of training, it would surely be no less impressive. While Fang Mo was internally astounded, her expression betrayed only a fleeting hint of surprise. At that moment, He-Chi descended from upstairs, pulled over a small bamboo stool, and sat down at the tea table, casually picking up a piece of watermelon to munch on. Noticing that Fang Mo and Mr. He remained still, he could not help but say, "You both should eat too. It feels rather awkward just standing here, brother. Really, you should have let Grandpa eat first," Fang Mo chided. Casting a reproachful glance at He-Chi, she assisted the elderly gentleman in sitting down and then selected a piece of watermelon that was easier to manage, offering it to Mr. He. Hearing the voices of Mama Yin and Jin Yushi chatting from the kitchen, Fang Mo couldn't help but inquire of He-Chi, "Have Mama Yin and Sister Yushi eaten yet?" I don't think so," He-Chi replied, momentarily taken aback. "Then I shall take some to them." Mr. He watched his precious granddaughter as she went to deliver watermelon to the two busy in the kitchen, and then glanced at He-Chi, losing his appetite entirely. He placed the piece of watermelon Fang Mo had given him back on the table and, taking up his cane, tapped it discontentedly against He-Chi's foot. "TSK. What are you doing, Grandpa? Can't you just enjoy your meal in peace?" He-Chi grumbled, casting an annoyed look at his grandfather. "You're over 30 years old, yet you still lack the insight of a half-grown girl?" Mr. He glared, softly admonishing him. "Oh, come on, spare me. Half-grown? She's 19 already, an adult, and can get married next year." He-Chi scoffed. "We're all family here. Can't we just leave some for Mama Yin and Jin Yushi? In terms of social graces, Yin Yin is already superior to you." Mr. He sighed. "Honestly, you rarely come over, and when you do, you don't even bother to check on me. Are you still my eldest grandson? It is all just formality. We're family after all. I'm busy making money to support your retirement. It's exhausting. I can't keep up with these things." He-Chi replied absently. "I truly wonder how Hong Jun raised you. Why has money become your sole obsession?" Mr. He lamented in despair. He-Chi tossed the half-eaten watermelon rind into the trash bin, pulled out a napkin from the holder on the tea table to wipe his mouth, and upon hearing Mr. He's words, it was now his turn to glare. "What are you saying? Isn't it good to focus on making money? Earning is wonderful. My dream is to drown in a sea of wealth." The defiant expression on his face mirrored Mr. He's perfectly. Their standoff left Mr. He momentarily speechless. The two exchanged glances before the old man raised his cane as if to strike He-Chi, who dodged away, exclaiming, "Grandpa, I'm well into my 30s, the executive president of a large company. I still have my pride." Mr. He, seeing this, huffed and tossed aside his cane, glaring at him with irritation. "Enough with the rambling. You haven't been here in a while. Don't you have anything to say?" He hesitated, his lips twitching. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Still pretending with me, are you? Mr. He sneered. In early August, you both suddenly told me Yin Yin was going to teach in the countryside. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Summer teaching programs start no later than late July. You're not even good at fabricating lies. You can fool your parents, but you think you can deceive me. Now, tell me, what have you two been up to for the past month? Hichi's expression shifted. And he reluctantly admitted, well, since you already know, I might as well confess. Recently, when Yin Yin mentioned going to teach, we were actually deceiving you. As he spoke, Fang Amo returned with the platter of watermelon. Though several pieces were already missing, upon seeing Fang Amo, Hichi waved her over, exasperatedly saying, come here. Explain your own mess to Grandpa. I can't cover for you anymore. Huh? Fang Amo glanced between Hichi and the elderly gentleman, quickly piecing it together. She placed the platter on the tea table, grinning as she sat beside Mr. He, wrapping her arms around his, and cautiously asked, you know everything. If you didn't tell me, how would I know? The elder replied sternly. I said about the teaching. Fang Amo blinked, inquiring. The elder remained noncommittal. Seeing his reaction and the subtle signal from Hichi, Fang Amo confirmed she was on the right track. Oh, Grandpa, she said, her eyes wide and pleading as she gazed at the elderly man. I'm really sorry. Yin Yin didn't actually go to that teaching position. She was in a car accident last month and was hospitalized for a while. She just got discharged and came to see you. A car accident? The elder sat up straight, his expression suddenly tense as he examined Fang Amo with concern, asking, where was she injured? Just a few broken ribs. But she's fine now, really, don't worry. Fang Amo hurried to reassure him. To prove her point, she attempted to stand and demonstrate her well-being, but the elder grabbed her arm firmly. A few broken ribs and you think that's nothing? Healing from such injuries takes time. Don't be reckless. For once, Mr. He displayed a serious demeanor in front of his granddaughter, insisting, now tell me, in detail, what exactly happened. Thus, Fang Amo recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding the car accident. Of course, this was all a carefully prepared narrative. She even showed him a few not-so-grim photos from the accident scene. The elder's expression darkened as he listened, and after viewing the photos, he could no longer contain himself, chastising Fang Amo. Why didn't you inform me of such a serious matter sooner? Quickly, Fang Amo grasped his arm with a smile. Look, everything is fine now. I came to tell you, and you're already so anxious. If you had seen it while Yin Yin was still in the hospital, you would have had a heart attack. Yin Yin was genuinely worried about you and Mom getting upset. Even I was in pain and crying. How could I let you and Mom know? Hearing this, Mr. He's expression softened, and the irritation in his eyes was replaced by concern. You little imp, did you and your brother plan to keep this from me as long as possible? Just because I didn't ask? Well, it's usually better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Fang Amo cheekily stuck out her tongue, unaware that her grandfather was already wise to their scheme. If you knew all along, why wait until today to ask? I thought you kids were just being mischievous. I had no idea you were hiding such a significant matter from me. The elder's gaze shifted thoughtfully, and after a moment, he nodded, saying, you two were right not to inform Hongjun and Xiaoyun, but you should never have kept it from me. We were just worried you might accidentally let something slip. Hichi muttered under his breath. Nonsense. Do you think your grandfather has such a loose tongue? Mr. He retorted sharply, tapping his cane. Fine, you're discreet, but consider your age. How much stronger is your body compared to my mother's? If you were to get upset, my parents would have a fit. Hichi quipped. So you really want to test your grandfather's patience, do you? No, at your age, I'm a strapping 30-something. If I were to run, do you think your old bones could catch me? Just be careful not to strain that old back of yours. Fang Amo couldn't help but chuckle at Hichi's banter. He was just as sharp-tongued with family as he was with outsiders. She quickly intervened in their playful bickering, pleading with Mr. He, Grandpa, I have a favor to ask. Please don't tell Dad and Mom about Yin Yin's accident, at least until Mom recovers. The elder, seeing the pitiful expression of his beloved granddaughter, felt his resolve soften. He pinched Fang Mo's cheek and nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll be your ally in this. Hearing this, both Fang Amo and Hichi visibly relaxed. But Mr. He's tone shifted to seriousness. From now on, do not keep such matters from me again, understand? Fang Amo and Hichi exchanged glances and nodded in unison. If the elder were to discover the real situation regarding He Xiaoyan, who knew what consequences might arise? Fang Yimou mused. Chapter 43. The Oath at the Heart of the Lake. Thus far, He Qi's plan has been executed with remarkable success. Although there were minor setbacks along the way, he has managed to navigate through them with little peril. Prior to visiting the esteemed elder He Qi had already devised a strategy. When He Xiaoyan had just experienced her car accident, the situation was exceedingly urgent. He hastily fabricated a reason to pacify his family, claiming that He Xiaoyan had gone to volunteer for a teaching program. This notion of volunteering had been casually mentioned just a day before the accident during a conversation between the siblings, wherein He Xiaoyan expressed her desire to partake in a summer initiative organized by Zhenda, which recruits volunteers to teach in impoverished rural areas. Thus, when the accident occurred, He Qi, at a loss on how to handle his family's inquiries, seized upon this casual remark to deflect their concerns. In retrospect, he realized that this impromptu lie was riddled with inconsistencies, and the likelihood of it being exposed was quite high, especially in front of Elder He. After all, having spent many years in academia, Elder He had a general understanding of when schools typically sought volunteers and when such programs commenced. Even if he wasn't entirely certain, he would undoubtedly have some awareness. Hence, rather than stubbornly maintaining a flimsy fabrication in the face of the elder's scrutiny, it would be more prudent for He Qi to voluntarily reveal the truth, providing the elder with a narrative that was more logically coherent, though it cannot be deemed entirely truthful. Setting aside the fact that the current He Xiaoyan is an imposter, the actual He Xiaoyan remains in a comatose state. The accident, her injuries, and hospitalization are all genuine occurrences, supported by impeccable medical records and eyewitness accounts. As it turned out, the course of events aligned with He Qi's prior calculations. Elder He had already seen through the ruse of He Xiaoyan's supposed volunteer work. Upon hearing his granddaughter admit that she had indeed been in an accident, but had spun a clumsy tale of volunteering to spare her family worry, the elder accepted this revelation without further inquiry, never suspecting that the granddaughter before him was actually a different person altogether. Fang Mo's current appearance is almost a mirror image of He Xiaoyan. And with Fang Mo's exceptional acting skills and He Qi's collaboration, even the most astute elder would not think to delve into such a direction. He Qi was thoroughly satisfied with the current situation, as it meant he had effectively brought the elder onto his side. With his support, they could continue to use the guise of volunteering to deceive He Ba and He Ma, creating a flawless double deception. Consequently, He Qi had established two safety valves with He Ba and He Ma. Even if they discovered the truth behind the volunteering story, there would be another, more resilient narrative waiting to be unveiled. As He Qi strained to paddle, he gazed at Fang Yimou seated across from him, momentarily lost in thought. The young woman wore a large straw hat borrowed from her grandfather's house and oversized rubber boots that dwarfed her feet, diligently applying sunscreen to her arms, neck, and face. This scene was reminiscent of countless summer afternoons spent with his sister, where after a midday meal, the spirited Zhao Yan would insist on dragging him to Qingshui Lake to row boats, pick lotus pods, and gather water chestnuts. Given her small stature, she struggled to paddle and was always fearful of falling into the water, necessitating his watchful presence to rescue her if needed. Had it not been for the accident, the girl sitting opposite him should have been the genuine He Xiaoyan. Even knowing that the person before him was an imposter, He Qi found it increasingly difficult to distinguish between the two. He even experienced a fleeting illusion that his sister's coma was merely a dream, and that she had always been perfectly fine. Could someone's acting truly reach such heights? He Qi pondered, bemused. She was not a professional actress, merely someone who had taken a crash course from a once prominent star. Could she truly embody Zhao Yan's character so convincingly? Perhaps she was a natural talent. He Qi stared at Fang Yimou, who noticed his dazed expression and inquired, "Boss He, what's wrong? Did you drink too much at lunch? Should we head back?" During their midday meal, He Qi had indulged in drinks with Elder He, who had become somewhat inebriated and fallen asleep. Although He Qi had consumed even more, he only rested briefly before adhering to his original plan to accompany He Xiaoyan in rowing and gathering water chestnuts. On one hand, this was to maintain the illusion for Elder He and Yen Ma that He Xiaoyan remained unchanged. On the other, as the director of this intricate charade, He Qi required space for private communication with the protagonist, making rowing an ideal choice. "Hemph," He Qi scoffed. "You underestimate me. I can drink a whole bottle of baijiu and still tackle a case of beer." "This is merely the beginning," He Qi spoke, seemingly to prove his point. He exerted greater force in his paddling, causing the small boat to surge forward towards the heart of the lake. However, the increased rocking of the vessel startled Fang Emo, prompting her to grasp the edge of the boat for stability. Observing her pale countenance, He-Chi laughed. "Oh, you little rascal, with your acting skills, once we wrap up this endeavor, I'll find you a production crew to launch your career." At the mention of being called a little rascal, Fang Emo rolled her eyes. Without hesitation, she retorted, "Please don't make fun of me. I would tremble in front of so many people if I had to act." After a brief pause, she fell into contemplation before continuing. "Moreover, I am acutely aware that if I were to portray someone else, I wouldn't perform well at all." He-Chi raised an eyebrow. "How very modest of you. I am not nearly as confident as you." Fang Emo pondered for a moment before sharing, "Strangely enough, every time I immerse myself in Zhao Yan's character, I feel as if I truly am her. I instinctively know how to react in specific situations, so most of the time, I am not merely acting. I am following my natural instincts, almost a reflex, you see. Once I embody the role, I feel like you are my real brother, an elder. He is my genuine grandfather." Fang Emo laughed lightly. "I know it sounds peculiar, which is why I think pursuing a career as a professional actress might not suit me, as an actress can not only portray He Zhao Yan. Yet, you must admit," He-Chi remarked, still paddling, "if I didn't know you were 2 years older than Zhao Yan and had that condition, I would almost want to request a paternity test to see if you were Zhao Yan's long-lost twin sister. The phenomenon of twins being separated at birth is exceedingly rare, much like her condition. The chances of such an implausible scenario occurring are lower than winning a lottery worth $1 billion. Upon hearing He-Chi mention her ailment, Fang Mo's expression dimmed momentarily, yet she feigned indifference. Jokingly quipping, "Mr. He, will you truly arrange for my surgery to revert me a year from now? You won't abandon me after I undergo the procedure, will you? If you plan to discard me, do let me know in advance so I can find a hospital myself." He-Chi, upon hearing this, became displeased. "I've already transferred 5 million to your account. Do you really think I would skimp on a surgery? It's a simple matter at my family's hospital." As he spoke, He-Chi scrutinized Fang Emo and chuckled. "I fear that by then, you might not even want to be a man anymore. Just think about it. Even if you were to undergo surgery, it would still be a fade. Your anatomy was never designed for that function. And once altered, if you were to transition back to being male, you would lose one of life's greatest pleasures." Fang Emo was left speechless, deeming his remarks vulgar. Fortunately, they had known each other for quite some time. Had it been a month prior, she would have already cast him overboard. While He-Chi rode with labored breath, his chatter continued unabated. "Just consider, what if in the coming year, a horde of men pursues you? With such a high concentration of male hormones, can you truly resist their advances? Don't look at me like that. Your skepticism of my words reflects your doubt in my sister's charm. Let me tell you, she has a battalion of suitors. I will not like men." Fang Emo replied emphatically, resolute in her stance, asserting that even if a battalion of men pursued her, she would keep her distance. He-Chi remained unconvinced. "You lived as a man, without experiencing life as a woman in interactions with men. You can't make such declarations. Once you've experienced their flattery, gifts, and sweet nothings, I refuse to believe you won't change your tune. Let us just wait and see." Fang Emo declared, "If I ever fall for a man, I will take your surname." He-Chi laughed heartily. "That's a promise you made. I shall hold you to it. I'm curious how many times in your life you'll end up taking my surname." "Ha. You truly do not grasp the magnitude of hormonal influence, do you?" Chapter 44. A fish that slaps life itself. "Boss He, can we discuss something serious?" Fang Emo said, exasperated yet amused as she looked at He-Chi. He-Chi, having grown weary from rowing, glanced around and noted that they had drifted a fair distance from the shore, surrounded by an abundance of green lily pads, and thus set down the paddle. "I am the boss. Whatever I say is the serious matter." As He-Chi spoke, he seized the large fishing net aboard the boat and plunged it into the water a couple of times. Upon retrieving a hefty bundle of water chestnut stems and leaves, he nodded approvingly and declared, "This is the spot. Let us get to work with that." He tossed the net to Fang Mo, while he himself picked up a fishing rod and opened the bait tin, preparing to attract fish, leaving Fang Emo momentarily dumbfounded. "What are you dawdling for?" "I'll fish, and you shall gather the water chestnuts." He-Chi pointed behind Fang Emo, then gestured to his own back. "Keep your movements subtle. We wouldn't want to scare the fish away." Whether or not I get to enjoy the Westlake vinegar fish tonight depends entirely on my efforts. Fang Emo pouted. Could you not exhibit a modicum of gentlemanly decorum? I want to fish. I've never fished before, He-Chi chuckled. Just be a good girl and gather the water chestnuts. Zhao Yin adores collecting them. Right now, you are her, and you must learn to embrace her passions. Besides, aren't you a gentleman yourself? Fang Emo was momentarily taken aback by He-Chi's words. The metaphorical boomerang had returned to her with unexpected speed. Fine, I'll gather, she huffed, and began to scoop up the water chestnuts with the net. Careful now, or you might capsize the boat, and then we'll have nothing to eat tonight. This was Fang Mo's first experience gathering water chestnuts. Born in Gan City and raised in Yu City, both devoid of grand rivers or lakes, she had never lived in the countryside, rendering her rather clumsy. Her small hands were occasionally pricked by the sharp edges of the water chestnuts, causing her to yelp in pain. Only when He-Chi shot a glance at her feet did she notice gloves on the boat to protect against such pricks. Blushing, she quickly put them on and gradually became more adept. The sibling duo navigated their small boat. Fang Emo gathered water chestnuts while He-Chi simultaneously fished and watched her with amusement. However, before long, the tables turned. Fang Mo's movements became increasingly skilled, and her basket filled with water chestnuts, while He-Chi had yet to catch a single fish, his expression darkening. It must be your clumsiness scaring the fish away. He-Chi redirected the blame onto Fang Emo. She retorted with a cold smile. Oh really, sir? Perhaps you should take a look at your fishing float and then at our positions. He-Chi cleared his throat and began to shift the topic. No more idle chatter. You've performed reasonably well today, so you should pass the test with Grandpa. But don't let your guard down. Hearing He-Chi speak seriously, Fang Emo straightened her posture to listen intently. Honestly, I wasn't overly concerned about Grandpa. He is an intellectual. His reasoning is logical, and as long as the lies align with his logic, it is quite easy to deceive him. What I'm more worried about are Asta and Bikesibo. Fang Emo blinked, somewhat perplexed. Asta was the large yellow dog, and Bikesibo was a black cat. That cat, now 5 years old, had been adopted by He Zhao Yin during her middle school years. After 3 years of care, when she entered senior high, she had no time to tend to it. Hence, she sent the cat to live with Grandpa, ostensibly to keep Asta, then a puppy, company. Upon arriving at Grandpa's today, Asta had greeted her with enthusiasm. While under He-Chi's teasing encouragement, it had quickly warmed up to Fang Emo, yet the cat had scarcely shown itself, and the one time Fang Emo caught a glimpse of it, it was lurking in the shadows. Watching her, I don't know if that foolish dog Asta has a faulty nose, but it seems unable to discern that you are not Zhao Yin. However, in retrospect, this may actually be a good thing. He-Chi said with a hint of concern. Now, the only issue left is Bikesibo. Zhao Yin has cared for it for 3 years. If it continues to stay hidden these days, that would be ideal. However, if it does appear and you don't interact with it, that might raise questions. But if you do engage with it, oh dear, it's bound to scratch you, and that would be a headache. At this point, He-Chi couldn't help but bare his teeth. That rascal recognizes no one but Zhao Yin. Being scratched by it is quite painful. Fang Emo felt a tightening in her chest at He-Chi's words and anxiously asked, "What should I do?" "Well, you could feign calling it. If it doesn't come out, that would be best. But if that rascal does show up, don't be too eager to approach it, and definitely don't think of picking it up. You can claim it's dirty now. Perhaps, maybe, it might not raise suspicion from Grandpa and Yin Ma. Hopefully. But if you provoke it and end up scratched, Grandpa and Yin Ma will surely suspect something." Fang Emo pondered thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Cats in the village are always scurrying about. Zhao Yin wouldn't touch it if it weren't clean, which aligns with her character, so it should not raise any doubts. "Got it. Don't worry," Boss Fang Emo said, giving He-Chi an okay gesture, then inquired, "Is there anything else you need to instruct me on?" "Yes. Make sure to sleep early tonight to minimize your time with Grandpa." "All right," Fang Emo nodded vigorously, eager for that arrangement. "The more I say, the more mistakes I might make. Nothing else for now. You performed well today. Keep it up, and I'll strive to give you a 5 at year-end performance." Fang Mo raised an eyebrow in confusion. "I'm working myself to the bone for just a 5. I'm not even asking you for a year-end bonus, and you're being so stingy with the scores." He-Chi's face darkened. "A 5 is the full score at Xine Feng." "Well, all right then, generous boss." Just as Fang Emo raised her thumb in approval, suddenly, the fishing float in the distance wobbled, causing the fishing rod to twitch. And He-Chi was instantly elated. At long last, a foolish fish has taken the bait. He quickly raised his hand to signal Fang Emo to remain silent. She promptly sealed her lips, retracting the net she had just extended. He Chi waited with bated breath, but soon the float went still again. Frowning, he reeled in the hook, only to find that the worm had been gnawed away, leaving only a small piece clinging to the hook. His face darkened immediately. Fang Emo couldn't contain her laughter, bursting out, "What is so funny? If you think you can do better, then by all means," He Chi snapped back, irritated. Fang Emo quickly suppressed her laughter and firmly declined. "I can't. The fish in this lake are too clever, and I'm not clever enough to outsmart them. You are their equal. It must be you who takes the lead." As she spoke, she stretched her net towards the water, scooping at a shadowy mass below. Upon feeling a heavy tug on the rod, she exclaimed with effort and pulled the net up. To her astonishment, the net was thrashing violently in midair, splashing water all over her face. Bewildered, she looked down and was stunned to see a sizable catfish, only slightly shorter than her forearm, thrashing fiercely within the net. He Chi gaped at the struggling fish, his jaw dropping. It seemed as though the fish was deliberately slapping him in the face. "What an affront! What do we do? What do we do? It's so strong. I can't hold on." The fish writhed even more violently in the net, and Fang Emo was momentarily at a loss, crying out in panic, "Quick! Toss the net into the boat. Bring it over to me. Don't let it leap out." He Chi urged, prioritizing the catch over his pride. After all, Westlake vinegar fish is best made with catfish, and its flavor is exquisite. Fang Emo hurriedly complied, handing the fish and net over to He Chi, who reached out to grab it. But just as he did, the fish leaped from the net into the boat, thrashing around in front of him, seemingly intent on making another escape back to the lake. "He Chi, catch it, it's getting away!" Fang Emo cried in a frenzy, rising to assist. "Let me handle it!" He Chi waved his hand, rolling up his sleeves, ready to engage in battle with the catfish. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, the small boat rocking precariously on the shimmering waves. He Chi was so focused that he didn't notice Fang Emo's startled gasp followed by the sound of a splash. When He Chi finally subdued the catfish with a fish hammer, he lifted his head only to find Fang Emo was missing. "Fang Xiaoma?" He Chi looked around in confusion. Where had she gone? Peering over the side of the boat, he noticed the rippling water and the net along with her straw hat floating on the surface. A frown creased his brow as a ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Had she been so greedy that one fish wasn't enough, and she had attempted to dive back for another? But the sight of a series of bubbles rising from beneath the water snapped He Chi back to reality. "Oh no, oh no, oh no." He tossed the fish aside and dove headfirst into the water. His real sister was unconscious, and this imposter sister could not afford to be in peril. Chapter 45. Emergency rescue. The small boat gradually docked at the lakeside pier, where Jin Yushi observed He Chi and Fang Emo, both resembling drenched rats, with a puzzled expression. "How did you end up in the water?" she inquired. Though completely soaked, the striking duo appeared far from disheveled. He Chi's white shirt clung to his toned physique, while Fang Emo resembled a mermaid freshly emerged from the water, exuding an ethereal allure. He Chi secured the boat, clutching the catfish while holding the fishing rod and bait bucket as he hopped off the boat. His face stern, a hint of redness creeping onto his right cheek. Fang Emo cautiously followed, one hand carrying a plastic basket half filled with water chestnuts, the other grasping the large net, her expression equally grim. The two drenched siblings trudged home like two silent mutes, ignoring Jin Yushi's earlier question. Jin Yushi stared in bewilderment for a moment before hurrying after them, attempting to take the half-filled plastic basket from Fang Mo's hands, only to be met with a forced smile and a polite refusal. The peculiar atmosphere between the two individuals left Jin Yushi utterly perplexed, prompting her to ask Fang Emo, "What on earth is going on with you two?" Fang Emo bit her lip, glancing between Jin Yushi and the towering He Chi who walked ahead. She hesitated, stammering for a while, but ultimately failed to articulate her thoughts. Realizing that she could extract no information from this reticent girl, Jin Yushi quickened her pace to catch up with the drenched giant in front. "Are you bullying Xiaomo?" Jin Yushi began, but before she could finish her sentence, He Chi erupted like a firecracker. "Me? Bully her? How novel! Look at my face. That slap was delivered to me, not her." His eyes brimmed with resentment as he shot a glare back at Fang Emo. "I saved her life, and this ungrateful brat repays me with such nonsense." Observing He-Chi's disgruntled expression and the embarrassed demeanor of Fang Yimou, Jian Yuxi narrowed her eyes. How did you save her? She fell into the water, and I had to fish her out. But she choked on the water, and then Stop. Just stop. Fang Yimou interrupted, rushing forward in a flustered manner. It was my fault for hitting you. I was scared out of my wits. I'm sorry. Please, just don't say any more. She bowed repeatedly, her face flushed with shame as she gazed at He-Chi with an expression of helplessness. Upon hearing this, He-Chi's expression softened slightly, and he grunted in acknowledgement of her apology. I'm your brother now. A young lady should not harbor such impure thoughts all day long. After delivering a righteous admonishment to Fang Yimou, He-Chi turned with a flourish and continued on his way home. Listening to their exchange, Jian Yuxi began to piece together the events that had transpired between them. She regarded He-Chi's retreating figure with interest, then glanced at the dejected Fang Yimou, gently patting her on the back. Fang Yimou lifted her head to meet Jian Yuxi's gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Witnessing her reaction, Jian Yuxi covered her mouth with her hand, unable to suppress the mirth dancing in her eyes. Xiao Yimou, you are truly innocent. What happened was merely a rescue. It doesn't count. Your dot is still intact at these words. Fang Yimou's cheeks flushed crimson, her ears turning as red as a hot iron. She quickly lowered her head and hurried after He-Chi. Before long, the three returned to the small courtyard of the He family. After rescuing Fang Yimou from the water, He-Chi received a slap from her, and upon returning home, he narrowly avoided another beating from his grandfather. Grandpa, you can't treat me like this. Without me tonight, you wouldn't have any fish to eat. He-Chi darted into the yard, almost climbing the wall in his haste. You're supposed to take care of your sister. And this is how you do it. Grandpa, he stood at the door with a scowl. After 100 days of injury, Yin Yin has just been discharged from the hospital, and you let her fall into the water? Grandpa, please don't be angry. It's Yin Yan's fault, not my brother's. Besides, she is perfectly fine now, isn't she? Fang Yimou clung to the old man's arm, exasperatedly trying to reason with him. She had just changed into dry clothes when she heard a commotion downstairs. Rushing down with her hair still damp, only to witness this scene. Gazing into Grandpa He's fierce eyes, Fang Yimou thought to herself that if he were to discover the true circumstances surrounding He Xiaoyan, he might well have a heart attack and likely would want to thrash He-Chi first. With his beloved granddaughter's cheerful pleas beside him, Grandpa he gradually calmed down, waving his cane at He-Chi, who was squatting in the yard, before turning back into the house. Li Juan, quickly make a pot of ginger-infused cola for these unfortunate children. We can't let them catch a cold. Grandpa he called out to Aunt Yin, who was busy in the kitchen. Moments later, Fang Yimou and He-Chi were served steaming cups of ginger cola. After downing 2 bowls, Fang Yimou, who had fallen into the lake and spent a good part of the day in wet clothes, felt warmth rise within her, relishing the comfort it brought. Had it not been for the impending dinner and the warning glare from He-Chi, she would have indulged in another 2 bowls. Dinner was particularly sumptuous, with Aunt Yin at the helm and Jian Yuxi assisting, preparing a grand feast. The large fish that He-Chi, actually Fang Yimou, had caught was naturally transformed into a plate of Westlake vinegar fish, while the water chestnuts picked by Fang Yimou were used in 2 dishes, one stir-fried, and the other a water chestnut and lotus root rib soup. He Xiaoyan's favorite, oil-exploded river shrimp, was also a must-have. As everyone gathered around the table to dine, Grandpa he picked up the plate of oil-exploded river shrimp first, serving himself 2, before insisting that Aunt Yin and Jian Yuxi each take a few. Then he directed He-Chi to place the dish right in front of Fang Yimou. I didn't do anything, He-Chi exclaimed in disbelief. You should ask your sister if she'll share with you. Grandpa he retorted grumpily, rapping the table to indicate that He-Chi should pour him some wine. Still drinking? He-Chi was left speechless, reluctantly fetching a bottle to pour for his grandfather. Ever since you retired, it seems you've been drinking without restraint. Noticing that He-Chi had neglected to bring himself a cup, Grandpa he frowned. You're leaving tomorrow. Are you going to make me drink alone tonight? But I still have to drive. He-Chi replied, his expression one of exasperation. What does drinking tonight have to do with driving tomorrow? Besides, I see Xiao Yu is driving quite well now. Fine, 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 drink. You are the boss here. Whatever you say goes. He-Chi eventually complied, filling a cup for himself to accompany Grandpa He. Observing this scenario, Fang Yimou felt a surge of delight. Without He-Chi watching her, she could indulge a little. Aunt Yan's oil-exploded river shrimp was absolutely delectable. Fragrant and flavorful, Fang Emo barely touched the other dishes, focusing solely on the shrimp, and soon the shells piled up before her like a small mountain. She didn't even need to act. Noticing Aunt Yan's approving smile directed at her, Fang Emo felt a bit shy. Slowing her pace, at that moment, she felt a tickling sensation at her feet, a soft, furry touch. She looked down to find a pair of luminous blue eyes staring back at her, causing her hair to stand on end. Chapter 46. Beelzebub. Looking closely, she saw a pair of glowing blue eyes floating in the darkness, which was rather startling, and Fang Emo instinctively jumped in Grandpa's dining room. Only a yellow lamp hung above the table, leaving the space beneath it shrouded in shadow. As she glanced down, she could only see those two glowing blue orbs. Once she steadied herself and allowed her eyes to adjust to the darkness beneath the table. She realized it was not some supernatural phenomenon, but rather a sleek black cat rubbing against her calf. The cat's fur was glossy black, with only the hairs inside its ears, its eyebrows, and whiskers being white. And its pair of azure eyes were now wide with curiosity. Fang Emo recognized it as He Xiaoyan's pet cat, Beelzebub, and immediately felt a surge of nervousness. She recalled He Chi's warning from earlier that day on the boat. This cat only recognized He Xiaoyan, and anyone else who dared to touch it would surely be scratched. Fang Emo decided to pretend she hadn't seen it and continued devouring her shrimp. "What's wrong, Yen Yen?" Aunt Yen noticed Fang Emo gazing beneath the table and inquired. Fang Emo quickly smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. Beelzebub is at my feet. It must have caught a whiff of the shrimp and come to beg for some. I thought it had forgotten me after not seeing it all day." As she spoke, she forced herself to greet the cat beneath the table. "Beelzebub, it's time to go home now." "Meow," the little cat replied with a soft, delicate sound that made Fang Emo's heart melt. She wanted nothing more than to scoop this adorable creature into her arms. Who could resist such cuteness? However, she remembered He Chi's warning and refrained from reaching out to pet the cat, instead speaking to it in a gentle, coaxing tone. "Sister is having dinner, and after I finish, I'll peel some shrimp for you." "Okay." "Meow," the little cat responded again, and before Fang Emo could react, it suddenly leaped onto her lap. Fang Emo was momentarily taken aback. He Chi had only cautioned her not to provoke the cat, yet he hadn't mentioned what to do if it approached her of its own accord. Holding her chopsticks, she stared at the black cat perched on her leg, peering at the dining table, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Get down, Beelzebub. Everyone is eating, so don't cause a ruckus," she pleaded with a wry smile. Aunt Yin, witnessing this, appeared unfazed and quickly rose to go to the kitchen. Moments later, she returned with a bowl of fresh water, placing it beside Fang Emo. "If it wants shrimp, just give it some. As long as it doesn't jump on the table, it's fine." Grandpa He, already slightly flushed, caught sight of this scene and casually remarked to Fang Emo, before continuing to engage He Chi and Jin Yushi in conversation about running a business and life lessons, occasionally urging them to settle down and make significant life choices. Fang Emo was left with no choice but to continue peeling shrimp. She rinsed the peeled shrimp in clean water, cautiously offering it to the cat. The cat sniffed the shrimp before unhesitatingly munching on it, devouring a large piece in a few bites. "It didn't scratch me. It ate what I fed it." Fang Emo was both astonished and delighted. It seemed He Chi's information was inaccurate. Beelzebub gazed at Fang Emo with innocent, wide eyes, then glanced back at the pile of shrimp, meowing once more. Realizing the little cat still wanted more, Fang Emo felt a wave of relief wash over her. Growing ever fonder of this furry little darling, and thus continued her joyful task of peeling shrimp. Cats have different digestive systems than humans. They cannot consume overly oily or salty foods, and common seasonings are too stimulating for them. Therefore, the peeled shrimp must be rinsed thoroughly in clean water before being offered to Beelzebub, and also not given in excess. After feeding the cat 3 shrimp in succession, Fang Emo paused. Although the little kitten seemed to crave more, it recognized that Fang Emo had no intention of offering additional morsels. It licked its fur, rhythmically kneaded Fang Emo's leg for a brief moment, and then curled its tail around, forming a small black ball upon her lap. Observing the kitten nestled on her leg, Fang Emo felt a delightful mix of surprise and affection, her fondness for the little creature momentarily overshadowing He Chi's warning. Surely she wouldn't be scratched if she merely reached out to touch it. Fang Emo wiped her hands clean with a wet tissue, then cautiously extended her hand towards the black ball resting on her knee. She first stroked the kitten's back, feeling its smooth, fluffy warmth, and it offered no resistance. Elated, she attempted to pet the kitten's head. This time, not only did Bishop not resist, but it even nudged its head against Fong Mo's hand, perhaps drawn by the lingering scent of shrimp. It extended its barbed pink tongue to lick her a few times, sending a delightful tickling sensation through her fingers. Fong Mo's excitement grew as she scratched the kitten's chin, and to her surprise, Bishop raised its chin and leaned in, closing its eyes in bliss while purring softly. Yen-ma, noticing Fong Mo's blissful smile, chuckled. Even after all the time I spent feeding it, this cat still prefers Yen-Yen. How enviable! At that moment, He-Chi, who was drinking with Old Master He, turned his head toward Fong Mo upon hearing Yen-Ma's words. He was momentarily taken aback to see Fong Mo so joyfully interacting with the black cat Bishop. With a slight haze from the alcohol, he blinked, suddenly jolting awake as if realizing something. What on earth? He pointed at the cat on Fong Mo's lap and then at her, visibly astonished. Fong Mo had completely relaxed by now. She affectionately stroked the black ball on her leg and glanced up at He-Chi, her expression questioning. Brother, what's wrong? This is Bishop. Have you had too much to drink that you can't even recognize Bishop anymore? Just the other day, he bragged about being able to drink 2 bottles of liquor and a case of beer. Old Master He, overhearing Fong Mo recount He-Chi's boast about his drinking prowess, couldn't help but scoff. You really dare to brag, with your limited capacity. Come on, let us see if you can handle a bottle of liquor tonight instead of your 2 bottles. Hey, Grandpa, don't stir up trouble just yet. He-Chi set down his glass and waved his hand dismissively. He then grabbed a wet tissue to wipe his face, took the bowl of clean water beside Fong Mo, and scanned the dining table. Spotting the plate of West Lake vinegar fish, he swiftly picked up a piece of the plump fish belly. I have to try this today, he murmured, rinsing the fish in the water multiple times before offering it to the purring black cat lounging on Fong Mo's lap. The other 4 paused their activities, curiosity piqued by the scene. Here, black brother, have some fish, He-Chi coaxed. Bishop, sensing the approaching fish, abruptly opened its eyes. However, upon seeing He-Chi's face, it transformed entirely, its black fur standing on end, eyes wide, and its nose wrinkling as it revealed a set of frighteningly sharp teeth, emitting a low, menacing growl. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, the cat raised a paw and swatted the fish away with a resounding smack. Then, as if recalling something, it glanced at Fong Mo, let out a delicate meow, and nudged her hand with its head. Startled by Bishop's sudden swipe, He-Chi instinctively recoiled, confirming that the cat had no intention of pursuing him before regaining his composure and muttering. Even cats and dogs, Doug. This is truly bizarre. Hearing this, Jin Yushi couldn't contain herself and let out a laugh, which was quickly followed by Old Master He's hearty laughter, and Yen-Ma shook her head. Chuckling as well, Fong Mo, meanwhile, continued to stroke the now quiet black cat on her lap, her face alight with joy. The dining room was filled with a lively atmosphere, while He-Chi remained in his wounded world. After dinner, Jin Yushi, Fong Mo, and Yen-Ma helped tidy up the table, washing dishes and scrubbing pot. He-Chi kept casting glances at Fong Mo, but she remained oblivious to his signals. Just as he was about to pull her over, Old Master He gave him a light smack on the back of the head. What are you dawdling for? The ladies are working. You, a grown man, shouldn't he just stand there watching? Old Master He admonished his unobservant grandson. Get to sweeping. He-Chi shot a glare at Fong Mo, but seeing that neither Old Master He nor Yen-Ma paid her diligence any mind, he begrudgingly picked up a broom and began sweeping the dining area while grumbling. Honestly, you would rather let the sweeping robot break than use it. Isn't he that redundant? We even have a dishwasher. Why not just use it? Stop the nonsense. What is wrong with sweeping? How can a young man be so lazy? Old Master He glared at his eldest grandson, then turned to see Fong Mo chatting and laughing with Jin Yushi and Yen-Ma as they washed the dishes. His expression softened instantly, his fondness for her growing ever more apparent. With the family working together, they quickly finished cleaning up, and Old Master He led the 3 children and Yen-Ma outside to the courtyard to enjoy a breeze. Although it was late September and the temperature had yet to drop significantly, the evening air had begun to feel a bit cool. Fong Mo and He-Chi, having gotten wet earlier, wrapped themselves in coats to ward off the chill. The night sky in the countryside was breathtaking, a vast expanse of cloudless blue, with countless stars resembling spilled diamonds scattered across the deep darkness, while the half-moon cast a silvery light reminiscent of morning frost. Fong Imo couldn't recall the last time she had seen such a beautiful night sky. Lost in the trivialities of life, she had overlooked this beauty, even though it had always been there. The group reclined in their chairs under the blanket woven from stars and moonlight, enjoying the gentle breeze while engaging in light conversation. Tomorrow, He-Chi, Fong Imo, and Jin Yushi would return to Huading, and Fong Imo would also visit He's parents in Europe. Old Master He expressed his heartfelt wishes for her to take good care of her parents and to ensure they were unaware of the accident, while also reminding her to stay safe in the future. Fong Imo eagerly agreed, and the elder then turned to He-Chi and Jin Yushi, discussing matters of business, life, marriage, and children. Listening to the elder's words, Jin Yushi merely smiled throughout, while He-Chi appeared to be suffering from a headache. Observing his expression, which resembled that of someone constipated, Fong Imo couldn't help but chuckle. This esteemed boss was just like any ordinary person. No matter how commanding he was in the office, he still had to play the dutiful grandson at home, unable to retort when scolded or stand up when reprimanded. She gazed upon this family of four. Fong Imo felt a twinge of envy, alongside a growing sense of melancholy. He-Chi and Old Master He were clearly a loving grandfather and grandson. Yen Ma, though a caregiver, had a deep connection with the He family. Having long assisted in raising He's children in Old Master He's eyes, she was akin to a daughter. To He-Chi and He Xiaoyan, she was almost a second mother, and to He's parents, she was family. Jin Yushi, while ostensibly He-Chi's secretary and ex-girlfriend, was already viewed by the elders as the chosen daughter-in-law, with her marriage simply awaiting her nod of approval. He-Chi had no real say in the matter. He could exert control in the company, but when it came to this, defiance would result in a mixed round of reprimands from the CEO, followed by some playful punishment from Old Master He. Among the five present, the only exception was Fong Imo. Though she held the title of He family's beloved daughter, seemingly cherished by all, such affection truly belonged to He Xiaoyan. In reality, she was entirely unrelated to this family. As she contemplated the He family, her thoughts drifted to her own family. The stark contrast of her once large family now reduced to just her grandfather and Yuan, both of whom were no longer by her side, filled her heart with an overwhelming sense of loneliness that was insurmountable. As her worries swirled around her mind, her interest began to wane, leaving her feeling somewhat aimless and devoid of purpose. Nevertheless, she buried her sorrow deep within, maintaining a faade of ease as she listened to the conversations around her, vicariously experiencing the warmth of family through He Xiaoyan while gazing up at the starry sky. The merriment belonged to them, while she felt she had nothing. This was Fong Imo's most genuine sentiment at that moment. Oh, no, she wasn't entirely without companionship. The large yellow dog Asta sat beside her, wagging its tail like a propeller, while the little black cat Bishib lounged in her lap, purring contentedly. Perhaps sensing her true emotions, Bishib blinked, licked her hand, then leaped down, swiftly disappearing into the night. A moment later, the little black cat returned, carrying something in its mouth. It nimbly jumped onto Fong Imo's lap and dropped the item beside her hand. Rising, Fong Imo peered curiously at the object Bishib had brought back. Meow, the little black cat tilted its face up, calling out sweetly to Fong Imo, then pawed at the item it had just fetched. Is this for me? Fong Imo, perplexed, picked up the object and upon closer inspection, discovered it to be a dried fish measuring about the length of his palm. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, Yen Ma caught sight of the fish in Fong Imo's hand and couldn't help but smile wryly. I wondered why we seemed to have lost several pieces of dried fish during the last drying session, she remarked, observing the little black cat at Fong Mo's feet, its eyes wide and imploring for praise. Yen Ma felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. It turned out that this mischievous little creature had pilfered and hidden them all away. Fong Imo, unable to resist the cat's adorable expression, let out a soft chuckle, and all his worries dissipated like mist. Was this the cat's way of repaying kindness? Perhaps in gratitude for the shrimp she had shared? Thank you, Beishi, but this is raw, and I cannot eat it. Do take it and hide it in a place where Asta cannot find it. Fong Imo extended the dried fish towards Beishi, but the little feline remained indifferent. Upon hearing the name Asta, the golden retriever sprang up eagerly, drooling as it gazed longingly at the fish in Fong Imo's hand. Amused by its gluttonous demeanor, Fong Yimou teased, "If you don't want it, I'll give it to Asta." Yet Beishi remained unmoved, merely perking up its ears slightly at the mention of Asta, as if to say, "Well, it's yours now. Do as you please." Realizing the situation, Fong Yimou offered the fish to Asta. Although the golden retriever was clearly tempted, it simply stared at Fong Yimou with eager eyes, showing no inclination to snatch it away. Only when Fong Yimou encouraged it to eat did the obedient dog seize the morsel and devour it in mere moments. Truly a well-mannered dog. Just as Fong Yimou praised Asta for its good behavior, Beishi, perched on Fong Yimou's lap, suddenly bristled with indignation. With wide, round eyes, it let out a fierce hiss directed at Asta, then leapt from Fong Yimou's lap. Standing tall in front of the golden retriever and unleashing a flurry of playful swats. Despite Asta's considerable size, it cowered in submission, tail tucked, as it retreated, whimpering pathetically. Beishi continued its spirited reprimand until Asta hesitated, then turned and fled, vanishing into the night. Fong Yimou gazed in astonishment at the formidable little black cat. Could it truly be so powerful? Chapter 48. A night in the village after a while. Asta returned, carrying something in its mouth. It trotted over to Fong Yimou, dropping its offering at her feet and puffing proudly. Was this a token of gratitude for the dried fish Beishi had consumed? Fong Yimou stared in disbelief at what Asta presented. A plump field mouse, half dead, twitching feebly on the ground. Asta looked up at Fong Yimou and then at Beishi, its expression one of simple joy. Before Fong Yimou could react, Jin Yushi, catching sight of the mouse, let out a piercing scream and sprang from her chair. However, her sudden movement caused her to twist her ankle, and she cried out as she fell toward the ground. He-Chi, startled by her scream, quickly rushed to catch her, cradling her in his arms. "What is wrong? What happened?" he asked, gently patting her back, filled with concern. "A mouse. A huge mouse," Jin Yushi exclaimed, her face pale with fright. Burrowing deeper into He-Chi's embrace and pointing at the floor behind her without daring to look back at that moment, Fong Yimou too realized the commotion, letting out a startled yelp as she jumped from her chair and hid behind He-Chi, though she wasn't particularly afraid of mice. Having encountered all sorts during her delivery days, the sight of a half-alive field mouse did not faze her, but she needed to feign fear for the sake of He Xiaoyan, who genuinely was terrified. He-Chi lifted Jin Yushi, carrying her to the entrance of the main room, where he fetched a small stool for her to sit on. Grabbing a broom from the entrance, he approached the mouse and began to poke at it. How can there be such a large mouse and in such a pitiful condition? He-Chi wondered aloud, scanning the area until his gaze landed on Asta, proudly standing beside the mouse. Fong Yimou, both amused and exasperated, recounted the earlier events, causing He-Chi's expression to darken. "Fool, is this something you can gift? If you must give something, at least make it worthwhile." No wonder it was bullied by a cat. With that, He-Chi raised the broom, ready to scold the foolish dog, but Fong Yimou stopped him. "Old master," he snatched the broom from He-Chi's hands, glancing at Jin Yushi, who was nursing her ankle, and said, "Enough of that. Look at you, getting all worked up over a dog. Hurry along. Jianyu has twisted her ankle. Take her back and tend to it." After a moment's contemplation, He-Chi nodded and approached Jin Yushi. "Yin Yin, it's getting late. You should wash up and rest. You'll need to adjust to the time difference, and you might not get a good night's sleep for a while." Old Master He, speaking kindly to Fong Yimou, instructed Yin Ma to dispose of the half-dead mouse before retreating to his room. Fong Yimou helped Yin Ma bring the outdoor chairs back inside, assessed Jin Yushi's injury, bid everyone good night, and returned to He Xiaoyan's room. After bathing, drying her hair, and completing her skincare routine, Fong Yimou lay down on her bed as the clock struck 10. After a long day filled with picking lotus and the commotion caused by Asta, she felt quite fatigued, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. In her dreams, she envisioned a world where her family was still alive, her grandfather free from illness, and both she and Yuanyuan were in school. She dreamt of herself, now a university student, introducing her partner to her parents, who prepared delicious oil-fried river shrimp and pig's trotter soup. As Fong Yimou slept soundly, a soft click echoed through the room. The door slowly creaked open, and a small black figure darted through the GAP. It dashed behind the door, stood on its hind legs to pull it shut, and then silently approached Fong Yimou's bedside. With a graceful leap, it hopped onto the bed. The moonlight streamed in through the uncurtained window, illuminating the little black silhouette, which revealed itself to be Beishi, the cat owned by He Xiaoyin. The little feline stood beside Feng Mo's pillow for a moment, yawned widely, then curled up, tucking its tail around itself. The girl beside it stirred slightly in her dreams, mumbling, "Mom, the oil-fried river shrimp is delicious." A tear slipped down her cheek. On the second floor, in Old Master He's study, the elderly gentleman stood before his writing desk, gazing down at the calligraphy he had pinned earlier that day. Upon reading the words "Forever Grandpa" inscribed beneath Zhao Yan's name, a smile crept upon his face. However, when his eyes fell upon the phrase "Morning Twilight" above, he couldn't help but sigh softly. He picked up a paper cutter and sliced the sheet in two, one half displaying "Morning Twilight," while the other bore the words "Zhao Yan Forever Grandpa." A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, and he looked up to see Yanma enter, holding a cup. "Here, old master, have some honey water," she offered, handing the cup to him. He accepted it, taking a sip before setting it down on the desk, returning to the task of mounting the collaborative piece he had worked on with his granddaughter. Yanma chuckled at the somewhat whimsical calligraphy, but her smile faded as her gaze landed on the portion inscribed with "Morning Twilight." "Old master, it's been 19 years. Noticing the somber expression on Old Master He's face, Yanma spoke softly, trying to console him. "It's time to let go." Old Master He managed a bitter smile, yet continued his work. "Let go? Li Wan, how can one simply let go? You see, a child so full of life. If only they had clearly told me the truth, that she had died, I could have accepted that. But to have her vanish without a trace, without a body to mourn, I often urged Xiaoyun to move on. Yet I find myself unable to stop dwelling on it. I can't help but wonder what she would be like now if she were indeed alive." As Xiaoyun insists, "Old Master, I believe Ajun is right. In such a catastrophic disaster, amidst the chaos, a child in a thermal container would find it exceedingly difficult to survive." Old Master He gazed at the paper bearing "Morning Twilight," and after a long silence, he finally sighed deeply. Moments later, he shook his head with a wry smile. "Li Wan, you and Hong Jun are right. Take it to the kitchen and burn it." Yanma nodded, folding the paper with "Morning Twilight" and tucking it away, a smile returning to her face. "Old Master, try to look on the bright side. Our Yin Yin is still here, isn't she?" Since she returned, Ivy noticed she's grown up. Although she still carries a childlike demeanor, today she was proactive in helping me out. She is starting to understand things, as if she has blossomed overnight from a little sprout into a young lady. "It truly is wonderful." Yanma spoke of Zhao Yin. The clouds of sorrow slowly lifted from Old Master He's face, replaced by a warm smile. "Children, after all, will inevitably grow up. There exists no eternal constancy in this world, and humanity is no exception. Well then, you may resume your tasks. I shall finish this bit and retire shortly. Just be mindful not to work too late, for I shall be checking in on you later this evening." With a smile, Yanma concluded her words and gracefully departed from the study of the esteemed He, making her way softly down to the first floor. Once her figure vanished around the corner of the staircase, a shadow stealthily emerged from a room on the second floor. That night, Yanma burned a piece of paper. Old Master He framed a calligraphy piece, and Feng Imo had a dream. As for He Qi and Jin Yushi, apart from themselves and the moonlight outside the window, no one knew in which room they spent the night or what transpired between them. Chapter 49. Lin Lang in New York City. Near Central Park, in an apartment. After Lin Lang had meticulously unpacked his luggage and boxes, which took him an entire day, he finally realized that his wallet was indeed missing. He reflected on his recent itinerary, a meeting with his former employer yesterday, dinner with a few friends at Rouse in the evening, and on his way back, he had been unceremoniously bumped into by a ragged street urchin. "Street urchin?" Lin Lang was taken aback, then raised his hand to slap his forehead. Unable to suppress a curse in American slang, that street urchin was far from careless. He was clearly well-planned and trained. Lin Lang was filled with frustration. His face was exquisite and beautiful like that of a woman. Yet at this moment, his handsome features contorted with anger, losing any semblance of the refined elegance of a Wall Street figure, resembling more a furious she-demon. In truth, Lin Lang's wallet contained little of value. A handful of bills totaling a few $100s. A credit card, a health insurance card, a driver's license, and a rare Shuehu card. None of these items were particularly precious. Over $1,000 might barely cover a meal, and having them stolen could be considered a contribution towards alleviating the wealth disparity in America. The credit card could simply be reported lost, and the health insurance card and driver's license could be replaced at any time. Moreover, he was soon to depart, likely not to return for a considerable while. So there was no rush. However, that Shuehu card was an entirely different matter. That particular set had long been out of print, and the one in his wallet was the rarest of all, the famed Didao Guansheng card. So rare that even purchasing all the Zyro Huangsheng cards in Yucheng might not yield a single one. Lin Lang was consumed with regret. Why had he chosen to carry such a precious item with him? Had he known, he would have placed it back in its album and treasured it properly. In those sleepless nights abroad, it was the majestic Didao Guansheng that provided him solace, enabling him to persevere. It was the gallant figure of Didao Guansheng that imbued him with the courage to confront the deceit and intrigue of the financial world. Over the years, Didao Guansheng had become an integral part of his life, his most steadfast companion, and now he had lost his ally. Perhaps that wretched street urchin would abscond with a few stinking green bills. And what brand was that genuine leather wallet? Perhaps it could fetch a few $1,000s. Losing the credit card, health insurance card, and driver's license was trivial. Yet he could vividly imagine the street urchin staring at the plastic-coated card, perplexed, before disdainfully tossing it into the trash. The thought of his dearest friend being discarded among rotting kitchen refuse, gnawed upon by rats as large as cats emerging from the sewers, and ultimately buried in a landfill to rot and stink, filled Lin Lang with unbearable anguish. His friend had been insulted, trampled upon. Oh, God! Oh, Lin Lang clutched his head, pacing frantically around the room, incessantly cursing the street urchin who had stolen his most treasured possession. He even picked up the phone, pressing 911, but ultimately despondently set it down. Tio, that street urchin. His most cherished item was merely a worthless scrap of paper. Should he call the police? They might think he was jesting and lock him up to cool off for a few days. Moreover, he had no confidence in the efficiency of the police worldwide. Damn that street urchin, damn Rouse, damn New York, damn America. Return my Didao Guansheng to me. Half an hour later, Lin Lang finally managed to calm himself and began repacking his belongings. Just then, his phone rang from his pocket. He pulled out his phone to see the caller ID. Josh Belfort, Lin Lang's friend, the owner of an investment firm, a ravenous stock investor dabbling in both legal and gray areas. Hey Lang, I heard you've quit. As soon as Lin Lang answered, Josh's raspy voice boomed through the receiver, prompting Lin Lang to frown and hold the phone slightly away from him. Yes, I became a free man last week. I had a final chat with the boss yesterday. Lin Lang switched the phone to speaker mode and placed it on the glass coffee table with a pyramid-shaped leg in the living room. Wow, that's fantastic, in your country's terms, that is truly treading on iron shoes without finding a place, but gaining it all effortlessly what was it again? Treading on iron shoes without finding a place, but gaining it all effortlessly. Lin Lang recited it in perfectly enunciated Mandarin and standard American accent. Oh, right, that's how it goes. I happen to need someone right now. Why don't you come help me? Josh continued. Bobby Axelrod is being scrutinized by Chuck Rhodes. And I feel I'm in danger as well. The money is good, at least double what you were making at the Tycoon Group. If you think it's too little, you can negotiate. Forget it. Buddy, your operation may indeed have high returns, but the risks are too great. I don't want to find myself in the crosshairs of both Chuck Rhodes and the Mafia. Lin Lang directly declined the offer, sealing boxes with clear tape as he spoke. Besides, I'm heading back home. All right, I guessed you would refused. Josh's tone carried a hint of regret, but upon realizing Lin Lang was returning home, he expressed confusion. Why are you going back? The opportunities there are vastly different from Wall Street. You're thriving here, but you have no roots back there. Be careful not to capsize in the gutter. That's not your concern. Lin Lang replied with a smile. You know I enjoy challenging myself, Dotto. Yes, I almost forgot. That is indeed your nature. When do you plan to leave? Tomorrow to Zurich, just to clear my mind in Europe before heading straight back. Tomorrow? Hey, you yellow-skinned monkey, are you really planning to sneak off without telling me? I was going to introduce you to the brothers. Unable to contain himself, Lin Lang chuckled. About going home, I haven't told a soul. Not even you, Josh. There's a poet from my country who wrote, softly, I leave, just as I came softly. I simply wish to depart as gently as the poem suggests. You really are a bit romantic. Josh laughed heartily, but then his tone shifted, questioning in confusion. but I still can't comprehend why you would leave when you have everything here. The big bosses on Wall Street are clamoring to invite you as a guest of honor. What will you do back there, my friend? Money? Fame? Wow. I see. Josh's words caused Lin Lang's expression to falter momentarily before he casually replied, I am returning to confront my destiny. If you have any money-making projects, do let me know. I'm quite interested in your plans. Compared to confronting destiny, Josh was more intrigued by financial opportunities. Upon hearing Josh's proposition, Lin Lang's eyes sharpened. He narrowed them in contemplation for a moment before a slight smile graced his lips as he asked, Have you heard of the McGuffey Group? Josh fell silent for a moment. That renowned real estate company from your country? Indeed. Lin Lang's tone exuded confidence. What do you think the potential earnings could be if we got involved? Whoa, Josh gasped, astonished. Is that your reason for going back? Lin Lang remained noncommittal. Are you interested in joining me? Absolutely, Josh replied with excitement. Let us discuss it in person. Dio, you have time tonight? Lin Lang glanced at the time on his phone and nodded. Sure. Then it's settled. I've just made a new friend who can book a table for us at Rouse tonight. With that, Josh hung up the phone. Upon hearing the name Rouse, Lin Lang's expression darkened. Recalling the wallet stolen by the street urchin, along with the precious De Dao Guanshang Shuehu card tucked inside. Damn Rouse, damn Italian cuisine. What terrible luck. Lin Lang muttered a curse, pocketing his phone and walking to the window to draw open the blinds. Revealing the breathtaking view of Central Park, with the flags atop the castle-like spires fluttering in the wind. The sun slowly descended toward the dense buildings across the way, and Lin Lang's gaze seemed to follow it to the distant eastern hemisphere. To Huading, to Yucheng, where his memories returned to that land which held his heart captive. Was that clinic still there? Was that little girl still around? What did she look like now, having grown up? Had she reached marrying age? Did she still remember that De Dao Guanshang Shuehu card? Chapter 50. They want to pursue you, silly girl. At Tingdong International Airport, Fang Yimou stood before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window in the waiting hall. Curiously observing the tarmac, Fang Yimou had never boarded an airplane before August of this year. Every year, she made several round trips between Huading and Yucheng, predominantly traveling by the Green Train, occasionally opting for a Z-Class train. In August, she took to the skies twice in quick succession. However, the first time was in the dead of night, filled with urgency and devoid of any excitement. The second occasion saw her being whisked away by an ambulance directly onto the runway, boarding a small medical private jet. Thus, it was indeed her first experience seeing the airport's tarmac and runway so distinctly, observing the multitude of aircraft tightly parked beside various boarding bridges. Numerous planes of varying sizes glided out from the tarmac and boarding bridges, queuing up to enter the runway, taking off one after another, while flights from around the globe gracefully circled down to land. Witnessing such a scene for the first time, Fang Yimou found it utterly fascinating. During her previous flights, she hadn't truly looked down at the earth from above. Now, just the thought of it made her heart leap with joy. This time, she vowed to savor every moment, not only to gaze but also to capture photographs and record videos, eager to share them with Yuan and her grandfather upon her return. Fang Yimou gazed eagerly at the tarmac and runway. A voice suddenly called out from behind her, accompanied by a hand gently resting on her shoulder. She turned to find herself startled by two tall foreigners with golden hair and blue eyes standing beside her, both appearing quite robust and bearded, one of them sporting a beard so long it was braided, giving him a somewhat intimidating look. As they approached, an overwhelming scent wafted towards her, the nature of which was difficult to discern as either pleasant or unpleasant. The two foreigners greeted her with a cheerful hi and began to chatter away in a rapid-fire manner. Although she could discern that they were speaking English, their speed and strong accents rendered their words largely incomprehensible to her. Noticing her confusion, one of them attempted to communicate in broken Mandarin. Hello, my name is Henry, he is Pierre. At that moment, Fang Yimou felt a flush of embarrassment. This marked her first encounter with a foreigner who had approached her to initiate a conversation. Observing their earnest expressions, she reasoned that, despite their somewhat fierce appearance, they were in a domestic airport and likely bore no ill intent. Perhaps they were foreign friends seeking assistance. With this thought, she managed a shy smile, her cheeks burning as she stammered, What can I do for you? The two foreigners exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. One of them pulled out his phone, unlocked the screen, and pointed at a blue app icon. Inquiring with exaggerated slowness, "Do you have Facebook?" Understanding the gist of his question, she examined the unfamiliar application and, unsure of its purpose, shook her head. The foreigner then showed her another black icon featuring a white letter X, to which she again responded negatively. The foreigner, now somewhat exasperated, produced an icon for WeChat, and this time Fong Yimou nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I have." The foreigner beamed, revealing his QR code, giving her a thumbs up, and with a thick accent said, "You beautiful, we make friends, okay?" Fong Yimou stood there, momentarily stunned. Had she just been flirted with by a foreigner? Blushing deeply, she reflected on her limited social interactions lately. In her culture, people were generally more reserved, rarely approaching others to compliment them. This was her first experience with a stranger openly praising her beauty and asking for her contact information. The two foreigners, noticing her bewilderment, began animatedly conversing amongst themselves before eagerly presenting their QR codes again. Instinctively, she wanted to decline, fearing that a rejection might embarrass them and create an awkward situation. Just as she felt overwhelmed, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. She recognized the sound of high heels. And soon enough, Jin Yushi came sprinting toward her. Relieved, Fong Yimou rushed to meet her, while the two foreigners brightened at the sight of the radiant Jin Yushi, following closely behind. Before they could utter a word, Jin Yushi firmly grasped Fong Mo's hand, pulling her behind her. She raised her left hand, showcasing a dazzling diamond ring on her ring finger, and then spoke to the foreigners in a language that didn't sound like English. Her tone quite fierce. The two foreigners exchanged awkward smiles, muttering sorry before turning to leave. With their departure, Fong Yimou exhaled deeply. "What did you say to them, Yushi?" she inquired curiously. "I told them to scram." Jin Yushi replied, glaring at the retreating figures of the two foreigners, her teeth clenched. Fong Yimou was taken aback, tilting her head in confusion. After all, they were merely asking for her contact information. While she too had no intention of adding strangers, she felt it unnecessary to be so harsh. Noticing Fong Mo's puzzled expression, Jin Yushi sighed. "I heard them from afar. Those two rascals were calling you an easy girl." Fong Yimou blinked in confusion. "What does easy girl mean? Are they saying I'm approachable? Why be angry about that?" Jin Yushi, exasperated, gently tapped Fong Mo's nose, explaining patiently that that's not a compliment. Some women in our country lack self-respect and eagerly throw themselves at foreign men. Though they represent only a tiny fraction, it leads these foreigners to believe that all our girls are easy to deceive. Thus, they use easy girl to refer to our women. Do you understand? In essence, those two scoundrels were trying to hit on you. Silly girl, you think I should feel sorry for them after I told them to leave? Fong Mo's realization struck her, her face instantly flushing with indignation as she glared at the two men, who had now settled onto nearby chairs at the boarding gate, facing her, and Jin Yushi one of them even waved cheerfully at her, igniting her anger further, as she felt an impulse to punch him. "The atmosphere feels tainted. Let's go. I'll take you to the VIP lounge." "Okay." Fong Yimou nodded eagerly, allowing Jin Yushi to guide her forward. Suddenly recalling Jin Yushi's earlier display of the diamond ring, she couldn't help but glance down and curiously asked, "Yushi, why did you show them your ring?" "I wanted to let them know I'm engaged, and that you also have a boyfriend, to deter them," Jin Yushi replied. Fong Mo's eyes widened in surprise. While she knew it was a lie to claim she had a boyfriend, Jin Yushi's declaration of being engaged sounded a tad proud. "Are you engaged? Did he propose to you yesterday?" Fong Yimou inquired, intrigued. Jin Yushi faltered, realizing she had let something slip, her cheeks flushing. "He's proposing, but I haven't agreed yet." "But you're already wearing the ring. Wearing it for fun. Is that not allowed? Besides, look, it's come in handy now. You, my dear, are starting to lose your innocence. Hee. I'm genuinely happy for you too." As they chatted, Fong Mo's gaze lingered on the sparkling diamond ring, wondering how it would look on her own left ring finger. Would it be beautiful? Yet, she shivered at the thought, quickly banishing it from her mind. What nonsense! I must not think of such things. Chapter 51. On the journey upon boarding the flight to Zurich and settling into the first row of the C939 first-class cabin by the window, Fong Mo's eyes scarcely left the window. Jin Yushi, seated beside her, merely smiled and refrained from interrupting her reverie. The aircraft glided away from the boarding bridge, gradually rolling onto the runway, the engines roaring to life before the familiar sensation of acceleration enveloped her. The terminal building and control tower swiftly retreated from her view, accompanied by a slight feeling of weightlessness as the plane ascended into the sky. Fang Mo's previous flying experiences had not been particularly pleasant. However, this time was different. Not only did she have motion sickness medication, pain relief, and cold medicine at her disposal, but Jin Yushi had also thoughtfully prepared space heaters and warm packs, ensuring that even if her third cousin were to intrude unexpectedly, she need not fear discomfort. Before long, the airplane pierced through thick clouds, reaching cruising altitude and heading northwest. Throughout the flight, Fang Mo gazed out the window, snapping photographs and recording videos with unbridled enthusiasm. She beheld the thick clouds drifting beneath the aircraft, as if the entire world below had transformed into a grand, delectable expanse of snow-white cotton candy. She observed the undulating emerald hills gradually morphing from east to west into magnificent, imposing mountains and plateaus. She witnessed the silken rivers separating and coalescing within the crevices of the continental plates, stringing together lakes of various sizes like a necklace of emeralds. She gazed at the shimmering waves of the Taklamakan Desert, solidified in the wind, and the glistening, eternally frozen glaciers atop the Tian Shan Mountains. The sun perpetually hung in the sky, and Fang Mo felt akin to the sun-chasing Kwa Fu. Finally, after a brief nap, she lifted the sunshade and beheld a breathtaking spectacle that would surely be etched in her memory for a lifetime. The surrounding clouds stretched infinitely, resembling a turbulent sea, while the golden-red sunset struggled to cast its dazzling rays upon the horizon, dyeing this entire ocean in gold, transforming the sea of clouds into a resplendent celestial palace. As the sun gradually sank, its rays shifted from golden to crimson, igniting the palace in a conflagration reminiscent of the city set ablaze by Nero. How beautiful! Fang Mo could only express her awe with such inadequate words. She began to understand why Kwa Fu was so relentlessly devoted to chasing the sun. Perhaps he was initially captivated by this sunset's breathtaking beauty. At 8 o'clock local time, the flight landed at Zurich's Kloten Airport. Guided by Jin Yushi, she descended the jet bridge and entered the terminal, surrounded by faces that starkly contrasted with those of Easterners and signs she could not comprehend. Listening to the unfamiliar language with its rolling consonants on the announcements, Fang Mo felt utterly disoriented. The jet bridge felt like a rabbit hole, transporting her into a strange yet fascinating world. Is this going abroad? Being led by Jin Yushi, she followed closely, her eyes wide open, curiously observing this foreign land. We will have to transit here on our return, and if time permits, I will take you on a proper tour of the city then. Jin Yushi noted Fang Mo's longing for the world beyond the airport, smiling as she spoke. Fang Mo chuckled and shook her head. I am here for work. It is best to complete the tasks assigned by Mr. He first. Jin Yushi smiled and nodded. As they needed to transfer to Bern, they first retrieved their luggage and completed the check-in and baggage procedures anew. Jin Yushi even managed to take Fang Mo for a quick dinner in the terminal before the flight took off. What struck Fang Mo as remarkable was that there was a newly opened Chinese restaurant in the terminal, bustling with business. However, since they had just arrived from their homeland, they naturally did not dine there. Jin Yushi chose a local Zurich eatery and ordered several regional specialties. Given the robust livestock industry here, the locals truly relish dairy products. Even hot pot is made with cheese. The cheese melts in a hot pot, mixed with white wine, fruits, and vegetables. In Fang Mo's imagination, this should be quite an unusual way to dine, but after a small taste, she surprisingly found the combination of pickles and local ham rather palatable. The Zurich veal and golden potato cakes were also quite delightful, but recalling Mr. He's instructions, she merely sampled them, resisting the urge to indulge excessively. One must not always succumb to one's appetites. After finishing this sumptuous airport meal, it was nearly time to board. The flight to Bern was operated by a small regional aircraft, which did not have a first-class section. So upon boarding, Fang Mo and Jin Yushi found themselves squeezed in among a group of foreigners. No? Now they were the foreigners. This flight was brief, lasting about an hour from takeoff to landing. Fang Mo felt she had only dozed off briefly after takeoff, and when Jin Yushi gently awakened her. The passengers were already queuing to disembark. By the time they left the airport in Bern, Fang Mo felt quite fatigued. During the previous flight, she had been overly excited, captivated by the scenery outside, taking photos and videos, and feeling anxious about meeting He Xiaoyan's parents. After enduring over 10 hours, the thrill had worn off and fatigue set in. Jin Yushi, on the other hand, appeared vibrant. Having seen so many new things, she was no longer fazed. While Fang Yimou joyfully captured the sunset, Jin Yushi had long been asleep during the flight. Just a little longer, we will soon arrive at the hotel. Jin Yushi glanced at Fang Yimou in the backseat, who looked quite uncomfortable and spoke softly. They had rented a car after exiting the airport. Jin Yushi could drive, as her license was recognized here, and having a vehicle was certainly more convenient. Yes, Fang Yimou nodded, forcing herself to stay alert, though she felt quite unwell. Jin Yushi tried to drive smoothly, but with traffic lights and relatively uneven roads, Fang Yimou, who had been awake for over 20 hours, began to feel carsick. A miscalculation. She had assumed she would be fine after flying without issues, so she hadn't taken any motion sickness medication. Now it was too late to take any. Fang Yimou initially wanted to capture the nighttime scenery of Bern, but ultimately lay down in the backseat, feeling despondent, and closed her eyes to rest. Fortunately, after a prolonged ordeal, the car finally arrived at their temporary lodging for the night. Fang Yimou, devoid of any interest in appreciating the authentic, palace-like European architecture before her, stumbled towards the nearby fountain. The cool mist hitting her face alleviated her nausea significantly. After sitting by the fountain for a while, preparing to return to the car to help Jin Yushi with the luggage, a voice from across the fountain caught her attention. It was a clear male voice, speaking fluent Mandarin, seemingly engaged in a rather unpleasant phone conversation. "Who is your brother? My surname is Lin, yours is Yi. My mother is Lin Xiaoer, not your mother, Madame Huang. That I have no siblings with the surname Yi. The old master of the Yi family is celebrating his birthday. Ha, what does that have to do with me? In a few days, it will be my mother's memorial day. Do you care about that? If you truly care about me, please do not disturb me with such matters, okay? Let us leave it at that. May we each find peace. Wishing you prosperous business and may the Yi family flourish. Oh, by the way, the real estate business not as lucrative anymore? Be careful. Don't let someone smash the pot one day." Chapter 52. A stranger in a foreign land. That voice was truly delightful, Fang Yimou mused. Perhaps it was due to being in a foreign land, listening to a foreign tongue all day without understanding a word. But despite the person's icy tone and the sarcasm laced within their words, to Fang Yimou's ears, it sounded exceedingly familiar. At that moment, even if two tough guys were arguing in front of him, she might find their curses akin to celestial melodies, let alone the fact that this person's voice was exceptionally clear and pleasant. The person soon hung up the phone, followed by the sound of rolling suitcase wheels. Fang Yimou suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. What might such a melodious voice look like? She stood up, intending to walk around the fountain to catch a glimpse of him, but noticed Jin Yushi had already opened the trunk of their car. Struggling to pull down the luggage, Fang Yimou hurried over to assist, helping Jin Yushi retrieve two heavy suitcases and their travel bags from the trunk. Once Fang Yimou slung her bag over her shoulder and turned back, the man dragging the suitcase was nowhere to be seen. "Xiaomou, what's wrong?" Jin Yushi asked, closing the trunk and noticing Fang Yimou looking around curiously as she led her towards the hotel lobby. "I just heard someone speaking Mandarin on the phone," Fang Yimou said, pulling along He Xiaoyan's suitcase as she caught up with Jin Yushi, smiling. "How fascinating, Yushi Jia. We've traveled so far and still encountered a fellow countryman. I wanted to go over and say hello. What's so strange about that? Nowadays, you can meet Mandarin speakers anywhere. Once you travel more, it will become quite commonplace," Jin Yushi replied with a smile. As they joked, Jin Yushi and Fang Yimou entered the hotel lobby, heading towards the reception desk. However, when Fang Yimou spotted a tall figure in front of the reception, she froze. With black hair, a height slightly above 6 feet, dressed in a dark green long coat and black casual pants, he bore the unmistakable silhouette of a young East Asian man. Coupled with the suitcase at his feet, Fang Yimou couldn't help but think of the melodious voice she had just heard outside. Could he be the same compatriot who was on the phone earlier? As Fang Yimou and Jin Yushi approached the reception desk, the man was finishing his check-in, receiving his identification and room key from the receptionist. He then spoke gently, uttering a phrase in a foreign language that Fang Yimou did not comprehend. Yet the voice felt eerily familiar. Fang Yimou's conviction grew stronger. This had to be the man she had heard speaking by the fountain. Perhaps sensing Fang Yimou and Jin Yushi's footsteps, the man turned to glance in their direction, his gaze lingering on Jin Yushi for a moment before landing on Fang Yimou's face in that instant. As he looked over, Fang Yimou's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, he was a compatriot. The man bore an East Asian visage, with a gentle demeanor and well-defined features, his almond-shaped eyes glimmering with warmth, and his skin radiantly fair. Only his pronounced brows and high nose lent him an air of striking masculinity. Despite possessing such an attractive face, he had chosen to keep his hair short and dressed in masculine attire, presenting a distinctly male appearance. This left Fang Yimou momentarily perplexed. In her memory, she had never encountered a man possessing such striking good looks. Could it be that this was a beautiful woman fond of wearing men's clothing? It was plausible, for although the voice sounded distinctly male and clear, who could not master the art of disguising their voice? Fang Yimou herself often spoke in a voice that leaned towards the masculine. Or perhaps this individual, much like her, suffered from a form of androgen insensitivity syndrome, where, at the DNA level, they were indeed female. Fang Yimou pondered further. There are always those who, burdened by their own afflictions, perceive the same in others. After gazing at the person for a moment, she noticed the gentle smile gracing their lips and quickly came to her senses, realizing how impolite it was to stare so intently while harboring such speculations. She hastily offered an apologetic smile, and fortuitously, the individual merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before dragging their suitcase towards the elevator. As she watched the figure depart, Fang Yimou involuntarily compared this male compatriot, let us assume he was indeed a man, to the foreigner who had approached her at Huading Airport not long ago. Indeed, it was the more reserved nature of Eastern men that felt more familiar and comfortable. At that moment, Jin Yushi had finished her conversation with the front desk and, while waiting for the registration to be completed, turned to glance at Fang Yimou, only to find her lost in thought, staring towards the elevator. What are you so engrossed in? Jin Yushi inquired with curiosity. Fang Yimou quickly snapped back to reality, smiling as she replied, I just spotted that fellow. Jin Yushi paused for a moment but soon caught on, teasingly remarking, quite handsome. Isn't he? He is passable, Fang Yimou replied, oblivious to the jest in Jin Yushi's tone, feeling instead that the person was hardly handsome. After a brief contemplation, she added, but rather pretty, I suppose. Jin Yushi's expression dimmed slightly, her enthusiasm for gossip visibly extinguished. A woman? She asked. Fang Yimou shook her head. I can't say. She looked like a beauty, but judging by her attire and voice, she seemed to be male. Jin Yushi tilted her head, frowning in thought, and after a moment, she shook her head decisively, conceding that she simply could not envision it. There had been a gentleman who fit that description earlier. And now that gentleman was undeniably a delightful girl. At that moment, the front desk had completed the registration and handed over their identification and room keys. Jin Yushi softly thanked the front desk attendant. She grasped her suitcase with one hand and took Fang Mo's hand with the other, leading her towards the elevator. Sister Yushi, what does dank mean? Fang Yimou asked. HMM.it means thank you, akin to the English thank you. Oh? Isn't that English? No, it's German. Bern is a German-speaking region, and the locals converse in German. Wow. Sister Yushi, you're amazing. You speak English, and you know German, and you even understand those two rascals from France. Not really, I just know a bit here and there. With translation software being so advanced now, I sometimes regret spending so much time learning these languages. How can that be? This way, you won't need translation software at all. I believe that only through one's own efforts can one truly possess something. What others provide is not truly yours. Lin Lang discarded his dark green casual coat onto the sofa. He opened his suitcase and carefully retrieved a pale jade-colored porcelain jar. Holding the jar up to inspect it closely, confirming that it bore no damage, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, cradling the small vessel as he settled onto the sofa. Gently resting his forehead against the jar, Lin Lang began to murmur as if in prayer. Mother, in a few days, I shall fulfill your wish, allowing you to rest beneath the snowy peaks of the Alps, and you shall no longer need to accompany your son through the tribulations of life. Mother, I am returning to my homeland to undertake a significant task. I know that had you still been alive, you would have tried to dissuade me, but now you dwell in the heavens, so please bless your son with success. Mother, I have made a deal with the devil. Many will face ruin, families may shatter, and some may even perish, but I care not, for this is a necessary price, for you and for myself. Mother, today I saw a girl. Her gaze resembled that of the little one. Yet I know this is Bern, and she cannot possibly be here. She must still be in Rain City. Mother, please bless your son, that upon my return, I may see her. Amen. Chapter 53. Your mother is my mother. Your father is my father. Fang Yimou enjoyed a particularly restful sleep, untroubled by the unfamiliar environment, nor waking abruptly in the middle of the night. When she was roused by a knock on the door the following morning, she initially believed herself to still be in her homeland, until the exotic furnishings, artwork, and decor of the room reminded her that she was indeed in Bern. She truly hadn't anticipated adjusting to the time difference so smoothly. The knock sounded again, accompanied by Jin Yushi's voice. Fang Xiaoma, rise and shine. Still somewhat bleary-eyed, Fang Yimou quickly regained her senses, hastily getting out of bed to open the door, where she found Jin Yushi yawning on the threshold, prompting her to greet her with a cheerful good morning. Jin Yushi was clad in a knee-length, dusty rose silk sleep dress, draped with a matching silk cardigan, her long honey-brown hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Without a trace of makeup, she exuded a natural beauty and an effortless allure that, while lacking the daytime glamour, possessed a unique charm and sensuality. This was the first time Fang Yimou had ventured out with Jin Yushi, and it was the first occasion she had seen her in such attire. Sister Yushi looks stunning even without makeup, Fang Yimou mused. With her remarkable abilities, amiable personality, and striking physique, it was no wonder that in his eyes, aside from family, she was the sole focus of his attention. Oh, but I stand corrected. That boss likely also had eyes for money, and it was difficult to ascertain whether he valued the prospect of profit more than Jin Yushi herself. However, one must admit that aside from his business acumen, he was also a master of healing. Just days ago, Jin Yushi had sprained her ankle, yet the very next day, she was striding about in high heels with ease. How did he manage that? As Fang Yimou contemplated Jin Yushi, she noticed that Jin Yushi was staring at her with a bemused expression. What's wrong? Fang Yimou asked, sensing something was amiss in the beautiful older sister's demeanor. Jin Yushi burst into laughter, pointing to her own face and playfully responding, Did you really look that tired last night? Fang Yimou, bewildered, touched her own face and suddenly felt utterly speechless. Last night, she had been so exhausted that upon entering the hotel room, her makeup removal, shower, and skincare routine were executed in a haze, and she had inadvertently fallen asleep while wearing a face mask. Upon awakening, she discovered the mask had dried completely, tightly adhering to her skin. Only after Jin Yushi's reminder did Fang Yimou realize how stiff and uncomfortable her face had become. She hurriedly peeled off the mask, glancing at the 2 eyebrows that had come off with it, and dashed to the bathroom to check for any breakouts. Jin Yushi watched as Fang Yimou adeptly assessed her skin, momentarily lost in thought, before shaking her head with a smile and retreating to her own room. As she caught a glimpse of Jin Yushi winking at her before leaving, Fang Yimou felt a surge of embarrassment. Fang Yimou and Jin Yushi shared a suite that featured a sitting room and 2 bedrooms, each equipped with its own bathroom. The night before, Jin Yushi had cheerfully informed Fang Yimou in the elevator that they would be sharing a room and would sleep together. Fang Yimou had assumed they would be sharing a bed, and had suggested they book an additional room, even offering to cover the cost herself. After all, she had only shared a bed with her sister Fang Yuan when they were very little, and had never slept in the same bed with another woman since, nor with Aman. It was not until Jin Yushi pulled her into the room and revealed that it was a suite with 2 bedrooms that Fang Yimou realized her own ignorance. Feeling both embarrassed and flustered, observing Jin Yushi stifling her laughter, Fang Yimou quickly recognized that this mischievous woman had intentionally left out the details, enjoying the opportunity to tease her, as their time together lengthened. Fang Yimou gradually discovered that while Jin Yushi was genuinely kind, she also had a mischievous streak. Initially perceived as a sweet treat, she unexpectedly revealed herself to be something akin to popping candy, delightful yet playful. After refreshing her face, Fang Yimou began her morning skincare routine, the various bottles and jars having been carelessly left on the bed the previous day, now scattered across the floor after her restless sleep. Fortunately, they were all travel-sized, and the thick wool carpet cushioned any potential mishaps. Otherwise, she would have been heartbroken if even one bottle shattered. Though these expensive skincare products could be reimbursed as business expenses, she still preferred not to inadvertently inflate Boss He's project costs due to her own oversight. Completing her skincare regimen, applying sunscreen, and delicately applying a light layer of makeup, Boss He was quite traditional and disapproved of heavy makeup on He Xiaoyan. Fang Yimou still lacked confidence in her makeup skills. Fearing that a too bold application might reveal flaws to Boss He's discerning Eyin, the presence of a woman who had been a mother for decades, that was entirely possible. As Fang Yimou meticulously applied her makeup, she found herself in a quandary, pondering over what attire to don from her vast collection of clothing when the room service arrived with breakfast. Having already completed her makeup and changed into her outfit, Jin Yushi opened the door. After bidding farewell to the tall, blonde, blue-eyed female delivery attendant, Fang Imo entered the sitting room, clutching a cream-colored blouse adorned with semi-sheer floral patterns in her left hand. While her right hand grasped a plain skirt, she gazed at Jin Yushi, imploring her to assess whether the ensemble was suitable. Jin Yushi scrutinized the outfit for a moment before taking the blouse from Fang Imo's hands and stepping into her room. After rummaging through the suitcase, she ultimately selected a dark green plaid suspender dress, cinched at the waist with a bow. Holding the two garments before Fang Imo, she nodded in satisfaction and pushed them into Fang Mo's arms. Declaring, "This would be much better." As she tilted her head to examine Fang Imo's face, she instructed her to hold on a moment, then went to fetch some blush to enhance Fang Mo's complexion slightly. Fang Imo, puzzled, turned to glance into the mirror in the sitting room, where she beheld her fair, flawless visage now adorned with a natural-looking flush, her overall appearance appearing more vibrant. "Should your complexion appear pallid, mother may worry excessively," Jin Yushi elucidated, urging Fang Imo to hastily change her attire, as they needed to depart after breakfast. Fang Imo nodded, feeling she had learned something valuable. Currently, Hiba and Hima were not in the city of Bern but at a private medical institution in the suburbs. While not far, the journey involved some mountainous roads. Having experienced motion sickness the previous day, Fang Imo prudently took some anti-nausea medication after breakfast. Following their morning meal and the packing of their luggage, Fang Imo and Jin Yushi conducted another remote video call with He-Chi after confirming that all preparations were in order according to the checklist and reiterating important reminders. The weary He-Chi solemnly addressed Fang Imo, "Little sister, remember, now my mother is your mother, and my father is your father. As long as we are not discovered today, everything else will fall into place. If we navigate this flawlessly, I shall grant you a perfect score of 10 upon our return." Fang Imo nodded, but soon adopted a sulky expression, playfully retorting, "Brother, what are you saying? The company is all Yin Yan's dowry. Even if we score, it is Yin Yan who shall be credited." On the other end, He-Chi opened his mouth, then clasped his hands together, bowing deeply towards Fang Imo through the screen. "My dear sister, I implore you to maintain this demeanor. Please." Chapter 54. Other People's Parents. The Fair Steinberg Meyer Medical Center is a private healthcare and wellness institution. Its core facilities nestled atop a small hill on the outskirts of Bern, surrounded by mountains and streams, lush greenery, and flourishing forests. From the balcony of the institution's patient rooms, one can even glimpse the eternal glaciers and snow atop the majestic peaks of the Alps, such as the Jungfrau and Eiger, truly an idyllic place for recuperation. The center's founder, Dr. Heinz von Fair-Steinberg, is a world-renowned expert in cardiac surgery, while his partner, Dr. Frederick Meyer, is a leading authority in cardiology. 18 years ago, the two collaborated to establish this institution. As for why Dr. Fair-Steinberg, who was then employed at a prestigious hospital, suddenly abandoned his lucrative position and managed to secure substantial startup capital, he has maintained a mysterious silence. Smiling enigmatically. It is rumored that he saved a woman suffering from a heart attack during an 8.0 magnitude earthquake 19 years ago, thus forming a karmic bond. With the stellar reputations amassed by the two esteemed figures over the years, coupled with their state-of-the-art facilities and picturesque natural surroundings, the medical center has garnered global acclaim for its unparalleled standards in cardiac treatment, attracting wealthy patients from around the world seeking care. Among them, the prominent Eastern magnate Mr. He Hongjun and his wife, Ms. Su Xiaoyun, who are frequent visitors. Ms. Su, afflicted with severe heart ailments, even has a dedicated room with a splendid view. At this moment, Su Xiaoyun, wrapped in a lightweight cashmere blanket, reclined on a white wicker lounge chair, gazing distantly at the Jungfrau. She possessed a slender figure and exquisite features. Though she had surpassed her 50s, it was evident that she had been a breathtaking beauty in her youth. However, the relentless toll of her heart condition had etched signs of weariness upon her countenance. As she daydreamed, lost in the sight of the millennium-old snow atop the Jungfrau, her husband He Hongjun emerged from the room after ending a phone call and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. He Hongjun bore a strikingly atypical East Asian visage, with high cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, lending him a profoundly distinguished appearance. His tall stature was complemented by his yellowish skin and black hair. Alongside his brown eyes, which signified his Eastern heritage, Yin Yin and Xiaoyu will be arriving soon. He Hongjun spoke tenderly. Su Xiaoyun lifted her gaze to meet her husband's, attempting to muster a smile to alleviate his concerns. Yet, regardless of her efforts, she could not conceal the flicker of melancholy etched between her brows. Noticing her expression, He Hongjun sighed quietly. Did you dream of it again last night? Su Xiaoyun nodded. Yes, it was the same. Yin Yin has been asleep, and no matter how I call her, she won't awaken. Just when I finally roused her, she suddenly vanished, and all I could hear was her distant, joyous laughter, so far yet so near. At this point, Su Xiaoyun grasped He Hongjuan's hand tightly, her voice thick with emotion as tears brimmed in her eyes. Jungu, I am afraid. I fear that even Yin Yin. You are merely letting your illness play tricks on you. Yin Yin is perfectly fine, and she will arrive shortly. Do not let your imagination run wild, He Hongjun reassured her, squeezing her hand gently and smiling warmly. Besides, haven't you always believed that Qinzi is still alive? Rest assured, not only is Yin Yin well, but one day we shall also find that child, Qinzi. When we find that child, we will provide him with the best life and make up for all the years we missed. He Hongjun spoke words he himself scarcely believed, yet he articulated them with an unwavering conviction, as if they had been his belief from the outset. That little rascal, Qi has earned quite a fortune over the years. It is high time he put it to good use, and as he spoke, He Hongjun lifted his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his wife's eyes, chuckling, do not cry, or the children will see and tease you. His thoughtful comfort eased Su Xiaoyun, who had been plagued by nightmares recently. She rested her head gently against her husband's waist, feeling as if she had found a solid support. Jungu, thank you, she said with a tinge of remorse. You could have explored broader horizons, yet you are tethered to my side due to my illness. The foundation incurs significant expenses each year. He Hongjun brushed his hand through his beloved's hair. What broader horizons? What tethering? The reason I worked so hard to earn money was solely to ensure our family could live well. Wasn't it? I doubt I'm getting old, and I fear the days are dwindling. As for money, I have earned enough. Let Qi and Xiaoyu enjoy their little escapades. And regarding the foundation, you often express concern that if Qinzi were still alive. What if he went hungry? What if he was cold? What if he was bullied by his peers? What if he desired stationery, a backpack, or toys but couldn't obtain them? I am that child's father. Your worries are my worries too. Spending that money merely compensates for our regret as parents for not being able to witness him grow up. The Shi Yin Children's Foundation is a clumsy yet noble endeavor. Concerned that their beloved child might suffer from hunger, they utilize the Shi Yin Children's Foundation to provide nutritious meals for all children in similar predicaments. Worried that their beloved child might be cold, they leverage the foundation to regularly supply new clothes to those unable to afford them. Apprehensive that their beloved child might be bullied, they employ the foundation to conduct anti-bullying campaigns, extending care to victims of school violence. And anxious that their beloved child might lack new stationery, backpacks, and toys, they utilize the foundation to regularly distribute such gifts to eligible children. As long as that child is truly alive, he will undoubtedly receive the humble gifts from parents he has yet to meet, albeit ones he cannot physically hand to him. Or perhaps, if he does not receive them, it signifies that he is living well, surrounded by love. Of course, if he truly is still alive. With a low sigh, He Hongjuan's eyes glimmered with profound sorrow, yet he quickly concealed his grief, lowering his gaze to his beloved wife, whose eyes were once again glistening with tears. Flustered, He Hongjun rushed to wipe them away. You about to be a grandmother, how can you still be so emotional? Grandmother? Jungu, have I truly aged so much? Su Xiaoyun raised her hand to dry her tears, suddenly realizing, and a joyful smile illuminated her face. Qi and Xiaoyu. He Hongjun pursed his lips, smiling as he nodded. That stubborn boy has finally relented. He proposed 2 days ago. Although Xiaoyu did not explicitly agree, she accepted the ring that a girl like Xiaoyu wouldn't accept it if she intended to refuse. Would she? Rest assured. Let us eagerly await the arrival of our first grandchild. As He Hongjun recounted the tale, Su Xiaoyun's expression of relief grew ever more pronounced. With Qi's temperament, only that girl Xiaoyu could hold him in check, preventing him from straying as a mother. I regret not having been there to guide him through his formative years. It was only when dawn faded away that I realized how much I owed him. Yet by then he had already grown up. This is good, this is good. But do not simply settle for this is good. Quickly ponder what to gift her upon your meeting. After all, this is her first encounter with her future in-laws. You are right, Jun-gu. We must not let this child feel slighted. How could Cheesy not discuss such a significant matter with us? As they conversed, the doors of the medical center slowly swung open, and a white SUV glided along the asphalt road like a black ribbon into the courtyard. Chapter 55. The scent of a child, the breath of a mother seated in the passenger seat. Fong Yimou pressed her hand against her chest, watching as the cream-colored building drew nearer, her anxiety intensifying to the point where she felt her heart might leap from her throat, her hands trembling slightly. Xiaomo, do not be anxious, Jin Yushi reassured her, turning her head to offer comfort. Everyone's focus is on Aunt Sue's condition. Your preparations are more than adequate. Even Grandpa hasn't noticed, and surely Uncle and Auntie won't either. Seeing Fong Yimou still unable to relax, Jin Yushi continued to jest about herself to bolster her friend's confidence. If anyone should be nervous, it's me. I have to cooperate with you and provide cover. Who do you think should be more anxious? In the midst of their conversation, the vehicle came to a halt in front of the cream-colored building. Fong Yimou nervously retrieved a mirror, checking her appearance one last time. Mentally urging herself, Fong Yimou, you've got this. You managed to deceive even He Chi, who was in the know. You will undoubtedly be fine. Jin Yushi parked the car and helped Fong Yimou with one final check. Noticing her lips were a bit dry, she quickly rummaged through her bag for lipstick and lip gloss, smiling at her anxious friend. Come on, lean in. Fong Yimou exhaled deeply, complying, yet internally she repeated. I am He Xiaoyan. Pout. Now my sister will infuse you with energy. Press your lips together, chase away that anxiety. Smile. You are now the world's most adorable He Xiaoyan. Perfect. Whether it was Jin Yushi's words acting as a spell, the magic of the freshly applied light lipstick, or the effect of her continuous self-hypnosis, Fong Yimou suddenly felt an epiphany wash over her. Like the sensation she had previously described to He Chi. As if something had surged into her being. In that moment, Fong Yimou felt as if she truly were He Xiaoyan. Her heartbeat gradually steadied, her anxiety vanished in an instant, her expression returning to calm. Her hands no longer trembling, Jin Yushi gazed at Fong Yimou, who appeared transformed, her expression tinged with confusion. Fong Xiaomo? The girl beside her mischievously blinked and queried, Sister Yushi, who is Fong Xiaomo? I am Yin Yin. Through the car window, Fong Yimou spotted a man and woman walking hand in hand from the main building of the rehabilitation center, accompanied by a blonde nurse, slowly making their way toward them. Sister Yushi, Daddy and Mommy are here to pick us up. The little girl exclaimed with delight, flinging open the car door and skipping toward the approaching couple, leaving the door ajar. Hey, weren't you just trembling with anxiety? Jin Yushi observed Fong Mo's retreating figure, momentarily bewildered. How did she suddenly switch into this state? As if possessed by Xiaoyan. After a brief pause, Jin Yushi abruptly remembered her role in providing cover and quickly collected herself. Exiting the car in pursuit, Fu Xiaoyun, upon seeing the familiar figure rushing toward her, could not help but smile broadly. Before she could fully extend her arms, the figure, nearly her height, rushed into her embrace, wafting a faint fragrance. Mommy, Yin Yin misses you so much. The child nestled in her arms, sweetly seeking affection as she always did, like an everlasting candy that never lost its charm. In the eyes of Su Xiaoyun, this child, even in her playful antics, represented a duality of love. Gently, Su Xiaoyun brushed aside her daughter's disheveled hair from running, tenderly burying her head in her daughter's neck, inhaling deeply the scent of her daughter's perfume. The fragrance of the body wash, the aroma of sunscreen, and hidden beneath it all, a unique scent that only a mother could perceive. This scent stemmed from the profound, irreplaceable bond between a mother and her child. A connection derived from the pheromones shared between them. It was so unmistakable that, without needing to see her face, Su Xiaoyun could confidently assert that this child was indeed her precious darling. Cherished as if she were two in one, the haunting nightmares that had lingered in her heart for days dissipated in an instant, replaced by a smile that banished all traces of worry from her brow. Why didn't Mommy come sooner? Su Xiaoyun gently held her daughter's shoulders, gazing at the face that bore a striking resemblance to her own, feigning a frown and asking playfully. Yet the daughter's face reflected deep grievance. Mommy? Yin Yin wanted to come directly, but studying has been so intense. You know I failed so many subjects last semester. and now I have to retake them. I've been losing a lot of hair lately. Seeing her child's woeful expression, Su Xiaoyun could no longer maintain her facade, bursting into laughter as she playfully pinched her daughter's nose. All right, no more feeling wronged, my dear. Mommy was just teasing you. I am so happy that my darling is studying hard. As she spoke, she cradled her daughter's face, gently pressing her forehead against hers. Su Xiaoyun sensed a slight tremor from her child and pulled back. Perplexed as she looked into the familiar face before her, she suddenly noticed an unusual glimmer in her daughter's eyes, as if they were glossed with tears. What's wrong? Why are you crying? My darling. The daughter shook her head vigorously. Mommy, Yin Yin just wants to hold you a little longer. Hearing her child's request and realizing it stemmed from the glistening in her eyes, Su Xiaoyun found the situation both amusing and endearing. All right, Mommy will hold you. Hold as long as you want. With that, she stepped forward, enveloping her daughter in a gentle embrace, stroking her hair and softly patting her back. As Himu welcomed Fang Yimou into her arms, Fang Yimou experienced a sensation unlike any she had felt before. The tender warmth emanating from Himu perfectly matched her imaginings of her own mother, the one who had tragically perished in an earthquake. It was warmth, stability, and an overwhelming sense of security, akin to a small boat that had weathered the storm at sea, finally returning to the calm of its harbor. In that moment, Fang Yimou firmly believed that this woman before her was her mother, though she knew she was not. She willingly chose to embrace this belief, fully immersing herself in the warmth of the moment. Only mommy in your eyes? He cleared his throat, his tone tinged with mild displeasure. Hearing this slightly envious remark, Fang Yimou reluctantly withdrew from her mother's embrace, gazing up at He, whose features bore a closer resemblance to He Qi. The two shared a glance, and Fang Yimou smiled as she stepped forward to gently hug this towering middle-aged man. Though her movements were restrained and tinged with caution, throughout He Xiaoyun's upbringing, Himu showered her with boundless love and indulgence, while He would timely correct her behaviors, thus instilling in her a sense of respect for her father and leading her emotional expressions to be more restrained. After their embrace, He squeezed Fang Mo's arm with satisfaction. It seems this teaching trip wasn't in vain. Spending half a month with the children in the mountains has certainly made you sturdier. Really, Daddy? Then I guess yoga classes should be on the agenda. Fang Yimou responded in her typical He Xiaoyun manner, prompting a silent chuckle from Himu. Chapter 56. Family Conversations. The ever-determined Jin Yuxi, who had been closely trailing behind, felt relieved that Fang Yimou had not raised any suspicions with the couple. By now, Su Xiaoyun had shifted her attention from Fang Yimou to Jin Yuxi. Glancing down at her left hand and noticing the dazzling diamond ring on her fourth finger, her smile growing even brighter. Sensing Su Xiaoyun's gaze on her left hand, and noticing the gentle smile lines at the corners of her eyes, Jin Yuxi suddenly felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. Su, Auntie, it's been a while. Even the ever-composed Jin Yuxi found herself feeling a touch nervous in this moment. Xiaoyun, Himu approached with a smile. Gently taking her left hand and lifting it to examine, she immediately frowned slightly. It seems a bit outdated. I wonder whose taste Qixi inherited. Why didn't he think to consult me before making a purchase? After saying this, Himu's brow relaxed, and she looked at the blushing Jin Yuxi with a beaming smile. This is the ring he proposed with. It doesn't count. The engagement ring and wedding ring, Mama. Auntie will accompany you to choose a better one. Unbeknownst to her, Himu had begun to refer to herself as Mama, which only made Jin Yuxi's face flush deeper, yet she shook her head shyly and replied, "This one is quite nice. I like everything he gives me." Meanwhile, He Fu, who had just finished embracing Fang Yimou, also noticed Jin Yuxi. She, in turn, caught his gaze and quickly bowed slightly, saying, "Chairman, long time no see," her tone tinged with a hint of respect. He Fu's face hardened. "What did you say? It seems to me that you, young lady, are rather clueless." Himu chuckled softly and gently tapped her husband's arm. "Dear, speak kindly, don't frighten the child." Jin Yuxi quickly waved her hands with a smile. "Auntie, the chairman, uncle is just joking with me." He Fu's stern expression melted away, replaced by a warm smile. "That's more like it. This isn't that dreadful boardroom. There's no need for titles, just the four of us, the He family. So, Xiaoyu, when do you plan to hold the engagement banquet? When will the wedding be?" He Fu asked cheerfully. Jin Yuxi suddenly felt overwhelmed. Glancing at Fang Yimou, who naturally linked arms with Himu, and at that mischievous girl winking at her, leaving Jin Yuxi momentarily dazed, She should be the one helping this girl cover up. Yet all attention was now on her. Jian Yushi recalled He-Chi's rather handsome face and remembered the day that fool awkwardly presented the ring, stammering about it being to help Feng Xiaoma attract attention. She felt a surge of annoyance. Wasn't this supposed to be about drawing attention away? Now she had become the prime focus of her prospective in-laws. Fortunately, Himu promptly came to Jian Yushi's rescue. Casting a sidelong glance at her husband and reproaching, "Dear, don't put such pressure on the child. It's a significant event in a girl's life. How can you expect her to decide on a wedding date right after a proposal? That's utterly frivolous. Xiao Yu, don't listen to your uncle. Take your time to think it over and jot down your thoughts and desires. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime affair, and we mustn't leave any regrets." He Fu, having received his wife's admonition, showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, he nodded along with a smile. Jian Yushi looked at her elders, feeling touched, but then her gaze fell upon Feng Imo, who was grinning widely. And she felt a flicker of irritation. "Yin Yin, stop grinning like that." Himu redirected her attention to Feng Imo, instinctively reaching out to caress her daughter's arm, speaking earnestly. "In matters of the heart, no one can predict outcomes. It's common to encounter someone you like, only to find they don't reciprocate. There's no need to stubbornly cling to one possibility. We are well off, so why worry about not finding a suitable partner? Perhaps in a few days, you'll meet someone even better. When you look back, you'll realize the tears shed were hardly worth it." Understood. Feng Mo's smile remained, shifting now to Jian Yushi's face, blushing and feeling awkward. She recalled He Xiaoyan and Yirong's situation, as well as her own, and said in a soft voice, "Mommy, I don't want to look for a boyfriend anymore. It's too exhausting. So many men have ulterior motives. I want to stay with Daddy and Mommy forever." All right. If Daddy and Mommy are gone, you'll still have your brother and sister-in-law to take care of you. Don't worry. No. You mustn't say that. Mommy's surgery will definitely be a great success. Daddy and Mommy will live to be 100 years old. No, 200 years, and I'll live to be 100 too. You little greedy one. Who can live to 200? Just promise me not to act rashly and cut your hair over such matters, all right? Yes, I've already figured it out. Cutting my hair for a blind man is simply not worth it. The family chatted merrily as they strolled towards the off-white building nearby. The two women walked ahead, while He Fu and Jian Yushi lingered a couple of steps behind, exchanging quiet words. "Who is that boy?" He Fu appeared somewhat annoyed. "Does he not have eyes? How could he refuse my He Hongjuan's daughter? Uncle, Yin Yin has already stepped out. Please don't be so upset." Jian Yushi softly soothed the visibly angry chairman of the Xinfeng group, her future father-in-law, revealing, "He is Yi Rong, the son of the Yi family." He Fu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The Yi family of Mage Fei?" Jian Yushi nodded. He Fu fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I've met that boy once. He left a fairly good impression. Among the Yi family's young rascals, he is one of the few who is relatively steady, yet he is actually blind. Even if he doesn't find my daughter's appearance appealing. With the He family's vast estate, wouldn't he be tempted? And he is still in real estate. His vision is indeed limited." Jian Yushi chuckled helplessly, but Yi Rong is unaware of Yin Yin's background. "He didn't tell that boy?" He Fu was taken aback. Yin Yin said she wanted to win the boy she likes through her own efforts. She believes that anything obtained through outside help may slip away without it. "Ah, she's definitely my He Hongjun's offspring." Upon hearing Jian Yushi's words, He Fu nodded in appreciation, pleased that his advice had been taken to heart. Yet, He Fu's expression soon darkened. While it can be understood, that boy from the Yi family, if he dares to make my daughter sad, he should bear some consequences. Jian Yushi observed the elder before her, who bore a striking resemblance to He-Chi, and thought to herself that they truly were father and son, both arriving at similar conclusions. Chi had previously notified their cooperative partners, with whom they had a good relationship, to temporarily halt their collaboration with Mage Fei, leaving them in disarray for a month or two. It was only when Yin Yin learned of this and pleaded with Chi not to make things difficult for them that the situation changed. Upon hearing this, He Fu looked at his daughter, who was joyfully chatting with He Mu, and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Yin Yin did the right thing. It's I, her elder, who has failed to broaden my perspective. Chapter 57. How did I become Ani after going abroad? He Mu's hospital room was a suite with 3 bedrooms and a living room, one of which was a medical facility while the other 2 were for family members or caregivers. The living room and the hospital room were connected by an expansive outdoor balcony, from which one could see the snow-capped peaks of the Alps in the distance. Peaks such as Jungfrau, Eiger, and MNCH were arranged in a picturesque manner at the horizon, their snowy summits resembling whipped cream or icing atop ice cream, a sight particularly delightful. If those mountains were indeed ice creams, they would surely be delectable. Nearby, vast stretches of grassy meadows connected to small farmlands and lush woodlands, with herds of brown and white cows leisurely grazing, while alert shepherd dogs basked in the sun near the cattle. Fang Emo gazed at the seemingly oil-painted scenery, her eyes wide with wonder. Previously, during her hospitalization in Huading, she had been astounded by the VIP ward's environment, but she never imagined there could be something even better. Wow, this is extravagant, unbelievably extravagant. Fang Emo felt a whirlwind of emotions, yet she kept them to herself. As someone from the bottom rung of society, she had ample reasons to resent the wealthy, but she could hardly harbor ill feelings towards the He family, except for that annoying older brother of hers. In her role as He Xiaoyan, she could only feel an overwhelming sense of love from this family. Perhaps it was due to her immersion in Xiaoyan's identity, but Fang Emo instinctively felt that the He family was her true family, that He Fu and He Mu were genuinely her parents, and that the old patriarch was her real grandfather. As Fang Emo learned about the He family's background, it became even harder for her to harbor any negative sentiments towards them. Firstly, the He family had invested heavily in relief efforts during the earthquake years ago, with He Fu even participating in rescue operations for an extended period. Subsequently, they contributed significantly to the reconstruction of Gongcheng. Secondly, the Xian Children's Foundation, led by He Mu, had directly benefited her, as she discovered during her idle moments that the nutritious lunches she and her sister had during elementary school were funded by that very foundation. Essentially, they had grown up eating food provided by the He family. While many may harbor resentment towards the wealthy, often stemming from their own envy or the unscrupulous ways in which the affluent acquire wealth, the He family was clearly not among them. Even with He Chi's obsession with money, on the balcony, Fang Emo joyfully admired the alpine scenery, her mouth watering at the sight of the frosted peaks. Inside the living room, He Fu and He Mu eagerly presented their first gift as prospective in-laws to Jin Yushi. He Mu adorned the neck of Jin Yushi with a splendid piece of Hetian jade, a Buddhist pendant that had been bestowed upon her by He family's matriarch before her marriage to He Ba. This exquisite heirloom had been passed down through generations of brides in the He family. Thus it represented not merely a token of greeting, but a solemn promise, a declaration that the position of He family's daughter-in-law rightfully belonged to Jin Yushi. In contrast, the gift from He Fu was rather mundane, a finely crafted steel pin, which, due to its gold composition, might hold some monetary value. This pin was a commemorative item, specially designed to mark the 30th anniversary of the Xian phone group, presented to members of the board and major shareholders. Its significance was limited to this token of remembrance. Jin Yushi graciously accepted the jade Buddha, yet found herself somewhat at a loss when confronted with the elegant pin. Being an exceptionally astute woman, she immediately discerned He Fu's intentions and dared not accept it. Ultimately, He Fu insisted on placing it into her bag. "I cannot concern myself with how others conduct their affairs," He Fu said with a smile. "But remember, my dear Yushi, the He family has no convoluted customs. Now that you are to marry into our family, you shall be regarded as my daughter, alongside Yuner. You will possess what Qi and Yin have." Fang Emo, who was enjoying the view from the balcony, turned at the mention of Yin Yin, her brow furrowing with curiosity. "Dad, what is going on? Adults are speaking. Children should not interfere." He Mu replied with a chuckle, adding, "In a few years, when you marry, you'll understand." Fang Emo pouted, "Humph. Yin Yin isn't getting married." Not Everett. He Mu, caught between amusement and exasperation, could only shake her head. After presenting the gifts, He Fu and He Mu led Jin Yushi to the balcony where they all sat together, basking in the sunlight and the gentle mountain breeze, engaging in light conversation. They deliberately avoided any mention of company matters, having entrusted the management to He Chi and Jin Yushi, allowing the younger generation to forge their own paths. Should any significant troubles arise, He Fu would surely step in once more. Conversations flowed around their journey to Bern, He Xiaoyan's so-called teaching experiences, and the recent health of the family patriarch. The two had prepared thoroughly, and no discrepancies arose. Perhaps due to He Fu and He Mu's unfamiliarity with the teaching project, or perhaps because the elder had been discreetly aiding them. Or maybe due to Fang Emo's own challenging past experiences, Their storytelling resonated well, leading the elders to believe their narrative without a hint of suspicion. However, Hifu occasionally prodded about Yurong, causing Fang Emo considerable distress. She could only feign disinterest, adopting a sullen demeanor. Observing this, Himu attributed it to the father's inadvertent reminder of her sorrows, nudging him with her elbow in disapproval. After a while, a tall, blonde physician accompanied by several nurses arrived to examine Himu. She was due for surgery in 2 days, necessitating strict monitoring of her health. Should any indicators show abnormalities, the procedure might need to be postponed. Upon completing the examination, the doctor, speaking fluent Mandarin, assured Hifu and Himu, Aunt Wu's condition is quite stable. There are no issues. Excellent, thank you for your hard work. William, Hifu replied with a smile, gently patting the doctor's arm. You're too kind. Uncle He. It's my duty, Dr. William responded, casting a curious glance at Fang Emo and Jin Yushi. And who might these two be? Himu indicated Jin Yushi. This is our daughter-in-law, Jin Yushi. Then, pointing to Fang Emo, she smiled and asked, Can you guess who this girl is? After greeting Jin Yushi, Dr. William looked at Fang Emo with bewilderment. And moments later, Himu revealed the truth. This is our Xiaoyan. You met her in Huading when she was 8. At this revelation, Dr. William's eyes widened in astonishment. Removing his mask, he revealed a distinctly Germanic visage. Smiling as he greeted Fang Emo, Hey, He Xiaoyan. You've grown so much, do you remember me? It's William, the tall William Gidge. Long time no see, Fang Emo exclaimed, her voice bright as she embraced him warmly. William von Feisenberg, the eldest son of Dr. Heinz von Feisenberg, was regarded as the young master of this private medical center. He had been studying and working in Germany, returning home only last year. Now residing nearby with his wife and child on a farm, where Fang Emo and Jin Yushi would be staying for the next few nights. Dr. Feisenberg was a close friend of Hifu and Himu. And due to their familial ties, William had studied Mandarin, speaking it fluently. He had met He Xiaoyan over a decade ago. As Fang Emo scrutinized the young man before her, attempting to reconcile his appearance with the handsome German from her records. Wow, William exclaimed, gazing at Fang Emo in disbelief. You are truly stunning now. I can't believe that little girl has blossomed into such a beauty. Thank you, William Gidge. Fang Emo replied somewhat bashfully. It's wonderful to see you again. My son Oscar is 6 this year. I think he'll be quite enamored with you. But now we have a puzzling issue. How should Oscar address you when he meets you tonight? Sister Xiaoyan or Aunt He? His words elicited laughter from everyone in the room, save for Fang Emo, who found herself bemused. How did a trip abroad lead to her being dubbed an aunt? Surely she should still be a sister. Chapter 58. Oscar's request at noon, Jin Yushi drove, accompanied by Fang Emo, Hifu, Himu, and a nurse on standby for any sudden health issues from Himu, to a nearby small town. Hifu and Himu were quite familiar with the area, and following their recommendations, the group dined at an Italian restaurant. After their meal, Hifu and Himu led their daughter and daughter-in-law on a leisurely stroll through the quaint town. This locale boasted a rich history, featuring a church reputed to have been established in the medieval period, the oldest structure still standing in the town. The residences, many of which dated back 200 to 300 years, were constructed from local stone. Some walls even bore shallow bullet holes, remnants from the late 18th to early 19th century when the ferocious British Lions swept through Europe. Shortly thereafter, this Alpine nation declared permanent neutrality, avoiding the ravages of war. Perhaps due to over 2 centuries of peace, the townsfolk appeared remarkably tranquil and friendly, their pace of life leisurely, akin to Tolkien's hobbits, blissfully sipping coffee and hot chocolate under the sun, engaging in idle chatter, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil plaguing distant lands. Strolling through this serene town, Fang Emo felt her heart settle into a profound calmness. Hand in hand with Himu, she took photos of houses, rivers, her parents, and herself. Himu, observing her daughter, wore a radiant smile on her otherwise weary face. Some of the photographs were for Fang Emo's personal keepsake, while others were intended as content for He Xiaoyan's social media account. Recently, Fang Emo had begun receiving materials for the account. Her task was merely to capture footage according to the script and then hand it over to Jin Yushi, who would either edit the clips herself or enlist assistance before posting. Originally, this was to be solely Fang Emo's responsibility, but she felt utterly unqualified. Each time she faced this task, she felt like a complete failure. after enjoying afternoon tea by the river and meandering through the quaint town. It was nearing 5 o'clock when Himu began to show signs of fatigue. The family then returned to the medical center, but instead of heading back to the main facility, they ventured to a nearby farm, home to the Feisenberg family, where they were invited for dinner that evening. Fang Emo and Jin Yushi would also be staying there for the next few days. The Feisenberg family had affectionately named their farm Pumpkin Farm, marked by a large Halloween pumpkin sign at the entrance. As they drove into the farm and parked behind the sign, the Feisenberg father and son had already heard the engine and were waiting at the door to welcome them. Dr. Hines, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, though nearing 60, stood tall and vigorous, exuding an aura of vitality that belied his age. Fang Emo couldn't help but think he bore a resemblance to the Lannister patriarch. He greeted Hifu and Himu warmly, shook hands with Jin Yushi, and finally turned his attention to Fang Emo. Dr. Hines assessed Fang Emo with a smile, using fluent Mandarin to say, "Long time no see. Zhao Yin, you've grown up a bit more and become even more beautiful." "Long time no see, Uncle Hines," Fang Emo replied joyfully, stepping forward to embrace him. She had last seen Dr. Hines during a visit to Bern when she accompanied Himu for recuperation in high school. Neither of her parents nor Dr. Hines, who had only met He Zhaoyan a few times, realized that the daughter before them was not the true He Zhaoyan. After embracing Fang Emo, Dr. Hines introduced his family to Fang Emo and Jin Yushi, his wife, Madame Helena, their eldest son, Dr. William, his daughter-in-law, Miss Selina, and their grandson, Oscar. Dr. Hines had other children, but they were all pursuing their careers in different cities or even countries, and were not present at the moment. Madame Helena and Miss Selina politely embraced Fang Emo and Jin Yushi, while Oscar stood quietly beside his mother, discreetly observing Fang Emo. Typically, children around 6 or 7 years old can be quite bothersome, particularly little boys. Yet Oscar appeared unusually shy and demure. With his golden hair, blue eyes, and porcelain white skin, his chubby cheeks made him resemble a charming porcelain doll, which Fang Emo found quite endearing. Noticing the child's furtive gaze upon her, Fang Emo crouched down, smiling as she greeted him in the rudimentary German she had learned that afternoon in town. "Hi. Hello, Oscar. My name is He Zhaoyan. May I be your friend?" The child immediately shyly hid behind his mother, peeking out with just his eyes, and after a considerable pause, managed to utter a soft hello to Fang Emo, without expressing any willingness to befriend her. Such a fleeting moment among children naturally went unnoticed by the adults, and soon the He family of 4 was warmly welcomed into the Furstenberg home. Madame Helena and Miss Selina had already prepared the evening's dishes, and the two families jovially entered the dining room, taking their respective seats. Just as Fang Emo settled down with his mother and Jin Yushi, Oscar leaned over to whisper into his mother's ear, casting furtive glances toward Fang Emo as he spoke. Miss Selina also glanced at Fang Emo, smiled, and quietly said something to Oscar. The child, looking conflicted and seemingly wrestling with himself, finally mustered the courage to run over to Fang Emo and Jin Yushi. He gently tugged at Jin Yushi's skirt and spoke to her in a tender voice. Jin Yushi, interrupted while conversing in German with Madame Helena, couldn't help but laugh after hearing Oscar's words. She responded with a klar, and shifted her chair slightly to create a little distance between herself and Fang Emo. Oscar politely thanked Jin Yushi and then turned to tug at Fang Emo's skirt, nervously speaking a long string of German. Fang Emo, utterly bewildered, noticed Dr. William addressing Oscar. "Oscar, we have guests today who do not understand German. Could you please speak in Chinese?" "The Chinese you have learned." Dr. William spoke in Chinese, which Fang Emo naturally understood. She quickly smiled encouragingly at the anxious Oscar. "Sister, may I sit beside you?" Oscar asked in a slightly accented Chinese. "My mother said I could sit here as long as you and that big sister agree." Upon saying this, the child looked up at Fang Emo with hopeful eyes. Hearing the child's request, Dr. William smiled at Fang Emo and said, "What did I tell you?" Fang Emo hesitated for a moment, but then smiled joyfully, nodding at Oscar and responding in the German she had just learned, "Klar." In German, klar means of course. Just as Oscar could not possibly refuse the beautiful He Zhaoyan, who could bear to deny a child's request, especially one as adorable as Oscar. Chapter 59. Because Mbap runs fast. Madame Helena and Miss Selina brought several steaming hot dishes to the table, while Dr. Hines retrieved 2 bottles of cherished red wine from the cellar, and they all took their seats. The Furstenberg family were devout believers, and Dr. Hines led the family in a prayer before the meal. Though his parents, Jin Yushi and Fang Emo, were not religious, they maintained a respectful silence as they awaited the family's prayer. Once the prayer concluded and each person made the sign of the cross over their chest, the atmosphere quickly shifted from solemnity to liveliness, marking the beginning of the welcoming banquet for Fang Yimou and Jin Yuxi. Fang Yimou curiously observed the little Oscar beside her, who with his innocent voice solemnly thanked God for the food, mimicking the adults as he pronounced Amen with earnestness and made the sign of the cross over his chest. Having completed the prayer, he seemed to have finally overcome his shyness, bravely flashing a smile at the beautiful older sister before him, which Fang Yimou readily returned. Dr. Hines and Dr. William opened the wine, pouring it for those who would partake. Grapes grown on their own farm, the wine crafted by the Furstenberg father and son, and that particular year's harvest had been exceptional, making the wine a rare and exquisite offering, a testament to their sincerity in hosting. Neither Fang Yimou nor He Zhaoyan were fond of drinking, but today, with such a special wine presented by Dr. Hines, Fang Yimou insisted on tasting it and requested Dr. William to pour her a glass to as for his mother and Oscar. One was about to undergo surgery, and the other was still too young, so they were served mixed fruit juices. The 9 of them raised their glasses at Dr. Hines' suggestion, as he offered a toast. Welcome, Yin Yin and Xiaoyu. Here's to our friendship bridging hemispheres. His gaze shifted from Fang Yimou and Jin Yuxi to his father, ending with a confident smile directed at his mother. Lastly, to health, to health. Everyone chorused in 2 languages. Fang Yimou, a novice in the realm of wine with a low tolerance, could nonetheless discern the delightful taste of Dr. Hines' homemade wine, and before she realized it, she had consumed a bit more than intended, her fair complexion quickly flushing with color. As she raised her hand to touch her daughter's hot cheek, his mother frowned slightly, seizing the moment while Fang Yimou was engrossed in conversation with Oscar to discreetly pour the remaining half-glass of wine from Fang Yimou's cup into his father's, leaving only a trickle at the bottom. His father looked at her with confusion, and she simply blinked, placing her finger over her lips in a gesture for silence. When Fang Yimou turned back to her cup, she noticed barely a sip of wine left, feeling somewhat dazed. She stared at her cup, trying to recall whether she had indeed drunk that much, and then turned to her mother. Mommy, where's the wine? Didn't I just drink it myself? His mother tilted her head innocently, blinking her eyes, and as she reached up to touch Fang Yimou's feverish forehead, she anxiously said, Darling, look, you've already begun to forget how much you've drunk. Perhaps it's best to stop. Fang Yimou was puzzled, having no recollection of when she had consumed the wine, but his mother's expression seemed sincere, so she assumed she must have unconsciously drunk quite a bit. Worrying that continuing to drink might lead her to say something foolish, she cheerfully nodded to her mother, saying it was all right, switched her cup for one filled with mixed fruit juice, and resumed her conversation with Oscar. Fang Yimou was utterly clueless about German, knowing only a few phrases for greetings she had just learned, but fortunately, Oscar spoke Mandarin, so communication was not an issue. Although Oscar was only 6 years old, he had been following his father to watch the Bundesliga for 6 years and was a dedicated fan of Borussia Dortmund, familiar with the stars of the team. The moment football was mentioned, the little fellow seemed to forget about his meal, racing upstairs to fetch his cherished treasures to showcase to Fang Yimou a collection of autographed photographs, player cards, cardboard cutouts of various football stars, and even a signed jersey from Lewandowski's time at Dortmund. Though one cannot ascertain its authenticity, it is indeed possible that the unfortunate child has fallen victim to a scam. Yin Yin, dear sister, which team do you cherish the most? After showcasing his treasured collection to Fang Yimou, Oscar eagerly inquired about her preferences, his sparkling blue eyes brimming with anticipation. Fang Yimou hesitated for a moment, caught off guard by the question before responding, Schalke 04? This was one of the few Bundesliga clubs she knew of. While she was certainly aware of Real Madrid, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and the Milan duo, Oscar, being a Bundesliga aficionado, would undoubtedly find it disheartening if she mentioned a different league. Her knowledge of Schalke 04 stemmed from a middle school classmate with whom she had a somewhat amicable rapport, who was an ardent follower of the Bundesliga. This classmate was enamored with the Spanish star Raul González, and though Fang Yimou possessed little understanding of football, she thought Rai was quite handsome, earning her the label of a face fan. Upon hearing Fang Yimou mention Schalke 04, Oscar's mouth fell open in disbelief, then he expressed his disdain. Schalke 04 has been relegated to the second division. Fang Yimou found herself at a loss for words. However, the young boy did not relent. He continued to excitedly ask, Then, Yin Yin, who is your favorite player? Fang Emo opened her mouth, intending to say Ral. But upon recalling that the Ring King had long since retired, she worried that mentioning him might invite ridicule from the child for being outdated. Thus, she cleared her throat and said, I like Mbappe the most. This time, the young boy nodded in acknowledgement but promptly followed up with an innocent query. Why? After a moment of contemplation, Fang Emo recalled a video she had seen, featuring the dark horse racing across the pitch, and replied, because he runs fast. Does that count as a reason? Oscar, Chapter 60. Borrowing clothes for Yin Yin. As the two families dined and chatted, the meal extended until nearly 8 o'clock. Mr. Dot and Mrs. He, along with the Fairsteinberg father and son, moved to the living room by the large floor-to-ceiling windows to discuss Mrs. He's upcoming surgery and the subsequent treatment plan, while also providing psychological support for her. Fang Emo had initially intended to listen in, but Mrs. He playfully shooed her away, urging her to entertain Oscar instead. Oscar, eagerly clutching his treasure chest at the staircase, lit up at the sight of Fang Emo emerging from the living room and took her hand, leading her upstairs to his room. Upon entering, Fang Emo noticed a sudden shyness enveloping the little boy, prompting her to tilt her head in curiosity and ask, What's the matter, Oscar? Do you have something to show me? Oscar, gathering his courage, looked up at Fang Emo and curiously asked, Yin Yin, do you have a boyfriend? This unexpected question momentarily stunned Fang Emo. Did such a young friend already grasp the concept? She quickly shook her head. Sister is currently single. I don't have a boyfriend. Fang Emo spoke with conviction, affirming that she not only lacked one now but would likely remain without one in the future. As soon as the words left her mouth, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. He fidgeted for a moment, then straightened up, taking Fang Emo's right hand in his small one and gently kissing the back of her hand, declaring, Dear Yin Yin, could you please not be my girlfriend? Fang Emo was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping. Had a 6-year-old just confessed to her? Were children today so mature? Amid her astonishment, Fang Emo felt a mix of joy and amusement. Yet she was also acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. With such a serious declaration from a child, she knew she could not simply decline, as it could wound his tender heart. However, she could not genuinely accept either, for this was merely an innocent expression of affection, devoid of true understanding of adult relationships. After pondering for a moment, Fang Emo crouched down to meet the earnest gaze of the golden-haired boy and patiently asked, Oscar, why do you want Yin Yin to be your girlfriend? Oscar replied earnestly, Because I like you, and you also like Schalke 04. It's a Bundesliga team. Fang Emo couldn't help but chuckle, but Schalke 04 has already been relegated. They are playing in the second division now. Well, that they used to be a Bundesliga team. All right, Oscar, if I were your girlfriend, what would be different for you? Oscar shyly answered, If you were my girlfriend, I could kiss you, just like I kiss my dad, mom, and grandparents. Plus, all my friends have girlfriends, and I'm the only one who is single. If you were my girlfriend, they would definitely envy me. The child, in truth, was not overly mature, and Fang Emo found the situation amusing while feeling a sense of relief. She beamed at him and said, That does sound wonderful. But who said that just because I'm not your girlfriend? You can't kiss me? Oscar's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Of course you can. That is a privilege for little gentlemen. Fang Emo nodded, but then she shifted the conversation. Oscar, all your friends have girlfriends? And since you don't have one, don't you think that is actually pretty cool? Cool? Oscar tilted his head. Yes, think about it. While everyone else is still playing house, you're already growing up. Yin Yin, what is playing house? Well, that it's like when your friends pretend to be a couple, or when a boy claims a girl as his girlfriend. That is playing house, they're just playing a game. One that is meant for children. The fact that you don't have a girlfriend signifies that you're beginning to become an adult, which is much cooler than playing house. Wow, as Fang Emo spoke, the light in the young boy's eyes grew brighter, and he stood taller. You're absolutely right, Yin Yin, they're so childish. I'll tease them tomorrow. Having settled the young boy, Fang Emo let out a sigh of relief. After spending some more time playing with Oscar, the two, though 13 years apart, found a surprising rapport. In a moment of joy, Oscar gifted her the signed Lewandowski jersey, only to be whisked away by his mother for a bath shortly thereafter. As Fang Emo pondered whether the signature jersey was authentic or not, voices from outside the room caught her attention. Dr. William and Mrs. Helena were speaking in German, a language Fang Emo did not comprehend. Just after finishing his bath, Jin Yushi came to fetch Fang Emo to wash up. What's going on? Fang Emo asked curiously. A jersey is missing, and he suspects his mother washed it, Jin Yushi translated. If the jersey is dirty, shouldn't it be cleaned? Fang Emo questioned, perplexed. Jin Yushi shrugged. It seems to be a signed jersey, something from Lewandowski, from Dortmund, and apparently, it took considerable effort to acquire. Lewandowski? Dortmund? Fang Emo suddenly realized, bursting into laughter as she unfolded the signed jersey Oscar had given her, which still bore the scent of sweat, and asked with amusement, "Is it this one?" Jin Yushi raised his hands in exasperation. "You might as well ask William." Fang Emo hurriedly dashed out of the room to show the anxious William the jersey, confirming that it was indeed the precious signed jersey he had been searching for. Consequently, she explained the entire situation, and realizing her son had cleverly borrowed from his own collection, William's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. William rushed into the bathroom, pulling Celine, who was bathing the children, out shortly thereafter. Sounds of William chastising the children in German echoed from the bathroom, leaving Fang Emo in a state of bewilderment, fearing that Poland might be erased from existence the next day. Jin Yushi found it utterly hilarious, and seeing Fang Emo's puzzled expression, began translating in real time. "Didn't Dad say you shouldn't take other people's things without permission?" "Yes. Then why did you take Dad's personal belongings to give to someone else?" "I didn't Did Yin Yin take the jersey herself? Would she lie?" "Oh, Dad, I gave it to Yin Yin. She is a Bundesliga fan too, my best friend, and she might even be my girlfriend in the future. So I wanted to give her my favorite thing. Is that jersey yours?" "Isn't it? That clearly belongs to your father." "But Dad, you said you would keep these things for me, that they would be inherited by me." "So doesn't that mean they're mine?" A deep breath from William resonated, a sound that needed no translation. This incident, which caused William no small amount of distress, left others in fits of laughter. Even Dr. Hines, who appeared rather serious, could not help but chuckle, covering his forehead with one hand as his shoulders shook with mirth. Chapter 61. If only it were Emo Air's mother. Ultimately, Fang Emo returned the signed jersey to William. He had actually prepared a box to properly present the jersey to Fang Emo. Although it had been bestowed upon her by his son without his consent, in William's eyes, a gift once given could not be taken back. However, in the end, Fang Emo politely declined. She truly had no understanding of football, nor was she a fan of Lewandowski or Dortmund. To her, that jersey was merely a foul-smelling piece of filthy clothing. On the other hand, He Xiaoyan had a penchant for collecting exquisite garments and beautiful skirts, showing no interest in the soiled attire worn by sports stars. What held no significance for Fang Emo and He Xiaoyan was, in William's hands, an invaluable collector's item. Fang Emo saw no reason to deprive someone of their cherished possession. Moreover, the only reason she accepted it when Oscar initially offered it to her was to please the child. Even if the jersey lacked substantial collectible value, she would find an opportunity to return it to Oscar, if only for the expression of reluctance on the child's face when he gave it to her. After rummaging through her suitcase for her belongings, Fang Emo took a shower. Upon finishing, Oscar rushed in, eagerly clinging to her leg, expressing his desire to sleep with her, only to be unceremoniously whisked away by his mother. Observing the child's distressed expression, on the brink of tears, several adults could not help but stifle their laughter once he left. Fang Emo ended up sleeping with Mother He. She felt a twinge of concern about potentially talking in her sleep and waking Mother He, inadvertently revealing her identity, but the hopefulness in Mother He's eyes left her unable to find a suitable excuse to refuse. Thus, she reluctantly agreed. Sharing a bed was manageable. She would simply need to be clever and endure until Mother He fell asleep, at which point she could sneak off to find Jin Yushi and share a bed with her for the night, returning just before dawn. Initially, she had been hesitant to share a bed with Jin Yushi at the hotel, feeling it inappropriate, but now she felt there was no other choice. She certainly could not trouble her hosts to prepare a separate guest room for her. After discreetly coordinating with Jin Yushi to leave the door ajar for her, Fang Emo returned to the room she shared with Mother He and obediently lay beside her, engaging in conversation. The topics between the mother and daughter were fantastical, flowing seamlessly from one subject to another. Whenever confronted with a difficult question, Fang Emo skillfully diverted the conversation or resorted to charmingly playful tactics, to which Mother He responded with indulgent smiles, never intending to put her in a difficult position. Mother He confided that she had begun experiencing nightmares since last month, often dreaming of trying to wake He Xiaoyan, yet failing no matter how hard she tried. These recurring dreams disturbed her sleep and left her feeling unsettled. Upon hearing this, Fang Yimou instantly understood why both she and her father constantly urged He Xiaoyan to come home quickly. Mother He had sensed something amiss even before the incident, leading to her troubled dreams. "Mommy, what are you thinking? Xiaoyan is perfectly fine," Fang Yimou playfully reassured Mother He, though internally she was deeply shocked. After Xiaoyan's incident, Mother He had somehow sensed it. This only heightened Fang Yimou's caution. It appeared that Mother He had not noticed anything unusual about her, but she had to remain vigilant. The bond between a mother and child was inexplicably strong, and it was conceivable that Mother He could detect her true identity simply by the scent she carried. Yet, after a moment of reflection, Fang Yimou allowed herself to relax a little, chuckling at her own overthinking. She had deliberately used Zhao Yan's favored perfume, along with skincare products and shower gel, which created a subtle blend of scents. No matter how keen Mother He's sense of smell was, could it truly rival that of a bloodhound? As Fang Yimou gradually let her guard down, her eyelids began to grow heavy. Mother He, lying beside her, noticed this and smiled, softly humming a lullaby she used to sing to soothe Xiaoyan to sleep. The soothing scent of Mother He was delightful, a faint floral fragrance mingled with an indescribable warmth that enveloped Fang Yimou, granting her an overwhelming sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, she completely relaxed, feeling as if she had transformed back into a baby in her mother's embrace. She didn't need to think about work, Xiaoyan's situation, responsibilities, or her own ailments. She surrendered herself to the boundless tenderness surrounding her, allowing herself to lower her defenses against this other mother, and then she fell into a deep slumber. She slept soundly until dawn. When she groggily rose from the bed and noticed the empty pillow beside her, Fang Yimou was suddenly wide awake. How careless! She had unknowingly fallen asleep. The thought that she might have talked in her sleep the previous night sent a wave of dread through her. She hurriedly got out of bed, slipped into her fuzzy slippers, and, disregarding her messy hair, made her way out of the room. Just as she opened the door, she came face to face with Mother He, who had just returned from washing up. "Sweetheart, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? It's only around 6 or 7, Mother He remarked, taken aback by Fang Yimou's early rising, considering her daughter was notoriously fond of sleeping in. I haven't adjusted to the time difference, Fang Yimou replied with a yawn, heading toward the bathroom, casually asking, "Mommy, did Xiaoyan say anything strange in her sleep that disturbed you last night?" "Oh, she did." Mother He smiled. "Sweetheart, last night, she kept saying, Xiaoyan loves Mommy so much." "Wait." Fang Yimou paused, processing this. "Oh? Yesterday, she was just expressing her true feelings, right? It's all a matter of what's on one's mind during the day." With that, she cheerfully headed off to wash up as Fang Yimou disappeared into the bathroom. Mother He's smile slowly faded, replaced with a look of suspicion. Last night, when she had gotten up, she heard her child softly murmuring in her sleep. "Mommy. Also Moer's mommy. How wonderful that would be." Those were the words the child had murmured, though they had been somewhat indistinct. Yet, Mother He had heard them clearly. Moer. Who was Moer? She hoped that she was indeed that child's mother. Could it be that this girl had recently developed feelings for someone again? While she was pleased to see her daughter moving on from the emotional turmoil caused by that young man named Yirong, it seemed rather sudden. If this Mo was someone her daughter had chosen, that would be acceptable, but she hoped it wasn't a scoundrel seeking to take advantage of her feelings. No. She needed to give Cheesy a heads up to ensure that her daughter wouldn't suffer heartbreak again. After entering her bedroom and closing the door, Mother He pulled out her phone, opened WeChat, and initiated a voice call to He Chi. "Hello, Mom. What's up? It's only 7 o'clock there. Why are you calling me so early? Cheesy, keep an eye out for me. See if there's a young man named Mo around Xiaoyan." There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before He Chi cautiously replied, "Why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Is something wrong?" "It's nothing serious, I just suspect that this young man may be dating Xiaoyan. Please help us keep an eye on things. We can't let our daughter get hurt again," Mother He whispered, listening for any sounds outside. Okay. Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of it. If I find that scoundrel, I'll break both his legs," He Chi exclaimed, his voice filled with determination. "Is there anything else? Just keep an eye on things. Don't do anything reckless." "All right, I have no other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up." "Okay, Mom. I'll video call you tonight. I have a meeting now, so I'll talk to you later. Bye." As the voice call ended, Fang Yimou re-entered the room. seeing her daughter's slightly tousled short hair. Mother, he waved her over, smiling. Come here, sweetheart. Your hair is a mess. Let mommy fix it for you. Outside, the sun rose, and bright sunlight streamed through the window. Mother, he stood by the window, beckoning to Fang Emo. Glowing in the morning light like an angel, Fang Emo felt her heart skip a beat. Gazing at this other mother, she felt as though her heart was melting into syrup beneath the warmth of her gentle smile and the soft glow surrounding her. Zhao Yin, I'm so sorry for borrowing your mother for a few days. Just a few days. Allow this impostor to take a little of the love that rightfully belongs to you. With a cheerful smile, Fang Emo replied, walking toward the figure illuminated by the dawn. Chapter 62. The taste of rejection in the depths of night. On the outskirts of Huading City, in an abandoned warehouse, an old, dim light hanging from the steel beams cast a yellowed glow over the scene. In the center, a bald man sat on a folding chair. Before him was a makeshift iron table, constructed of angle steel, its surface covered in patches of red rust. His arms were neatly placed on the table, resembling an obedient child in a classroom. However, this bald man was not as innocent as he appeared. His right arm was adorned with tattoos, and his face was marked with excess flesh, making it clear that he was no model citizen. The only reason he sat there so composed was that his feet and body were bound with ropes, and his arms were shackled to the iron table, which was bolted to the floor. He struggled against his restraints in vain. No matter how muscular he was, he could not break free from the chains, especially with the additional weight of his flesh, in the shadows behind him. A circle of figures loomed, their piercing wails mingling with shouts of 80, 80, echoing from within the circle. Hearing the cries, the bald man lifted his head, peering straight ahead. Although he struggled to maintain his composure, forcing a fierce expression upon his face, the beads of sweat trickling down and his trembling legs betrayed him, unmistakably revealing to the red-haired youth across from him that he was merely a fragile balloon, ready to burst at the slightest poke. Jiang Yao sat beside a folding table, savoring a box of Depanji, a tantalizing mlang of saucy potatoes, succulent chicken pieces, crunchy bell peppers, and chewy handmade noodles, all of which made one salivate just at the sight. Our friend Anan had his leg broken by your little brother, Jiang Yao remarked, chewing on a piece of chicken while glancing at the bald man struggling under the light. And there's also Dewan and Wu Tiao, he added. They need to take it easy. Medical expenses, lost wages, meal costs, and various other fees summed up to a total of 30,000 yuan. I don't think it's unreasonable for me to calculate it this way. Do you? Jiang Yao said, lifting his chin slightly towards the bald man, awaiting a response that never came, a punkish young man beside Jiang Yao, with dyed grass-yellow hair and clad in a black jacket, angrily exclaimed at the bald man's silence. Damn you, ungrateful wretch! Brother Yao is talking to you. Why act like a mute? With that, the youth sprang up, ready to confront the bald man. Hold on. Jiang Yao shot a glance that froze the yellow-haired youth in his tracks, coolly interjecting. I'm speaking with Brother Feng. Do you have the right to interject? Yes, sir. The yellow-haired youth saluted Jiang Yao with a mock military gesture before turning to the bald man and gesturing a throat-cutting sign. He then unfolded the folding chair behind Jiang Yao and sat back down, resuming his playful antics with the butterfly knife. Brother Feng, please forgive my brothers. They all came from an orphanage and know no better. They can be quite uncouth, so don't take offense, Jiang Yao said. Picking up a piece of chicken, he savored the meat, discarding the bone aside while keeping his eyes on the bald man. Even after Jiang Yao swallowed the juicy chicken, the bald man remained silent. Jiang Yao shook his head. Since you choose not to speak, I'll take it that you agree with everything I've said, and I shall continue my calculations, he continued. I want to demand the 30,000 yuan from you, since Boss Nia is generous and will cover it. However, your men injured my brother. Surely they must bear some cost. I'm not a monster. A beating costs 80 yuan per hit, and your 7 brothers only need to endure 375 hits in total. That's an average of. Excuse my poor math. Let us say 50 each. As long as they each take 50 hits, the debts with Anan and the others will be settled. He assured, rest assured, my men are quite measured. They won't take any lives, but it may hurt a bit, just like when Anan was injured. At this point, Jiang Yao had finished his meal. He tossed his chopsticks aside, prompting the yellow-haired youth to quickly hand him a tissue. Jiang Yao wiped his mouth and stood up to stretch his limbs, casually strolling to the bald man's side and patting his shoulder, saying, but for our debts, We must change our calculation method. He then beckoned to the yellow-haired youth. Go fetch the watermelon knife, tourniquet, hemostatic powder, alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, and ice packs and a cooler. Bring them all here. Got it? Bro, the youth responded with enthusiasm as he departed. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's request, the bald man finally spoke. Zhang Yao, if this escalates to a life or death situation, you won't be able to walk away unscathed. Just beat me up and we'll call it even. His words, though seemingly courageous, trembled with fear. Zhang Yao shook his head. Don't worry, it won't come to that. As he stood before the bald man, he leaned over the table, locked eyes with him, and smiled with a hint of excitement as he observed the bald man's hands shackled to the table with chains. You think I want to kill you? I am not part of any gang. That term doesn't even exist in our country. I merely intend to sever your hands since they dared to reach into Bosnia's establishment. As I said, there must be some consequence. Wouldn't you agree? The bald man was immediately gripped by fear, his expression twisting in horror as he stammered, Why you dare? Seeing the bald man's reaction, Zhang Yao chuckled lightly, trying to reassure him. Don't worry, once I sever your hands, I'll rush you to the hospital so the doctors have time to reattach them. He paused and continued. This way, should your hands heal, and you happen to act thoughtlessly again, I can do it once more. Cut, reattach, and cut again. A never-ending cycle until you learn your lesson. As he spoke, Zhang Yao's lips curled into a sinister grin, casting his face into shadow, with only his eyes gleaming ominously. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired youth returned, carrying an array of items, the watermelon knife glistening ominously, frost emanating from the ice packs within the cooler, and the tourniquet, hemostatic agents, and alcohol all crammed into a plastic bag. The yellow-haired youth handed the watermelon knife to Zhang Yao, while the other items clattered onto the iron table before the bald man. Observing the terror in the bald man's eyes as he stared at the items on the table, Zhang Yao tapped the blade of the watermelon knife, relishing the metallic resonance, and kindly explained, These are all for your bleeding, and the ice packs and cooler are to keep your hand fresh, lest we get stuck in traffic and it can't be reattached. Brother Feng, it might sting a bit. So bear with it, Zhang Yao declared, stepping aside, raising the watermelon knife above his head, and with the final word, he brought it down forcefully. Watching the excitement in the red-haired youth's expression, the bald man utterly broke down, finally weeping and begging for mercy as the knife descended. Please spare me. I won't do it again. The watermelon knife, poised to strike, suddenly twisted midair, transforming from a chop into a thrust, emitting a piercing screech as it pierced the metal, wedging itself between the bald man's hands on the table, glinting menacingly. Startled by the quivering knife, the bald man rapidly pleaded, I was blind. I shouldn't have disrupted Bosnia's establishment. I shouldn't have disrespected Jiang Yi. I was wrong. Spare me. Laughter erupted around them, and the commotion of the bald man's minions faded away as Anan, leaning on a crutch, approached with Dewan and Wu Tiao, who bore bruises on their faces. Weren't you all high and mighty? Anan scoffed, slapping the bald man's shiny head. Now who's the grandson? The bald man, whose cowardice was fully revealed, glanced at Anan, then fearfully at Zhang Yao, who was staring at the watermelon knife. So, what will you do from here on? Zhang Yao pulled the knife from the table, observing the scratched blade, seemingly lamenting the lost opportunity to sever the bald man's hands due to his capitulation. You'll still have to lose your hands. You know that I'll buy a ticket back home tomorrow, leave Huading and never return. The bald man answered without hesitation. Zhang Yao shook his head. You don't have to leave Huading entirely. The street folks will know and think I'm bullying an elder like Brother Feng, which wouldn't be good. The bald man looked puzzled, but Zhang Yao's next words made him sweat profusely. Just make sure my men don't see you from now on. If they do, they'll beat you every time they see you. And if I see you again, I'll chop off your hands and reattach them. And if I see you a second time, I'll chop again. Wow, how interesting. You become a cabbage. Anan exclaimed with delight, slapping the bald man on the back. Be tough about it. Show your face around Brother Yao now and then. And let us aim to set a Guinness World Record together. Maybe we'll make history. The bald man glanced between the smiling Zhang Yao and the eager Anan, and he broke down in tears. I have an elderly mother to take care of. My grandparents are unwell. I have to go back home. Why did I want to go home? I am the dilapidated warehouse. A neighborhood menace wept like a child in his 30s. Half an hour later, Jiang Yao climbed into a purple Porsche 911 parked outside the warehouse. Inside the driver's seat was a glamorous girl with striking makeup and a sultry appearance. Engaged in a video call. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Please send my regards to your uncle and aunt, and once your aunt recovers, I'll come to see her. The girl beamed at the camera. Thank you. Stowing. I'll stay with my mom for a couple more days and then come find you. A melodious voice echoed from the phone, causing Jiang Yao to glance at the screen. The face of a stunningly beautiful girl appeared, one that struck him as vaguely familiar, yet he had no time to confirm before the two girls exchanged farewells and ended the video call. So soon? Beside her, the girl named Nie Xiaoying gazed at Jiang Yao with her mouth agape in astonishment, her enchanting eyes shimmering with doubt. Did you deal with it? Jiang Yao calmly nodded. I gave him a beating and intimidated him a bit. He will leave Huading, and everyone on the streets will know that your shop is under my protection. No one will disturb you again. She looked at Jiang Yao. Nie Xiaoying's expression swiftly transformed from skepticism to admiration. Yao, you are so impressive. Stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes. That villain. So fierce and menacing, and you just resolved it? Jiang Yao replied nonchalantly. Soft ones fear the hard fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are reckless. After saying this, he lapsed into silence, seemingly taken aback by the unabashed admiration radiating from the young girl. And what kind are you? Yao. Nie Xiaoying's voice unconsciously softened. I am mad. Yet, the stars in Nie Xiaoying's eyes multiplied. A madman is the best. She murmured in a barely audible tone, then turned to Jiang Yao and asked, Yao, would you accompany me for a little drive? This car feels stifling. I wish to ride your motorcycle for some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao subtly stiffened, shaking his head slightly. Boss Nie, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Please return home early to rest. With that, Jiang Yao disregarded Nie Xiaoying's protests and walked towards his waiting companions in the distance. Or rather, he fled. Enraged, Nie Xiaoying pounded the steering wheel, but upon catching sight of Jiang Yao's retreating figure, heart-shaped bubbles quickly began to form in her eyes. She leaned on the steering wheel, watching that tall, fiery figure surrounded by a group of people mount his motorcycle and vanish into the night. Yin Yin. So this is what it feels like to be rejected. Nie Xiaoying couldn't help but mutter to herself. Chapter 63. The one pouring white powder into the river. Mommy, don't worry, with sister around, everything will be fine. Yin Yin understands. You take care of yourself. After hanging up the video call with Aunt He, Fang Mo exhaled deeply. Aunt He's surgery had been successfully completed, just as Dr. Hines had predicted, without any surprises. Today marked the third day post-surgery, and seeing Aunt He through the video, her condition was visibly improving, which brought joy to Fang Mo's heart. She had initially intended to stay longer with Aunt He. Whenever she was by Aunt He's side, not only could she sense Aunt He's good spirits, but she also felt an inexplicable attachment to her. Their interactions allowed her to experience a genuine sense of relaxation. However, the day before the surgery, He-Chi had called, insisting that she reduce her time spent with Aunt He. Confused, Fang Mo also received a stern reprimand from He-Chi. You're on the verge of exposing yourself, don't you know? Shocked, she inquired further and learned that Aunt He had contacted He-Chi, asking him to keep an eye on whether He Xiaoyan was associating with a young man whose name contained Mo. Indeed, there was such a person beside He Xiaoyan, and he had transformed into a girl. Now playing the lead role opposite He Xiaoyan, Fang Mo's heart sank. She and Jin Yushi would certainly never bring up this person with Aunt He or Uncle He. It had to be that she had inadvertently spoken in her sleep the night she shared a bed with Aunt He. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Fortunately, judging by Aunt He's reaction, she seemed to only think her daughter was dating a boy with Mo in his name and wanted He-Chi to ensure her precious child wasn't hurt in love again. Given the circumstances, Fang Mo, filled with trepidation, naturally refrained from sleeping alongside Aunt He again. Luckily, Aunt He was set to return to the medical center the following day to prepare for surgery, and after the surgery, she would need to rest in bed for a few days, so it was only natural that the mother and daughter couldn't sleep together anymore, alleviating Fang Mo's anxiety. However, He-Chi remained uneasy. To minimize exposure, he advised Fang Mo to go out with Jin Yushi for a stroll and not spend all day with Uncle He and Aunt He, as he was already on edge back home and unable to sleep soundly. Thus, today's outing emerged. He Xiaoyan had visited Bern twice, but had never hiked the Jungfrau due to various reasons. Before her incident, she had insisted that upon accompanying Aunt He for surgery, She must see the Jungfrau. Therefore, while conversing with Aunt He in her hospital bed yesterday, Fang Emo naturally suggested a mountain hike, to which both Uncle He and Aunt He readily consented. They had asked William to help plan the itinerary and routes for her and Jin Yushi. Purchasing tickets in advance. At dawn, while Aunt He was still asleep, Fang Emo and Jin Yushi set off in their car. After driving for over 40 minutes along the roads at the foot of the mountain, they were about to reach the lakeside town of Interlaken. Aunt He also called via video to inquire about their whereabouts, offering yet another round of heartfelt advice. The two girls had planned a short trip of a day and a half, spending some time on the Jungfrau and then exploring the lakeside town of Brienz and the wooden sculpture village of Brienz before returning to the medical center by noon the following day. After spending a day or two with Uncle He and Aunt He at the medical center, they would return home. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, Fang Emo and Jin Yushi arrived at Interlaken. Nestled between two glacial lakes at the foot of the Alps, the town was surrounded by vibrant mountains and azure waters by late September, with paragliders occasionally soaring overhead. Noticing Fang Emo gazing intently at the paragliders in the sky, Jin Yushi explained, Interlaken has beautiful scenery, a consistent breeze, and no extreme weather, making it popular for paragliding. If you're interested, I could take you to try it. Fang Emo shook her head repeatedly, claiming disinterest was a ruse. However, given her recent recovery from myocarditis, she worried that engaging in such thrilling activities could jeopardize her health. With Aunt He suffering from such a severe heart condition, even with their wealth, the treatment was fraught with difficulty. She thought it best to avoid unnecessary risks. I've just recovered. I'd rather sit on a little train, take a walk, and enjoy the scenery. Fang Emo said, sounds good. Jin Yushi nodded in agreement, dropping the subject. After parking the car, Jin Yushi led Fang Emo to a CAF for breakfast. Freshly baked nut bread, a small piece of Gruyere cheese, slices of ham, a fried egg, paired with a rich cup of coffee and some fresh fruit made for a delightful meal. Having spent a few days here, Fang Emo had started to adapt to the local cuisine, aside from the soy milk, and she considered this an exceptional talent of hers. She always adapted quickly to different foods, not only being unpicky but also quickly appreciating the subtleties of various delicacies. After their meal, the two returned to the car. Following the navigation, Jin Yushi drove towards the mountain. While waiting at a red light by the river, Fang Emo, filled with excitement as she watched the street scenery outside, inadvertently noticed a tall figure pouring something into the river. Clad in an olive-green casual coat, the person held a jar. Sprinkling a grayish-white powder into the water, a gust of wind carried the powder, which floated towards the river's center like snowflakes. Ice that bait for fishing. Fang Emo pondered, perplexed, as she noticed no fishing rod nearby and had never heard of bait resembling white powder. Or could it be that this person was indeed a drug dealer, hurriedly destroying evidence while being pursued by the police? Her imagination ran wild, as she recalled the tropes common in Hong Kong crime films. Soon, the green light illuminated, and the car resumed its journey, allowing Fang Emo to continue enjoying the scenery, snapping photos intermittently. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at a train station on the outskirts of the city, where they would transfer to a train heading up the mountain. The two girls changed into comfortable walking shoes in the car, grabbed their bags, and proceeded to buy tickets. Fang Emo and Jin Yushi had chosen a relatively obscure route up the mountain, which was less traveled due to its complexity and longer duration. However, they were not in a hurry to reach the summit and preferred the tranquility of a less crowded path. The infrequent train service meant they waited for several minutes before a train slowly arrived at the station. This train featured expansive observation windows on both sides, and Fang Emo could already envision the breathtaking views that awaited them. While she was observing the carriage, a familiar olive-green figure suddenly entered, capturing Fang Emo's attention. The person, dressed in an olive-green casual coat and carrying a black hiking backpack, was searching for their seat. The attire seemed oddly familiar. When she looked up at the person's face, realization struck her as two figures in her memory merged into one. The androgynous individual she had encountered at the hotel in Bern and the one she had just seen pouring white powder into the lake.